A Maiden's Unwanted Heroic Tale. Volume 5. The One Who Obstructed. By Hifumi Shiguro. Translated by Snowcat at Innovel Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 86. The Balloon Princess and Needle Servant. A few weeks ago. From Belgash to the Imperial State. Several horse-drawn carriages were traveling north along a plain road. 20 cavalrymen protected the front and rear, and 10 soldiers wearing black-coated armor were attached as escorts. The number was small for a royal escort, but it was sufficient. Increasing the number of escorts did not mean that the defense would be stronger. The bigger they were, the less nimble they would be, and the slower they could react on the spur of the moment. That's why the escorts are a few elites. All the cavalrymen were also from nobility. They were all soldiers of magic holders. What was required this time was an escort who could even escape at the worst possible moment when facing an army. If the imperial state of Anna were to become hostile, it would be meaningless no matter how many guards were present. Because only an army can deal with another army. That was why mobility was more important to them than group combat power. They were the best of the best in the kingdom, personally selected by Celine, Krische, and the corps commanders, who had the ability to get the two people to safety. Further safety measures on top of existing safety measures. Not one of the carriages in the center of the line was particularly ornate. The 2 escort targets were boarding just another carriage. I'm hungry. Reddish gold hair. The face adorned with long, graceful hair was young, but her beauty was like that of a fairy in a fairy tale. The purple eyes, covered with long eyelashes, were large, and yet the face, balanced like a doll made to look perfect, had a magical charm that bewitched people. The white and gold dress she wore was decorated with elegant lace. She was the first princess of the kingdom. Crescenta Fana Vera Alberon. Her figure was truly that of a blessed child, or at least that's how it was supposed to be. Okay, say Arf. Arf. But the figure sitting on the lap of the red-haired servant was as young as her appearance could be seen. Her beautiful face was pouting, puffed up, and her large eyes were narrowed to show some dissatisfaction. Crescenta, the blessed child. However, no matter how you look at it, the way she stuffed her cheeks with the cookies brought to her mouth was the very picture of a selfish child. You know, please don't treat me like a child. Who do you think I am? Crescenta-sama. Krische-sama, little sister. The servant, who said that with a nonchalant face and a soft smile on her baby face, stroked the head of the princess in her lap. Against Crescenta, who got more and more dissatisfied, the servant hugged her body tightly. Crescenta's dissatisfaction increased as she felt the bulge against her back, but the servant, Berry, firmly restrained her from flailing. Flailing is no good. It was Crescenta-sama who said your buttocks hurt. Even so, I didn't say you could pat me on the head. A good servant is one who could act before being ordered by their master. The day will never come where I ask you to pat my head. You're not very honest, are you? Even though you were so obedient when Crescenta-sama was playing pretend doggy with Krische-sama. When she was about to turn around, Berry's hand gently held Crescenta's head. Look, Crescenta-sama, it's a cookie, here, Arf. Mugu. A cookie sealed her mouth as she attempted to spin her complaints. Just because I'm a little hungry, you took advantage of it, and do as you please. This servant must be punished someday. Even as she thought so, nutrition still held a higher priority to her. Anyway, the cookies were very tasty. The gentle sweetness of honey was soaked through the moist cookie, and the inside was probably nuts. The cookies were savory in the mouth, and the crunchy texture made them a delight to the taste buds. She is good at cooking and good at making sweets. In that respect, it's not like Crescenta didn't value Berry. Even excluding the troublesome fact that she was a subject of dependence for her older sister, she was incomparably more competent than Anne and others, and it was safe to admit that she was useful as a servant. However, the biggest problem was that this servant had no respect for Crescenta at all. The awe and respect for Crescenta that existed when they first met had completely disappeared. Crescenta establishes a pecking, priority, order for all things. It was the same with people. Having grown up in the noble society of the royal court, Crescenta had clear standards in this area, and she changed her attitude and behavior accordingly. She did not care if royalty from other countries or those associated with the royal family were disrespectful to her. She also didn't mind the rudeness of it, as she had a tendency to find flowery words as bothersome. However, this servant's attitude was different. It was still understandable that her big sister, Krische, who was a bit silly and sloppy in many ways, acted as the person with a higher rank, but Berry and Celine were clearly positioned as beings that should be below her in Crescenta's mind. After all, she's the princess, a genius who was more gifted than anyone else. Except for Krische, who was the only equal in terms of blood and ability to her, everyone in the kingdom should be in awe of the great and her talented self. If she must say then, it was their duty. And yet, here she was treated like a child. Crescenta felt a strong sense of resentment at the current situation of being treated like a child. She was great. She was the best in the kingdom. Considering her excellence, she was the greatest in the world. As Crescenta took it for granted that she was superior to others, she felt a strong sense of discomfort at the way she was being treated. She recognized that this was truly unforgivable. But the current situation, at best she's being treated as a child. At worst, she's being treated just like a dog being fed. Domesticated. No, not like, she was being treated like a dog. Crescenta's frustration only grew bigger. The dissatisfaction that welled up in Crescenta's face was making her soft cheeks swelled, puffed up. Crescenta-sama, you shouldn't pout. You're ruining your pretty face. Berry's hand squashed, popped Crescenta's cheek. Phew, the air leaked out with a pitiful sound, and Crescenta glared at her. I'm telling you that's rude. Just who do you think I am? Foo. No, it's just when I see you puffing out your cheeks. It's a conditioned reflex. Please forgive me. I don't feel the sincerity at all. Don't shout, Crescenta-sama. People outside may hear you. Look, here. Good girl, good girl. You. She hugged her tightly and stroked her head. Crescenta's dissatisfaction grew, but she couldn't even resist. Crescenta was a creature that was very concerned about her appearance. Ladylike, perfect princess. Crescenta, who cared about her image, can't openly complain about her dissatisfaction. However, after understanding Crescenta's personality, Berry took advantage of it. She's vicious. She must be punished one day. To distract herself, she reached for Berry's bag of cookies, but her hand was grabbed before she could reach it. That's no good, Crescenta-sama. If I give it to Crescenta-sama, you will probably eat all of it instantly. Here, wait. Please don't treat me like a dog. Foo. Crescenta-sama is bored, right? Don't worry, I'll reward you for being a good girl. Let's see, Crescenta-sama, shall we play pretend doggy? I will never do that again. Well, is that so? Berry took out a cookie while holding down Crescenta, flickering it at the tip of her nose. She giggled and looked very amused. Look, Crescenta-sama, it's a cookie. It's a very sweet and delicious cookie. Ah, this was made by Krische-sama. The one with plenty of honey. You. The rich aroma of honey tickled her nose. The cookies looked mellow and were filled only with honey. Unlike Berry, who preferred mixtures such as nuts and dried fruits, Krische cookies were often sweet and simple, and were Crescenta's favorite. She was truly despicable. How is it? Don't you want to eat it? I won't fall for that. My, it can't be helped then. Berry broke the cookie into two in front of her and took half of it to her own mouth. Crescenta looked at it dumbfounded. It's delicious. I can't compete with something simple like this after all. The honey spreads in your mouth. Let's eat all of Krische-sama's cookies. That's cowardly. That's what one sama made for me. Krische-sama told me to eat together with Crescenta-sama, so I did as promised. It doesn't last very long after all, so if Crescenta-sama says you won't eat it, I have to eat it all. The cookie that had been cut in half was shaken in front of her. You. Crescenta's eyes swayed left and right as she groaned. How about it? You won't eat it after all? Then, what a shame. I will. Wait. What's the matter? I thought these cookies would not be suitable for the palate of the great and noble princess, but... You. Berry chuckled and shook the cookie. Perhaps I was mistaken. Was the one here not Her Highness the Princess Crescent, but rather Crescent-sama, who loves sweet cookies? The balance swung wildly from side to side in Crescent's mind. Pride and cookies. The tilt, which should have been large, gradually leveled off, then reversed, and then, woof. My, it seems I misunderstood. I'm sorry, Fufu, I misunderstood. Crescent-sama, do you want a cookie? Woof. Berry happily pressed the cookie to her, and she took and swallowed it with her cherry-red lips. Good girl. The sweetness of honey seemed to seep out from the cookies as she tasted them while being patted on the head. Desire oppressed by pride. Crescent was released from strong stress. The head, where everything that had been suppressed had been released, was overflowing with euphoria. It filled her body to overflowing, and her cheeks relaxed. Fufu, really, what a cute child. Here, Crescent-sama, the next cookie. Woof. And so Crescent became a dog. Berry and Crescent have been having the same exchange for the past few days and spent about half of their days doing so. The northern border was about 7 days from the fort. From there, it took 4 days to reach Northiana, the royal capital of Ana Imperial State. Because they were using the road connecting the kingdom and the Imperial State, though the towns along the way were reasonably large, naturally there were days when they had to stay out in the open. The 6th day of the trip was just such a day. The nearest town was a small one with the appearance of an inn town, and there were no estates or inns suitable for the first princess of the kingdom to stay. In such cases, it was normal to camp out. This was partly a matter of dignity, but also for security reasons. A princess needed to avoid places where people of unknown origin could freely enter and leave, and be careful about the meals that were served, even if it's only a cup of tea. She would not be allowed to stay in a place where the origin of the servants was not known. Considering security reasons, forming a camp was much safer. After purchasing food and provisions for the journey, the group pitched their tents a short distance away from the town and began preparing for the evening meal. Setting up the cumbersome tent. The fire watch and lookout. The camp was a heavy burden for the soldiers. Precisely because it was a nerve-wracking trip to escort a noble, it's normal to want to at least rest in a soft bed. But on this trip, the soldiers were more than happy to camp out. Crescent-sama, you should add a little more salt. This much? Yes, that's about right. I'm going to put the leaf next. The cooking was always done by the culinary researcher, a hobbyist chef, Berry Argan, and her assistant was the much-respected, Her Royal Highness the Princess Crescent. When one was able to enjoy the cuisine of such two people, even a little fatigue was not a hardship. On top of that, if it turns out to be so delicious that you wouldn't think it's a camp, there's no one who wouldn't be happy, and that reaction was perfectly justified. In particular, the cavalrymen accompanying the princess were chosen for their abilities and loyalty to the kingdom, and the other day, when receiving the meal, some of them even cried as their hands trembled at the princess's cooking. Naturally, there were those who objected to the fact that the two of them were cooking, saying that they should not let them do the cooking. I am in the middle of learning cooking from Argan-sama. If it's not for an opportunity like this, I won't even be allowed to hold a kitchen knife at the royal palace, can I? They were beaten by Crescent's upturned puppy dog eyes. Her eyes moistened and her hands rested on her chest. Slightly sad eyes with an elevation angle of 45 degrees. Crescent had mastered the art of using the most of her own cuteness and good looks to get her own wishes. In this respect, Crescent had the ability to overwhelmingly outperform Krische, who had equal potential. And now the second time, no one had any doubts about the two of them cooking. While helping out with things like setting up the tent and carrying the food, the soldiers around them watched the two of them skillfully prepare the food, giving them a feast for the eyes. Crescent was always serious when it came to this. Crescent's violet eyes watched the movements of Berry's hands. It was merely chopping an onion, but the years and years of practice accumulated there, and the amount of passion devoted to it, was astonishing, making it difficult to imitate easily. Size, fiber, shape. Each piece had its own unique character, and the angle of chopping was slightly changed by hand. The wicked onion that would irritate Crescent's eyes and make her shed tears in her hands was as if a completely different thing in Berry's hands. Docile and obedient, she was truly an onion trainer. Of course, that's not all. When the skin of the radish was peeled, the moon shone through, and there was no resistance to the blade passing through it. From past experience, Crescent knew that Berry could handle several things at the same time. Simply imitating one technique was meaningless if she cannot imitate the thinking circuit that fluidly combines them. That was why Crescent's brilliant mind was spinning full throttle as she observed and considered Berry's every move. One of the factors that made Krische regard Berry as absolute was the high level of cooking technique. Crescent thought that learning this part was essential for their operation to make One-sama cling to me. But her cooking skills were unassailable. Crescent had to admit that Berry was far ahead of her in this aspect. Her vast knowledge and experience with food, cookware, and ingredients coupled with her genius and creativity was constantly growing. The her today leave the yesterday her behind. She tried to catch up with her, but she couldn't close the distance, and Berry's back seemed to be in a haze. Unlike Krische, who had accumulated experience since childhood, Crescent was a complete novice. Although her palate was excellent, having been raised on court cuisine, it did not give her a significant advantage over Berry. Her handling of the knife, her seasoning. Crescent, like Krische, was a pathological imitator when it came to each and every one of these skills. She had already shown impressive growth that would even make a professional astonished, but she was up against Berry Argan, an artist who would make no compromises when it came to cooking. As expected, Crescent was not good enough to deal with her one-handedly. The meat is just about ready to be cooked. I don't think it's cooked all the way through though. It would be good if you give the cow a little rest. Berry quickly transferred the meat from the bonfire net to her plate. The color of meat that was not yet cooked. Berry put it on a plate and covered it with a cloth. Miasma and insects are vulnerable to heat, so meat is basically cooked by grilling, boiling, or frying. However, if you overcook it, it will lose its deliciousness, so there is a way to adjust the heat just right for anything. Berry continued while tasting the soup. In the case of beef, after the surface is cooked, let it rest for a while, and use the remaining heat to cook the inside. Because cows are less prone to miasma and insects, many people eat them without cooking them. For me personally, it's safer to let it rest for a while and let it heat up slowly, and it feels delicious. It will also soften. Soft. Yes. Soft meat is more delicious, isn't it? Berry points to the finely chopped onion that was rubbing against the meat earlier. There are a number of methods to tenderize the meat, such as marinating it in a little chopped or grated onion like we just did, or marinating it in milk. Well, we'll get to that. Basically, the ingredients are honest, so the more effort you put into it, the better it will taste. Berry explained happily. That was another point that Crescent didn't like. Berry revealed her hand easily. She was able to show her hand so easily to the genius, Crescent. The knowledge in her head was unfathomable, and new methods and concepts were presented to her even as she learned and learned. Someday the limit will come. Though Crescent was letting her spit out her knowledge while thinking so, Berry smiled calmly while spitting out her huge amount of knowledge. This was unforgivable in the face of serious Crescent. When Crescent pouted her lips without realizing it, Berry smiled wryly and said she shouldn't make that kind of face. It's important to relax and have fun when cooking. Keep your mind and heart flexible, and think about what you can do to make it delicious. Krische-sama is always looking like she's having fun too, isn't she? Mew, I understand. Even if you don't rush, Crescent-sama absorbs things very quickly. The next time you cook with Krische-sama, you might be surprised at how good you are. I'm sure she will be very pleased. Crescent's cheeks relaxed as she imagined this for a moment. Crescent then shook her head, realizing that she was being watched with amusement. What do you want me to do next? Foo. Crescent is truly cute. Well, then. The grilled meat was so tender that you wouldn't expect it to be in a camp, and the sauce made with onions, red wine, and grated fruit was that of a court dish. Add to that a sweet pumpkin-based soup and a pumpkin pie made in a frying pan. Before she knew it, Berry had even prepared an assortment of cut fruits. However, the food she made while Berry was completely in control and instructed her was beautiful and delicious, so she shouldn't complain. Berry tended to eat less for someone who could use magical power, and ate in moderation. She looked happy as she watched the people around her and Crescent eating deliciously. This pumpkin soup reminds me of the one the Corps commander used to make. Well, it's a luxury to be able to eat something like this in the camp. One of the soldiers in black-coated armor said so. Killick, the leader of 19th Squad assigned to the escort, he was a middle-aged man with one eye. He was the actual leader of the two groups that are accompanying them on this trip, along with the 20th Squad. Is it Argensama guidance? No. I'm the one who learned most of the things that use pumpkins. It's Krische's favorite food. Berry said that happily and gently traced the pumpkin pie, her profile illuminated by the light of the bonfire. Her face, which usually looked so young, was somehow mature, and the way she gazed at the pie with affection was as beautiful as the maiden in the bard's tale. Graceful flowers blooming in a garden. It was not a distinct beauty like Celine. A single flower shining in the deep forest. Not a fantastic beauty like Krische or Crescent. It was a flower in the shade of a tree that you would suddenly notice when you sat down and saw it blooming beside you. Her beauty was not glamorous or vivid, but it certainly attracted people's hearts. She had that kind of charm. When I saw the pumpkin, I suddenly thought, is Krische-sama on the battlefield at this time? If they move their face, then it's probably so. Rest assured, there is no one in the world who can compete with the Corps commander. I don't know if the enemy brought a dragon though, but, haha, well, she certainly is worthy of such comparison. Yes, but I am a little worried because she is a person who often forces herself. She took a small bite of the pie and swallowed it, and traced her lips with her fingertips. It was a gesture that was somehow tinged with heat. Killick, admiring the gesture, agreed. The other day's delaying action, he understood what she was trying to say when he recalled the Krische at that time. That's, certainly, like a mother who's worried about her daughter. Like a maiden waiting for her lover's return. Like a virtuous wife thinking of her husband who was sent to war. Killick wondered what words he should use to describe her. Her anxiety, proportional to her strong affection, made her all the more attractive. As if it were only natural, he said something to ease her worries. But as far as we are concerned, we are more united than ever before, and we all truly respect the Corps commander. We are all making every effort to minimize the burden on the Corps commander, including Captain Dagra, so we will not have to go through what we went through the other day. Thank you very much. Berry smiled and bowed her head, and Killick shook his head flustered. Every gesture was beautiful, and Berry behaved truly like those of a noble. However, there was nothing sarcastic about it, and it was so natural that it would unintentionally or even a serious person like Killick when he faced her. Even Crescent observed each and every one of Berry's movements and reactions as she silently proceeded with her meal. Even for Crescent, who grew up in the royal palace and observed the behavior of nobles, the Berry's atmosphere as an aristocrat was unique, making it an object to be observed. Voice, facial expressions, hands, lips, and eye movements. There were many things to learn from Berry's behavior, which unconsciously attracted the favor of others. Despite the fact that Princess Crescent was here, the current atmosphere was Berry's. She drew the attention and affection of those around her, making them want to protect her. What could be done to manipulate that atmosphere freely? Crescent was always thinking about that in her life, and that was what she was looking for. However, she still felt dissatisfied after all. Currently, during this journey, it's clear that Berry was attracting more interest and favor than Crescent, and she didn't like it. The princess, it was a very grave situation for a servant to gain popularity and attention while she was the one who will be the queen of the kingdom. Unaware of her own dissatisfaction, she puffed out his soft cheeks. Berry, who noticed her, smiled wryly and patted her cheek. Phew, the air leaked out with a pitiful sound. Foo foo foo, it's not the time to be worried, hum. That's right, Argensama. I'm more worried about Argensama getting sick from worrying too much about Wanisama. I don't know what Wanisama would say to me if that happened. Yes, I'm sorry. Berry wiped Crescent's mouth that had become dirty with a handkerchief and Crescent blushed. The men looked at each other. Crescent, who was a young girl but behaved in a respectable and splendid manner, seemed to be a little selfish to Berry, just like how she looked on the outside. It made them feel closer to the burden she carried on her delicate shoulders, and today too, she gained more of their respect. But Crescent was unaware that what she sought was right beside her. And today, she was still frustrated and felt defeated, and her one-sided rivalry became even stronger. Minor dissatisfaction and joys. The journey of the young princess and the servants who supported her was progressing smoothly today as well. Chapter 87, Innocent Princess and Animal, her trainer. Anna Imperial State was flanked by mountains to the east and west, with a wide coastline facing the sea to the north. The territory itself was not very large, only about the size of a slice of the northern part of the kingdom, but trade with the northern island states was prosperous and rich. It can be appropriately described as a maritime nation by nature. The area where the northern part of the kingdom was blocked by the mountains to the east and west was the border between the two countries, and a checkpoint was set up on the border. There was a distance of about 3 ri, 1.2 kilometers, between the two border posts, where merchants established a marketplace where they sold countless commodities, from caravan escort mercenaries and thugs to well-known merchants. Due to the relationship between the two countries, imports and exports were naturally subject to tariffs, but commercial transactions were very active between the two countries, which have close ties. And there was no way to control every transaction. It was a common occurrence here to trade items that had been purposely overlooked by the officials of the checkpoint, or hidden money and goods and other items. It was extremely difficult to tell the difference between the sale of goods that are not subject to tariffs and such illegal transactions, and there was a large aspect of unspoken understanding between the two countries that both sides are turning a blind eye to it. These kinds of trade were trivial compared to the whole, and it was often merchants and aristocrats with huge assets who make profits from it. It was difficult to cut off such dark parts that had taken root in the country so long ago, and neglected. This was not only a bad thing, considering that commerce between the two countries was thriving as a result. With just one seal and signature from Princess Crescent, they were able to pass through the checkpoint without the luggage being checked. Impersonating royalty was punishable by death without question, as well as confiscation of private property. No one would suspect it, and as they had been informed in advance, there was no problem. It's the first time I've left the country. It's crowded, isn't it? Berry looked out the small window with interest, and Crescent, who was held in her lap as usual, looked at her and sighed with dissatisfaction. There are some things I wish to do about this place sooner or later, but isn't this just a lawless area? Crescent did not tolerate any injustice except her own. Chaos against the rules often had consequences that Crescent could not predict, exposing corrupt nobles and confiscation of their private property. Her eyes were already planning for the end of the civil war. In her mind, the country was already hers. Berry smiled and clasped Crescent's puffed-up cheeks between her hands. Phew, Berry smiled as she enjoyed the sound of the escaping air. What kind of country do you want to create, Crescent-sama? A country where I can control everything. Please stop that. Smack. She slapped Berry's hand. However, contrary to the sound it made, the strength was quite gentle. I will sweep away the corrupt noble and clean out the stagnant and rotten parts. My uncle will be spending a lot during this civil war, so I will confiscate his property to make up for it. Then I'll turn it over to the state. There are too many loopholes in the current state of the country law, so it will be quite busy in the future. Berry listened with admiration and stroked her head. This time her hand was not slapped away. Enrich the people and increase the power of the country. The nobles have too much power right now, so I want to do something about that as well. We also need a mechanism to raise the intellectual level of commoners and recruit talented people. Right now, most of them come from career advancement from the military and hereditary incompetence. Foo. Isn't everyone an idiot to Crescent-sama? There's a difference between an idiot who can be talked with and an idiot who can't. Please don't interrupt me, she grumbled, and pressed the back of her head against Berry's jaw displeased. Berry just smiled pleasantly. But that's nice. Was it a school that provided primary education for commoners? I heard there is one in some countries. It's in the Republic of Nurka, a long way south of Gulshan. In the Crescent Army, we send people who can do arithmetic to the logistics department, but I think that even an idiot can understand that level of calculation even if you teach them lightly. If we can put the money and equipment and laws in place, if the commoners as a whole become smarter, I think we will see an increase in national strength in all areas, including commerce. Though it's something that should be seen in units of tens of years. Her cheeks puffed up again. I've always thought it was a waste to spend all that money on vases, paintings, art, and other useless things. I wonder if I should just clean the royal palace of junk this time. Humph, humph, Crescent said discontentedly, and Berry, who crushed, flatten, her cheeks once again told. I don't think we should do anything too extreme, but it's not a problem if you give a reason, such as financial difficulties. If the royal family refrains from extravagance, putting aside the merchants, it will surely attract the attention of the people. On top of that, if you give it to the people, it will be easier to grasp their hearts, right? It would be outrageous if the royal family spent extravagantly even after I became the master. Please stop. She slapped Berry's hands again and swung her legs in a good mood. While stroking the girl's cheek, Berry smiled. She didn't take pleasure in luxuries. She didn't take pleasure in hurting people. Even though there were many problems, she was certainly trying to lead the kingdom in a good direction. Even if she couldn't say whether she was good as an individual, her purpose was legitimate, and like Krische, her desires were purer and more beautiful than anyone else's. That may be the case. It will be. Of course, there will be various problems, so we will have to wait and see, just like Argensama said, but first of all, I will start with the confiscation of private property from corrupt nobles. I've already set my sights on it. Crescent continued happily. If I build up national power like that, Wanisama won't have to do that kind of work either, and at that time, I wonder if I should hire Wanisama with the pretext of becoming my exclusive bodyguard. Fun. Argensama should just stay in the estate and wait impatiently for Wanisama and me to return. Fu. Though I'm sure that when she's not working anymore, Krische-sama will want to cook with me. Moo. Crescent shifted her position on Berry's knees and glared squarely at Berry. Berry smiled. Don't think that things will always go your way, Argensama. At that time, I will already be called Her Majesty the Queen. Yes. However, at the same time as being a vassal of Crescent-sama, I am also a servant of Krische-sama. If Krische-sama wants that, I have no choice but to give up, but if not, Krische-sama will be next to me, and it is the servant's duty to comply with the master's wishes. Implicitly, it was a declaration that she was the number one to Krische. Berry smiled at her. Crescent, who was glaring at her, wrinkled her brow. And I wonder just who is manipulating Wanisama's intention so as to match with their own. It's despicable. I know that most of the reasons why Wanisama is silly is because of Argensama. I always put Krische-sama happiness first. I think she'll have a lot more fun if she's just a little bit silly, so I'm just teaching her that. I have already sworn and come to terms with everything, so I don't care what anyone says. Because I decided to love like that. Crescent frowned. Berry smiled happily and caressed her cheek. If possible, I would like to ask Crescent-sama to be a little more honest about that kind of silly happiness. I don't want to be an idiot. Fu. Crescent-sama is a very stubborn person, isn't she? That might be the biggest difference from Krische-sama. But that part of you is also cute in a different way. Cute is a taboo word. You're making fun of me, aren't you? But it's true, look. Mugu, Crescent's face was pressed against her chest, and Berry held her head and stroked it. Crescent was torn between a sense of happiness and pride, and although she struggled to resist, she was gradually swept away by the comfort and her resistance weakened. You should honestly say that you like being treated like this. So this is how you ensnared Wanisama. Coward. Just wait when my chest gets bigger. Looking at Krische-sama's chest, Crescent-sama also. I will grow up big. Then, even Wanisama will hug me. Fu, is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Crescent was frustrated by the remarks that ignored her, but there was a high possibility that it would end up as Berry said. Without being able to say anything, she was stroked on the head and relaxed. The feeling of being stroked and patted on the head was something that shook one's instincts. She recalled the memory of her being treated like a dog and being humiliated, and her gaze wandered. There was an unnatural pause in the conversation. And it's not like she's sleepy. She was slightly hungry. When she glanced at Berry, she saw Berry narrowing her eyes somewhat amusedly. Sensing that she was thinking about the very actions that worried her, Crescent glared and averted her gaze. I don't know what you are thinking, but I will never let you do what you want today. Making Her Majesty the Queen do as I pleased, what a transgression. She chuckled and pulled out a basket she had in a corner. She knew the sweet apple scent that wafted from it. This must have been what she had prepared this morning. And calling Crescent Her Majesty the Queen in such a deliberate tone was the prelude. Since I am a servant, all I can do is fulfill my master's wishes. Oh, what's wrong? Berry meaningfully caught the fact that Crescent turned her gaze to the basket. Speaking of which, usually at a time like this, to relieve Her Majesty's boredom, I would do something with Her Majesty. No, I don't think I would do such an outrageous thing to Her Majesty. Am I wrong? You. No way. Her Majesty the Queen would imitate a doggy. I think I might have mistaken it for Krische-sama. The Queen is not supposed to like treats. A really deliberate tone. As if inviting, she opened the cloth covering the basket. The sweet smell of apples intensified, tickling her nostrils. Actually, I secretly baked a sweet apple pie this morning as well because of that misunderstanding, but... And so, together with her vain resistance, the princess fell today as well. The group passed through the checkpoint and entered the imperial state. However, they did not visit the residences of the nobles. Although they had sent horses to the important checkpoint, it would not be good for either side for them to visit the residences of the nobles, as the imperial state had not yet decided their policy. The reason was that they might be suspected of asking for political cooperation from the imperial state nobles, and the nobles who received their visit might be suspected of being in collusion with them. Normally, the royal family of a friendly country would have been welcomed as much as possible, but today as well, they were camping in a tent. The winter was near. If you go north, the cold will naturally intensify, and it's hard to say that the cold tent was very comfortable. But, Fufu, are you warm? Woof. Crescent was really comfortable, hugging herself with a blanket and Berry, sipping tea that had become warm due to the excessive use of milk. Shall we take a rest after drinking? We need to move early tomorrow after all. Woof. The Crescent that rubbed up against Berry's body was a dog. She was born a princess. Crescent was truly a sheltered girl. Naturally, she was very sensitive to the cold. Very, very weak. It was natural for royalty to spend time in a warm environment. On a cold day like this, it was only natural that they needed to keep their skin warm to keep their bodies from getting cold. But on days like this, Berry would just look at Crescent cheerfully and say, "Now, come here. It's cold, isn't it?" In short, Crescent could not keep away from the warmth of Berry's body. It was frustrating to be pampered by Berry, but it was cold. Very cold. In less than a quarter of an hour, there were 3 internal meetings in her head, and the council was in turmoil, and finally came to the unanimous conclusion that she needed to keep warm to maintain her health. However, to say something like, "I want you to hug me and make me warm," in front of Berry, who seemed to be fine with the cold, will inevitably lead to further attacks. Surely Crescent, forced to absorb body heat for warmth, would have to repeat her begging request, and the wicked servant would look down at her. And in the end, she would be forced to imitate a dog. What a humiliation. If so, reverse the idea. It would be fine if she just became a dog from the beginning. Crescent's lucid mind was clear even in the cold. Although the meal was interrupted, Crescent had already been forced to imitate a dog today. And she was humiliated enough at that time. There was no reason for Crescent to feel humiliated by being forced to imitate a dog again, since she was already humiliated during the day. Kuan. This was certainly not her intention. It was this servant who was at fault. Her precious sweets were being held hostage and she was forced to imitate a dog against her will, not that Crescent wished to imitate a dog. As expected, Berry compiled, just by rubbing up against her and making a single woof sound. She lured Berry into the blanket, then Berry poured her another cup of tea, held her close, and cuddled her while stroking her head. All Crescent had to do was woof and purr. It can't be helped because she's forced to imitate a dog, whether it's snuggling up to her for comfort or burying her face in Berry's chest and having her head stroked. At this moment, she was a dog. By believing that, The shame was pushed to the back of her mind. Crescent was left to her instincts. Wafu. My, you're quite spoiled today. Fufu, good girl, good girl. Wow. Her head was gently stroked, and her head melted in euphoria. It was the ultimate happiness to be hugged and stroked on the head while drinking sweet tea. It was ridiculous that she had been shivering in the cold until just now. She loosened her cheeks and rubbed her head against hers. It was normal for a dog to do this. She couldn't help it because she was being forced to imitate a dog. It was a despicable coercion, but it was never of her own will. After finishing her tea and setting it down on the simple desk, she looked up at Berry. She adjusted the position of her body and rubbed their cheeks together and whined. If she had a tail, she would be wagging it from side to side. It was an appeal for Berry to take her to bed. Okay. Shall we take a rest then? Woof. Berry was an excellent owner who never misunderstood what her dog wanted. Drowsiness and a warm body. Crescent was entranced and, Your Royal Highness, pardon me for asking this when you're about to rest, but may I have a moment? Crescent jumped up as soon as she heard such a voice from outside the tent. She adjusted her sitting posture and switched to princess mode. Yes, it's fine. Is there something wrong? A messenger from the Imperial State has come. They asked for an audience. Understood. Please wait a little while, I'll be there soon. The voice was clear, but the timing was. Her face was puffed up with irreparable dissatisfaction. Berry smiled wryly and wrapped both of her hands around her cheeks. Phew, a pitiful sound echoed in the tent. Chapter 88, The Kingdom's Princess. Anna Imperial State was a land with a strong belief in the Holy Spirit and was a matriarchal state with a queen as the highest authority from generation to generation. The queen was a priestess of the Holy Spirit, whose main deity is the ancient Fragan Yaganaus. In other words, it was a theocracy. The imperial state had a Miko, shrine maiden, at the top, and the aristocrats below it were officially Shinto priests. The ancient dragon now didn't actively interact with humans, but it's more than convenient that an object of worship certainly existed. This was the reason why the system had been in place since tribal times without any confusion. The authority was guaranteed by the belief in the ancient dragon, and there has been no civil war for hundreds of years. The mystique of the high-ranking priests was firmly maintained, and they were all revered by the populace. I was surprised to hear that the high priest was here. If Her Royal Highness the First Princess of the Kingdom of Alberon is here, then I can't just send anyone to pick her up. White cloth with gold embroidery. He wore a robe made of many layers of it, and a golden kanmuri like a helmet on his head. Inlaid in the center of it was a blue jewel, signifying a high priest, and in his hand was a scepter taller than his height. The third rank from the top of the imperial state, the high priest. Considering that the second rank, the archbishop, plays a supporting role for the Miko in the center of national affairs, he was the highest-ranking person that could come out to meet her like this. The old man looked at Crescent with a soft smile on his wrinkled face. My name is Zanalibia, Her Highness First Princess Crescent. It's been 2 years since then. Was it at the Holy Spirit Festival? I remember, Zanalibia-sama. It's been a while, and I'm glad to see you again. Crescent forgot that she was a dog until just now and turned her pretty princess smile to Zanalibia as she bowed her head. When one becomes a priest, one loses their family name. In such cases, it was fine to call them by their first names. However, why did Lord Zanalibia go all the way here? It seems to me that you have very few companions for it to be my reception. She knew the reason. Crescent raised her eyebrows and put her hands on her hips in dissatisfaction. I understand your position, Zanalibia-sama, but I can't go home until I have an audience with Miko-sama. The imperial state did not want a meeting with Crescent. The kingdom's tops that were in the midst of a civil war. Having contact with one side was inconvenient if the other side ended up winning. If possible, they would want to have Crescent go home as it was. The number of people he brought was 10 escorts. The reason he showed up at night like this was because he didn't want to make things too big. They didn't want to diplomatically refuse a meeting with a princess of an ally. They wanted to say that Crescent had voluntarily cancelled the audience due to her own circumstances. Nevertheless, They had sent a high priestess who could make important decisions related to national politics. This was not a mere diplomatic courtesy. It was to make some kind of decision. In this case, whether or not to bring Crescent to the Miko. Using tears. No, it wouldn't work for this person. The old man's eyes were calm and observant. If the imperial state was a country that's moved by emotion, it would have already joined Crescent. Fufu, that's right. If Miko-sama doesn't want to meet me, I can travel more grandly, visiting every city and giving a speech. Let's show it, not to the Miko-sama, but to the people of this country. Communicate the kingdom's plight and draw attention, until you can't ignore it. Zanalibia furrowed his eyebrows at the words she said with a mischievous smile. The actions Crescent announced were unbecoming behavior for a member of the royal family, but for that reason alone, it would have a great effect. I've been prepared to throw away my pride for a long time. Even now there are still people who risk their lives to fight for me. She looked straight at Zanalibia. She played as a young but intelligent princess. She needed to be the kind of person that made him want to bargain instead of pitying her. I'll be straightforward. What is your purpose? You are not sincerely asking for our help, are you? Zanalibia was unsure of the value of this princess. Among the 4 high priests, Zanalibia was the one who had strong connections to the kingdom. It was no exaggeration to say that he knew the inner workings of the kingdom better than the kingdom's people. The cursed child Crescent. He also knew a lot about her from rumors that were secretly told in the royal palace. The story of a baby who never cried, the cursed child of the royal family, was rather well known in the imperial state. The baby who never cried had been an existence that had brought chaos and development to the kingdom of Albaran since ancient times. They were said to be extraordinary men of exceptional talent, yet devoid of human compassion and ethics, and their reigns were marked by great development and destruction of the kingdom. When Albaran, a great power, split with the Holy Elsren Empire, it was said that the cause was Queen Grabarain and Princess Elslaine, the 2 babies who never cried. After the reign of Grabarain, who had imposed a harsh reign of terror, ended, the royal family treated the babies who never cried as a cursed child. Much more was recorded in the imperial state archives than the kingdom's, which prohibited the recording of that part as a disgrace to the royal family. However, the girl in front of him did not seem to have the abnormality that the records spoke of. As such, only rumors floated around her. Rumors that she was an evil cursed child and that she had been killing everyone around her, including her younger brother Prince, since she was a child. As a matter of fact, since her birth, her surroundings have been filled with unnatural deaths. Which one she was an important question. The choice here could affect the future of the imperial state, depending on the situation. And the imperial state was not monolithic either. Even among them, there were 2 factions, the royal prince faction and the princess faction. This was the reason why the imperial state had been unable to make a move. If done poorly, the empire itself could be split up. Even for the empire, which had long been allied with the kingdom, this civil war had become a very big problem. The kingdom was a shield that blocked aggression from the powerful nations that spread to the south. The presence of the kingdom was very important to the imperial state. It is not good to discuss such an important matter standing around. Please come to my tent. Argan-sama? Yes, I have already made the preparations, Your Highness. High Priest Zanalibia, come this way. As expected, Berry had prepared the tent for the meeting before going outside. Blankets were piled high on the bed, and cookies and pies were on the desk. As expected, it was impossible to invite guests from other countries to a tent that looks like Crescent's house, kennel. Berry quickly cleaned up the area, boiled the water again to serve the tea, and put the tablecloth back on. Mew. Berry led the way without worrying about Crescent's somewhat displeased look. Zanalibia admired Berry's elegant series of gestures, thinking that she must have been born into a good noble family, and thought that he was overthinking Crescent's subtle changes in her expression. At least she didn't seem to match the cursed child, the ruthless ruler described in the history books. Before she knew it, Crescent's relaxing space had become simple and somehow cold, and for a moment, Crescent seemed to be stunned. Berry told her with a glance that she will put it back properly later, and Crescent nodded her head dissatisfied. Watching the quiet exchanges before his eyes, the Zanalibia grew relieved and narrowed his eyes at the glamour of the fragrant tea leaves from the pot. Is this Ram? Yes, High Priest Zanalibia. On a chilly night like this. I thought milk tea would be better than straight after a long trip. Ram had a faint sweetness and richness and was a tea leaf that goes well with milk. Crescent has about 3 types of tea leaves with her, but since she basically only drank milk tea, she usually used this tea leaf when she brewed tea. Thank you for your consideration. Though I look like this, I like black tea more than alcohol. I am very grateful for your kind words. Excuse me. She poured the milk into the Zanalibia's cup, then a tea. Then she drizzled an appropriate amount of honey and stirred it, then turned to Crescent. Although the milk was modest compared to usual, Berry poured in plenty of honey while hiding it with her hands, and Crescent was delighted. However, Zanalibia's sharp eyes cannot be fooled, and he obtained information that was quite meaningless, that Crescent had a sweet tooth. But this little aspect of Crescent's personality also made a favorable impression on him. At least she had a very good relationship with her closest companion, her personal servant, and received her heartfelt service. It was often said that the quality of a servant indicates the dignity of the master. Her calmness regardless of the sudden visit. This servant was perfect as the princess's servant in that respect. But what should really be seen, however, more than the servant's ability, was the relationship with the master. How a servant viewed their master was a clue to getting to know the person. Do they fear their master or make light master? Is there respect or affection? Those feelings can be glimpsed from trivial gestures. The care that the servant showed in this short time, and the feelings between the two. There seemed to be a connection between them that went beyond their position as princess and servant, which was Zanalibia's idea of the ideal relationship between master and servant. Whether she was a cursed child or not, at least Princess Crescent did not put on air toward her closest servants, and usually showed her age-appropriate behavior. Zanalibia was beginning to solidify his opinion of her at this moment, even if he did not realize that the princess was being treated like a dog. Without saying a word, Berry gave Crescent a lap blanket and asked Zanalibia with her gaze. Raised in the imperial state, Zanalibia was accustomed to the cold. Zanalibia raised his hand lightly in response, and Berry lowered her head deeply and stepped back. Opinions are divided even in the imperial state. What should the imperial state do is the question. Zanalibia's words were the result of his observations up to that point. Zanalibia had also let his guard down to the extent that he was willing to open his heart a little. Crescent silently stirred the tea with a spoon, as if examining those words. She was only judging whether the tea was at a drinkable temperature by the heat transmitted from the spoon. The question is whether we will support the royal prince or the princess. If the situation intensifies, the imperial state could also be split in two by your civil war. That's why my audience is not desirable. Zanalibia nodded at Crescent's words. I see. The fact that you are telling me this means that Zanalibia-sama is leaning on my side. Is it correct to think so? I wonder. I am a retainer of the imperial state. I wish for the peace of the imperial state. That's all I'm always thinking about. He sipped his tea, without stating it. I intend to remain neutral on this matter. Looking at the current state of the empire, any move is too dangerous. It all depends on what Her Royal Highness the Princess is thinking. It seems that there are many people in the empire who have leaned towards Uncle. Crescent said, exasperated. Crescent could not move much in the royal palace. She was too young to plot politically, and she didn't have the power to sneak a spy into another country. So she tried to make allies within the royal court, but Guildenstein wasn't so. His spy network was wide and deep, even being hidden inside other countries. On top of that, if you say you're neutral, then I'm going to think that Zanalibia-sama is on my side after all. My wish and Zanalibia-sama's hope aligned after all. What is it? What I want is balance and stillness within the imperial state. As you said, I'm not asking for imperial state help. Zanalibia examined her words, and Crescent smiled and looked thoughtfully at the tea. The tea was at a drinkable temperature. You seem very confident. From what I have been informed, the Crescent seems to be in a very precarious position. Certainly, the loss of Margrave Krystand is a big loss, but in return, we obtained a sharper blade than anything else. Blade? Yes. The one I trust more than anyone else. I know. Crescent smiled wickedly as she traced her soft lips with her fingertips. How about this? How about a bet between Zanalibia-sama and me? A bet, is it? I can see why there are differences of opinion in the kingdom. The priests of the Empire, who value their faith, are probably concerned about my origins. Zanalibia's eyes widened. He had not expected her to mention it herself. In addition to that, there is the current situation where the dragon's jaws have been taken away from. The royal prince faction probably has the upper hand within the imperial state. The current situation is that there are growing calls for the imperial state to join Guildenstein and kill me, and Zanalibia-sama is a moderate who is moving to avoid that. As the old man gazed at her, she already had the air of a monarch. Her sweet voice was full of spirit, and the look in her eyes was that of absolute confidence. There was an inexpressible power in her that would make the other person prostrate as if it was only natural. I am sure it was Miko-sama's intention that you're here, right? Miko-sama also thinks that they should not move now, and she is afraid that me entering the royal capital will break the balance. Haha, it sounds as if you saw it. I can imagine it. Crescent laughed like a little girl. I know a lot about my uncle's notoriety. It's difficult to make a just cause for taking part in it. The people will not be convinced even if you join him and win the war. They will not understand the royal family's situation even if they call me a cursed child. With a chuckle, Crescent looked at Zanalibia straight. The imperial state prioritized profit, not reason, and lent a hand to the infamous Guildenstein. And I am a poor princess dancing atop that palm. Foo-foo. The imperial state is better off staying out of it and riding the eventual winner. It's complicated, isn't it? Crescent sipped her tea, and Zanalibia sighed. Crescent had a clear understanding of the internal affairs of the empire. Considering her age, she has a certain intelligence that cannot be underestimated. Maybe Zanalibia-sama thinks it wouldn't be a bad idea to support me after considering the public sentiment in the future. Can't argue with that. But the only thing that concerns Zanalibia-sama is whether or not it is possible for us to get the dragon's maw back. Right. Zanalibia felt that he was being swallowed by her pace. She was in control of the flow of the conversation. They were the ones with the upper hand, but she had grasped the imperial state and Zanalibia's thoughts. He visited without contact and chose the night before bedtime. Even then Crescent, her words were steady and fluid, as if she had been preparing for them. Zanalibia nodded as he felt drawn in. That's what the bet is about. We'll be staying for a while in a town chosen by Zanalibia-sama. Right, it will be fine if you say that you're having us wait while you prepare to welcome me, isn't it? Furrowing his brow, Zanalibia probes the young princess's intentions. Not just words. Crescent had a bright, beautiful, captivating smile. She had an unbelievable sex appeal for a girl, and she attracted the gaze of others. Zanalibia felt such a presence that might make him nod his head unconsciously, and he tightened his resolve. The dragon's more preliminary battle. The next opponent is probably General Marcellus. The Krystand will not have a tough fight, and he soon announces an overwhelming victory against tens of thousands of opponents. The Krystand has no enemies, so much that Zanalibia-sama will think so. A bet on that outcome? Yeah, if it doesn't turn out the way I expected, I will return to the kingdom quietly. Of course, it will be because of our side circumstance. Even if it was a victory, it would be the same if Zanalibia-sama could not accept it. The one who decides is Zanalibia-sama. How is it? Zanalibia groaned quietly. He must have understood that he had been granted full authority over her audience. She had declared the gamble with the decision would be his to make. It may look like an advantageous offer, but it was not. Since she said this, she must have a plan for certain victory, and if so, nodding to her words would be the same as half acceptance. Nevertheless, he was drawn in. There were no absolutes in warfare. It was hard to believe that this brilliant princess did not know this. She had just suffered a crushing defeat the other day. But then, she declares with absolute confidence that there would be no defeat. Defeat was impossible, she said. In the Imperial army, the royal prince who had the dragon's maw in his hands was seen as having an overwhelming advantage. In fact, even Zanalibia, who was knowledgeable about military affairs, thinks so. From here on, the only way for the princess faction to recover was with the help of the imperial state. But the way she spoke and the confident smile on her face, he couldn't help but feel that she was seeing a victory that was already part of the predetermined course of events. Just because I won, it doesn't mean that I am demanding an unreasonable demand from Zanalibia-sama. Being allowed to have an audience by Zanalibia-sama, and granted an audience with the Miko-sama. From there, it will be the Miko-sama who decides everything, right? Zanalibia found himself engulfed by this young princess. Her sweet voice crawled to his ear and melted. In the kingdom, in Christ, and I know that there are many renowned warriors. Nevertheless, how can you have such a good chance of winning after seeing the recent defeat? The blade, you said. Who is it? I'm sure you've heard the rumors. I'm sure it is the one uncle fears more than anyone else right now. A word that Guildenstein spread in order to justify himself. Her Princess Crescenta was a cursed child, threatening the body of His Majesty the King with her evil desires, leading to his death. And the reason why Crescent joined with the evil Crescenta was Krische Crescent. The young princess didn't respond to Zanalibia's words, and smiled. The news of victory will come soon. Wait for that, is that fine? She said this in a tone of voice that didn't affirm or deny him, and as if it had been decided. And so, after they finished talking for a while, in the tent after Zanalibia left. Woof. Fufu, you were really splendid, Crescenta-sama, you were so cool. Please wait a moment, I'll prepare a warm blanket for you soon. Coon. Crescenta returned to being a dog while having her comfortable space created again. Chapter 89, The Crescent, Chipped, Moon's Cradle. The teachings of Lane's heaven passed down in the Holy Empire. According to their belief, there exists a paradise in heaven created by God, the creator of the world, where perfect human beings, angels, live. They are untainted, beautiful, able to fly freely, and free from hunger and suffering. Although she wasn't fond of their faith, she liked the religious paintings that depicted it. It's almost noon. Angels and their world, created as beauty itself. There was something about them that drew her in, but now she knew something more beautiful than that. She stroked her smooth cheeks and tickled the tip of her nose as she quietly breathed in her sleep. She wriggled, as if itching, and opened her eyes thinly. The purple gem that looked like it was framed by silverwork stayed still as it reflected her. Wafu. She rubbed up against her and kissed her while imitating a dog. Her cherry-colored lips were incomparably soft, and the silver hair that touched her hand was so thin and soft that it tickled and flowed smoothly. Idiot. When she gently pinched her cheek, she hugged her with a gentle smile. Krishe's smile was more beautiful than any angel in any painting. Enfu. Good morning. It's not early, but good morning. The muffled voice tickled her ears, and Celine smiled and kissed back. There will be a meeting soon. Will you be fine? Yes, Krische will sleep again later. When Celine got up, Krische also got up from bed, and when Celine stretched, Krische also stretched, copying her. Don't copy me, Serene laughed, and Krische laughed too. The sun was at its zenith, shining through the tent and telling them that it was daytime. It was already quite lively and noisy outside, but inside the tent, the air was clear and quiet, with only the sound of quiet laughter and the rustling of clothes. Can I have some tea, please? Yes, is something sweet fine? Yes, the same as Krische is fine. Okay. Krische brushed her messy hair a little, put back the loose shoulder straps of her dress, and wrapped a blanket over it like a shawl. Her gesture made her seem like she was a child of a good family, and now Celine looked like the more sloppy one. Her education in the village must have been quite good. Krische had always been particular about her appearance and cleanliness, but spending time with Berry had polished her even more. She poured hot water into the pot and cup, warmed it up, then threw it once. She took care of those little things that Celine wouldn't have cared about. And she seemed to enjoy it, just like Berry. A sight Celine never got tired of seeing. Perhaps she liked watching her make tea even more than drinking tea. Krische poured milk then the tea and put a lot of honey in it. She nodded in satisfaction and invited Serene to the table. To make the tea taste as good as possible. No, it's probably to make her happy even just a little bit. It was that kind of care, that kind of love that Krische learned. It's delicious. I wonder if I've become a sweet tooth while I'm with you. Ahihi. As Celine stroked her head, Krische smiled happily and moved her chair closer and leaned on her shoulder. She's so close to the point where it's hard to drink. She just thought what spoiled child and didn't mind. It. Krische was a bit of an idiot. How are Berry and Crescent doing? I received a message saying that they were allowed to have an audience. Is that so? Celine smiled wryly at Krische's thoughtful face. They'll be fine. Crescent is smart and Berry is with her. They won't do anything reckless. I'm sure they'll be fine. Crescent can be stupid sometimes, so Krische is a little worried. Well, that goes both ways. Celine was exasperated by Krische's older sister-like words and continued. Krische too, you can't sleep during the meeting, okay? Tomorrow you will be able to relax a bit, so be patient. Krische isn't that much of an idiot. Krische puffed up her cheeks, saying that's rude. Ta-sama, Crescent-sama. Crescent was comfortable. Luscious snacks, delicious meals, comfortable carriages. All the elements that make a long journey painful have been removed by Berry. Both meals and snacks were wonderful, and the carriage, which used to cause her a sore buttock, was made into a superbly comfortable space with the finest cushions called Berry and countless blankets. The swaying of the carriage was like a cradle, and her thoughts were already focused and spinning at full speed on how to make the most of this situation. In other words, her intelligence had deteriorated to the point of being inferior. Woo! Crescent shook her body and expressed her dissatisfaction. She replied in a dogger-like voice as if to say, she still wanted to sleep, but the other party was insistent, too. Rubbing her cheek against Berry's chest, Crescent finally opened her eyes with a clear expression of dissatisfaction. What she saw was the rigid, petrified Captain Eren staring at her from the small window of the carriage. Crescent, seeing that, also stiffened like a stone. Why didn't you wake me up? I had a hard time waking Crescent-sama up. Looks like the lock on the small window was loosened by the vibration. I didn't mean to open it, but it opened on its own. The center of the imperial state. Northiana. It was famous as a fortified city built on the back of a cliff. The castle, which was built from the cliff face, functioned as a huge defensive facility and was equipped with countless catapults and numerous mechanical bows. The castle town was also covered with 3 layers of castle walls, and countless waterways run throughout the city. While Albaneria, the royal capital of the kingdom, was called the White City, Northiana was the city of water. It was a city of extreme functional beauty, pursuing practicality as a defensive position. The news of the overwhelming victory over Marcellus' army arrived the other day. The victory of Krischtan's army, which could be said to have taken the whole enemy's army as prisoners. Krisch's victory forced Zanalibia to grant him an audience, and a few days ago Crescent finally resumed his journey. And it was today. The cavalry captain Eren was about to tell Crescent that they would soon be in Northana, but Crescent was sound asleep. She was sleeping peacefully, hugging Berry. Berry tried to wake her up, but in some mischief of fate, Eren tapped on the small window, which opened, and the tragedy happened. Eren, who had not expected to find the princess, whom he looked up to as his lord and master, asleep in the arms of a servant, was indescribably bewildered, but it was not surprising considering Crescent's age. She was a girl who was not yet 13. Her father, His Majesty the King, was killed, and she was driven out of her royal capital. Her responsibility, which was incomparable to that of an ordinary person, was carried on her young shoulders, and she did her part without complaining on the long, harsh journey. She couldn't be blamed for showing servants the affection of a mere girl in a place where no one can see it. Rather, when he thought of her circumstance, it was truly heartbreaking. Eren, who had a deep sense of loyalty toward the royal family from the beginning, now respected her even more, but Crescent was the exact opposite. She was groaning, to herself that she had made such a foolish appearance. The image of a princess that I have created is. It seemed that he was rather moved, but Berry, who was looking at Erin's apologetic face and tear-filled eyes, said so with a wry smile. But Crescent was not convinced. It's all right. Crescent-sama is usually too serious, so it will probably be easier for others to feel closer with Crescent-sama if you show your clumsy side. It's not okay. Rather than a princess, I just looked like an idiot. My, puffing up your cheeks like that. Here, Crescent-sama, say Aya. Mew. It was a cookie made at the estate where they were staying. Crescent was forced to eat it and was physically blocked from speaking. Munch, munch. Crescent couldn't do vulgar things such as opening a mouth while chewing, and all she could do was glare at Berry. After she swallowed it, the next cookie came. Crescent wanted to object, but the enemy was also a formidable one. It was a stance that would not allow Crescent to counterattack at all. Naturally, Crescent had no choice to not eat the cookie she was given. She was truly a dignified royalty as she took the enemy's attack head-on. The time it took for Crescent to calm down after being patted on the head and given a cookie was 4 cookies. It's Argan-sama's fault. Yes, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Berry smiled and said without any guilt. Crescent, who clearly expressed her dissatisfaction, swallowed her anger along with the cookie. As her swollen cheeks were gently caressed and the air expelled, Crescent leaned her head against Berry and sighed, as if she felt it was ridiculous. Northana does not have anything like a royal residence in the capital, so please let me change my clothes here. Even a poor servant can do that much, right? Fufu, leave it to me. What color should we wear? Anything other than blue is fine. Blue is a sacred color in Anna, so avoid blue for decorations and use other colors. You understand, right? Please don't disappoint me anymore. My, the Kanmuri, right? Look, smile. Berry chuckled as she lifted the edge of Crescent's mouth with her finger. I understand. Argan-sama, you're toying with me, right? My, toying with Her Royal Highness, what a blasphemous thing. Fufu, though my intention is to take care to not let Crescent-sama got bored of the long trip. Crescent sighed again as she was once again hugged from behind. That's enough. But be prepared. One day when I get Wani-sama, I'll turn Argan-sama into a dog. Oh my, that sounds scary. Berry took out a comb and lovingly combed Crescent's hair. The hair was just a little disheveled, but it flowed smoothly and without resistance against the comb. Her fine golden hair shone red in the light and was weightless. Touching her hair, Berry thought that they were sisters after all. She was gradually becoming more and more spoiled, just like Krische. The two princesses seemed to overlap, and she looked at her lovingly. I like the crescent moon hair ornament. A crescent, chipped, moon is not a good omen. I don't like the name Crescenta. I like it. The moon's face shows many faces, but now it's the best. Berry answered with a smile. Because it's not perfect, it hopes for more and shines brighter every day. The moon is ever-changing. The crescent moon is a shape that embraces the radiance of the future after all. I'm sure my father named me for a different reason. It's the name of a cursed child. Crescent said absent-mindedly. If something is missing, you can throw it away at any time. A royalty name must always be perfect. There is not one other name left in the history books. Most of them were probably burned away. A trivial word, a trivial meaning. Something she was born with and something she could not have. The girl must have been tormented by these things. Krische, crescent, chipped, moon, what a name. I almost laughed. We are like that wherever we go. Everyone says we are different with something missing, chipped, when referring to us. That's why we want something perfect. Crescent said and leaned her body. She was as light as a bird's feather. The birdcage that Wani-sama thinks of is very beautiful. It's a perfection created by dividing the inside from everything else. That world was filled with no cracks. She's a bit of an idiot, however, we still want the same thing. She reached her hand into the void and grasped it. The way she did so was comical, and the way she wished for what she couldn't get seemed endlessly earnest. I'm going to throw away all the imperfections and make that birdcage together with Wani-sama. It can't be helped, so I will let you in. Fufu, thank you. She gently embraced her body and kissed her head. But, Crescent-sama, what is it? There is no human being who is not lacking, chipped. There are only people who strive to be like that. Even her beloved sister was not perfect. She was just striving and trying to be that way. That is why she looked so beautiful. Crescent-sama, Krische-sama, me and Celine-sama are all imperfect. But I think that's fine. If you think that the way it's missing, chipped, is beautiful, it will look beautiful after all. Krische, Crescenta, Celine, Lazura, and Bogan. Everyone around Berry was a hard worker. That way of being was indescribably beautiful, and it always looked shining brightly to Berry. Just like how I think of Krische-sama, the way Crescenta-sama lacked, chipped, and the way she tries to fill it is admirable, and I think it is lovely and beautiful. I don't think it's necessary or that you need to aim for perfection too much. That's just because you're a weirdo. Fufu, it might be so. But I recently realized that in the end, I have to rely on someone to fill in the parts one can't fill myself, so I would love it if Crescenta-sama would share it. She smiled as she finished combing Crescenta's hair and put away the comb. Don't rush, don't overdo it, take it slow. It seems to me that Crescenta-sama is rushing, so I'm worried. Until Crescenta-sama gets what you want. Until then, when you are tired, you can always rely on me and be pampered. It's like a snack between meals. Crescenta put her hand up and, without looking at Berry, put her hand on Berry's cheek. It was a caressing, confirming touch. Seems like you're a servant who likes to preach. To think that someone like you will be with me forever, my ears are likely to rot from your preaching. I'm sorry. It's my nature. Don't think you can get away with just apologizing. The stupid Wani-sama may be happy with that, but please don't think it will work on me. The hand that hit her cheek was very gentle. Crescenta's ears were slightly red as she stubbornly refused to look at her. Berry quietly smiled. By the time the audience is over, make sure the room is exactly the way I like it. Then, well, I will forgive your rudeness just now. Yes, certainly. I had the worst wake-up experience because of you. I'm going to sleep again until night, so you'll have to prepare properly for that. Yes, Crescenta-sama. As you wish. And so they entered Northiana. It was a chilly but sunny day. Chapter 90, Ensnaring Princess. Well then, Crescenta-sama. Yes. Carved out of a cliff, something that could be called a castle or a temple. Once inside, she parted ways with Berry, accompanied by a few guards, all of whom were noble. It was a structure that was hollowed out of a cliff, but the feet and the middle of the wall, to a height of about 6 shaku, was plastered with pure white wrought rock. The white light from the ever-present magic lamps illuminated the surroundings, while the ceiling and the walls at the ceiling's edge reflected a pale blue light. Mixed in is the brilliance of the magic crystal itself. Originally, this palace was also a mine that produced a lot of high-quality magic crystals, so it was appropriated into its current form. Therefore, one could see the magic crystal exposed here and there on the rock surface. Crystals of magical power flowing through the earth's veins. Magic crystal was said to be like that, and maybe because of that, she felt a lot more floating magic mixed in the atmosphere compared to the kingdom. This was especially true inside the palace. She followed the guards leading the way while wondering if it could be used for something. The Dragon Miko's room, it was the place of the audience. The gatekeeper slowly pushed open the massive door, and what appeared behind was a vast space. The ceiling was hazy as one looked up, and a forest of pillars lined up neatly. The walls glowed dimly with the phosphorescence emitted by the magic crystal, and the soldiers following Crescenta stopped breathing, momentarily lost in this fantastic sight. A path of wrought rock laid out in the center. Behind it was a waterfall of spring water and a magic crystal altar in the shape of a giant dragon. And a woman wearing a pale blue veil. Those who worshipped dragons also had a sense of nature worship and often did not use a chair, only putting a rug underneath. The same goes for her, who is at the top of the country. She did not use a chair, but sat in Caesar, looking at Crescenta. The sound of the flute that welcomed her echoed, but it sounded somewhat quiet and lonely, unlike that of the heroic tune of the kingdoms. The soldiers were listening to it. Crescenta did not care about it, but only moved forward with dignified steps, and thus stood alone in front of her. On both sides that were hidden by the pillars, There were the archbishop and 4 high priests who served as the Miko personal attendant. And an orchestra and dozens of female priests were standing. The row of white figures, only Crescent, in the center, wore a red dress that represented a bright rose. Her golden hair shimmered in that graceful red, and she wore a silver tiara with a crescent moon ornament on the left. Her figure stood out in the space made of white and blue. It's been a long time, Miko-sama. I am more than happy to have the honor of being granted an audience with you like this. She did not bow her head. She stands resolutely, with her dignity, facing her. Crescent acted not as a princess, but as the legitimate heir to the royal family. She could see the priests lined up on her left and right looking at each other, but she didn't care. Whatever the means, she first grabbed their attention and pulled their awareness to her. She would bind those gazes and dominate the place. That was the technique of the royal family to control people's hearts. Yes, it's been a while, Princess Crescent. You've grown a lot since I last saw you. Her face, hidden behind a pale blue veil, smiled. She had long, dark hair and a mole under her eyes. She was not young, but she had a well-developed face, long slit eyes, and a slender height that can be seen even when she was sitting down, which gave her a dignified charm. The pale blue and gold robe she wore was simple and not showy, but the elegance of the robe, which clung to her skin and was a bit transparent, gave her a sense of mystery. At 15, she was the highest-ranking person in the land, and her reign lasted 40 years. She was the Miko. I have heard of the plight of the kingdom. Your father. I was deeply saddened by the death of His Majesty the former king. I have been thinking of what words I should say to you, but in the end, even after reaching this point, there was nothing I can say. She did not have a name. When she became a Miko, her name was lost and she was simply bound to her role. Although she was human, she was not treated as such, and she was the closest to the gods in the imperial state. Despite the mere sound of her voice, the men at Crescent's side felt the pressure, and tension ran through their bodies. Such was the air of those who were born and raised to be rulers. The mere presence of such a being made ordinary people shrivel up and become subservient to them. Thank you very much. Even if it's an unwanted death, I'm sure that His Majesty the King Father will be happy with the feelings of the Miko-sama, in the mixed blood. She was the only equal in the room. It was a standardized exchange, the silly kind of greeting that Crescent detested the most, but it was also a bother that she couldn't ignore. She did not show a shred of her inner feelings and said in a matter-of-fact manner, "That's the reason why I came to this place like this. I think Miko-sama has already heard from Zanalibia-sama to some extent." "Yes, I have heard. That you asked for the help of the imperial state." Crescent smiled and said nothing. A momentary silence spread, and while the Miko had doubt about Crescent who didn't say anything, she continued. "However, the circumstances being what it is. In the case of the recent invasion of the Holy Elsren Empire, in the case of such a war with another country, the imperial state will gladly lend a hand in accordance with the friendship and alliance treaties we have had thus far. I promise you that we will do everything in our power for that purpose. I swore it in the name of the Holy Spirit." Crescent did not open her mouth but waited for her words. The Miko continued, "But this war is an internal affair of your country. We are outsiders, regardless of the legitimacy of either side. Out of respect for your country's history, we have no choice but to refuse to participate in your civil war. Both sides are a nation with independence and autonomy, each with its own politics and beliefs. Interference with that will leave a lasting mark." Sorrowfully and compassionately, the Miko looked at the young princess. "Princess Crescent, personally it's not like I don't feel anything about your current situation. However, I am also one who is in charge of the imperial state. I am not allowed to make decisions based on emotions. I understand that it would be cruel me her to give such an answer to Princess Crescent, who came to see me through a dangerous journey, but even if Crescent appealed to her emotions, she couldn't respond. That's what the Miko implied. If she only considered the information she had heard, the Miko feels that the justification is on her side. In fact, she felt pity for her, but that did not mean that she could take her side. The princess faction had lost its hero, Crescent, and was cornered. It's one thing if the princess faction was the one who had the upper hand, But if the Miko lent her a hand in this situation, and if she's to be defeated, even the stability of the imperial state would be at stake. She couldn't support her. At present, the superiority lay with the royal prince. The Miko, who had spoken in an official stance, looked at Crescent and frowned. Crescent, who had heard her words, smiled. Hearing that made me feel at ease. To ask for help from the imperial state, thus I requested an audience. I guess that's a little inaccurate. Like Miko-sama, I wish for the quiet viewing of the imperial state. The purple eyes narrowed, and her lovely beauty took on a somewhat seductive demonic quality. I'm not here to talk about the Civil War, but about the post-war period, Miko-sama. That is. The surrounding priests looked at each other and showed agitation. Zanalibia slammed his scepter into the ground as the other high priests looked at him to see what's going on. I believe that once this civil war is over, some other country will make a move. That is the reason why I asked for an audience with the Miko-sama regarding the continuation of the alliance and how to deal with it. It's not wrong in the sense that I'm asking for help, but Fufu, it's a bit of a misunderstanding. How troubling, Crescent said with a deliberate face. The cavalry captain Eren and even his men were puzzled by the young princess's words. They also thought that she had come to the imperial state to ask for help in the recent civil war. But I was relieved to hear that Miko-sama would continue to lend your strength to the kingdom. I feel like a burden has been lifted from my shoulders. So you don't need help with the civil war, is what you mean? Yes, Miko-sama. What I'm asking for is help after the war. Smiling without any guilt, Crescent said that calmly, dodged the opponent's expectations and seized the initiative. She read the thoughts and logic of her opponents and left them defenseless. Crescent was always the one who deceived, derailed, and manipulated. Crescent thought only of making all others dance in her palm. One of the ways she did this was by making them speak and remained silent, knowing that they misunderstood her. In exchange for refusing to help in the civil war, the Miko assured her that she would help her in a war against other countries, and she obtained a contract with her. Royalty made no mistakes. And it was the same for the Miko. Once she had spoken out, she could not withdraw it. There's a limit to rudeness, Princess Crescent. Of all things, you dare to scheme Miko-sama. High Priestess Harvis, watch your mouth. This is the hall of the Holy Spirit. The Miko coldly rebuked the high priest who raised his voice, but the dead tree-like high priest didn't stop glaring at Crescent. But Crescent was unmoved. She was not afraid of the intimidation of those of lower ranks. It seems that I made a hasty conclusion on my own from your country's circumstances. How embarrassing. No, it was my clumsiness that caused the misunderstanding. It was a sudden visit, like chasing after a fast horse. It was my fault. I apologize for being rude. Crescent said so with her mouth alone. She didn't believe that crying would work with the Miko. In that case, she just needed to use another means to disturb her opponent. Even if there were some problems with the means, once the kingdom settled down, something like the imperial state would be no trouble. Their national power was different from the beginning, and the imperial state cannot help but rely on the kingdom as a shield due to its location. However, the reason why I asked for an audience is as I said. If the kingdom is exhausted by this civil war and loses the strength to maintain its territory, there is no doubt that the surrounding beasts will soon come to devour it. So, in order to prevent that from happening, I have come to ask Miko-sama to prepare for it. I see. The Miko finally realized the true nature of the poor princess named Crescent. She shouldn't have looked at her looks or age. She should have seen her as a cunning, decades-old leader. Cursed child of Alberon. She was exactly that. She visited a foreign country by herself, stirred up the other person's heart, and still had the courage to keep smiling calmly. At the very least, she was no mere child. She was clearly abnormal. In a few days, we will receive a report that the Dragon's Maw has been conquered. Crescent announced as if it was a matter of fact. The attack on the dragon's jaw was the starting point for all actions. It was the point that Krische and Celine decided to focus on the most, so there was no need to take their time. Failure to do so would mean Christ and defeat. Because of her absolute confidence in herself, Crescent also had absolute trust in her sister. And in less than a month, We will defeat His Majesty the King's enemy, the usurper Guildenstein. At the very least it won't be long. It looks like you have a pretty good chance of winning. The hero of your country Margrave Crescent, we also know his military fame. I heard that Princess Crescent was at a disadvantage without him. Yes. Therefore, even if I ask for help from Miko-sama, I also think that Miko-sama will not be able to make a decision. Crescent clapped her hands and tilted her head. How about this? Even for Miko-sama, it's such an important matter that Miko-sama also can't rush to a conclusion either. I think it's fine even if it's after you see whether my odds of success are true or not. Even if I try my best to speak, there are things we cannot understand without seeing. That's right, honestly. I would like to have time to think. Yeah, that's right. Let's do that. The main problem will be after that. Crescent continued in a good mood. However, it is true that the defense of the kingdom is still a concern. Therefore, if possible, I would like Miko-sama to prepare in advance so that the army can move along with the decision of Miko-sama. In advance. Whether I win or lose, from the point of view of Miko-sama, the stability of the Imperial Kingdom should be prioritized above all else. I think we should proceed with preparations for the dispatch of troops. The Miko narrowed her eyes and examined her proposal. Whether Crescent wins or loses, either way, the kingdom will need reinforcements. And the word along with her decision. It did not mean the end of the civil war. She was saying that when she thinks Crescent could win, she should entrust the army to her. It was in effect complicity in the civil war, only with a change of words. But in name, the army would only serve to fortify the defenses of the exhausted kingdom. There would be no political problems, and they would be able to make the kingdom owe them. The people of the imperial state also had a lot of pity for Princess Crescent, and they considered the army to be for the princess. They will be satisfied that the imperial state had done justice. It was not a bad proposal considering public sentiment, political interests, and the overall aspects. There is a considerable distance to the kingdom from the imperial state. I think it's better to start moving early. The smiling princess's eyes, that inorganic purple color reflected the Miko's eyes. She was not a 12-year-old girl. They were not even those of the same human being. They were eyes with a devilish quality. They looked frightening, yet she did not take her eyes off of them. A leader was driven by practical interests, not by personal feelings. Because of this, the Miko suppressed her emotions and simply answered in her role. I will think about it, Princess Crescent. Please stay here for a while. If there is any inconvenience, please give orders to those around you at any time. Yes. Thank you, Miko-sama. May the ties between our two countries last forever. Yes. Of course, I also hope so. Alberon's cursed child, Crescent. Etching her existence deeply, the Miko nodded at her. When she was shown into the room, Crescent first let the imperial servants out because of Berry's presence. Berry, who had a troubled look on her face, didn't say anything, and when she was alone with her, she changed her dress and asked Crescent, "How was it?" "Don't you think it's rude to ask that question? There's no way I'd make a mistake." "Fufu, that's true. More importantly, Argan-sama, I'm tired." Crescent in a white one-piece dress said, somewhat dissatisfied, and Berry apologized and prepared a chair. And she began to prepare tea, but Crescent didn't sit down in the chair during that time. Berry finally understood her intentions and smiled wryly, then sat down ahead of her master. As if waiting for that, Crescent jumps on top of her. Fufu, good girl, you did your best. Shall we take a rest after drinking sweet tea? My, you don't seem to have a lot of energy today. If it's the doggy Crescent-sama, she would have rubbed up against me in no time. Crescent glared at Berry, who was behind her. Berry, who had an artificially surprised face, said troubledly, "Ah, maybe it's Her Royal Highness who's here right now. What a discourteous thing for me to pet Her Highness. I need to confirm it." Berry took out a cookie and waved it from side to side in front of Crescent. It seems that Her Royal Highness doesn't like it very much, but the doggy Crescent loves sweet honey cookies. I wonder which one it is today. Whoa, woof. With a chuckle, Berry gave her the cookie and gently stroked her head. It seemed that this cute Krische sister named Crescent had a tendency to be unable to be honest no matter what. She needed a pretense that the cookie was being held hostage. Crescent squealed and pressed her face against Berry's chest, her cheeks relaxed, and Berry smiled happily. Then, holding her young body, she poured the tea and looked out the window. The blue sky was reflected in her eyes, and she thought about Krische, who was far away. Chapter 91, Festivities. 2 days after the conquest of the Dragon's Maw, they moved their base to the vicinity of Muscronia in the south, and reorganized the army for a little rest there. The Crescent army, which still had spare strength, quickly finished accepting prisoners, and Selene and the others, which had prepared in advance, had no problems at all. By the morning of the second day, most of the work was done, and with departure scheduled for tomorrow, the soldiers were given half a day off. While there were many people playing in Muscronia, and the market was showing more energy than usual, there were also a fair number of people resting in the military camp. "Okay, I'm ready, General." "Is that so?" "Any time is fine." Some of them were standing in a circle watching the event taking place in the corner. The young general, Selene Crescent, with her elegant golden hair tied back and swaying. In contrast, Callua Bellius, a woman with black hair that swayed like a horse's tail. Both of them were holding wooden swords. Selene wore her usual cross armor and her baggy trousers and gauntlets, while Callua wore only her black-painted gauntlets and leg armor. What was about to begin was a spar between the Black Centuries, its shock corps leader, who has become famous for her achievement, and the general of Crescent herself. Selene, who looked somewhat happy, Krische, who sat in the seat of honor that had been prepared before she knew it, stared at her and loosened her cheeks. Next to her, and was offering tea and sweets, making it a very comfortable seat. Among those gathered around, bets were made on who would win, with many of the younger soldiers and Black Century betting on Callua, and the older soldiers betting on Selene. Those who have known Selene since she was a child know her ability well. Her swordsmanship, which she had practiced with Krische and Bogan on a daily basis, was sophisticated. Your average skilled warrior wouldn't even be her match. Some of the veterans, however, valued real combat experience more and bet on Callua the Black Century, who had racked up countless achievements on the front lines. At present, it was impossible to say which side would win. The bet rate was fairly balanced, with Selene having a slight advantage in terms of name recognition. "Krische-sama, who do you think will win?" Orn asked, intrigued by the betting. "Chem. Selene, I guess." Krische, who was watching from the special seat, was not interested in who would win or lose, and was in a good mood, saying that it was good that Selene seemed to be having fun. However, when asked which one, Krische replied, "Sparring, practice. They're for the purpose of improving one's technique, without getting hurt, and without hurting. Putting aside if it's killing each other seriously, Selene would have the upper hand in this spar." Callua's sword was self-taught. It is a sword technique that excels at killing opponents rather than forms. In martial arts, sports, it has a rough edge. Although the rules were that anything goes, the roughness of the sword is fatal to the match, as they were fighting while trying to avoid injuring their opponents. This was because Selene had put a lot of effort into eliminating waste, and used the swordsmanship and body techniques she had honed. Bogan's specialty, Lorca style. The exact opposite of the Lorca method, which focuses on counterattack. The Zarin style, which specializes in attacking. In addition, having learned the main points of Krische's acrobatic and Selene's sword that freely combined them, was already beyond the ability of ordinary people to discern. Callua would be able to figure it out, but it will be an uphill battle. Even considering Callua's excellent physical ability and sense, Selene was still slightly superior in the current situation. But Krische thinks it will be a good match. It's just right between the unskilled, noob, Seacorps commander. Mia, who was listening next to her, scratched her cheek at the frankness of the remark. Even if she was her older sister, she was still supreme commander, the general. "Krische, I can hear you," Selene said, exasperated, as she held her stance in Lorca style and glared at Krische. It was at that moment that Callua moved. A momentary lapse of guard, a declaration of commencement. The battle has already started. A momentary gap in the midst of a standoff. Callua, who had become just a single warrior, did not miss it. She leaned forward as if she was kicking the earth with all 4 feet. The beast's speed, which eliminates waste, instantly closed the gap that existed between the two. The wooden sword that scrapes the ground was swung like a whip from the lower right, aiming at Celine's armpit. It was a cut-up from a rush, which is Kalua's forte. Swordsmanship is centered on upper and middle stances. This was because the power will be stronger that way, and it will always be a fatal blow to the opponent. Naturally, the opponent also develops a counterattack for it, which was why she prefers to attack from the bottom. Almost no one can handle a sword that is swung from almost directly below. Celine caught it at the edge of her vision, but didn't panic. She did not consider Kalua's surprise attack to be cowardly. It was Celine who intentionally created an opening and invited Kalua. Pivoting her left half body, she pulled her left leg back to dodge the opponent's sword that passed through right in front of her. Exclamation point. It didn't end there. Kalua's wooden sword slashed in front of her, and she slammed it into the air with her own sword. With the added force of inertia, Kalua's wooden sword was raised high above her head, and her stance collapsed. An opportunity, but instead of taking advantage of it, Celine frowned and jumped backward. Kalua's heel passed in front of Celine's eyes as if splitting the wind. Though she lost her balance, she didn't care about it. She used her momentum for a backward roundhouse kick. Hey, that's scary. Kalua, who was supposed to have lost her balance, held up her sword as if nothing had happened and laughed. Good. It was a beastly smile that lifted her cheeks. A natural sense of balance and athleticism. Kalua's wild, self-styled sword is supported by her ingenuity. The physical technique that goes one step beyond the reach of ordinary people was reminiscent of Krische's. The men around them gasped at the sight of this momentary exchange. The battle started in a relatively friendly mood, but when the lid was opened, it turned out to be a serious affair with no gaps for words. The sharpness and skill of the two sword skills, unimaginable from their appearance, left all but one in awe. And honey. Why yes. She had poured tea and milk, but not honey. Anne, who had been absorbed in watching the game with a pot of honey in her hand, hurriedly poured the honey. Mia was amazed at Krische, who seemed completely uninterested in the evenly contested battle. Nevertheless, the two there were serious. Both of them looked at their opponents with serious eyes and calmly considered their next move. What was in Kalua's mind was admiration. The response to the cut-up from a low position, not to receive, but to avoid it easily, and on top of that, Celine launched Kalua's sword. Even though she avoided it, it would be better to describe it as a dodge to finish Kalua off, rather than a dodge to gain distance. This young lady was a similar type of person to herself. She looked defensive, but in reality, she was aggressive. This young general named Celine was definitely the type who liked to forcibly create openings in her opponents and push in. Kalua was glad that she was able to discern it here. Misreading was fatal in this battle. In any case, as Krische said, Celine had the same level of strength as Kalua, and on top of that, her skillful swordsmanship. The one at a disadvantage was probably Kalua. If Celine had taken the blow, Kalua would have been able to follow it up, and if she had avoided it by jumping backward, she would have been able to finish her off with her next move. If she didn't launch the sword, she could be pushed in with a series of attacks. However, Kalua, who had lost her balance there, had no such technique, and that is why she twisted her waist and kicked backward. Even so, she would still receive a painful blow. That was what Kalua thought, but Celine was calm. She gracefully withdrew and the match went back to square one. To handle that surprise attack so easily, she understood that she had been invited to attack from the beginning. Nonetheless, she had approached at a speed that seemed to be enough, and she swung up with her full power. Kalua wondered why she could do so skillfully, but then she remembered that Celine was Krische's older sister. Krische's swordsmanship, which was also based on a lowered stance, was also centered on attacks from the bottom. Her blade swung as if scraping the ground from further below Kalua's. Celine was able to easily respond to this because of her experience with the Krische sword. Celine must have seen and spar more than Kalua did with Krische's sword, which was apt to be called infinite variety, innumerable change. In other words, she would not be surprised by Kalua's sword, which she has learned from Krische. Now, how to attack? Celine squinted at Kahlua, who was thinking that, "It's my turn next." Saying that, Celine lightly stepped in. She stepped forward and lowered her posture, but not with full force. She closed the gap with a relaxed movement, and right before she slid into Kahlua's blade range, she sank her body deeply. The same cut from the below to above as Kahlua's. Kahlua brushed it off as payback for before, and when the sword stopped at the last moment, she twisted her waist. The sword, which seemed to be cut up, changed its trajectory in the middle and changed into a thrust. Kahlua dodged the thrust aimed at her heart. But it didn't end there. Celine didn't stop her momentum and slammed Kahlua's body with her shoulder. Chait. The distance between the two slightly opened. The distance between the two was just enough to swing the sword. Celine swung the blade that was drawn at the same time as slamming the shoulder, and the next thing was a lower left slash. Unable to defend it, Kahlua had no choice but to jump backward. And Celine followed suit. The wooden sword aimed at the neck in a horizontal sweep. If she dodged, she will be hit by a blow from the sword's handle. If she drew her sword, it would strike her in the neck again. Torso, robe, neck, arms, legs. The speed of the sword drove Kahlua backward without allowing her to counterattack. Celine unleashed a countless number of blades as she calmly interspersed feints within her consecutive attacks. The returning blades piled up, leaving countless afterimages in Kahlua's eyes and confusing her. Celine imprisoned her opponent in a cage of swords. By engaging in feints, her sword and posture will have some spare strength, which can be used for the next strategy. Continuously gain a slight advantage, then achieve a decisive victory. Krische, who always avoided Celine's full-body blows. It was a sword that was created to capture her. Celine, who saw Kahlua's blow earlier, realized that she was an opponent that should never be allowed to move freely. She had the physical strength to keep on avoiding without running out of breath, and her dynamic vision. Her movement was without waste. They were equal in ability, a formidable opponent. But once she took the initiative, she knew the limits of Kahlua's push. The opponent was not Krische. That alone was enough to relax Celine's mind. While wielding her blade, Celine constructed the future within her head. Just as Krische would do, she would drag her opponent into her own pace, restricting and guiding his movements with her blade. 3 more slashes. She hunted Kahlua as if enjoying a game board. At that moment Kahlua bent her upper body in sync with Celine's horizontal sweep. The gap was too big. She would not regain her posture from here. That thought only lasted a moment. A shock ran through Celine's chest. Ooh! The blow came from Kahlua's leg. Kahlua, who had turned her upper body, thrust her hands into the ground and used the recoil to release them, blowing away Serene's body with both feet. Kahlua stood up skillfully while kicking Serene away. She did not miss the opportunity. She attacked furiously and swung her wooden sword from the top. It's my wee, but it was Serene's wooden sword that was thrown in front of her. Her body with the momentum. Naturally Kahlua had no choice but to parry it, and it was a fatal opening. Grabbing Kahlua's arm, Celine pulled her over her shoulder and slammed her to the ground. She then sealed her right arm, which held the sword, with her knee. Kahlua put her left hand on the back of her head, giving up and relaxed her strength. That hurts. Phew, guess it's my win for the time being. Although Kahlua could have fought from that position, of course, this was only a training, a mere spar. It was not intended to be a violent life-and-death fight against each other. It's my loss, General. That's so, thank you. Serene smiled as she pulled Kahlua's body up. If you look at the situational advantage, Celine won, but you could also see Kahlua's physical ability. The game was not clear even from this situation, but as far as the victory or defeat of the game is concerned, it is enough if both parties are satisfied with the result. The two shook hands amidst the cheers from the soldiers who were watching the match. It was a good distraction for Celine as she had a lot of clerical work recently. She didn't have many opponents of equal skill, and she didn't have many opportunities to fight, so she genuinely enjoyed the opportunity given to her by Krische. Besides, the soldiers would also be happy to have a little entertainment like this. As far as Serene was concerned, she didn't really care if she won or lost as long as she didn't suffer a miserable defeat. but regardless felt good to win on a spar like this. Good skill. If this was a real sword on the battlefield, I might have died. I'm already out of breath. I am most honored by your words. I had heard about it from the USACH Corps Commander, but it truly had a great fight. I'm really glad that the general personally sparred with me. It was a great distraction for me too. I haven't played sparring for a while, so I feel refreshed. I hope you will continue to take care of Krische, Kalua. Yes, Kalua saluted, and Celine bowed in reply. Amidst the applause and whistling, the two went toward where Krische was. Krische, who had been watching them while eating a cookie, looked at Celine and sighed. Celine is a bit out of shape. Being out of breath just from something like this. If you don't exercise a little more, you'll get fat, you know. Shut up, I don't have much time for that. Squish, Celine pinched Krische's cheeks and smiled. Krische brought the cookie to Celine's mouth, somewhat happily. It's delicious. And, can you make tea for me too? Ah, yes, straight? Yes. Celine sat down on a chair that had been prepared by some soldier before anyone knew it. The soldiers around them were excited, and one of them stood in the center and called for a match, and someone else went to the center in response. Celine gazed happily at the soldiers who were having fun, and Krische looked up at Kalua with satisfaction on her face. Krische would have originally punished Kalua for losing despite being Krische's direct subordinate. But Krische's going to make a special exception for today. Ooh, as expected of Usagi-chan. Celine is happy, so Krische will give a cookie as a reward. Yes. Kalua took the given cookie with her mouth. Geez. Mia reproached her rude behavior with her eyes, but did not say anything. Kalua jumped over the crowd, randomly brought out 2 chairs, and she nonchalantly sat next to Krische and invited Mia. For the time record, this was a special seat made for the Corps Commander and the General going by the atmosphere. Mia was reluctant, but she ended up being forced to sit next to her, as usual. What was just a match between Celine and Kalua turned into a festive occasion. A tournament was held with participants, and some even brought chairs and desks to sit around Krische and the others. Merchants who had taken advantage of the opportunity to visit the encampment began selling food and liquor, and before long, Krische and the others had piles of liquor and snacks on their desks. As evening approached, some of the soldiers returning from the market joined in, and in the second tournament that began in the evening, Kolkis, the second Corps Commander, who had heard the commotion, joined in. After defeating Kalua, the favorite to win the tournament, he won the right to challenge Krische, who had somehow become the prize. With Celine's instructions to read the atmosphere of the place, Krische didn't attack and continued to dodge the sword swung by Kolkis' strong arm for more than half a koku. As a result, the battle was settled by Kolkis' declaration of defeat, but Krische, who was in a tipsy mood, gave Kolkis a sermon that lasted half a koku, telling him that this was not good and that this was not good, and then gave a demonstration. From there, it was a solo performance by the dancer Krische. This is also the case with Corps Commander Agrand, but everyone uses too much power on their bodies. You need to bend your body, whip, yes, like a whip. White shirt and black skirt. Her white thighs peeked out from her skirt from time to time as she fluttered and danced. Her shirt, slightly wet with sweat, showed a thin layer of skin in the bonfire and heat. The audience was at its peak of excitement as Krische danced and wielded her sword as if she were dancing as usual. If it was the usual, Celine would have naturally stopped it when she saw it, but Mia and Anne's useless care continued to pour liquor for her and she was already crushed. Kalua, who was also drunk, was swallowed by the surrounding heat. One more time, one more time. The call for the dancers never ceases. Krische, who was supposed to be teaching swordsmanship, was also in a good mood because of the enthusiasm of the soldiers. Puffing out her chest, she said, "This is like this," while explaining to the soldiers around her in a big sister-like tone, as she smiled. She danced on and on until Terius Melchikos, the third Corps Commander, who was looking for Celine for some errand, showed up. Their night, filled with the excitement of victory, went on. Chapter 92, Good Girl Krische. The next day was a rare morning where Krische was the one who woke up the hungover Celine. Krische's army and Veraich's army formed a column and headed south. They made a temporary base at Kielzaren, from where the two armies would move. Selene remained in Muscronia, leading the corps under her command to stabilize the rear. Depending on the opponent's move, she would move to support Krische and the other, or acted as the rearguard, but either way she would temporarily leave Krische and the other and stay behind. Krische and Nozen went to the capital. The battle would be the final battle in the Civil War, was how they would move, but it was a while before that. So, what do you want, Bald Eagle? Krische should have already ordered Bald Eagle to be sent to the rear right. This operation. I've come to ask Krische-sama to allow me to accompany Krische-sama. In the tent were Krische, Selene, and Anne. Mia and Kalua's first squad joined by Corinth and Taggle. And Berza's 17th squad, which was taking care of Dagra. And in front of Krische, who had her arms crossed and a grumpy face, was the Black Centurion. Dagra, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. Berza, Krische should have entrusted you with the Bald Eagle. Krische ordered so. If that order has not been carried out, this constitutes a violation of order. Please wait. I'm the one who ordered him, Krische-sama as his superior. I ordered Berza to bring me here. Krische has no intention of retracting that order. Usually, unless another order is given or an urgent problem arises, it is Krische's order, the superior, that takes precedence. Krische's sure the squad leader should have been well trained about this. Be quiet, Bald Eagle, Krische said as she glared at Berza. Berza, who did not feel alive because of Krische's glare, swallowed his spit and looked at Krische without looking away. Yes, I certainly understand the orders and am aware of the basic principles. However, I judged that Captain Dagra was in a condition to command combat, and on that basis, I considered sending him to the rear to be unjustified by my judgment, and I sent Commander Dagra here to seek a new judgment. That judgment and responsibility belong to me, as the leader of the 17th group. Berza, the slender young man, made an effort not to let his voice tremble as he saluted. After persuading Dagra, who wanted to visit Krische first, Berza and the others visited the Black Century before visiting Krische and asked for their cooperation. There, together they held a light Krische persuasion reasoning meeting where they came up with a plan to deal with multiple situations, ignoring Dagra, who insisted that they speak their minds and be honest. They came to the conclusion that it was not a good idea to appeal emotionally to Krische for understanding. They all knew that Krische was a sweet, young girl by nature, but they also knew that she was very concerned about the rules of the military organization. They knew this was going to happen, so they had to answer her with a very ambiguous answer that can't be said to have violated her orders. There were many rules in the military, but not all of them were clearly defined and there were many vague parts. Due to the change in the given situation, they sought a new judgment and brought Dagra to Krische. With this kind of argument, they didn't need to fear Krische getting angry. Krische's order was to send the injured Dagra to the rear because he was deemed unable to continue fighting. However, what a surprise, he recovered quickly, and if he is recovering so well, it can be assumed that the judgment that he was incapable of continuing the battle which acted as the premise of the order was a mistake, and that a new judgment should be sought. Berza's indescribable excuse that this should be reassessed was one that Krische had the most trouble with. Although Krische adhered to rules that were clearly defined and was strict about them, she often became frozen when it came to judgments that were neither good nor bad. Kalua, for example, often took advantage of this and slipped away from the brunt of Krische's anger. If that was the case, then, they were sweating badly because of the tension, but at least they seemed to have guessed the correct answer. Krische sat down on her desk examining his words, putting her hand on the chin and swoosh swaying her legs. It was ill-mannered to do so, but it was a habit she sometimes exhibited when she was concentrating on something. In that case, she no longer paid attention to the gazes around her. The way her legs swayed swoosh and her lips pouted in dissatisfaction was like that of a child. Mia looked at her troubled, while Kalua and Selene stared at Krische exasperated. Bald Eagle, your stomach. Yes. Please show it. Yes, Dagra stood up and turned up his shirt, pointing to the area of the scar. The bandages wrapped around his well-trained abdominal muscles was lead and brand new. Krische furrowed her brows. The curved sword that was pulled out accurately tore only the bandage with its cutting edge. Everyone's reaction was delayed for a moment, and only Kalua exclaimed, oh, as if impressed. The bandages drooped, and the wound on the side where it had been sewn was visible. A wound that couldn't be said to have fully healed yet. Krische pouted her lips displeased. It was such a deep stab wound. It would take at least a month for the wound to heal completely. It hadn't even been a week yet. She thought that perhaps the treatment had gone quite well, but the way it looked, it was hard to believe that he was completely healed. Krische had only applied pressure and tourniquets to the internal wounds. Is this in a state where you can command battles? Berza. And no. It's, Krische-sama. Dagra raised his voice and kneeled again. I certainly can't say I'm completely healed. There are still some pains. But I assure you that I am ready to pick up my sword and fight, and it is not affecting my ability to command. That's not the point. The next battle will decide the fate of the kingdom. If that's the case, something like this, if I couldn't even support Krische-sama by her side in such an important battle, and is only resting leisurely on my bed, I will regret it for the rest of my life. If Krische-sama can't trust me, I don't care if it's just as a soldier or a mere squire. I beg you, please allow me to accompany you. Hearing those words, Krische groaned you, and swoosh swayed her legs, as she thinks. Anne, who was watching it, was moved by what seemed to be some kind of heroic tale, and watched over it, while Celine watched quietly without saying anything. As her older sister, she was more than happy that Dagra had pledged his loyalty to Krische, and also knew that, in truth, was not really angry. When Krische brooded with this ill-mannered behavior, there was more frustration than anger, and it was usually when something was troubling her. And if she looked at this situation, she could understand why. Krische was endlessly kind to those who showed goodwill to her. On top of that, it's what Krische should judge herself. If that's the case, there's no need for her to intervene. Mia and Kalua were generally the same as Celine. They know that Dagra is Krische's favorite, and although it was true that their behavior was close to violating orders, they did not believe that she would treat Dagra cruelly. Mia looked at Krische, wondering what she would do as she looked at Dagra with concern, and Kalua looked at Krische's troubled face with a wry smile. After a moment of contemplation, Krische looked at Dagra's wound and answered him. No. But, please, we beg of you, Krische-sama. Please allow the commander to accompany us. Corinth and Taggle, the two captains, stood side by side with Dagra, kneeling and bowing their heads, and Berza and the others who were behind them followed suit. Krische groaned again, then sighed and said, well. First of all, it's not a matter of whether Krische can trust Dagra or not. She pointed her finger at Dagra. Bald Eagle is Krische's excellent centurion. That's why Krische needs Bald Eagle to continue to work under Bald Eagle as he has and have him do his best under Krische for a long time. Let's see, yes, such a long time, until Bald Eagle get old and couldn't even hold a sword anymore. Krische got off the desk, crouched down, and put her hand on Dagra's head. Surprised, Dagra raised his head and looked at Krische. After the civil war, the kingdom will become unstable. There may be many battles instead of just one. During all that, Bald Eagle has to fight under Krische. Krische will order the healthy Bald Eagle to do this or that, and Krische wants Bald Eagle to do his best at that time. Krische-sama. But after participating in the next battle, Bald Eagle's wounds got worse and ended up dying. Then not only will Krische lose Bald Eagle, Krische would also have to raise Mia, that the Bald Eagle has raised half-heartedly. This is an inexcusable dereliction of duty. Mia groaned with an indescribable expression, and Kalua laughed happily, and looked at Mia, who felt a mysterious sympathy from yesterday's festivities, and she felt like she had made a comrade. In some cases, soldiers need to die on the orders of their superiors, but Bald Eagle is Krische's direct subordinate, so the only time Bald Eagle can force himself and die is only when Krische ordered Bald Eagle to die. She said this with a serious face and pointed her fingertips at Dagra. Until then, it's Bald Eagle's duty to take care of your health and live a long life that needs to be followed. It's an order, okay? Krische's words. Seeing her said that, Dagra lost his words and put his face down and his hands on his face to hide something that was rising in his eyes from those purple eyes. Do you understand? Dagra did not answer. He could not answer. For a moment he was silent, then slowly opened his mouth. Yes, Until this body rots away on the battlefield. Until then, I will be by Krische-sama's side. I swear by this name. Without looking up, without getting up. Showing a salute with his hand on his heart, Dagra answers. Krische's cheeks puffed up saying, "Didn't you hear what Krische said? Like Krische said, don't just rot away on your own. If Bald Eagle turns into a wimpy old man and becomes useless, then Krische will drive Bald Eagle out of the army, so please wait until then if you want to die. Skeleton is already nearly 100 years old and is still active, so even Bald Eagle should at least try that hard too. Yes, I'll etch it deep in my mind." Celine smiled approvingly at Krische's words and quietly sipped her tea. The people around her were delighted to see the meaning of her words, and Anne was moved to tears just by watching the beautiful scene of their master-servant relationship. She was supposed to be the only one who was a complete outsider, but perhaps she was overwhelmed with emotion, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief. "Ehehe, Usagi-chan is a good girl." Ah. Kaluuya hugged her and stroked Krische's head. Puzzled, somewhat annoyed, but a little pleased, Krische glared at Kaluuya. Celine, who had been quietly drinking tea, froze for a moment and stared at the two of them. She had noticed from yesterday's festivities that Kaluuya cares a lot about Krische, and Krische seems to be quite attached to Kaluuya. Seeing how she can do things like say "Aya" to Krische with a calm and composed attitude, she guessed Kaluuya was a pushy type who didn't care what other people think. According to Krische, she even slept together with her and an adjutant named Mia while Celine was not with her. Following Berry, who had been liberated from her restraint, a suspicious presence appeared out of Celine's sight. Celine was somewhat restless. If she had praised her first, no, Celine's position would not have allowed it. Fu. Wani-san too is glad that she's Usagi-chan's subordinate. Is that so? Krische nuzzled her head, her cheeks loosened and happy. Whatever the case, Krische was supposed to be the superior officer, but Kaluuya didn't seem to mind it. Celine was feeling fuzzy. She wondered if she should say something. If she criticized Kaluuya's attitude toward her superior, she would end up denying Krische, who had worked hard to build a good relationship with even though she was not very good at socializing. Krische was fine like this. But, Celine, who was looking at the two of them and searching for words, looked at Dagra, who was still on his knees, and finally called out. Krische, it's pitiful for Dagra and the others to stay like this all the time. Oh, right. You can raise your head. She pulled away from Kaluuya and patted Dagra on the shoulder, signaling him to get up. There were already no tears on his face, and he had a bright smile on his face. Yes, Dagra, please take a seat. Before the meeting, Krische would like you to know what Corps Commander Farron and Corps Commander Varkas think. Bald Eagle has a general idea of the situation, right? Understood. Krische too, here. Yes. Trot. Krische strode over and sat down next to Serene, pulling her chair closer to her, putting their shoulders closer. Celine breathed a sigh of relief. Kaluuya, who tilted her head at Celine's strange appearance, made eye contact with Celine, who also saw Kaluuya. However, Celine quickly averted her eyes, feeling awkward. Kaluuya clapped her hands as if she just understood something. Then she smiled wryly and returned to her position and smiled as she looked at the general's youthful profile from the side. In the large tent built in the center, the main princess faction general, corps commanders, and battalion commanders gathered. Celine Christ and sat at the top of the rectangular table. Krische and other Christ and Army Corps commanders were lined up on her left, and Nozen Vereich and his Corps commanders were lined up on the other side. Garen folded his arms behind Serene, satisfied with the powerful eyes of the Corps commanders. 2 battalion commanders from each corps were selected and allowed to be present, and they lined up at the entrance to the tent. As usual, the Blacks' first squad and Anne were preparing black soybean tea, etc. for all of them, but as expected, there weren't enough people, so Celine sent around 5 attentive soldiers to help. Behind Celine was a map with an overview of the kingdom, and on the desk, a central map depicting the surroundings of the royal capital was spread out, and several small pieces were placed on it. As I have just said, we had a meeting with General Vereich in advance and decided on a certain policy. Corps Commander Varkas, Corps Commander Farron, are there any problems? Nothing from me. In general, it's fine. General Vereich is responsible for the sword, and Selene Sama is responsible for the shield. There is no question about that policy. The two nodded, but Eluga continued. However, wouldn't it be better to have the number of soldiers a little more even? Selene Sama has 25,000, and General Vereich has 37,000, including Krische Sama. However, I have heard reports that His Highness is preparing 70,000 soldiers, or even more, depending on the situation. The mishmash rabble, putting aside its proficiency, the advantage in numbers is great. Serene acted from the southern part of Kizaran to block the enemy's detour, while Nozen moved further south with Krische, aiming for the royal capital as the main offensive. Considering the abilities of Nozen Vereich and Krische Krishtand, it was certain that they would be able to defeat the enemy in a head-on confrontation. It was because they thought that. However, no matter how capable the generals were, their numerical inferiority couldn't give them an advantage. If Guildenstein came to clashing to them with all his strength, the Vereich army would have to fight an opponent that doubled his number alone, and even if Selene were run hurriedly, it would take 2 days to arrive. In short, he would have to hold out for 2 days in that condition. There were certainly means to win against an enemy with superior forces. Heroic tales depict innumerable figures of heroes defeating multiple enemies, but in reality it is not an easy task, and the basic principle in battle was to secure numerical superiority over the enemy. Equipment, proficiency, and such things can be a means of overcoming a slight difference in numbers, but unless there was a significant difference in power, they will never be a means of overcoming an enemy who doubles their own. And Guildenstein was not incompetent, but a great general who defeated the hero Bogan Christand and made a great contribution to the expansion of the eastern part of the country. It was the height of folly to expect incompetence from the enemy and to challenge an enemy who was twice their size. The reason for this was that the area around the royal capital was a plain, and there was little terrain that could be used for the scheme. I think it would be better to have another corps commander in addition to Krische Sama, to be directed towards General Vereich. By no means do I doubt General Vereich's ability, but, yeah, I understand. I can understand the concerns of Corps Commander Farron. It's true that if the entire army comes here, it will be a big problem, but... Skeleton, it's Krische's suggestion. A young girl's sweet voice resounded in the tent. Eluga looked at Krische. A decisive battle with a head-on confrontation, certainly. There would be various problems if His Highness was to choose that, but Krische wouldn't let His Highness choose that. Now, why is that? It's not a tactical problem, but... Krische met His Highness once in the Dragon's Maw. Krische killed some guards, but Krische embarrassedly relayed her conversation with Guildenstein on the cliff. As a result, Krische fell for His Highness' words and let him go. That's why Krische decided to definitely kill him the next time Krische saw him. If he appeared in front of Krische, it would be easy, and if you create such a situation, Krische will surely kill His Highness. A cold voice echoed and filled the quiet tent. After coming this far, no one could argue that her words were conceited. For everyone knows she was that kind of being. Even if there were those who doubted it, seeing that Nozen, Kolkis, and Gran Meld, the 3 men who were famous for their martial prowess, had no doubts about her words, there was no one who would dare to intervene. Krische doesn't think that His Royal Highness, who once fled without fighting Krische, would want to fight Krische head-on. He doesn't look like the kind of person who would challenge a battle he doesn't have a chance of winning. That's why, if you think about it normally, Krische thought that His Highness would be aiming for Selene Sama. However, if Krische goes to Selene's side, there is a high possibility that he will challenge General Vereich to a decisive battle with all his might. On the other hand, if we go in a decisive battle stance from the beginning, there is a high possibility that the rear will be threatened. In terms of logistics, His Highness, who can connect the logistics from the royal capital on the side, has an overwhelming advantage. Krische traced her finger across her lips as if troubled. Of course, the basis is Krische's imagination. Krische is not very good at thinking about such things, so Krische can't be sure, but Krische felt that this was fine. Actually, it would be nice to let the skeleton take all possible measures, but if Guildenstein split his army, they wouldn't be able to cooperate. There was also a proposal to leave Krische, Selene, and Kolkis behind and attack with a small number of soldiers, but if the same or slightly larger numbers were directed against them and a thorough delaying battle was conducted, the Vereich-side conclusion would be doubtful. On the other hand, even if the forces were concentrated on Selene's side, it would be difficult to challenge the overwhelmingly superior enemy with around 15,000 without receiving support from the Vereich army. Guildenstein was a man of extraordinary valor, and now that he has taken control of King's Landing, he had a good quality of commanders. When she met the enemy, she was sure to kill them, no matter what kind of heroes they were. Although she was a mere individual, Krische Blade, which unilaterally hunts down the heads of enemy generals, was very important at this strategic meeting. In order to tilt the 50-50 battle that the Vereich side was forced to challenge to victory, it was an essential element for Krische to be on that side. Possessors of magical power beyond a certain realm, to confront a monster, you need a monster to match it. Although Nozen, Granmeld, and Vereich forces all had the ability to deal with Guildenstein, it was a 50-50 bet that they would be able to achieve a sure victory over him. There was some debate as to where Krische should be placed, but it was decided that Selene's army should be thickened and Krische to accompany Vereich's army. I see. I understand. Krische wants Skeleton to properly support Selene at Selene's place. If Skeleton is there, Krische can rest assured. Ha. This is a serious responsibility. Certainly. Elieger laughed with a cheerful, very wicked smile and Krische accepted it with a smile too. The naming Skeleton that would be more apt to be called abuse. Mysterious relationship of trust. Everyone was puzzled by Elieger's wicked smile, known as the misanthropic, ruthless, and terrifying corps commander, and the implications of that smile. However, no one could ask him about it at a serious meeting. Even though everyone was concerned about the name, they only looked at each other in silence. Since the other day, the name Skeleton has been coming out of Krische's mouth, and the same applies for General Nozen too, who is intellectual and serious and was currently fixing his eyes on the map. Every time the word Skeleton came out of Krische's mouth, his body twitched secretly. It was something that bothered him, but there was no way he could ask what Skeleton meant in front of Elieger, who was once his superior and mentor. On top of that, it's ridiculous for a general to be so intrigued by a single name like that he can't resist asking. It will affect his honor. The pride inside Nozen would not allow it. But even our enemies have their own famous heroes. It's very exciting. His Royal Highness is so too, but I have also heard that at the time of the attack, the stalwart Nakalu Faliza and Walter Zagan, the heir of Elmazane, were also at his side. Don't get hung up on competing too much, Granmeld. What we seek is victory, Nozen said, reprimanding the gleeful Granmeld, and Krische tilted her head at the familiar name. Chem. Zagan. Sounds familiar. He is the legitimate heir to the Zarin style of swordsmanship. He is renowned as one of the best swordsmen in the kingdom. Perhaps he might have been by His Highness' side when Krishsama confronted His Royal Highness. Hearing Granmeld's words, she nodded and clapped her hands. The uncle who was on the side of His Highness was also called by that name. He was in the way, so Krische killed him but... Is that so? Krische ended up stealing Woof Woof's fun. Everyone froze at Krische, who said troublingly, along with the Lorca style, there are many soldiers who learn the Zarin style. They were perplexed by the death of the master, the legitimate successor, who was killed so easily, and so was the name given to Granmeld. In an instant, the air was frozen. Krische. Woof Woof is? Serene asked, even as she thought no way. Krische answered happily. It's a nickname that Krische thought up for Corps Commander Varkas. Ahahi, his smiling face looked just like a dog, so Krische named him Woof Woof. It was a child's idea, was at the level of an insult. However, Krische was in a good mood, as she put her hands on her cheeks and a reddish blush on her face. As usual, she, alone, didn't notice the frozen air, and seemed to be enjoying herself. However, everyone knew the man named Granmeld. He was originally a ruffian and a thief, and it was said that no one had lived after mocking him. And she called him Woof Woof. They were all looking at Granmeld in astonishment. Commander Varkas, if you don't like it, you can honestly say no, okay? This child is stupid, so she doesn't really understand. Krische is no stew. Celine ignored Krische, who puffed up her cheeks. No. Well, I can't complain if someone like Krische named me that. The voice sounded as if it was trying to seal everything in its heart. She was stronger than him, and it was without any malice. Rather, it was pure goodwill. Her despairing naming sense was unbearable, but even Granmeld hesitated to throw cold water on the cheerful Krische. Only when it comes to Krische. He gave a piercing glare to those around him, and those who were watching him looked away. Aruga is the only one who smiles, smiling and nodding with a face like those of a skeleton permeated in evil. What, Corporal Verkus? You'll get used to it soon enough. Haha, when you're the one who says it, it sure is heavy. Galen, who was watching with a wry smile, nodded once and said nostalgically, My, the man who was called a mad dog has become softer than he used to be. I think it's a good thing, but I had intended to choose carefully who I was biting since a long time ago though. Haha, I guess so. Anyway, she's this kind of girl. Treat her well. With a smile on his wrinkled face, she stroked Krish's head. Ojasama, he nodded to Krische, who seemed happy, and said that. Then he clapped his hands. We've digressed from the topic. The board movement is fine, but we have to work on the details. Isn't that right, General? Why yeah, that's right. Then picking up from where we left off. And so the meeting proceeded smoothly, albeit with some problems. Skeleton, the name that he had been secretly curious about. Nozen, who found out how it was born, seemed to have been convinced and satisfied in his heart. Chapter 93, Act of Compensation. Then Bald Eagle, rest and heal well until Krische summon you again. The next morning, in front of the carriage headed for Burgash Fortress, Krische, her century, and Bagil, the 1st Battalion commander, who was on good terms with Dagura, stood to see him off. Until then, Bald Eagle should stay at home and stay still. Let's see, Bald Eagle shouldn't train for about 3 weeks. Yes, I'll rest well, Krische. It's been a long time since I've seen my family's faces. I'm sure I'll be better very soon. Dagra saluted with a cheerful smile and looked at Mia. Mia. Why yes, sir. You're stubborn, rough, and sloppy. You talk back to me when I give you orders, and you are late in the morning even though you are the adjutant. Frankly, as military personnel, you're not even worth being evaluated. A.E. The sudden words made her chestnut hair shake, and Mia froze as if in shock. Those around them couldn't help but laugh. But Dagra gives a rare, for him, soft smile and continued. Not that you don't have many problems like that, but, nevertheless, I appreciate your talent more than anyone else. And that innate cheerfulness and atmosphere you possess are now indispensable in this squad, if not in other squads. I also have high hopes that you will eventually surpass me as a commander. Why yes. Even though I'm not good at this kind of atmosphere, Mia muttered mutteringly, and Dagra slapped her head exasperated. That's what's wrong with you, you idiot. You talk too much about what you think. Ah, yes. But Dagra laughed and put his hand on her shoulder. Well, whatever. I'll leave the squad to you. I thought I could trust you because you're you. Will you do it? Yes, Commander. Mia also responded with a soft smile. She had the smile of a village girl who didn't look like a soldier. Corinth, Taggle. Whatever the case, it is certain that she is inexperienced. Please support her well. Yes, sir. They saluted in unison. In contrast to Mia, it was a respectful salute like that of a soldier. Kalua, you take care of the unreliable Mia. Roger, Commander. You would be a great soldier if it weren't for your antics. Exasperated, Dagra held his eyebrows and smiled wryly. No. For a unit under the direct control of Krische. Maybe it's just as well that we have a few oddballs here and there. Krische, oblivious that she was being referred to in a roundabout way as an oddball, tilted her head and the soldiers laughed again. I leave it to you guys. Well then. With that, he turned away, walked toward the carriage, and stopped. Then he looked up at the sky for a moment, looked back, and said, Krische, may the god of Valor Coreus guide you. Even if I can't accompany you, I sincerely wish you good luck in battle. Bald Eagle doesn't have to do that, Please worry about yourselves and pray to the doctors, geez. Dagra laughed as he saluted, and Krische, with her hands on her exasperated, continued. Then see you soon, bald eagle. Yes. Dagra got into the carriage, and the carriage departed, whereupon Krische announced dismissed. From here, the next stop was Kielzaren. The things left undone was there. Kalua hugged Krische and patted her on the head. Krische puckered her lips happy but displeased. Geez, Krische's hair will become a mess. Commander Bald Eagle, no longer here. Krische lonely? Kalua. Seriously, as soon as the commander is gone, you call him like that? Krische thought a little about those words and answered with a troubled face. It might be a little lonely. I see. Fufuf, shall Wani-san comfort you? But, Pchem. Krische smiled happily. Bald Eagle is lively, Krische relieved. That might make Krische happier. The little girl smiled embarrassedly, like a blooming flower. Kalua, who was watching from up close, lost her words and pressed her to her chest. Mugu. Ooh, ah, what an admirable maiden you are. Wani-san worried that bad bugs will stick to you, geez. I feel like Kalua is the bad bug though. Mia said exasperated and smiled at the crushed Krische. The others did the same, letting out their laugh. In the midst of all this, the red sunrise light continued to shine brightly on them. She was a cute little sister. The other younger sisters were cute too, but she disliked their nagging, so she thought Elvina, who adored her calling her One-san, was even more so. She followed Kalua everywhere she went, imitating everything Kalua did and sticking close to Kalua all day long. Good-mannered, obedient, and a hard worker. She was the kind of child who was loved by everyone in the village. She was happy that she was attached to her, so she wanted to spoil her all the time. But they could not stay that way forever. Kalua had to study for the future and she was going to leave home. What would happen to her sister, who always stuck to her like a koala, if she were to leave? Feeling uneasy about it, she began to distance herself from Elvina at some point. Elvina, I have to go with a merchant in the city to study next year. You're no longer a child either, so you can't follow me around. Then I also want to go with the merchant. Don't be selfish. Elvina will be an adult from now on, so you can't be like that. Be reasonable. Thinking about it now, she thinks it was much too sudden for a child who was barely 10. If she had made more time, made her understand and convince her little by little, and had done it that way, Elvina might have felt differently. Even though she was crying One-san, be an adult, stating just that would have been too abrupt for her. Even when the other sisters said it was too cruel, she stubbornly said it was for Elvina's sake. She wished she had told her more about her intentions to come back and how much she loved her to Elvina. Don't go, take me with you. Looking back, that was the first selfish thing Elvina said. But at the time, she was too busy studying and worrying about the future to make time for her. She didn't like seeing Elvina cry, so she avoided talking to her. She was a little relieved when Elvina stopped approaching her. She thought maybe she hated her, but she thought it was better for her, so she didn't mind it. She later learned that Elvina had been reading books and secretly studying business. A good and obedient girl. She didn't think that Elvina would think of such a thing, so she didn't mind that she didn't show up to show her off. She didn't even realize she had gone with her until 2 days later when her father came running by horse. She must have planned to come to Kalua after the carriage had returned, to avoid being taken back. All she had were regrets, so she threw everything to save her. Looking back, she wonders what she, who was into a village chief's family and raised in a greenhouse, thought she could do. She should have known that it wouldn't work out like in the fairy tales. What is One-san doing coming back now after speaking that furiously and abandoning your home? Not only did you let Elvina go through all that, but you've caused trouble in so many places and homes that, are you still going to cause trouble? I just wanted to make sure. I've finished my business, I'm leaving now. There's now she has come back, right? It's One-san's fault after all. Yeah, you're right. Just like that. How many years ago was the last time she saw her home? She was deceived by many people, killed many people, learned many things, and got tired. She went back home to see if maybe she was there, and she wasn't. However, that wasn't really all there was to it. It's because she was just a bit little tired. She had a faint hope for the house she discarded. Because the only things that piled up were unpleasant memories that she didn't want to remember and wanted to throw away. She had a faint hope that they would let her to rest for a little while. But perhaps that was for the best. Thanks to that, she finally understood that there was no place to return to. She couldn't stop herself anymore, because she knew that she had no choice but to continue even if only by inertia. The first slave trader who bought Elvina was tracked down, tortured, and killed. That was the end of the first 2 years. It was a waste of time. Even the slave trader did not know where the slaves they sold went. She found the second one and tortured and killed him. After that, she got information of the third, tortured him, and killed him. The fourth had already died because of his lifespan. With all leads gone, she returned home in faint hope, and then she was at a loss for a while. But she couldn't give up. Because if everything up to that point had been in vain, she would have nothing. She kept moving with that kind of inertia. She got better at doubting people and stopped making mistakes. Her entertainment was fighting. Killing bad guys was enough to satisfy her sense of justice, and it makes her a little refreshed. At least he didn't give up even if it's only because of the inertia, and she thought she was doing her best. Even though she knew it was just an act of pleasuring herself, she immersed herself in it. Or perhaps she herself wanted to die in the process. Because then she could rest. Because she would be allowed to give up, without thinking about anything and without being plagued with regrets. He willingly took on dangerous jobs as a bouncer and traveling escort. The payoff was good, and she felt more at ease doing dangerous work. While she was swinging my sword, that was all she needed to think about. It was around that time that there was a recruitment. She thought it was just right. The opponent was a familiar name, the notorious Guildenstein. It seems that he was famous among slave traders for playing with slaves. She remembered the name after hearing it several times, so she accepted the invitation and joined the army. It had been a long time since she could find any clues, so anything was fine. If it gave her a reason to fight, then anything is fine. The second one from the right is black. The Century was a strange group. A farmer who had never even wielded a sword, a merchant's third son, and a group of amateurs. The commander was a young girl, no more than 15 years old. It was a strange place, different from the army she had imagined. As she spent her time there, she came to think that it was wrong. The sensation of knowing that her feelings will wither away. The most problematic thing was that the monster girl named Krische, a crazy but clumsy girl. The Black Century, with few military personnel, was more like a town pub than an army, and her unique sensibility and purity added to the situation. There was a sense that her reason and purpose were getting farther. A feeling like she no longer knew her own core. Or perhaps, since the beginning, she no longer knew herself from a long time ago. Because in her heart she already gave up. Perhaps, this is an act of compensation. Ahahi, it's warm. It's getting cold after all. Usagi-chan is prone to catching a cold, so you have to be careful. Although the weather was clear, the air was mixed with winter. Walking on the plain, not on the street but a little off the beaten path, she wrapped Krische inside her cloak. She was a child who could not be left alone. She was young, even in terms of her age. She is sharp-witted and has no equal in swordsmanship, yet inside she is more like a child than a little girl, and just looking at her makes her uneasy. She seems to have a hopelessly serious temperament, and even if she caught a cold and developed a fever, she would move around with a calm face, coughing loudly and not resting. In her sensibilities, which were not well understood, it seems that catching a cold or showing fatigue was something to be ashamed of. She insists that if her body can move properly, it's not a cold, and she thought probably the phrase "fools don't catch colds" was used to refer to people like her. She was strangely stubborn in this area, and she also got sick often, making her exasperated. Kielzaren, are you sure we don't have to do anything? It seems that the skeleton spy and Dargries, Roland's former spy, are making good preparations. Krische doesn't matter if Kalua and the others are resting. That's why Krische said it's okay if you don't follow Krische, Krische said embarrassedly. At first, Krische was planning to go to Kielzaren alone, but she would need someone to act as a contact in case something happened the first squad. Mia and the others advised to accompany her. And so the 6 of them were walking together. The situation was stable. There was no particular problem with splitting up the group, and since Krische understood that Mia and the others were saying this out of good intention and goodwill toward Krische, she agreed, but she also suggested, goodwill, that it would be better if they rest. Usagi-chan says this, but what do you think, Squad Captain Mia? Emmy. Mia, who was walking absent-mindedly next to them, was confused when the conversation was suddenly pointed at her, and she groaned and answered. But as expected, when Corps Commander needs someone, it will be inconvenient if no one is there. And even if we stayed back, we don't really have any particular business. Krische is fine either way. If you want to come, you can come, but Krische think there won't be anything particularly interesting, you know? Even if I stay in town, I have nothing to do, so I'll just follow you. If left alone, Usagi-chan will probably follow strangers after all. Certainly, and so on. The other 3 agreed, and Krische puffed out her cheeks. Krische isn't a child. Krische said displeased, and Kaluuya chuckled. Geez, Kaluuya. She's more or less the Corps Commander, so don't say things like that. You were like that even in front of the General. I was sweating cold sweat inside, you know. I don't think that Mia can say anything about other people when you also use that more or less. Corps Commander. Mia may think that the Corps Commander is an idiot in her heart. Mew, is that so? Mia. I don't think so. Kaluuya, if you keep on instigating the Corps Commander like that, I'll get angry, alright? Kaluuya happily holds Krische in her arms, waving her hand and saying don't get angry, don't get angry. Mia sighed and suppressed her anger. Well, anyway, I'll go with you. Are you happy, Usagi-chan? Krische might be happy. Fufu, it's nice to be honest. She laughed and said that while patting her head. In her heart, she realized that it was a compensatory act, but now, however, it was also a reason for Kaluuya. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 94, Miss Lookalike. Arriving in Kielzaren does not mean entering from the front openly. Jumping over the back wall, they first met up with the spy under Eluga. With the spy guidance, they visited Roland's spy, Dargries, at a corner of the red light district lined with brothels. What Dargries specified was a brick apartment there. Krische and the others walking in the red light district with cloaks over their heads were obviously suspicious, but there were a certain number of people who did the same. Don't pry into people like them, and don't get involved. That's the basic rule of this town, and no one would involve themselves just because someone was suspicious. Krische was especially conspicuous from the outside, wearing a muffler that covered everything from her eyes down. They visits one of the room in the apartments, careful not to be spotted, and removed it as soon as she was guided inside. It's suffocating, really. I think it would be safer if Usagi-chan always dressed like that when walking in places like this. So no one called out to her. Well, certainly. Mia smiled wryly in agreement, and Krische, who was slightly aware that she was being made a fool of by those words, puffed out her cheeks and glared at Kaluuya. Kaluuya laughed and said don't get mad, and pulled Krische's cheeks from her back toward the front. The room was a simple one-room apartment, seemingly a place only to sleep, or rather it looked like more of a storehouse. Blankets were on the floor, and medicine was on the shelves. Various kinds of weapons such as knives and bows were leaned against the shelf. The structure of the room itself seems to be reasonably sturdy, with thick doors and walls, and solid floorboards. The back window leads to the back alley, and even if the enemy was waiting below, you can use the opposite wall to jump onto the roof. One person was in the room. He was a mature man of medium height and build, with no characteristic features or shape. Watching Dargries sat on a barrel, Krische looked up at the ceiling and narrowed her eyes. The echo of the sound. Although it was hidden by the seam, the ceiling, which was directly above the eternal magic lamps, seemed to be a loophole to the upper floor. If you pull on the eternal magic lamps, the ceiling will come off along with the chain that connects it. Krische was impressed by how much thought went into this. It's been a long time, Dargries-san. Yeah. I heard about the overwhelming victory. It seems I was right about you. The victory over the General of the West, Oregon Hill Quintos, has already been announced. And the victory in the Dragon's Maw. Everyone could not believe their ears at the rapid advance of the Krische army, which had lost their hero and was at disadvantage. So did Roland, his former master. However, Dargries was not surprised, because he already knew about the monster in the shape of a girl in front of him. Though his logical mind told him that Kristan's chance of victory was harsh, but it was in a way his instinct. A part of Dargries, the beast part that remained inhuman, was convinced that she would win. He spread his arms in amazement and took a breath. The letter I gave to Hilkintos was a forgery. Here is the real one that Roland sent out. He then took the letter from his bag and tossed it to Krische. Krische received the letter, opened it, lightly inspected the content, and handed it to Mia behind her. Also, I have compiled out Roland's bad deeds to some extent. I've given it to Earl Farron's spy, but Krische have heard it. It would be good if there's something like a ledger though. You can ask him for more later. If you hurt him lightly, he'll spit it out before you can cut off a finger. He's a bastard who's done well, but he's not used to violence. Dargries said as if it were a simple matter, and Krische nodded as if it were a simple matter, saying that's true. While Mia thought absent-mindedly, she didn't want to be present during the torture. Krische didn't feel guilty about hurting people. She's a young, cute and childish corps commander, but her head was crazy, illness, disease. She could see her calmly skinning people alive. We will recover all of Roland's ostensible assets, but we can give you a reasonable amount of the various troublesome things. That's why. I understand. Without hiding anything, let's properly investigate and confirm that area. Will you keep your promise? Yes, as Krische said, Krische is not interested in your world. Krische doesn't care who you kill or who you kidnap, as long as you maintain a certain degree of moderation and do no harm to Krische as a result. Mia looked sideways at Kahlua, who reacted slightly. A necessary evil, she can understand the reasoning. The law is not omnipotent, and it was practically impossible to close all loopholes. The country has no choice but to leave them alone. If you carelessly put your hand in there, it will increase confusion, chaos will ensue, it will be out of control and you will not be able to hold the reins. It would be better to entrust the management and supervision of the such part. That's what this deal was about, and she could understand that kind of reasoning. But Mia, who heard Kahlua's story, felt indescribable. Kahlua, noticing her gaze, gave a wry smile and gently patted Mia on the head. Ah, right, right. How will the slaves at Roland's estate be treated? Ah, well, they're not Roland's belongings, is it? The credit is held by someone else, and it's in the form of the slaves working, live in domestic service, in Roland's mansion. The creditors are scattered and somewhat troublesome, but what about it? NN. Their treatment hasn't decided yet, so that would be troublesome. Krische thought for a moment, and Dargries replied, If you say you have trouble deciding, because of uneasy conscience, I'll do some arrangements on my part. They are all good women. I have some idea of a conscientious shop, so if they work there for 2 or 3 years, it will somehow work out. It's not a huge amount of debt to begin with. Really? Yeah, the debt is just a chain. The point is that they won't even be able to pay the interest if they're doing a proper job. That amount of debt is enough. The debts they owe are like insurance, so there will be individual differences depending on their ability, but the bigger the amount, the more the government will look at it, so most of them are not that much. The important thing is after that, he laughed. After that, you introduce them to a bastard like Roland for a job and have them work, live in domestic service, there. It is at that point that the buying and selling take place, but it has nothing to do with the amount of the debt. After using them like that, when they get old, they are just thrown out on the street. Or if you're conscientious, though, they can sometimes get their debt cancelled too. A conscientious shop, thrown out on the side of the road, an in prostitute or a street whore. While misunderstanding such secret words as literally, Krische showed moderate understanding and nodded as if she understood it. She didn't quite understand what was conscientious, and she took it for granted that if it's a store would be like in a tavern or a waitress. Mia and the others obviously realized that Krische had misunderstood, but did not interject. Because they knew that she was not mistaken generally. Then I'll leave that part to you. And well, let's talk about the rest after it's over. That's good. Is it okay to start now? Yes. It's always better to get the trouble over with as soon as possible. Indeed. Cuckoo, Dargris nodded with a laugh. Then shall we go? Oh, that's right. Dargris-san, right. Is there a place around here that sells clothes? Something appropriate, random, for women? Yes, there is, but, as expected of a big merchant, the security was quite thick. The basic structure consists of 2 guards at the main gate, the back gate, and the 4 towers built on the walls surrounding the mansion, and 2 guards in the hut-like guardrooms. In the gardens, there were 3 pairs of guards patrolling in pairs. At the roof of a private house, looking down from its shadow, Krische grasped the movement of their gaze. They seem pretty good. They're also paying attention to the roof. There is no human who makes a living out of assassination and cannot handle magic. Of course, they will be cautious. Dargris answered Kalua's words. However, the 2 in the middle of the garden are the really skilled one. Speaking of the Halza brothers, they are quite well known in this city. The duo of magical power holders. There are also 2 other people who appear to be like that, but they are a little inferior to the 2 in the center of the garden. However, all of them, including those who couldn't use magic power, stood with a posture that showed their skill and were on their guard, not letting out even a single sigh of relief even in the moonlit night. It was just as Kalua said, the quality of the guards was not bad. Bells were installed at each point, and there is nothing to block the view from tower to tower, and from tower to garden, so it's not bad for a defensive arrangement. Chemph. More importantly, you didn't bring any pawns with you. If you act too openly, your reputation will be damaged. No matter what, Roland was my client. It would be troublesome if I used a pawn to betray him. Considering that there may leak, I'd be better off alone. After saying that, she looked at Krische. Besides, I don't feel the need. Here is Christ and Headhunter-sama. Even if it's extremely difficult for me to do it alone, the young lady here can handle it alone. Right. After all, Mia and the others, it's fine if you take a rest, you know. I would love to, but there's no way we can do that after coming this far, Corps Commander. Mia said, exasperated, and Bargu behind her laughed. Is this what's called ship already embarked? So, where is this bastard Roland? The first squad, the most elite of the Black Century. However, the only ones who are completely calm are Kalua and Bargu, who are used to the unique atmosphere of the underworld. Mia, Kells, and Adol, who have lived relatively upright lives, on the other hand, were somewhat nervous. It's only natural for Mia, who was born as a farmer and has lived without fighting, while Kells and Adol mainly earned money as bodyguards and caravan escorts, and only learned to attack after joining the Century. Putting aside when they act as a unit as part of the military's actions, they can't be as usual in this different situation. 3rd floor, the second room from the right, probably. Considering the time, he's probably playing with a woman. That makes it easy. Bargu told Krische after seeing all 3 other than Kalua. I feel a little bad for them since they're only doing their job, but we too can also kill them all. That's right. It was a word of concern for Mia and others who were not used to it, but Mia shook her head. No, it's okay if you don't mind us. After we've followed you, the 3 of us will take a look at the corridor. Then it will be as usual. Krische looks at Mia, then looked at Kalua. Kalua nodded after thinking for a moment. I don't think the rest of them will come to us after they kill our best men in one breath. So we'll be taking their employer hostage. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to keep the deaths to a minimum. There's the aftermath after all. Krische thoughtfully nodded at Kalua and Dargri's words. Then she looked at one of the towers. First, we're going to target the 2 in the nearest southeast tower from here. Kalua, Bargu, can you go? Okay, leave it to me. Yes. Mia and the others are behind Krische appropriately, randomly, as you like. If anyone gets in the way, kill them. Roger. Kalua and Bargu jumped down from the back and Kalua took off her cloak. Inside was a simple white dress. She had bought it at a store earlier. She tied her hair, which was usually tied high above her head, by the side of her neck, folded her overcoat, and draped it over her shoulders like a shawl. It was enough to deceive people's eyes at night. Her long eyes, straight nose, well-shaped eyebrows, and lips. Even without lipstick, her lips were glossy, and Kahlua transformed into the lady she looks like in one breath. Her standing posture and her atmosphere were neat, dignified, and elegant. Although Kahlua was not a noble, she was originally born as the daughter of a wealthy village chief. Her innate grace is certainly there, and her dexterity makes it easy to switch between the faces. "What are you doing, Bagu? Did you fall for me?" "No, Oju-sama." Bagu, who landed together, started to stiffen due to the change, but Kahlua urged him to walk in front of her, the legs slightly peeking out from her long-hemmed dress. Her steps were graceful, and Mia, who was watching from above, felt a sense of defeat. The usually a rough, sloppy, and random Kahlua, but if she feel like it, she can be like this in no time. The difference is obvious when compared to herself, who is a small village girl no matter how you look at it. No matter what was said, in the end, Mia was a woman after all. Precisely because she was born in a rural village, she had a secret admiration for noble and elegant demeanor, like those of princesses and young ladies. That said, it was just a faint yearning to become like that. Seeing her best friend, Kahlua's sloppiness, there was a part of her that was relieved thinking that normal women are like this, but seeing her now, she suddenly felt like being hung dry by her friends. She had always felt that she was beautiful not only in her appearance, but also in her standing posture, but also her occasional gestures. However, when Kahlua's ladylike, womanly figure was so blatantly displayed, she felt ashamed of herself, who is a country girl no matter how one see it. She had taken great care in her appearance and tried hard to be elegant secretly, so the betrayal of her best friend came as a great shock. Krische looked at Mia with a sideways glance and compared her to Kahlua walking below and muttered, "Mia is not only has a bad sleeping habit but also bad-mannered overall, so it might be a good idea to ask Kahlua to teach her various things from now on." Look, she's usually carefree, but Kahlua can do that much if she puts her mind to it, so Mia should try harder. Krische's mother said this. People who take courtesy and manners lightly will be seen lightly by others. It seems that class comes from the heart, so Mia should try to behave better than usual. The memory of being woken up by a back fist from slumber was still fresh in her mind. Krische's follow-up blows, of retelling her mother's saying, were extremely effective for the shocked Mia. Cuckoo. But she's quite good. I thought she was a simple soldier, but seems she's a very versatile subordinate. Yes. Kahlua is reasonably good at what she does, so Krische doesn't have to worry about her. She's quick-witted and her skills are better than others. Kahlua is a talented enough person to somewhat fulfilling Krische's standard, and in that respect, she is trusted as a soldier next after Dagra. As a commander, she would have some problems because she prefers to work on her own, but as a soldier, she was a head and shoulders above the rest, and even in personal relationship, she's likable to Krische. Krische honestly liked her. I see. So this time it's time to see your subordinate skill, The two naturally approached the mansion. From the main street, they approached the southeast tower and took a side street, which led them a little closer to the wall. The men standing guard on top of the tower didn't seem to care about Kahlua, who looked like a young lady, and Bagu, her bodyguard, and didn't notice them entering their blind spots. When they were sure the guards didn't notice them, Bagu leaned back against the wall, folded his hands, and held them out in front of Kahlua's feet. "After you, Oju-sama. Here are your feathered shoes." "My, how kind of you." Kahlua smiled and put her foot on it and took a deep breath. Bagu lifted her body in one go and throws Kahlua over his head, and Kahlua bent her body like a springs into the air. From there, it happened in an instant. Leaping silently to the top of the tower, Kahlua wields her dagger and killed the two men in the blink of an eye. She then pulled out the swords the corpses had at their waists and snatched them away. Usagi-chan. She then threw the short spear that was the corpse's hand into the air. Yes. The one who grabbed it was a silver shadow that seemed to split the wind. It was Krische, who, as if flying from the roof, had invaded into the wall at once. Without any kind of advance arrangement, but as if it had been decided from the beginning. Krische used her momentum to twist her body in the air as if that movement was a law. Her target was one of the two men in the center of the garden. She bent her back as gracefully as the waning moon and released from the drawn body bow was a deadly spear with the utmost inefficiency. The initial velocity of the spear, which spiraled through the air, rivaled even the speed of the rushing sound. The siege spear pierced through the body of the man who can't even react. The man's well-trained body instantly turned to minced meat, and his whole body and organs were scattered. Even after piercing the man, the spear gouged and smashed the stone pavement, and the other one who noticed it leaped as quickly as they could. Even though his own brother, with whom he has spent many years together, was instantly reduced to a lump of flesh and blood, he calmly reads the situation and pulls out his sword. Then he caught sight of the attackers. If there were 10 of them, 10 would probably die without understanding what had happened. In such a situation, he instantly understood his critical situation and took action, a feat of mental strength and judgment made possible by his experience and acumen in passing through numerous deadly situations. It was the crystallization of skills that only a handful of people in the underworld possess, and what should be called supreme treasures. But that was all he could do. In his final moments, all he could see were the cold, shining purple eyes and the gleam of a twisted, obscene curved sword, heralding his inescapable death. Krische spun around behind the man with blood blooming from his neck. She then released the sword she had pulled from the corpse and threw it through the air. The blade, accelerated by centrifugal force, severed the legs of the man who was coming toward her, and Krische stepped toward the remaining one. With the naturalness of a mowing a grass, she swung her curved sword and cut off her neck to take his life. It was so extraordinary that those who watched forgot to blink. The guard of the mansion, seeing the slaughter, forgot to ring the bell and knew that the assailant was a monster they could not stand against. Dargris and Mia and the other finally landed behind her, slightly wary of those who stared at Krische dumbfounded. Dargris, inside the estates is? Roland won't let the escorts inside unless he has some business. Dargris felt a chill run down his spine, but on the other hand, he exuded joy. Serving was under her, because he was convinced that the choice was right. A being that cannot be touched and cannot be threatened by anyone. Her power was mythical, not something that can be reached by mortal man. His recent defeat, his own physical decline, was not worth considering. She is the absolute, and there was no room for Dargris, who is a human being, to defy her to begin with. Although he was hesitant to betray his client out of a sense of professional ethics, but he rejoiced above all in his good fortune that he accepted his defeat without going against his instincts. Walking before him was a dragon-like creature in the form of a girl. She took up her sword even against a storm, as if nothing could stand against her. That's what she was. Mia, from the hallway. Krische goes through the window. Yes. I'll follow from the window. It would be easier for Roland to understand the situation. Krische nodded and leapt. She puts her feet on the slight bumps in the wall and her cloak fluttered like wings. Twisting in midair, she kicked the bay window with his heel and stepped inside. Who? A questioning voice. Was he just about to change into his clothes when he heard the sound coming from outside? There was a man in the room who was grabbing his underwear and pants, exposing his flabby, flaccid naked body. And another, also in revealing black underwear, covering her body with a sheet as she screamed cutely at the intruder. Elvina was there. Ah, so Elvina is here too. Paintings and vases of art decorated the room, and a fire gleamed from the fireplace. Krische reflects on herself that he might have hurt Elvina, as the broken pieces were scattered on the side of the bed with a canopy. The two were perplexed by the very natural Krische. Krische remained calm even after seeing Roland's shriveled and ugly things. Krische checked to make sure there were no other people in the room and smiled. Long time no, short time no see. We just met previously after all. The Kristans. Roland, who had been frozen by the situation, put on his underwear as if he had just remembered. Krische tilted her head at the sight of Roland putting on his underwear, and not even picking up a sword in such a situation, but thought whatever and started talking. Just then, Dargris followed from behind. You are. I'm sorry, but that's how it is. Your letter is on Krische-sama. This traitor. How much do you think are? Krische approached casually and grabbed Roland's neck on the bed. She then slammed his huge body against the carpeted wooden floor. A scream echoed. While staring coldly at Rolando's fainting in agony, with a somewhat satisfied expression, she let the point of her curved sword run down his slackened neck. As long as they are neutral, as long as what they do is legitimate as a business deal, it's hard to get rid of merchants. But not this time. You threw away the neutrality that you should have as a merchant and joined His Royal Highness as a military intelligence agent. The result is the death penalty for you. Cough. Wait. There's a reason for that dash. Don't worry. Krische isn't going to kill you here and now. This is an execution, so we will interrogate you, torture you, listen to what you have to say, and then decapitate you in the town square. You will be allowed to live a little longer. Krische smiled and traced her own lips with her fingertips. Krische wants to finish the matter before Celine arrives, so you be executed tomorrow. Relax. The torture that the military will be leading will be very extensive, and Krische will help you that you can speak honestly. You can take some time to rest. Krische wants to sleep at night too after all. Hi. The silver-rimmed purple eye narrowed. Today was a really good day and tomorrow will be even better. The man who made Berry uncomfortable can be killed in the name of justice. Berry would never see this man again, not even by accident. And best of all, she could do it without Berry knowing it. The gentle Berry will be saddened that Krische would do such a thing. But if she didn't know, she will remain as usual. Unbeknownst to Berry, one unpleasant thing disappears from the world she lives in, and it becomes just a little bit cleaner. This was basically cleaning. It is good to keep dirt and debris clean out of sight, and cleaning is something you do naturally. There was no need to think about whether it is good or bad. This was a job that should be done by the military Krische, and it was a punishment that leaves no room for personal feelings. Douglas, who is the appropriate, random, witness? That would be Els. His Kielzaren's first legal officer. He's a man who has a relationship with Roland, so it would be good to threaten him. A town and a village. One of the big differences was the existence of a judicial system. At least one law-expert government official elected from the nobility resided in the city. The law officer with the first in front of the title is at top of the city's judicial system. He was the perfect witness to torture. Krische surprised Elvina a little. There are other people coming, so it's better to wear clothes, but... circumstances, I understand, but... Like Roland, Elvina, who was at the height of confusion, finally understood the situation. However, it was only natural that once she understood it, more questions would arise. In that case, She looked at Krische anxiously as she hugged the sheets. Krische didn't seem to be the same person as the girl Isha saw the other day, but the girl had the same soft smile as she had the other day. It's a bit of a difficult question, but... Usagi-chan, is it here? The doorknob turned lightly, but there was the metallic sound of a lock blocking it. An irritating clattering sound, followed by silence and then a blow. The sturdy door was kicked down. Geez, Kaluuya. What would you do if the corps commander was behind the door? Usagi-chan will be fine. Is it over? Yeah, this is the Roland we're going after. After this, take him with us and we're done. That's so. It doesn't look like anyone is approaching. Well, it can't be helped if you see that. Kaluuya looked at Krische in amazement, then to Roland who rolled over. Her eyes narrowed in disdain, then onto the bed. It was directed at Elvina, who held the sheet to her chest and hides her body. I'm sorry. It'll be over soon, so be quiet. She stopped mid-sentence. And her eyes widened and stiffened. So did Elvina. Nay, San. The two faces mirrored each other. Surprise appeared on each other's faces, and Mia and the others were at a loss for words when they compare their faces, and even if they don't know Kaluuya's circumstances, they immediately understood their relationship. What's wrong? Kaluuya. Comparing their faces again, as expected, it was a rarely seen miss-look-alike. Coincidence is a terrifying thing, and Krische should be careful not to mistake someone else. Only Krische, who was impressed, tilted her head curiously and stared at Kaluuya. Chapter 95, A Maiden's Play with Meat, Flesh. In one of the dimly lit rooms, the interrogation basement in the government office in Kielzaren. The witness, an old man, Els, the first legal officer, was blue in the face and had already vomited what was in his stomach twice. Krische crossed her arms and groaned quietly, occasionally swinging her arms. A muffled scream rose as her dagger ripped shallowly through the fat. Dargries silently leaned against the wall and watched the situation. 30,000 pumpkins. This was Elvina's price on record. It was a price that would buy 3 of Krische's swords. It's quite a lot of money to raise from Krische's pocket money. The amount was larger than expected, and Elvina was apparently a very expensive slave. She was well educated, good-looking, and obedient. She had a good memory, a solid knowledge of etiquette, and unlike a mere village girl, Elvina, who was born into a good family, cannot be said to be a bargain. It seems that the pretext used for her debt was destroying expensive works of art at her former place of apprenticeship, and the amount of debt she owed was more than 10 times that of normal slaves. 30,000 pumpkins. Gun. Gar. While thinking, she toyed with the flesh with a dagger. The sound of sticky flesh and dirty screams. While listening to middle-aged man's screams while gagged, Krische's mind was in space. She put her finger to her cherry-red lips and thinks. The debt borne by the slave must be paid at least by the purchaser, even when political power is being used like this time and the slave was bought. For the time being, it was ostensibly legitimate, because it's a legally recognized debt. The minimum guarantee price for slaves was set by the slave trader, and since it is a fact that they have debts no matter what, if the purchaser tried to free the slaves, the purchaser will inevitably need to take over the debt. The only other way was to go to court and look back through the records to prove that the debt was incurred through fraudulent means, but that, too, would be difficult. Of course, the slave traders had also considered this, so considering the amount of effort required to prove it, it could cost them a lot of money. The reason slave trader was passing the slave around was that they were trying to create a position as a bona fide third party. A person who purchases stolen goods without knowing it will not be charged with a crime, and even if an order is made to hand over the stolen goods, it was of course necessary to guarantee the money spent on their purchase with respect to a bona fide third party. Just thinking about investigating slave traders one by one to find out if they really had good intentions, that they bought bonds without knowing that they were debts owed by unfair means was a chore. After all, considering the circumstances, paying the money would be a straightforward solution, but it was 30,000 pumpkins. Krische was at a loss. Of course, there were violent means. Regardless of how he could legally get away with it, the merchant was as close to black as he could get, and even if Krische just randomly torture them, she would be able to clear the debt in no time. They might give it away for free if she threatened to catch them, or even kill them in the end. But that would be an illegal means, such as bribery, extortion, or embezzlement, and Krische had a somewhat skewed sense of ethics. She thinks that method was bad. For Krische, the rule of law is basically something that should be obeyed, and it can only be broken if it is not exposed anywhere. Berry prefers a good girl who follows the rules to a bad girl who doesn't follow the rules, and of course, Krische's goal is to make Berry like Krische a lot. With that rule, the idea of breaking the law to get out of Elvina's debt does not exist in the first place. Kristan's financial situation is not as comfortable now as the war continues. For Krische, who had talked to Skeleton and thought that it was a pity for Elvina, but couldn't be helped, it's just that much more troubling. Of course, looking at the whole thing, the amount of money for Elvina is insignificant, but it is still an amount that can feed tens of thousands of soldiers for a day. Was it okay to ask Celine for such a large amount of money? She thought about it and tore the skin open, damaging the fat with her dagger without damaging the muscles. Els, the witness who couldn't stand it anymore, screamed and vomited into the wastebasket. The space was filled with the stench of filth. With a cute and troubled look on her face and 2 silver tails wagging, Krische's purple eyes recalled Kahlua. Why was she here? That was the first question that came to Kalua's mind. She wondered for a moment whether it was real, but there was no way to doubt it. She had grown much taller and more beautiful than before, but there was still a trace of when she was young. Her face looked just like hers, much more compared to the old days when she was a child. Her hair was still arranged at her shoulders, just as it had been in the past. There was a time when she tried to grow her hair long because she admired Kahlua, but her hair was a bit quirky. She could remember as if it was only yesterday that she was crying because she couldn't be like Nay-san. She was a little different from the one in her memory. It had been many years. But the girl in the bed was the little sister she had been looking for so long. Elvina. The hair was disheveled and there were a few whip marks on her white skin. She was dressed in obscene black underwear that emphasized her breasts and revealing. She had a tattoo on her left shoulder indicating her status as a slave, and she was in bed. When Elvina became aware of Kalua's gaze, she quickly covered herself and kept her eyes down, as if ashamed of herself. This seemed to be a bedroom. What was she doing on that bed, and what was being done to her? Kalua's gaze turned to the man wearing only underwear, a lump of dirty fat. A repulsive figure. Ah, I've seen this kind of bastard many times, she thought. She knew what kind of man he was. And now he was right in front of her, and in her right hand was a sword. To Elvina. Her head was pure white. In a single breath, she stepped forward and swung the straight sword down from overhead. She was going to rip his hands and feet off, torture him up, and kill him. However, the blade was stopped halfway through. A slender hand was holding Kalua's arm. The hand was on the elbow of the arm that was swinging the sword down. The foot held the knee that had stepped forward. The origin point of the movement was blocked, with unerring precision. Kalua. You can't kill him here. Her eyebrows lowered as if troubled. Krische tilted her head slightly and looked at Kalua. Usagi-chan, get out of the way. Krische becomes more and more confused. It was the usual airheaded, dense Krische. How could she explain it to her so that she would understand? But the murderous intent and impulse moving her body couldn't afford to do so right now. I've been looking for him for a long time. To kill him, all this time. Right now, Krishe's denseness was annoying. Keep her distance and catch her breath. To Elvina, the one who did cruel things to my little sister. I decided to kill them absolutely. I've traveled for many years. So, or now just shut up, get out of the way. Little sister. Krishe's questions only increased. Her frustration grew, and her hatred for the rolling man grew stronger. Putting that aside, you can't do it now. If you torture or kill someone without a witness, it will be a lynching. We have to properly follow the procedure. It didn't matter what the law says. In this place, it was impossible to get her to understand with Kalua's emotions. Kalua, calm down. Ube. Mia panicked and tried to hold Kalua down, but Kalua dodged her. Mia, who was dodged, rushed into bed, and Krische looked at Mia exasperated, and Kalua moved at that moment. Only Roland was reflected in Kalua's eyes. Aiming for the momentary gap that occurred, she jumped above her head. Using the ceiling as a scaffold, she moved like a spider. In a single breath, he moves behind Krische and tries to bury his blade into Rolando's flesh, only to have her sword cut off in the middle. Without needing to see it, without needing to feel it. It was Krishe's sword that tore through the steel. She bent her body like a whip, and all the speed generated there accelerates to the tip of her sword. The blade slid against the steel to prevent the blade from spilling, and the friction caused the sword to crack. Then she cuts it at a slight angle, an artistic blade where everything was calculated. Krische easily bisected Kalua's full-powered sword, as if she was a child wielding a twig. But it was to be expected. She knew it was impossible to come ahead Krische with just one gap. She immediately let go of the sword and moved to thrust the dagger she had already pulled out, whereupon Kalua's body softly slammed to the floor. Geez, what is wrong? What Kalua is doing now is a violation of orders. Well, it was a job that didn't require you to come this time, so let's just say it's outside of military business for the moment. Anyway, Krische will get angry if you don't stop it, okay? No shock, no pain. She just put her knees on Kalua's arms and took away her freedom. The girl, who is younger than anyone else here, as if she were dealing with a child, said that to her. HG. It was pathetic. With all her might, still her blade didn't reach. A girl who was not even serious about her. She wasn't even her opponent. She remembered. No matter how desperately she tried, what she always got was just vain effort and going in circle. She knew that feeling well. She had experienced it so much. She knew very well about what a woman with neither money nor skill could do. So she threw away all kinds of things, did everything she could, and desperately made an effort, but she could not find a single clue, her comical self. Finally, she happened to face her enemy, and still, she could not do anything. A lot of things up until now seemed to overlap there. This figure now was the culmination of the comical path she had walked. The silver hair in front of her and the purple eyes too become blurred with tears. Please, please, let me kill him. Please. Kalua. She could see Krische panicking. She was so pathetic, there's no helping her. Nay-san, it's okay. I'm fine, so. Elvina's voice who rushed over. Her head embraced, Kalua stifled her voice and sobbed quietly and unbearably. Krische's processing capacity had reached its limit while straddling her. Seeing Kalua and Elvina in such a state, only one person was confused. Mia, what happened? She finally asked Mia, who had hit her head on the edge of the bed and was holding her forehead. 1. Kalua had a sister who was kidnapped and enslaved. 2. She's been desperately looking for her for years, but she never found her. 3. When she finally found her here, she found out that she had been enslaved by Roland. 4. Please understand Kalua's feelings for wanting to kill Roland. For the time being she entrusted Roland to Dargries, and after listening briefly to Mia, her main point was something like that. She looks that much like her, but Corps Commander didn't realize that Elvina was Kalua's relative when you met before. If you had said something at that time, it wouldn't have happened. No, even supposing so, you didn't understand it even in that situation. Krische, who received a shocking and accusing look from the 4 members including Mia, argued that there was no way Krische could understand it without knowing 1, 2, or 3, without warning hint sign. However, even saying that Bagu, Kels, and Adol, who know the same information as Krische, seemed to have figured it out from the conversation at that time. The situation clearly indicates Krische's lack of understanding, denseness, was the problem, and she had no allies. Krische was not very happy with the atmosphere, as if to say that Krische's lack of understanding, denseness, was too severe, but putting that aside. Mia and other 3 people who heard Mia's story likewise asked if she could do something about Elvina. Krische understood the reasoning, but the scales were still undecided in her head. Need to be noted that Krische's first priority was Berry, Celine, and Crescent. Krische would not allow anything that would be detriment to them. Money is a concept that generates definite gains and losses, and using Kristan's money is ultimately a disadvantage for Berry, Celine, and Crescent. Personally, she liked Kalua, and Elvina was also a person that Krische preferred, although they had only a brief relationship. If the money was only for Krische, she would have agreed to it in a beat, but the fact that it was Kristan's precious money was problematic. That is why it was so troubling for her. While playing with the flesh with the tip of the dagger, Krische thinks while listening to the scream. What she recalled was the crying Kalua. Putting aside if it was Mia, it seemed like a big deal for Kalua to cry, she thought. Somehow, her mood becomes restless. It should be sorted first, she thought as she cut the flesh. Screams arose. She crouched down and gave the detached pieces of flesh the names Krische, Berry, Celine, and Crescent. Krische, of course, was willing to pay for it. She wondered what Berry would think then, if faced with the same situation. Berry would surely say she would want to help. Berry was helped by Bogan in a similar situation. That's how she met Krische, and she said that she was happy even though she had painful memories. It was that kind of fortuitous encounter, she said. Fortuitous meeting. Berry would surely try to help. Krische smiled the other Berry in her imagination, and her thoughts was the same. What about Celine? Celine, who respected Bogan more than anyone else, wouldn't she, even as she thought about merit and demerit, would try to help her subordinates, who were reasonably excellent, if they were in trouble. All being said, Celine was very kind after all. Crescent was stupid, sloppy, didn't have kindness, and was quick to kill, but she properly thought about profit and loss. Isn't it fine if she just works properly proportional to the money spent, was what she would say. Ah, that's true, too. She nodded her head and said, Crescent is a great girl, and tapped the lump of flesh she had named Crescent with the belly of her dagger. Crescent shivered with joy, and Krische smiled. Dargries, who was watching the event, was bewildered, and Els, who was witnessing the event, emptied his stomach and stared with frightened eyes at Krische's maniacal smile as she interacted with the piece of flesh. Of course, Krische didn't notice the gaze and just remembered Berry's words. I hate Roland-sama. But thanks to that, Ne-sama met, fortuitous meeting, Gatushu-sama. I met, fortuitous meeting, Oju-sama, and finally met, fortuitous meeting, Krische-sama. That's why I'm so happy right now, and even if I could go back in time and choose a different present, I'd still wish for this present where I can met, fortuitous meeting, Krische-sama like this. Fortuitous meeting. Abandoned from the royal palace, her parents were killed in the village, and many things happened, but there was the present now. It was a coincidence that she met Berry. If Krische-sama was concerned about me, if meeting me was a fortuitous meeting for Krische-sama, then just like that. She met Kaluuya by chance, coincidence, and she met Elvina by chance. With me, from now on, I hope Krische-sama will continue to be with me forever. By chance, by chance. But because she thought it was a fortuitous meeting, that Krische always stayed with Berry. Among the various Krische that Berry said, the Krische that the Krische wants is the Krische that can properly return Berry's love. It was a strange feeling that makes her heart go kiu. She didn't know whether it was love, affection, or not, and she didn't know if she was happy or not. But she already decided that for her it's happiness. That's why the by chance fortuitous meeting keep continuing and she's always happy. Meeting Kaluuya was also a coincidence, but Krische thinks it was a fortuitous meeting. It's the same with Elvina. They might think so, too. Then, after all, such fortuitous meeting need to be cherished. She met Kaluuya by chance, and that's a fortuitous meeting. And by chance Krische had the power to help Elvina. Ahehe, let's put it that way. Yeah, she stood up and nodded, then looked at Roland, who was writhing in intense pain, tears and snot dripping from his nose. The skin and flesh on his body had been scraped away, revealing exposed muscle fibers here and there. You've lost a lot of weight without realizing it. But it's not bad if you think about it. Being overweight isn't good for your health. Krische-sama, if you go too far, he'll die. It's okay. Then, Krishe's thinking is over. Krische want to finish it quickly, so please answer honestly to what have been asked. Krische will be troubled if you don't live until tomorrow's execution. Do your best. Dargries, shall we begin the interrogation? At last, though it doesn't look like I'll have much to do. Dargries approaches, took off the gag, and slapped Roland on the cheek as he was about to faint. Krische was probably choosing the part of the body to tear. The bleeding was not as bad as it looks. If left untreated, he would probably bleed to death, but he would still last for a while. It was a technique that put a skilled torturer to shame. Kill me, Roland said, in delirium, and Dargries laughed. If you answer my and this Oju-sama's questions honestly, I'll let you rest. First Law Officer Els, I'd like to ask you to be a witness. I understand. The old man Els' voice was hoarse. In front of Krische, who was satisfied with the answer to the question she was hesitating about. Roland's hell had just begun. Chapter 96, Usagi-chan. Roland's mansion, in one of its rooms. It was probably one of several parlor rooms. There was a table in the middle, a sofa facing each other, and liquor on the shelves. In the room were Kaluuya, Mia, and Elvina. The other three were outside. A short time after the raid, the city's patrolmen, hearing the commotion, are dispatched and arrive. Since Eluga's secret agent had already spoken to Baron Cornell, who ruled the town, it did not turn out to be a big deal. Baron Cornell, though a noble, was merely a city lord, an opportunistic noble who bowed to the powerful. This man, who was stationed in Kielzaren, was deeply entrenched in corruption, and claimed to be neutral in politics. In short, he was a fool who was only wrapped up in the corruption that's already happened long ago. Cornell, obsessed only with money and position, easily cut off Roland, with whom he had a long relationship, and as soon as he was shown Roland's letter, he immediately wagged his tail at Crescent. The patrol corps under his patronage carried out a perfunctory inspection of the scene, the cleaning of corpses in the garden, and never set foot inside the mansion. It had been a while since Krische had taken Roland away. The estate was quiet. The other three had left the room, telling Mia and the others that they would check on the patrolmen and leave first. In reality, however, that was just a pretext. In truth, they left it to Mia, who was particularly close to Kahlua. And just in case something happens, they didn't go back and stay nearby. In order to prevent Kahlua from being reckless, in other words, to prevent her from running away with Elvina. In any case, Elvina was in debt, and that has to be dealt with. However, the amount of money was not something that could be paid by a single individual, and there was a good chance that Kahlua would take Elvina and run away with her. The long-lost sister, they understood the situation when they heard the story from Mia. Such stories were not uncommon. Even if it wasn't their relatives, there were people around them who were kidnapped like that, and Bagu, who was originally involved in dirty works, knew the dark side of the country very well. They were as sympathetic to Kahlua as Mia and worried about her, their comrade. In this country, there was no discrimination based on gender in work or any other matters. This was due to the political structure of the country, in which the queen was crowned in some cases, though men were preferred in the hierarchy. It is not unheard of for the head of a noble family to be a woman, and it is not unusual to find a woman among the soldiers. Nonetheless, it was clear that it was harder and more difficult for a woman to search for her sibling alone throughout the country than for a man. Especially if it was Kahlua, a good-looking woman, the danger could not even be compared to what a man would face. Kahlua's swordsmanship was unmatched by ordinary men. Considering how it was cultivated, it's easy to imagine the harshness of her journey. Then she happened to find her sister by chance. It would have been nice if it had ended with a happy ending, but the circumstances wouldn't be so simple. They were comrades, brothers in arms, who they entrusted their back to each other, ate the same meal, and went through live and dead together. Exactly because they are in the same squad, their feelings for her were strong. There are many who fall in love with her for her strength, and many who fall in love with her for her personality. If push came to shove, they would cooperate to help her escape. They had enough feelings for Kahlua to feel that way, but at the same time they also had feelings for Krische. There was no denying that Krische was distorted and abnormal, but her purity and the kindness she possessed were known to everyone in the century. It was the same when they heard about her story some time ago, and so was the other day when she responded to Dargua's unreasonable request. She responded with pure goodwill and affection. Although she is an extremely serious person who values rules and regulations, they also felt that she would save Kahlua. However, it was still a dilemma after all. The moment Krische comes back and said no, and once Krische decided to do so, Kahlua can no longer run away. That's why they were wondering if they should let Kahlua go now. I know that Usagi-chan is a good girl, but the price being what it is. Do you think she would spend that amount in a war, right now, for a single soldier? And even if you help us, it'll end up causing trouble for Usagi-chan. But if I go now, I think even Usagi-chan won't chase after me. I think that's better after all. Kahlua's words made Mia think. Elvina's price is enough to feed tens of thousands of soldiers for one day. Not only for individuals, it's something that can have a slight impact on military actions, and at least it's not an amount that Mia could easily believe Krische would pay. It went beyond the realm of goodwill to a mere one soldier. Mia had told Kahlua to wait for Kahlua, which Kahlua rejected. It was Elvina who opened her mouth, looking anxiously at her sister and Mia. I've heard, Dargri-sama will prepare a job for us. Elvina, stop it. Kahlua lowered her eyes and put her hands on Elvina's head. What Elvina wore was a revealing waiter's outfit. It is the only proper outfit she has been given, and she wore herself in it with a look that shows she's used to. I feel like I've been saved just by meeting Nei-san again like this. It's what I've been doing until now, and I'm already used to it. Elvina said so and smiled. She had a beautiful smile that accepted many things. The cleavage of her breasts peeked out, and the skirt too was short. She had completely grown accustomed to such a vulgar outfit and wore it as if it was her everyday clothes. While she was far away, Elvina spent time in such a place, and she grew up and became an adult. The kind of adulthood that embraced resignation. Kahlua bite her lip and shake her head. I understand what kind of person Krische-sama is. From what I have heard from everyone, and from the way we met the other day, though it was only for a short while. And also, about everyone who was worried about Nei-san. Elvina leaned closer to Kahlua and smiled. I'm fine. Just as always, but now I have hope. That Nei-san will come to pick me up someday. If it's okay for me to be selfish like that, I'm fine with it. Rather than throwing away various things and running away, it would be much nicer to be able to live with Nei-san without any worries after a few years. Stop, Elvina. I don't want to make you do that anymore. With her anguished expression, Kahlua said so, and Elvina caressed her cheek. Even I don't want to make Nei-san do painful things. That Nei-san never forgot me and worked hard all this time, not at least I knew that. Kahlua's skin, old scars faintly remained there. Kahlua's once beautiful body had countless such scars, and her once soft palms were now those of a warrior holding a sword. The blister had been crushed, bled, and hardened many times, showing her how Kahlua had spent her life over the years. She would never have held a sword before. If Kahlua really wanted to run away with her, that's fine. Of course, she did not want her older sister to go off to war, quietly in a place unrelated to that kind of place. It seems like a wonderful life when she thinks back compared to today when so much has happened. But after listening to her story so far, the answer is different. Kahlua had feelings for where he was now, and she knew deep down she cared for them. She has a simple personality, and at first glance, she seems to be broad-minded, but in reality, she was very compassionate and kind. That's why Elvina loves her sister more than anyone. That's why she said, in the first place it was due to my stupid, reckless behavior. I don't want Nei-san to be shackled because of me anymore. After all, the Nei-san I look up to is freer and cooler than anyone else. Kahlua clenched her fist, unable to answer, and Elvina put her hand on top of hers. After hearing that, Mia looked at Kahlua and said, no matter what happens, at that time I will cooperate as much as I can. Like I said, even if we can't do anything about your debts, the Corps Commander might just find a way. Mia. The Corps Commander, she doesn't have common sense. She's a bit, or rather, really silly. But she's really kind. Who's silly and has no common sense? Hi. She noticed the voice and looked at the entrance door. Standing there was Krische. It was quite a quick return. Krische decided to end Roland's interrogation when the Aruga spy arrived, leaving the rest to the spy and returning. Roland had become so obedient and had divulged so many things on his own that no further threats or torture were necessary. In Krische's mind, Kahlua was more important than Rolando, who was already a dead man to her. But as she hurried over, she suddenly heard Mia's words. She furrowed her brows in a bad mood and put her hands on her hips. Then she casually approached Mia and pinched her cheek. So Mia thought about Krische like that, no. It's a figure of speech, so. Putting aside whether it's what Mia thought or not, what Mia said is an insult to her superiors. Do you understand? Krische now understands well what Balzeagle said about Mia's fault for speaking too much. Geez. That's not it, Corps Commander. Geez. Krische put her hands on her hips and sighed, imitating Celine. While saying that Krische sure had a troublesome subordinate, she looked at Kahlua and Elvina. The more you look at them, the more they look alike. If one says that they are sisters, then that's enough to convince you. She alone nodded her head, thinking that that was not enough reason to treat Krische as a fool. Krische thought about it for a while. As a result, Crescent cannot pay off Elvina's debt. It's a lot of money after all. I see. Kahlua smiled resignedly, not even raising her voice. Krische continued regardless. However, Kahlua has been working hard and has been very nice to Krische. If even with that Krische doesn't do anything, then the scale doesn't match, so considering the amount of repayment for up until now, Krische decided to buy Elvina's bonds for now. Krische smiled. Then she raised her finger and said happily, the problem with paying the money back is the interest, so we're going to do something about that. If Krische buys the debt, Krische can reduce the interest rate to 10% of the current interest, a much lower level. Kahlua and Elvina were stunned. Krische thought for a moment, realizing that they did not understand what was going on. Let's see, specifically it's about 1/10 the current interest. It's not a charity, okay, Krische said. To put it simply, the interest is about the same amount as returning a pumpkin per day. If you return about 11 pumpkins a day, you will be able to pay off the debt in less than 10 years. Considering the rewards on top of the salary as a soldier, Kalua earns a decent amount, so if you do your best, you can pay it back. Krische recalled her life in the village and told them. Krische was a family of 3 in the village, but we usually lived on about 1 pumpkin a day. As long as you refrain from luxuries, you can live a decent life. Well, if you think about living in the city, you might have to pay 2 or 3 pumpkins for rent, but Kalua makes a decent amount of money, so it's okay. The two were still dumbfounded. Krische was and continued. And looking at what happened last time, Elvina is quite an excellent servant. Considering that Anne, who lives in Crescent, earns about 2 pumpkins a day, even if Elvina doesn't have to do hard work, Elvina can earn about 3 or 4 pumpkins. If you two work really hard, you might be able to pay it off comfortably in about 2 or 3 years. No matter how long she waited, there was no reaction. Krische looked at Mia, troubled. Mia smiled happily as she noticed Krische's gaze and bowed her head. Is it okay? The voice belonged to Kalua. Krische nodded. Yes. If we communicate in writing and wait for the payment for a while, Celine won't get angry for the time being, probably not that much. And the war will be over by then. It seems that there are creditors in this town, so after the execution tomorrow, let's go to the creditor's place. If you two accept that condition, then Krische will agree. Then she continued. From what she has heard from Roland, I knew that it's involved in some illegal transactions, and she's confident that he won't try to overcharge the purchase of the bonds. But it's not that the debt is gone, it's just that the owner of the bonds has changed to Krische. Krische is very strict with collections and won't allow you to get behind on your payments, okay? We are spending Kristan's precious money. Krische won't allow not paying the bill or. Kalua stood up and hugged Krische. Krische looked at Kalua, surprised, and tilted her head. Thank you. The debt isn't gone yet, okay? For reminder, the minimum interest will be deducted from Kalua's salary, okay? Fufu, it's not about that though. But I like that part of usagi-chan. Kalua said honestly, and Krische smiles when she sees that she seems pleased. She might get a little nagging from Celine, but she won't get so angry because the Crescent will get some profit in the end as interest. Even if she got angry, Krische thought, it shouldn't be that much. Kalua was a good subordinate and she wanted to maintain a good relationship with her, and Krische would not want to see her relationship with her deteriorate and have her leave the century. Spinning her mind, ultimately Krische come up with a rationalized argument that she should help Kalua after all, because it would be beneficial for Celine to maintain a good relationship with Kalua, who was moderately excellent. It's okay, it should be okay, Krische nodded. To tell the truth, she wanted to discuss the matter after Celine's arrival and make a decision. But if by some chance Celine said no, Krische would have no choice but to follow what she said. It's because Krische's priority was Celine's interests. For Krische, Celine's wishes should be fulfilled and obeyed without the need thinks over it. She cannot go as far as to do something for another person on her own initiative if it means going against that. That was why she decided to take the form of ex post facto consent. Although it was a grey area for Krische, she acted on the vague judgment that Celine would probably forgive her. Nevertheless, it was a decision that required a great deal of deliberation on Krische's part. From now on, Kalua will have to work even harder than before to prove it to Celine. Listen, okay? Krische is even prepared to apologize to Celine. So, Kalua needs to work a lot more from now on. As long as the debt remains, Krische needs Kalua to do her best under Krische, okay? Yes. Kalua replied as if it was something natural, then she smiled wryly, then let go of Krische's body and kneeled. She took Krische's hand and kissed it. As your command. I swear by this name and sword, I promise. Then it's a promise. Krische laughed and Elvina approached her. Elvina said thank you and bowed her head with tears on the corners of her eyes. Well, what are we going to do with Elvina, who has become unemployed? Do you have a destination? No. According to what I heard, the place of work that Dargris mentioned seems to be a live-in. If Elvina is fine with it, it's good there too. Secor Commander, that's no good. Krische still didn't quite understand that what Dargris meant by a conscientious shop was simply a conscientious brothel. With this kind of flow, Krische ended up trying to get Elvina to sell her body again, albeit unwittingly. Mia forgot her excitement and held her head. Usagi-chan. How do I say it, that job? From there, Kaluuya went to great pains to make her understand that the job description was not very good. Despite Krishe's knowledge of animal mating, she was dealing with Krische who had very different values from those of ordinary people, and a girl so mentally innocent that she would believe it if you told her that a stork brought a baby to you. It took me quite some time to convey that it was a bad job while avoiding a direct expression and in a roundabout way. Then half a koku passed, 1 hour. It was late at night when Krische began to doze off and the meeting was over. There were many rooms in Roland's estate to entertain guests. For the record, they had secured an inn in the city, but it seemed foolish to bother going there late at night, so Krische decided to use an empty room in the estate and went to bed. Mia took the sleepy Krische with her, while Kaluuya looked up at the ceiling in the room assigned to Elvina. Fufu, she's really a strange one. I've thought about it since before, but Usagi-chan is a little weird, but she's a really nice girl. She caresses the giggling Elvina on her head and smiled. Usagi-chan. I wonder who said it. The current unit was created by that girl, but the training was incredibly strict. On top of that, she never smiled at all she said was that we had no guts and didn't try hard enough, that kind of demon instructor. She narrowed her eyes and smiled wryly. The training was to learn how to handle magic power. It was called that, but she thought it was harsh and severe training. Even Kaluuya was so exhausted that she could not even eat properly for several days. They were literally forced to train from morning until nightfall, to the limit of their ability, and some of them even collapsed. After a short break, they were made to carry large barrels of stones. It was still better for people like Kaluuya who could unconsciously use magic from the beginning, but for those who didn't, it was truly torture. Krische, who came to the place where they couldn't even eat properly, casually ate a cookie and said, "Dagra, you're not pushing them hard enough, are you? They're still relying on their muscles. Krische thinks you should tire them out a little more," because she would say things like that without any hesitation. At that time she was terribly resented. She was so cute on the outside, and yet she trained us to the point of spitting up blood without a care in the world. So someone started calling her a crazy rabbit. But that was only the beginning. The general's daughter Serene and her servant Berry were the most popular among the soldiers. When she was around them, Krische was like a child, laughing and being spoiled, and to their surprise, she was in a good mood. Seeing and hearing her like that, everyone gradually began to realize that she was a little younger than she looked. Her rigorous training was just a matter of course for her, and it wasn't meant to be malicious. As they became able to handle the harsh training more normally, the hatred toward her began to diminish, and the derogatory name Usagi, rabbit, became a term of endearment. Even so, there were those who said things like, "I'm going to make that crazy rabbit pay someday," but in the 5-on-1 mock battle, they all had their spirit broken. Bagu, the one in the same squad, used to be one of them. At some point, even those guys fell for her Krishe's pace. After that, everyone came to understand that she was just a serious and young girl, so it became something like a nickname. I'm the only one who's openly calling her that though. Fufu, isn't it cute, Usagi-chan? Elvina brought her face closer and stroked Kaluuya's cheek. I was thinking, it's fine if Nei-san speaks in a way that's easy to talk to, you know, like to Krishe-sama or Mia-sama. It's kind of embarrassing. Because, in comparison, it seems like Nei-san is acting distant. It's nice to feel like we've become much closer to each other if Nei-san talk casually. That's so, what a strange child. Either way is fine though. Saying that, Kaluuya likewise stroked Elvina's cheeks as if to confirm it. Elvina leaned closer and buried her face in Kaluuya's chest. From now on, can we stay together forever? Don't you have to go back home? If Nei-san comes back, then I'll follow you. I can't go back. I've been disowned. She hugged Elvina, saying that she'll do her best at Usagi-chan's place for a while. Nei-san, don't worry about it too much. I can't say I've never regretted it, but it's thanks to that I was able to find Elvina like this now. Happy ending. Yes, She nodded happily and looked up. She clingingly grabbed Kahlua by her shoulder and peered into her eyes. Even if I go home, I'm sure I'll be treated like an outsider. I'm sure I won't have a place to belong. If Nasan is like that, I won't go home either. That's so. So, if Nasan doesn't mind me being selfish, this time I want Nasan to take me with you. No matter where Nasan goes, I'll be with Nasan. I'd like to stay with Nasan forever. Kahlua nodded and pressed her forehead against hers. If Elvina wants to, I promise. Yes. And Kahlua's eyes wavered slightly hesitantly, and her long eyelashes slowly closed. She opened her eyes again with her eyes slightly teary-eyed. She said, I'm sorry. Next time, I'll properly take you with me. Elvina squinted her eyes for a moment as if looking into the distance and smiled. I'm sorry too. For being a hopelessly selfish child. But it hasn't changed much even now. She chuckled and stared at Kahlua. I feel like I've been waiting for a long time, wanting to hear those words. I see. Guess I made you wait. Yes, I've been waiting. So I won't let you go. She continued to hug her, then she closed her eyes and said goodnight. In her smiling sister's arms, the girl truly fell asleep for the first time in years. Yeah. Good night, Elvina. Next morning. I am sorry, Corps Commander. This is the first time in Krische's life that she has been headbutted in her sleep. Krische forgave the last back fist as an accident, but this is now intentional. Do you have any grudge against Krische? Krische woke up in the worst way. Chapter 97, Spiral of Light and Dark. It was at the public square in Kielzaren. There, people form a circle with a distance between them, and in the center were 5 people wearing black-painted armor and a girl with silver hair. They hoisted the flag of the Crescent moon skull high as if showing their authority, and simply stood on the elevated platform that had been hurriedly constructed in the center. Baron Cornell, the chief of the city of Kielzaren, a lean man with a figure-8 mustache, was present, and in front of him a pale-faced old man, the somewhat gaunt first legal officer Else, brandished a letter and gave a powerful speech that sent his spit flying. In his hand was a letter Roland sent to the Hilkinto's army. A merchant who put business first and valued profits more than honor should not have power, and should be a neutral entity that cooperates with those in power only through contracts. At least, merchants were treated that way in the kingdom's laws. It is not permissible to pretend to be a collaborator and betray the enemy, and that is why the lowly merchant Roland, who broke it, would be executed here. Else desperately screamed out the words he's been thinking about without sleeping since last night, as a righteous guardian of the law. It was Krische that he occasionally glanced sideways at as if to see what her reaction was. Indifferent and tedious. She looked at Else with her inorganic purple eyes, not moving her beautiful face. It was difficult to know whether she was satisfied with Else's words or not. Witness, for Else, who had received some kind of bribe from Roland, he understood that it was just an example to himself. It was his role to inform the people that this execution was not a result of Christ and army's violence, but a justified execution, and he feared that he might suffer the same fate, depending on how well he delivered his speech. And even Baron Cornell, who witnessed his desperation up close, was afraid of the Kristan's young lady, who stood next to him, the cursed child, Krische. He was aware that Else was at the place where the torture took place as a witness, but his behavior was not normal. But he could at least understand that a great deal of fear must have befallen him. Cornell has ruled Kielzaren for a long time, because of his position. He had a close relationship with the merchants of this city, and Roland was naturally no exception. Naturally, it could not be said that there was absolutely nothing shady going on there. He knew that there were various businesses being conducted by corrupt merchants like Roland, such as slave trading and smuggling, etc., and that he, who had tacitly approved and accepted bribes, was in the same position as Else. If the Christand were to triumph and Princess Crescenta were to sit on the throne, there was a fear that his head would fly because of the single mental image the cursed child have about him. He had thought that he would be as irrelevant as possible in this civil war as long as he was not required to claim neutrality, but he changed his mind. He turned his attention to his own assets and wondered how much he could give to them. He turned his thought only to that question. Therefore, from now on, under the name of the blood and the spirit of the heroes that are connected to the kingdom, by Kielzaren's first legal officer Farkas Else, the execution will begin. There was a frenzy in the square. Most of the people who came here were simply people who came to watch the execution. They only listened to Else's words as half-truths, and people just wanted to see the heads fly off. There were some who had a grudge against Roland, but that was only a small percentage, and most were simply looking forward to the execution as mere entertainment. What is fun about executions? Listening to Else's long and loud, noisy talk, Krische tilted her head and bit her lip, holding her yawn. Having been woken up by a headbutt, she wanted to go home early and get a good night's sleep. Her lips pursed and her eyes narrowed sleepily. It's finally over. She frowned sullenly to overcome her drowsiness. Cornell, who saw it sideways, felt danger and took a step forward. I am Fanaktoa Elbakir Cornell, the custody of Kielzaren. I would like to explain once again what happened. Just when Krische thought it was finally over, Cornell's speech began. Krische was left astonished. Isn't it over yet? Krische glared at Mia. Mia looked troubled and whispered, probably just a little more. The rest of the group, except for Krische, could generally tell from Else's and Cornell's appearance what was on their minds. Krische was the only one who was angry at the length of the speech. And so, after Cornell's speech, which lasted for half a koku and was filled with flowery word to Christand and Krische, finally the cage that was placed behind its blanket was removed, and a man was taken out. Rolando's screams as he was lifted from both sides by black-masked men. Krische has not armed him in any visible. Wearing slacks and a jacket, on the surface, Roland appeared unscathed, but even his thick clothes were spotted with spots where blood was slowly seeping out. His hands and feet were tied tight at the base to stop the bleeding, and his gouged torso was tightly wrapped in styptic and bandages. However, it was dying breath, his face was sweaty, and his eyes were hollow. His face was pale, and his breathing was somehow strange. Krische, who saw that, smiled in relief that Roland was alive, and Else and Cornell, who saw that smile, became even more frightened. Else, for example, had seen Krische when she tortured Roland and had recognized her as a deranged pleasure killer. He prayed to God that he would not bear the brunt of it. Roland, unable to walk on his own, was dragged up the stairs to the execution platform where Krische and the others were. Their gazes crossed for a moment as they passed each other. Roland's eyes were clouded with fear, regret, and despair. Krische's inorganic purple eyes narrowed a little as if she was happy. And then they passed. His upper body was placed on the platform that was set up there, and Roland let out a scream and exhaled like a pig. The drifting smell of blood and feces. Everyone there frowned, and Krische was the first to left. During an execution, it was a place reserved for the guilty and the executioner. Krische was no longer interested in the dead Roland. A few moments later, she hears the sound of the executioner slamming the blade and a mad cheer, and she leaves the place as it is, with the black-clad soldier in tow. Her steps were light, and Krish's mind was already on what for lunch. A smile appeared on her lips. Everyone who passed by Krische stared at her with frightened eyes. It's looking good. Evening, after finishing various chores. Roland's mansion, in the kitchen. Krische smiled as she put the pie in the oven, and then begins to work on the next task. Elvina, who was watching, handed her a hand towel and thanked her for the help, cleansed her hands, and stirred the pan to see what was happening. Thank you very much, Krish-sama. It's been the 4th time since yesterday, Elvina. And unlike the other slaves, it's not that the debt has become nulled, it's just that the owner has changed. The story was a little complicated and difficult. After the execution, they had lunch and went to see Elvina's owner. When she brought up the talk about credit to the man who looks frightened, the man who had heard the rumors prostrated himself. He took the initiative to say that he would give away the debts for nothing. Although the merchant owned the credit, Roland had already purchased the slave named Elvina. The credit was only a formality for him, as it was purchased by Roland as a business convenience or discount, etc. Of course, since the credit itself exists on paper, he could use it to make money from Krische, but seeing Roland, who was executed in the blink of an eye, he loses his gut. First Law O. Pfizer Else. Baron Cornell, the noble who manages the city. As long as the two were completely submissive to Krische, He, a merchant, did not have the courage to do such a thing. If Krische used Roland's back ledger and put effort into it, she would be able to judge many of the merchants in this town who were associated with Roland by the law. It was easy to imagine that such a move would cause a great deal of confusion, and since she did not have the time or money to devote to it, she decided to leave it to Dargries, but that did not mean she couldn't do it. For him, Krische was the kind of person who can easily cut his head off if she gets into a bad mood, and of course, he has no intention of going against her. In fact, he would have jumped up and down if he could have been pardoned with a single credit. However, the opponent was Krische. Things don't go as the merchant expected. If an unscrupulous merchant were to give something away for free to a noble like Krische, it would be a bribe. The difference between a gift and a bribe, in particular, was a very complicated distinction in the laws of the kingdom, and it was probably a problem that this is the area in which Krische, who hates ambiguity, was most bad at. I will hand over the debts, so please be considerate. Since he had said things like that, Krische recognized it as a bribe from the standpoint of a royal noble. The result was that the Krische dismisses the credit as something that has monetary value, saying that as a noble, Krische naturally had to pay compensation. That said, the merchant was also desperate. At that place, a merchant was trying to hand over the credit to Krische by any means, while Krische was trying to pay him by any means as part of the business transaction, and so the chaotic discussion ensued. The man, though a merchant, did not try to extract concessions from others, but simply repeated his concessions. Other than Elvina, he said he's going to try to talk to the other slave credit holders from, and make the term as favorable terms as possible, and cooperate with the Crescent to transfer the credit, but Krische did not nod her head, saying that it would be a bribe either way. What the man had was despair. He felt as if his future on the executioner's block was inescapable. The one who saved him was Dargries, who was accompanying her. As expected, he also had some slight understanding of the person named Krische, the merchant who was so desperate that he was willing to expose himself. There was no doubt that Krische would kill this man if things continued as they were. Considering the fact that he was going to get the city, he wanted to minimize the chaos in Kielzaren as much as possible. For his own benefit, he decided to offer his help. Krische, it seems that the two of you are not on the same page. Can you leave it to me to clear up some misunderstandings? Well, that's fine, but... Tired of repeating the same questions and answers over and over again, Krische let him handle it. Dargries approached the man and told him that his methods were bad. He told the man that it would be fine if he helped with the logistics of Crescent army, and that there would be no problem as long as he deducted the slave's credit from the amount. The merchant was so intimidated by Krische that he perceived Krische's refusal of a bribe as a request for further concessions, not realizing that the problem lay in something much simpler. In short, it was a problem because it was a method that looks like a bribe. You just have to make a deduction with the price of another transaction and make it like Krische bought it on the surface. Dargries explained that on top of that, if the price was cheap, and if the merchant did the concession he said earlier, then she would be satisfied. The discussion, which was extremely confusing, came to a conclusion. The man suddenly said that he had always wanted to be of service to Her Royal Highness and that he was a merchant burning with lofty ideals who wanted to cut off lawlessness from the country. He then told her that he would take care of everything regarding Roland's slave. He defended himself, saying that although he could not go against him because of the power relationship in business, he was deeply distressed by such slave treatment, and in fact, he had been forced to have Elvina serve him there. He then quickly drew up a contract and approached Krische, saying that Elvina's credit would be deducted from the price of the military logistics support. Krische was perplexed by the change, but the price of the contract for logistical support of the army, arranging food for the soldiers, etc., was remarkably cheap compared to the market price. There was nothing wrong with the contract he had quickly drawn up. The question was that the price was so cheap that the price of Elvina's credit seems to be not included in the bill. The merchant replied, "I want to do my best for Her Highness, so I'm willing to do business that barely cover the cost." Naturally, the merchant did not consider Elvina's credit on the bill. Even with that, he set the price that it was still really cheap. The merchant was desperate not to be killed. Well, if Mr. Merchant wants to work for Her Highness so much, then that's fine with Krische too. In theory, this was not a bribe or blackmail. Krische was not threatening or offering favors, but he simply voluntarily spent his own money to help. Krische nodded after thinking for a moment about whether there would be any legal issues. The reduction of the price or the offer of money for the support of the military action is simply a donation and cooperation as a citizen and does not constitute a bribe in the first place. Either way, it was a bargain for Krische, who needed to make such deals with the merchants of the city. As long as there were no legal problems, it did not matter to Krische whether the merchant was a bad person or not, as long as she could purchase Elvina's credit through legal procedures on paper. The only problem was that the credit was personally transferred to her, who was a noble. Then, by completing Elvina's credit purchase procedure and the contract for the transport relationship in writing at the same time, the man was finally released. The man, who did not want to go through any more hellish negotiations with Krische, showed his deepest relief, and Krische, who was remembering that, tilted her head while holding a ladle in her hand. But, as expected, something seems strange. In any case, according to the merchant, all of Roland's slaves would be released as a result. The merchant is very emphatic that he will take care of it for her, and although she didn't know why, he said he'll do his best. Krische grumbled that perhaps he was as good a person as he. It's fine to think of that as a happy thing, but compared to the girls who are supposed to be released free of charge, it seems that only Elvina, who in a sense remained in debt, suffer a loss. For Krische, this was a result that was somewhat unconvincing. However, when Kahlua and Elvina heard this story, they both just laughed and expressed their gratitude. Krische sighed, saying she didn't quite understand it, and Elvina chuckled. I was a little worried about the fact that I was the only one who could be saved, so I am very happy. I am grateful to Krische even if it's just purchasing the credit. Is that so? Though that's more important than anything else. I'm sure the others will be grateful to Krische too when they learn the truth. They didn't tell the other slaves about this. Krische could not be certain of its release anyway, so Elvina explained to Krische that it would be better to keep quiet because it would be painful if they were not released due to some mistake. Anyway, the idea was that if they were truly freed, they would naturally find out why. In that case, Krische feels like Ye should be grateful to the merchant, not to Krische. I wonder about that. Elvina laughed as if she was troubled. The owner of the debt. Elvina, who personally knew the merchant, was clearly a villain, but even so, she didn't bother to explain such a thing to this girl. It would only be like complaining to a child. To Elvina, the girl seemed very precious, so she did not want to do anything that would tarnish it. Well, whatever. She sipped at the ladle of soup and smiled. Really, Krische sure likes cooking. Yes. When Krische is on the battlefield, Krische doesn't have many opportunities to cook things properly like this, so it's fun. The kitchen utensils are also very well equipped and she stroked the kitchen knife. Aside from that, is it okay? It's dangerous to accompany Krische and the other, you know? Yes, if Krische would allow me. I have nowhere to go, and in that case, I would like to return Krishe's favor even if just a little. Half of it was payback for Kahlua, so Elvina doesn't have to worry about it. Kahlua has done a lot for me, Krische, after all. She stroked Krishe's head, who said that as if she was troubled. Then she bends her back slightly and matched her gaze. Elvina said, "The kindness I received from Krishe is so great that I will never be able to pay it back." Ahehe, Elvina is exaggerating. Even if it's trivial for Krishe, that's just how it is. Is that how it is? That's how it is. Elvina laughed and run their fingers through Krishe's silver hair. The Krische she saw in her room last night looked horrifying, but when she saw it the other day, and today, her figure was endlessly adorable. She was a twisted, strange, and simply a beautiful girl. Elvina looked a lot like Kahlua after all, but somehow, Elvina looked just like Berry. Berry. Krische has said it before, it's Krishe's favorite servant. R.I.C. Foo-foo. When Krische did this, it reminded Krische. Krische leaned her over to Elvina, narrowing her eyelids just a little. And she had a somewhat lonely expression. Elvina strokes her head. Then, I have to make sure that Krishe doesn't feel lonely. Foo-foo, though I don't think I can replace that Berry-sama. The girl nodded a little bit happily. She was a girl, younger than she looked. She could see why her sister liked her so much. She had a weakness for little girls like this. Shall we take a bath together today? I'll wash Krische-sama body away just like before. Yes, because Elvina was good at it. But... Krische thrust her finger and said with a serious face. You can't play pranks like before, okay, really. It was a figure that somehow made her relax, her strength leaving her. Like her sister, she might be weak to her, she said wryly. Fufu, if Krische-sama said not to do it, it just makes me want to tease Krische-sama more. Mew. It was a little strange, but she was grateful for the fortuitous encounter. Chapter 98, The Young General Girl. It was at the main tent of Crescent. Inside was Celine, sitting on a chair with her chin on her hand on a simple desk, and Galen with his arms crossed. Annan stands next to them, looking confused. In front of them were Krische, Mia, Kahlua, and Elvina. Also, Eluga, who happened to have come to see Krische on the pretense of having some business, sitting in a chair with a wicked smile seemingly joyful. Next to him was Kinez, who was backing away from his superior's evil appearance. Celine looked down at the contract in her hand and massaged her eyes. Well, you didn't hurt the merchant or do anything like that, did you? Mew. Krische didn't do that. After talking to him properly, he came up with the idea on his own. That merchant seems to want to do his best for Crescent. Roland's execution comes out of the blue. Elvina's bond purchase, and installation of logistical support. The story she heard upon her arrival gave Celine a headache. Although the detailed contract stated that the purchase price of Elvina's bonds was included, it was clear that it was only a formality. The price on the contract was 2/3 of the market price, a figure that makes one doubtful whether the merchant could even make a profit. It was clear that the contract was made under threat, but since Krische insisted that Muku, at least she did not do it consciously. She just unconsciously threatened the merchant. Haha, isn't it just fine? The result is good. Regarding Roland, it was my fault that I forgot to report it. That's what Eluga said, and Serene glared at him. It seems that this old man was also secretly cooperating with the Krische, and he was quite familiar with what was going on in Kielzaren. Certainly, that's true, but you have a bad personality, aren't you, Commander Farron? I wonder if you kept me the general out of the loop. No, I didn't mean to. That's why I'm here to report. I could not contact you with the situation dividing the north and south, so please don't scold Krische-sama. Regarding the execution, it was our consensus who was in the south. Seriously, Celine sighed and pinched Krische cheek across the desk. You. It's quite complicated dealing with merchants. They have a wide connection after all. This time it can't be helped, but from now on you should talk to me properly. Yes. Celine smiled and put her hand that had been pinching Krische's cheek on her head. However, that is as the family head and as a general. As a sister, I'm happy that you worked so hard for someone else like that. Celine. To tell you the truth, I wanted you to wait until I came and then talk together. I understand how you feel, but please trust me more. Yes. Sorry. Kahlua and Elvina. She must have wanted to help these two people no matter what. But if Celine says no, Krische would not be able to do it. In that case, Krische would surely give priority to Celine's conclusion. That's why Krische took the form of ex post facto consent. Looking at it negatively, it could be said to be a cunning way of doing things, but even with such a cunning way of doing things, Krische still wanted to help the two of them. She was very happy that Krische thought of others that way, but that was from an adult's point of view. Personally, Celine still wanted Krische to rely on her in such situations, which was why her feeling was a bit complicated. Krische is serious and honest, and usually doesn't say anything selfish except to be pampered, so Celine wanted her to be more selfish with her. Thank you, General. Kahlua bowed, followed by Elvina and Mia. Celine waved her hand and sighed. You can thank Krische. And don't worry about the debt, since the amount was the same as nothing. Yes. However, I have made a debt that I can't ever pay back after all, so I will pay it back with my work. Kahlua smiled and Celine nodded. I'd be happy if you did. Please take of Krische. Yes. Krische turned to Kahlua, who salutes. The The way it ended was somewhat unsatisfying for Krische, so you really don't have to worry about it, you know? Fufu, don't say that. From now on, I'll do my best for Usagi-chan. Kaluuya stroked Krische's head. Krische looked a little annoyed, but smiled happily and leaned closer. Eluga and Galen nodded their heads in delight at the fact that Krische was being so genuinely favored by her subordinates, while Celine stiffened again, just as she had the other day. Also, it seems that Elvina has nowhere to go right now, so Krische is thinking of asking her to be a servant, attendant, like an Elvina. Glance, Celine looked next to Krische. Elvina, who looked nervous being looked at her face, looked just like Kaluuya, who was stroking Krische's head in front of her. Yes, she's very attentive, and she's excellent, so Celine can relax. She's also good at making tea, and she can help with cooking. She takes care of her personal belongings perfectly. Krische glanced at On. It was a glance crammed with meaning. This time, On stiffened. Anyway, Krische think I'll treat it like that until this battle is over, but... Why yes. I don't mind. Hey, that's good. Well then, Krische will in your care for a while, Elvina. Why yes. Krische leans towards Elvina and smiled. Elvina gave a wry smile and smiled at Krische, saying, "Thank you." An indescribable feeling danced in Celine's heart. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will be devoted to reorganization and the rest of the soldiers, and they will depart in 3 days. And that will be the end of this civil war. For Krische, it was her final rest. Once this is over, she would say goodbye to Serene for a while again. It was only natural to think that she would be spoiled by Celine as usual. However, Celine? What? Hamu. The two of them were alone. They moved to Serene's tent. Krische was made to sit on Celine's lap and was given as many cookies as possible, which An had bought in the city. Her head was stroked so much that Krische could felt a slight heat. For a whole koku, 2 hours, Krische hands were held down by a hug from behind, and she was transformed into a cookie cracker doll, unable to move even a twitch. For some reason, today Celine was so kind, enough to make Krische feel uneasy. The situation, which filled her head with question marks, left her in a state of intense bewilderment. If anything, it wouldn't be strange for Krische to be scolded by Celine for doing various things on her own. She was prepared for Celine to be a little bit angry and a bit of scolding, but before she knew it, she found herself in this situation. Truly sugary sweet Krische was so thoroughly pampered that it made her pure white skin blush, causing unprecedented chaos within Krische. She loved Celine, but compared to Berry, she was a strict person by Krish standards. Basically, Krische is spoiled by Celine, but Celine doesn't do that for her very often. But Celine was strange today. Celine ordered Elvina to rest first, saying that the sisters must have a lot to catch up on each other. Anne, who had been fearful of the appearance of a new strong enemy, was also kicked out, telling her to go to Galen, who looked tired today. Normally, Krische would have brewed the tea, but Serene said, "I'll brew it today," and moved quickly. It's been like this since then. Krische was both delighted and feared that this was a harbinger of something to come. Delicious. Why yes. It's a cookie made with Sirish nuts, Celine's favorite. It's delicious to eat once in a while. The acidic Sirish berries are small berries that you can pick up with your fingers. They resemble lemons, but the aroma was rather sweet. Celine was especially fond of cookies made with Sirish. I'm glad. Krische has been working hard for a while, so I thought I'd take care of Krische once in a while. Is that so? What is it? Hate it? Not hate it. Krische twisted and turned her body and asked. Celine, you sure you're not angry? Why doot Krische think I'm angry? Krische, selfishly. I told you. I'm not mad at you for trying to do something good for someone. Celine sandwiches Krish's cheek with her hands and asked, "Do I look that scary to you?" That's not it, but Celine, today is kind of a berry, so sweet. Serene looked a little unhappy at the word berry, and her well-shaped eyebrows twitch. She then brings her face closer and fix her gaze firmly. Unlike Berry, I'm always scary. No, it's not, you. That's what makes Celine a bit scary, but keeps those words in the back of his mind. Even Krische could understand such worldly wisdom. Well, Berry is very kind, can do anything skillfully, and is good at cooking, which Krische loves, completely different from the clumsy and scary me. She's much kinder to other people than I am, and I'm just a scary big sister after all. That's. Don't lie. Krische must be thinking that I'm scary after just me pampering you like this already enough to make you scared. You must be thinking that it's strange that I do this. That was half true, but she still kept her mouth shut. Krische thought he wasn't angry, but she still felt like Celine was angry for some reason. Even though Silence said she wasn't angry, was she still angry after all? But Krische hesitated to ask that. What should she do? What comes to her mind was the words her mother used to say. Krische, honesty is a virtue. The most important thing is to be honest with yourself. Of course, you shouldn't be selfish, though. And Berry's words to Krische, who was wondering what to say to Celine, who was worried about Bogan on the battlefield. Krish-sama, honesty is the greatest treasure. Even if Krish-sama have difficulty saying, there is no one who will dislike your words if you sincerely think about the other person. That feeling, properly, to Oju-sama. Krische recalled those words and said to Celine, it's not a lie, it's the truth. Krish was, just a little bit scared, but Krische loves Celine, so this kind of thing makes Krische very happy, and Krische is just a little bit surprised. It was not just a little bit scary, but quite scary, but Krische had learned a bit of the art of softening her word. Celine narrowed her eyes when she heard those words, although it was a bit, in truth it was not rapt at all. What part does Krische like? What part? Krish's eyes swam around, and Celine's eyes narrowed even more. Celine is really kind to the Krische, she works hard for the cliché, she's trying to do a lot of things, that's why Krische loves Celine. Falteringly, awkwardly Krische said, and she glanced at Celine's face. Celine's cheeks were slightly red, but she was looking at the Krische expressionlessly, and said, one more time. What do you think? Krish loves Celine? Again. Krische loves Celine. Again. Krische loves Celine. When Krische told her, Celine finally smiled and kissed her. Fufu, I love you too. Silver mixed with gold, and Celine intertwined her fingers with Krish's hand. She smiled happily and pressed her forehead against hers. I'll be strict when it's needed, but I also love Krische. That's why I want to make Krische happy like this. Is it strange? It's not strange. That's so. Then please understand that I love Krische. Understood? When asked, Krische nodded and smiled. Reassured that Celine doesn't look angry for the time being, she presses their lips together and smiled. Yes, Krische understand. Good. If possible, I would like to let Krische be pampered, you know? I wonder if I look so angry all the time. Hugging her tightly, Celine asked. Krish's eyes swam around. That's not true, but, you're really bad at lying. Though I would be troubled if Krische got good at it. She chuckled and continued. I have a little time tomorrow afternoon, so why don't we take a quick look at the market and do some shopping? Yes. Happy. Yes, Krische is happy. That's so. Krische can be as selfish as Krische wants tomorrow, and it's Krish's reward for your hard work. Celine, seeing Krische jumping, Celine breathes a sigh of relief at the definite response. She was exasperated at himself, wondering what she was fighting against, but when she saw Krish's smiling face, she thought and become convinced herself. Then the next day. Here, Celine, say In Kizaran, the appearance of the general who kept eating fruit fed by Krische while her face turned bright red became a hot topic. The cheerful Krische who didn't care about the eyes of the guard soldiers or the citizens around her. Celine regretted what she said, but Celine somehow seemed happy. She grabbed Krish's hand and slowly walked around the market. Chapter 99, Painting Maiden. Silver armor engraved with wings and the flicker of the wind. With her helmet under her arm, the one who wore it was a beautiful girl with graceful golden hair. She was Celine Argalit Rinia Critand. The large man standing next to her was Kolki Zagrand, the corps commander of the 2nd Corps. The man with bald head and thin body as if there's only bones in it was Eliga Farron, the corps commander of the 4th Corps. and with a blue vein showing in anger, Terius Melchikos, the corps commander of the 3rd Corps. His aquiline nose is deeply wrinkled, and he looks at the man in front of him with eyes that were ready to shoot him. Behind her was a line of 25,000 soldiers, and against them was the former adjutant of the 3rd Corps commander of the Crescent army. It's been a while, Selene-sama. Yeah, it's been a while. Though it hasn't been that long. It was Salva Rinia Caldera. His grey-brown hair was combed, and his skinny body was wrapped in rugged, well-worn armor. Next to him was a beautiful young man with black hair and blue eyes, and behind him was a large army of 35,000. He stood boldly before Selene's eyes as an enemy general. I got a chance to take my father's revenge with my own hands after all. So, I'm happy you came here. Selene's eyes narrowed sharply. Her father's enemy, but she kept her cool. Her mind was at peace. Your anger is justified. I'll honestly face it. But, even if it's Selene-sama, now that we're facing each other with sword in hand, I won't let you easily cut off this head. You sure said it. Yes. In this battle, I see that the righteousness lies with His Highness the younger brother. That is Her Majesty the Princess and her older sister who has been wiped from the royal lineage, Krische-sama. The upheaval and tragedy are caused by the too cursed child. Selene furrowed her brows and Salva closed his eyes. The abnormality of the Krische-sama is well known to all of you here. Haven't you ever thought that she was much too skilled? Do you really think that His Highness planned to usurp the throne at that time? Then why was General Vereich given the position of Eastern General? If this was a well-thought-out plot by His Royal Highness, then such a thing would be impossible. Although the king held authority over military personnel, Guildenstein's power was also significant. It is said that the king's illness worsened, and he was in a state where it was difficult for him to carry out government affairs properly. Although he appeared at the ceremony conferring decoration, it was Guildenstein who delivered the speech. The hand that held the sword was trembling slightly, and the king's face was covered with makeup, perhaps to hide his complexion. Guildenstein, who had a strong connection to the military, could have put someone else for the Eastern General, not Nozen Verich, who was Bogan's confidant, but someone else who was on his side. Then, as soon as the East was ready, he could usurp the throne. It was much too sloppy. If Guildenstein had started this civil war, it was all too short-sighted. The reason why Crescent took refuge with Crescent, the existence of Krische, and the unexplained illness of the king. Of course, even Salva knew of Guildenstein's notoriety. He was not a man to be respected. But more than that, Salva, who knew Krische, cannot think of Princess Crescent as a tragic princess. He recognizes her as a cursed child, like Krische. It's not too late even now. Surrender. I swear on my name, with my life, I assure you that I will not let anything bad happen to you, even if the opponent is His Highness. Salva's voice was filled with sincerity. A moment of silence. It was his former superior, Terius, the 3rd Corps commander, who broke it. Cuckoo, surrender? How abominable. I don't even want to remember that I had a shameless man like you as my adjutant. Just when I thought that you're going to give long drawn-out apologize, you mocked Her Highness, and mocked Krische-sama. What a traitor. I can't even say I'm shocked. Corps Commander Melchikos. Don't call my name, Salva, my name will be defiled. Far from repaying kindness to Margrave Crescent, who once saved us from a predicament, you took his life away, and is now still breathing peacefully. It can never be forgiven. Terius clenched his fists in anger. Don't think you'll die easy, Salva. You did just that much. Of course, I understand. Selene, who saw Salva who took that anger head-on, thought of Krische and Crescent, and then Bogan. Salva's words, there was a mixture of various emotions in my heart. Righteousness, justice, anger, hatred, love, pity. Which one was the correct one? Such emotions and rationality, as if wishing to be at a loss. But she shouldn't be. After making that decision, Selene picked up the sword again. If she had to choose one of them. The answer is already decided. You don't think those words would end the fight, do you? I was hoping for that, but the answer is no. Yes. I will thrust my sword at you for the sake of your Highness the Princess, for Krische who you called cursed child. And I will avenge my father. That's all I have to say to you. Negotiations broke down, Celine said and turned her back. I wish you good luck. I don't want to see the person who killed my father die an unsightly death. Thank you, Celine-sama. I wish you good luck in battle. The two then turned their backs, and the surroundings followed suit. 2 people remained. Kolki's a grand. And Gran a grand. Don't worry, Gran, I will definitely kill you. The handsome young man flinched at those words for a moment, but returned his gaze as if to challenge him. Please don't underestimate me too much, father. Haha, as a father, I'd be happy to see my feeble son challenge me head-on like that, but I'm sad to think that this is the end. I'm begging you, just don't show me a stupid death. If you, who betrayed the general and left home, is like that then. Like a rock. The muscles of his face contorted in anger and hatred, and his eyes, like those of a hungry tiger, turned to the young man. I have to live with this anger for the rest of my life. Gran flinched but looked back at his eyes. Don't underestimate me as a coward forever. And with that, he turned on his heel. Kolkis, who saw his back figure, also turned his back. 20 RI, 8 kilometers, east of Kirzaren. That's how the Battle of the Dorval Plains began. I have a report. Approximately 30,000 to 40,000 troops are heading towards Dorval. A small tent in the camp. It was about 100 RI, 40 kilometers, south-southwest of Kirzaren where Krische heard the report. The enemy split in two, one of them detoured far east. It avoided them and went to Serene. Checking the flag, the crest of the Caldera family, the enemy general is likely to be Silver Caldera. The presence of Guildenstein has been confirmed on this side. The contact with the enemy will be tomorrow. An army of about 50,000, if that's all their number, then the total number of soldiers Guildenstein has amassed was 80,000 or 90,000. It was a little more than expected, but it was still too early to conclude the conclusion. Information is ambiguous, and a commander must always think of all possibilities. Understood. What about General Vereich? To Koku, 4 hours later, after finishing the meal, he would like to hold a meeting. Thank you. Do you have any other missions? Yes, Nothing was given. The messenger was awestruck, or rather bewildered, by the intelligent Krische's good looks, or, more precisely, by her posture. She sat on the servant's lap while her hair was braided. There was not a shred of dignity in it. It's a serious report, but somehow there was no tension. The messenger had visited Krische many times, but when he came to report here, Krische always looked relaxed, as if she was not in the middle of a military action, which made his tension drained every time he came here. He was a serious man, loyal to his military duties, so he doesn't talk about it, but he was dismayed and about the various rumors around the girl, among which was that she is an eccentric child, which was at least true. A monster, stronger and more ruthless than anyone else. He also knows how she was on the battlefield. She may indeed be such a being, but if anything, calling her an innocent child seems closer to the reality of the situation. He feels that her ruthlessness lies in that, like of a child killing an insect by ripping its limbs off. Please tell the battalion commanders the same information. They should also attend the meeting. Just use any messenger who is there freely. Yes, Understood. You may go. The messenger saluted, said goodbye, and left the tent. As he left, Elvina, who was holding Krische on her lap, exhaled her nervousness. For Krische, the inside of her tent seems to be a relaxing space. She seems to be taking care of herself to some extent when outside, but when someone visits her in her tent, she was always like this. Krische's favorite was to sit on her lap, and it's not too hard as she was as light as a feather, but it's not hard for her when Krische was listening to a serious report while sitting on her lap. Krische smiled contentedly as her hair, which hung down to her left fringe, was tied back up. Elvina is good at it. Yes, in the past, I used to braid Nasan's hair a lot. Kalua got tired of doing it on her own at some point, so Elvina often played with Kalua's hair. Krische's long, silky hair is easy to braid, and when she unties her hair, she loves how it flows smoothly and all done. While combing Krische's hair on her knees, her hands moved on its own. Although it should have been tightly braided, Krische's braided hair was so soft that she couldn't believe it was braided. It seemed as if it would come undone at any moment. She smiled wryly, saying that Krische's hair was so silky that it has no cohesive, can't be bundled, which was troubling. Krische is also pretty good at it. Krische'll do it for Elvina. Mine is short so. It's okay. Krische has tied about 30 braids with that length before. Ahaha, at least please make it just 2. Krische happily remembered Berry's braided hair. She pulled his face close and moved her finger dexterously. The other day, the Krische when she stepped into the bedroom, the figure that grabbed Roland's neck. Her innocent appearance now was so lovely and pure that it was hard to believe she was the same as the girl at that time. She was the inhabitant of a painting that had been cut out, leaving only beauty. For example, she was like that, and she had an even more mysterious charm because she's flesh and blood here. The purple eyes that seemed to suck you in seemed to see the world as if it were a flowery paradise, as if looking at a desolate, lightless wasteland. She wondered if this purity too would soon be stained by the mundane world. When I look at Krische-sama, it reminds me of Lane's Heaven. It's a religious painting of the Holy Elsren Empire. It seems that the first emperor, Elslane, had a hobby of painting. Roland liked to collect them. The former Queen Grabarane, who annexed neighboring countries in an instant and made Alberon's name known to the surrounding world. Her daughter, Elslane, the emperor of the First Holy Empire, suddenly rebelled against her. Elslane was praised as a beautiful ruler and a great leader, but she rarely appeared in public and apparently did not give speeches. Instead, she showed countless paintings. Her exquisite technique was said to be unrivaled whether in the past or future to come. The paintings were painted to a morbid, obsessive degree, and the layers and layers of paint created a heavenly paradise. There was no misery, no warfare. The fruits that grow on the tree are picked and shared, and everyone holds hands and laughs together. The people were shown only such a paradise of unsoiled beauty and happiness. Except for one of her last moments, Elslane continued to paint just that throughout her life, and it was said that the total number exceeds several thousand. It's a very beautiful picture. When I look at Krische-sama, I feel like Krische-sama was a resident who has escaped from the world of that picture. Innocent children among them, Elslane often painted pure maidens. Exactly like Krische. Krische's face was grim, as if faced with a difficult task. Elvina chuckled. It's an analogy. I want to say that Krische-sama is very beautiful. Thank you very much. She tilted her head as if she still didn't understand, and Elvina cast her eyes down as if remembering. In the beginning paintings, men and women of all ages at first, there were many adults in paradise, but after a certain time, Elslane stopped drawing adults. Only young things were drawn there. At the same time, her reign was overshadowed, and corruption and injustice were rampant. After painting her last work, she died. It is said that the beautiful emperor fell ill or committed suicide. Her paintings, which was said to be the light in dark night, was white painting that was painted over with rough stroke of black. What do you think? Even though it is a forgery, don't you think this is quite intense? I would love to see the real thing, the last work left by such an accomplished painter. From an adult to a child, and finally to a light produced in darkness. This shows reincarnation, said the Pope when he succeeded to the power. Even when age of darkness comes, the right Iou's faith will always lead us to paradise. That's what Elslane is telling us, he said. She's there ahead of us, waiting for us. The history of the Empire. While she was cleaning, she read Roland's collection in her free time. Now Elvina could finally understand the feelings that arose when she saw those paintings. A beautiful, yet somehow sad, imaginary paradise. A fantasy world without any substance, where all the impurities have been removed. She thought that Elslane was probably the purest and loneliest person. She could only find happiness in the paradise in the picture, in the longing, yearning. She turned her eyes away from all kinds of impurities, but she could not escape from them. So, he turned his eyes only to the innocent, and in the end, she despaired of everything. She gave up even dreaming of that paradise. That picture looked like a paradise that was painted over, crushed. Elvina thought that her final moments must have been suicide. It's done. Oh, Krische-sama is really good at it. When Elvina looked at the finished braid and said so, The girl smiled softly and leaned her body against her. And then her eyes turned somewhat cold and downcast. The meeting is probably going to be late. Cliché, can she take a break until dinner? Of course. Would you like to sleep in the bed? Ah. She chuckled and nodded. Then let's rest like this. Yes, good night. She stroked her head as she closed her eyes and silently wished her a good night's sleep. She hoped this angelic girl could find a certain peace in this world, even if only for this one moment. The kind of happiness she had given her. Thinking of that, Elvina ran her fingertips through her silver hair. Chapter 100, Cage of Hatred. In the large tent, Nozen was seated at the top, and the corps commanders sit in 2 lines around the long side of the long table. Krische and Grunmeld sat closest to Nozen, the rest, for people took their seats in the order of their corps number. One of Nozen's opponents in the first battle, the corps commander who was under Cure Marcellus, has been added, and the 5th Corps has been newly established. A large number of recruits, how to distribute them to each corps was a problem. The total number of soldiers was 33,000, excluding Krische's 4,000. There was also a suggestion to increase each corps number to about 7,000, with Nozen commanding 5,000, but fundamentally increasing the number of soldiers in a corps wouldn't bring about the effect of numbers. The 5,000 per corps, that was a fixed number that had been handcrafted over the course of many years of history. Although it fluctuates with the times, it was a figure that has been determined by continuous searching for the most efficient number of personnel in a corps. The basic movements and tactics of the corps were built on the premise of 5,000 soldiers. An increase in the number of soldiers would create disorder in command and accelerate the difficulty of control. As a result, there is a possibility of disrupting the cohesion of the entire organization and causing a decline in its capabilities. Rather, the increased manpower will weaken the corps unless it had the capability to swallow it and maneuver easily. In particular, Noxon has been assigned to the eastern part of the country as a general only for a short period of time and was participating in this civil war with no time to let his force mature. There was some concern about the proficiency of both commanders and soldiers, so Nozen thought that it would be better to solidify Cure's defeated army to some extent and incorporate it in the form of a new unit. The former remnants of the defeated soldiers would feel differently if they were incorporated in such an independent manner. As long as they showed competence and loyalty, this general would accept them even if they had once opposed him, and he would have the depth to appoint them to command positions if he could make them think that way. Then their morale would naturally rise. In fact, the morale of the newly established corps members was good, and they felt that they could be operated adequately as a solid military force. Nozen looked at the commander of the 5th Corps. He has good posture but was not nervous. He was an experienced corps commander by nature, and he was showing composure in the face of the impending decisive battle. Not bad, he nodded and looked at Krische. It looks like everyone is ready. Krische-sama, shall we start? Yes, Krische is ready anytime. Krische nodded as Elvina made her a cup of tea. Nozen was more loyal to Christ and as a nobleman than as a soldier. In terms of position, Northern is a general, and Krische was just a corps commander. He had the power to make all the decisions in this army, but she's the one to whom he allegiance. As he does with royalty, Nozen first checked with her. There also had the implication to make her position known. Her childish looks and the rumors surrounding her, many of them weren't very positive, which was why he had to show them where she stands here. Regardless of rumors, she is the one to whom Nozen Vereich, the supreme commander of the place, owes allegiance. By first getting her consent, he implied that he would not tolerate disrespect to Krische Christand. This way, even if anyone had any dissatisfaction or ill feelings toward her, they would not be able to express them outwardly. He deliberately showed an overt attitude on this occasion, as a check and a pose to keep things moving smoothly. Especially since Krische was completely indifferent to such aspects, even a small word like that was important. She was the strongest as a warrior, a genius without equal, but as a soldier, she has many dangerous points, and it was Nozen's role to follow her up on that. Nozen looked over the corps commanders and Krische's battalion commanders who were allowed to participate in the conference. While some were surprised, they probably understood Nozen's intentions. Why did he ask Krische? The girl wondered. They looked at Krische, who was like that, then immediately put on the face of a soldier without any personal feelings, as they should have. Nozen was pleased to see that, and now he opened his mouth to the whole group. First of all, as it is currently confirmed, His Royal Highness Army consists of 10 corps. The second in command is Felworth Keithreton. I think everyone is familiar with that name, but he was a little older than Skeleton. Krische searched her memory. Even among the old veteran generals, he was on the older side. At over 100 years old, he was the oldest general in the kingdom. It had been 30 years since he had appeared on the battlefield like this. 2 generations ago, he was the right-hand man of His Majesty King Alvaza, famed as the Martial King, and built an era. It has been a long time since he has been out of the public eye, but I hear that even in his old age, he has not lost a shred of his intelligence and skill. Like His Royal Highness, he is a formidable opponent. In an era of fiercer turmoil than now, the king of 2 generations ago, Alvaza, took up the sword himself and defended the kingdom's territory to the end. Felworth was a fierce general who made a name for himself at that time. Although he has long since retired, his name is still mentioned by the generals and soldiers of the kingdom as an outstanding warrior to aspire to, and he was the best commander that Guildenstern could bring. Although he was in the position of second in command of the army, it was practically like facing 2 independent armies. In some cases, it was expected that the other side would divide its forces and move independently as 2 armies led by powerful generals. We should be happy that they didn't head to Selene-sama. I think it's safe to assume with the current situation that they're not Selene's opponent, but ours. Northern looks at Krische. Krische nodded. Looking at the current situation, probably. However, depending on the situation, there's a possibility they divided the army to stall us. Yes. The place of the planned decisive battle was the Dorval Plains. We're aiming for a hill here, but there's a concern that His Highness would have brought out all his soldiers here. Nozen pointed to the map at a hill on the Dogra Plain and from there to the north. He pointed to the area where the tent is now located. This camp also exists on a gentle hill. We will lose our tactical superiority, but I think it would be best to avoid going further south and stay here. The further south they went, the greater the distance between them and Selene's Crescent forces, and the more difficult it would be for them to respond if the enemy split their forces. If you go south from here, the road gets a little worse, and it is difficult to move quickly in an emergency. It was a sound decision. The closer the distance between the 2 armies, the narrower the options for detours. It was not a bad option in that it would make it easier to deal with the situation, and he had originally intended to make a decision on whether or not to proceed south after seeing the scale of the enemy. No one interfered. Messenger, entering, along with the whine of horses. A messenger entered the tent with a loud voice. Breathing heavily, he saluted and looked at Nozen. What is it? This morning, about 120 RI, 48 kilometers, south, the enemy changed course to the east with a corps of about 5,000. It seems that they are aiming to detour here and reinforce towards Kielzaren, or to cut off the supply route with Kielzaren. 1 corps. What about His Royal Highness? We have since confirmed that as of just before noon, he was acting together with General Keithreton. Looking at the flag, the commander of the divided corps must be the commander of the Nacurus Feliza Corps. Feliza. Nozen folded his arms and thinks. Strong-armed Nacurus Feliza. He was not the best commander, but he was known for his bravery. He's a natural combat maniac who likes to wield his blade on the front line, similar to Granmeld in that respect. He was recognized for his military exploits in the Eastern invasion led by Guildenstern, and was a person who ran up from a centurion to a corps commander. The rear division, its line was thin. Cutting lines of communication was an action that required a high degree of strategic judgment and flexibility. He didn't think Nacurus, a pure fighter, would be able to do such a thing. It's better to see it as reinforcement. Send a messenger to Selene-sama. Have her prepare first, and tell her to come here as soon as she's ready. Yes, sir. One of the men saluted and runs out of the tent. Other than that? All right, thank you. Get some rest. Yes, sir. And when the messenger also left, Krische, who was thinking, asked Nozen. Which one do you think? Reinforcements. The objective is to catch us by surprise and confuse us. Felisa is good at fighting, but is not good at discerning weak points. It's not an impossible story to cut off, But which one was the real deal? It was a shake that made them think so. Krische looked down at her tea and squinted. General Wary, shall we stop the transportation this time? We currently have 20 days worth of provisions, so Krische doesn't feel the need to replenish. If Thray try to block it, the current escort will die in vain. It's insignificant, but let's use it as Celine's military strength from now on. Any reinforcements from here? Let's go without them. The increase of about 2,000 troops used for transportation is sufficient. Although there was no lack of anxiety, Celine only needed to prevent the enemy's offensive. Celine's role is essentially to deal with the enemy's rear disturbances, not to destroy them. With this, the enemy sent 40,000 towards Celine. Conversely, Krische and the others have become much easier to do. Since the purpose is to kill His Highness here, there is no strategic problem. With this, they can no longer pull back from us. The greatest fear was that the enemy would use a thorough delaying action against them and cut off the rear. For that reason, the army was divided into two, with the Kristan's army left behind in Kielzaren and the Vereych army going south. If she fight, she would win. Krische had no doubts about her ability. Guildenstein had no choice of retreating, as he had sent 40,000 soldiers against them. If Guildenstein were to retreat, they would be able to wipe out those 40,000 with their two armies. Now all she had to think about was how to crush the Guildenstein army standing in front of Meher. The biggest question is whether the Kurishtan army will be able to hold out until we win, but Krische does not underestimate its ability against Serene and the other corps leaders, not to mention Eluga. The biggest question was whether the Christand army would be able to hold out until they win, but of course, Krische was not underestimating Celine or the other corps leaders, not to mention Eluga's ability. Defending against the opponent's offensive, if she thought in terms of that one thing, she thought there would be no problem for a while. If they could strike a major blow before the reinforcements arrived, Celine and her team could win the war. Krische, who was overprotective toward Celine, was not without concerns, but she judged that it was inevitable as long as she was on the battlefield, and her calm side judged that it would be fine. In short, it would be better to end it quickly. Certainly, we have 37,000, and the enemy has 45,000. The difference in strength has been greatly reduced. Although I don't think it's a good idea to impose a burden on Celine Sama, I also agree with that opinion. Anyone have any objections? Yes, sir. There isn't, but if we're going to set up a camp here, I'd like to prepare a defensive formation to some extent tonight. It was Sardan, commander of the 2nd Corps. Nozen thought for a moment and ordered, "Yes. Send out soldiers from each corps, but don't tire them out." "Yes, sir." A voice calling for messengers and ordering their men. Listening to these voices, Krische sipped her tea. Tomorrow, the battle will be decided. This battle will be the last. It feels like it's been a long time, but it's the end. This time, she will not let him get away. Remembering Guildenstein's face, her inorganic eyes turn cold. "General Vereych, where will Woof Woof be assigned? For now, I'm going to put him in front of His Highness." The name Woof Woof almost made him feel something for a moment, but he held his ground. The name Woof Woof, Granmeld noticed his superior's question, but tries to ignore them. Krische will also accompany Woof Woof. The enemy has gathered this much. In other words, the enemy will surely lack training. In terms of quality, they will be far inferior to the Woof Woof soldiers. Then the purpose is. Grameld's consciousness was directed not toward the nickname, verbal abuse, but rather what she was saying. Like a wolf, a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It depends on when the battle starts. But before the field becomes a stalemate, before the soldiers get tired, we should make a quick decision. Krische puts the tea on the table. Frontal assault. If possible, on the first day, Krische will take His Royal Highness's head. She said this as if it were a matter of course. The sun begins to tilt from the zenith and dusk approaches. The time when the shadow stretches out as if blotting out the sky. Vereych's army of 37,000 troops was positioned on the hill. Surrounding them in a slight semicircle was Guildenstein's army of 45,000. And in the center, between the two armies, were 4 people. In the center was a young general, Nozen Vereych, wearing silver winged armor. On the other side was Felworth Keithreton, an old general with a large body wrapped in a dragon-shaped helmet and armor. "It's been a long time, General Keithreton." "Yumu, it's been a while, Vereich. The last time we met before. It's the victory party 15 years ago. Right. You forget it as soon as you get old. Your youthful countenance is now gone. You've got a good face just like Bogan." A blade wound extending from his forehead through his eyebrows to his cheek. Under the deep wrinkles of his face, there were countless such scars. A scar of military exploits that only those who survived fierce battles can obtain. He was playing with his long white beard and looking at Nozen with narrow eyes that may or may not be open. What is the cause and effect of facing each other in such a different position? Even after reaching this age, how troubling. Anyway, now that we're facing each other like this, I won't cut corners. And then he looked at the girl next to Nozen. It doesn't seem like she's the kind of opponent you can cut corners with. There were 2 more people there. One was a man who wore a black Iron Lion armor, showing his dignified appearance. It was since the Drago's more cursed child. Guildenstein, the king's younger brother. The edge of his mouth hangs up with malice on his beautiful face. "Yeah, it's been a while, Your Royal Highness." Standing in front of him was the most unsuitable girl in this place, wearing no armor, exposing her beautiful silver hair, her cloak highlighting her delicate shoulder line. A dagger on each side of her hips, and a small barbarian sword for self-defense slung behind her hips. It was a figure of a girl that shouldn't have been on the battlefield, but no one had any doubts of her being here. Just standing there like that, if you are familiar with her skill, you would understand. There was no fear there, yet there was also no carelessness or conceit there. A cold purple that seems to see through everything. It was a feeling that had long since gone. Like how he felt about his master when he first held a sword. An opponent who is far stronger than himself, that's what happens when you see it. The girl just smiled. "Krische is glad to see that you are well," as if playing with the hilt of her savage sword on her waist. "As promised, this time Krische will kill you," Krische said. "Cuckoo, I'm just going to say that my spine shivered. I'm also happy that you came out to this place like this. Lured by the bait, me." Guildenstein sneered. Krische frowned, displeased at his response. "I won't fall for that anymore. Celine's army is more than enough for your Mismas army. Not a very interesting one, are you? I thought you're a little more fun to tease with." Krische will not make the same mistake. If only it was a mistake this time. A nasty man, a grating voice. The anxiety that Krische tried not to think about. The man's words stimulated it. The last time this man spoke to her like that, Krische let him go. She got scared and ran away. She remembered herself the other day and the image of Celine with tears in her eyes. The man who was just smiling with amusement, the most unpleasant person Krische had ever met. Despite his hostility toward Krische and those around her, this man was not dead yet. He was still laughing as if mocking Krische. The distance between them was only 2 ken, 4 m. She wanted to silence him if possible. No, should Krische do it right away? As soon as she thought that, Krische stepped forward and drew her blade to his neck. It was only a split second. With the blade perfectly aligned, she traced a gap in the armor. Guildenstein did not move. And neither did the 2 men who were there. Only the soldiers who had been watching from afar rustled. "Krische is stronger than you." Purple eyes pierced Guildenstein's eyes. Guildenstein smiled calmly. "I guess so. Let's admit it, you're the one who's stronger with the sword." "Your Highness Silkarmhum, do you really want Krische to kill you like this?" Krische was not lying. Really, right now, she could kill him in the blink of an eye. But this man was not afraid. "Try it. If you kill me and Keithreton here, you win. Just hold Thr head up high and shout that you won, if you want to do it." Krische looked annoyed, her eyes turned even colder. "You are a beast. That mixed in among humans. This place was created by mutual consent through the Holy Spirit Covenant. If she killed him here, she would irrevocably stain Kristan's name. The Holy Spirit Covenant was a rule that is deeply rooted in the military and cannot be separated from it. Taking advantage of it to take a life was unforgivable, And it would certainly have an uncontrollable negative impact not only on the Crescent but also on those around her. No matter how strong a beast you are still a beast. No one will recognize you. You are a twisted deviant and should not be in a human society. You understand that, don't you? Krische doesn't care what anyone thinks about Krische. Cuckoo, everyone you loved will go away if they noticed it. Celine, and that servant. They're just misunderstanding you now. Discomfort swirled in her chest. She couldn't help but want to kill him. How nice it would be if she could do that. Ah, no, there's still Crescent. As for that one, she's your kind, you may rest assured. Guildenstein laughed merrily. That's enough of that, Your Royal Highness. Nozen said. From my point of view, there is no other beast like you. In your heart you're afraid that you couldn't win against Krische in a straight fight, so you taunted her like that. It's deplorable. Nozen drew out his sword and pointed it at Guildenstein. I can understand without looking. It's you we're talking about. You must have taken the general's life with such a cowardly means, but whatever further impudence you have shown, you will dishonor even the general's name. If you would rather cling to your filthy life and show even more unsightly than that, take up your sword and fight me. I will give you an honorable death as a warrior, at least in your final moments. He turned his eyes full of hatred and his words full of anger. Guildenstein's cheeks lifted in amusement. Do you think you can beat me, Vereich? Yeah, of course, I'm Kristan's sword. If I had been there, I wouldn't have let someone like you take the general's life. If you doubt it, let's do it now. I'll show you that with this sword. What stopped the two of them, glaring at each other, was a quiet voice that seems to even echo through the earth. Stop it, where I? You too, Your Highness. Felworth said with a wry smile and continued. While leading such a large army, do you intend to settle the matter simply by swinging a stick? It's not just a brawl between kids. Those narrow eyes that are hidden by the long eyebrows become even sharper. Despicable if fine soldier is only there to win. At least Crescent would say so. Nozen furrowed his brow. Felworth nodded. Then continued. The beliefs are different, the means are different. And of course, I don't deny the resentment and hatred that arises there. But we are soldiers, and together we are here as generals to lead the army. If put your wits into action, mobilize your soldiers, and settle the fate that arises on the battlefield under the pressure of that. Shouldn't you settle the matter on the battlefield as the commander who unifies the soldiers? He seems to tell Nozen, but also as if directed at Guildenstein. A moment passes, and Felworth smiles wryly again. That's all I can say. He then turned his gaze to Guildenstein. Your Highness. Putting aside the reason, I followed you and entered the battlefield. I won't deny your way of doing things, but if you do think that even I can't let go, then I will also have an idea. It would be better to stop there. You're a still nagging old man. There is no one left to scold you after all. Saying that it's his role, he turned his gaze to Krische. Krische, who hadn't lowered his sword yet, sheathed it and looked back at the old man with cold eyes. I met you once when you were a baby. You've grown quite a bit. Krische furrowed her brow. She didn't remember. However, her vision as a baby was uncertain, and she spent most of her time asleep. It was no mystery. Please allow me to point my blade at you from a different standpoint, Her Royal Highness the First Princess. You don't have to worry about it. If you get in my way, Krische will just kill you. Her voice was flatter than usual. Unpleasant. Krische only felt unpleasant. She couldn't help but want to do something about the discomfort that crawled in her chest. All she could think about was how good it would be if Shirai could kill the two of them right here. Haha. That's so simple and clear. I will do my best to avoid being killed. If that's true, then it won't take a long time. Krische turned his gaze to Nozen. Krische doesn't want to stay here any longer. Was he thinking the same thing, or did he read that intention? He nodded back at her gaze. I created a place just for the sake of courtesy, but it was a waste of time. General Keithreton, Godspeed. I hope His Highness will try not to humiliate himself on this occasion. Nozen turned on his heel. Krische glared at Guildenstein one last time. Guildenstein only laughed in amusement. Not much time remained until nightfall, and her mind was in turmoil. Concerned about Krische's state of mind and the possibility that the battle might drag on into the night, Nozen decided to let the day run its course, and Guildenstein remained on the defensive as well. The day ended with neither side making a significant move. The battle was set to begin the next day. Chapter 101. A Worried Child. Twisted and abnormal. That's how she was in society. She's known it for a long time. That at least she's different from everyone else. She couldn't understand their funny story and jokes. Even if other people are sad, angry, or in pain, it doesn't matter as long as it didn't affect her, and even if humans turned into just lumps of meat, she didn't think anything of it. She didn't really understand the obvious thing that normal people felt. In truth, she was fine with that. Emotions undermine calmness. Emotional people were the exact opposite of what Krische thought as excellent people, and she didn't really feel the benefits of being closer to normal. However, it was an important element for maintaining good social relationships, so she wanted to learn how to pretend to be normal if she could, but if she couldn't, then that was also fine. There was no doubt that she was better than anyone else, and even if she gave up on mixing with society, in the end, it would still work out. What made started to go wrong was, I also do not think that Krische-sama's differences are weird or creepy. In fact, I think those are Krische-sama's charming individuality. From that day on. Since then, Krische had become strange. She opened her eyes thinly in the blanket and pressed her face against Elvina's chest, as if seeking warmth. Warm, comfortable, calming, reassuring, overflowing emotion that she couldn't handle. It used to be much simpler. Thermoregulation, cushion. That was about it. But now she was dependent on being hugged like this. It made her happy, but when she slept alone, she felt restless and couldn't sleep soundly. In the past, it didn't seem like much of a problem. The only thing she needed to endure was the cold. She felt as if she had become much weaker. Things she used to be okay with were no longer okay, and her emotions were shaken by things she used to not care about. On the other hand, her joy had grown so great that she couldn't imagine it disappearing. What was inside her now was an inescapable instability. Berry. Krische is helplessly dependent on Berry. She had learned a lot of words like I like you, I love you, and so on. But there was so much more than that, so much more than she could ever express, that she felt like she was losing her mind. Berry didn't ask for anything from Krische. She simply told her that she was fine just the way she was. But Krische wanted to do anything for Berry. She was at a loss as only the returns favor that I couldn't pay back kept accumulating. That's why, so that Berry likes her, so Berry did not hate her, to not make Berry sad, and to make Berry happy. She wanted, not to just pretend to be normal, but to become truly normal someday. If she could, she wanted to be the best Krische that Berry wished. You are a beast. That mixed in among humans. She knew without being told. Berry said it's her individuality. Berry said he likes Krische. She said she loves her. But she was always worried. Cuckoo, everyone you loved will go away if they noticed it. Celine, and that servant. They're just misunderstanding you now. She could say that it's fine right now. She can be certain that everything is fine now. But what about next year, or maybe 10 years from now? Krische was abnormal. There was no guarantee that they would continue to like that kind of Krische. That's why she made more and more efforts to make them like her. I'm going crazy after all. Now it's a battlefield. It's irrelevant now. What she should be thinking about now was today's battlefield, and yet the irrelevant small anxiety crawled around inside Krische's chest. It was just unpleasant. She imagined Guildenstein's face and presses her face against Elvina's chest. She exhaled. Then her head was suddenly stroked, and when she turned her face up, Elvina looked at her with a worried expression. Can't sleep. Krische kind of woke up. She ate and went to bed early. She only did that when she felt restless. But her sleep was shallow, and she woke up several times. The sun had not yet risen. We're in the middle of a war after all. It can't be helped, Elvina said and put her finger on the everlasting magic lamp. If it was the type of lamp that has built-in magic power, it can be turned on with a small amount of magic power that anyone can have, even if they do not possess magic power. However, the lamp that Krische brought with her was not a built-in type. She was a little surprised that Elvina was able to turn it on so easily. It is easy for those who have learned Ho to use magic power to send tear magic power into the magic crystal, but it was difficult for those who have not. Elvine sure is skilled. Elvina tilted her head and then smiled as she noticed Krische's line of sight. Oh, I was made to take care of these things, so. The type of everlasting magic lamps that do not have built-in magic power are not mainstream and are a sort of testing equipment. It is said that in the days when the quality of everlasting magic lamps was poor, they were used among the nobility to measure the ability of their opponents. For this reason, there were also everlasting magic lamps that were intentionally made to be difficult to emit light. Not too much, not too little. If the appropriate amount of magic power is not fed into the lamp in a stable manner, the lamp will flicker. If the magic power needed to emit light is not sent in the ideal distribution, it will take time. The quality of the magic lamp itself has improved now, and its role as a tester has completely disappeared, but in this way, it functions well enough to measure others' power. In this respect, Elvina was careful and to some extent sophisticated. As if turning away from unpleasant things, Krische turned her attention toward that. After the battle is over, if it looks like Elvina won't be able to find a good job, you can be Krische's assistant. Elvina is very attentive and seems to be a quick learner. After saying that, Krische nodded, thinking that was a good idea. If you think about it, she's Kalua's younger sister who was fairly good at handling magic, so it might be better to do that than just have her as a servant. Basically, Berry and Krische were more than enough to take care of the estate. Assistant. Yes. Once the country settles down, Krische wants to do some research, so Elvina will be helping out with that. It's a work involving magic crystals. It was what she thought when she saw Bogan and the injured Dagra. If it went well, she might be able to create a system that can properly heal those wounds. She was able to do that much on a whim after all, so as long as she study it properly. The battlefield is inconvenient in many ways, and injuries and problems occur frequently. Krische hoped something can be done about that. I'm afraid I'm not educated, so I may not be of any use. Krische hasn't studied anything about it too, so don't worry about it. It will be fumbling around. The truth was that Berry would be the best. She was smart, second only to Crescent in handling magic, and was the best partner for her, but Krische didn't want to take away Berry's precious cooking time. If you think that way, then, it would be difficult for Berry after all. But Celine and Crescent were also busy. If it were a suitable, randomly, partner, then it would be Elvina after all. Krische intends to end this battle today, but the war may continue for a while. Krische wants to make sure no one around Krische will die. If that's the case, then I don't mind. Anything I can do to help. Elvina smiled. A face like Kalua's, a smile like Berry's. She lifted Krische and put her on her lap and gently hugged her. It seems that your mind has become clear. Shall we brew some black tea? Hey, yes. Is Elvina not sleepy? Yes. In the first place, a short sleep is enough for me. Did something on the battlefield? She knew that Krische was restless. She had looked somewhat agitated since her return, and even after going to bed, she seemed to be unable to sleep. But that said, she couldn't even ask Krische, who didn't say anything about it. After Krische had given up sleep altogether, Elvina thought to distract her from her battlefield so that she might have some peace of mind. What would be a good topic of conversation? The only thing that came to mind was the servant named Berry. She thought it would be a good idea to talk about Berry, since it was a name that Krische kept mentioning and she always seemed happy when talking about her. You know, Berry. That was the start of it. And so it began, an endless bragging that made Elvina stumped. Her cooking skill was incomparable to Krische, and she seemed to be a perfect servant who did everything in the mansion all by herself. She was first-rate in everything she did, and anyway, Krische would drag out countless episodes from her memory, raving about how kind, smart, and amazing Berry was. Krische was at least the best cook Elvina had ever seen. She was quick and dexterous, and her skillfulness in doing multiple things in parallel as if it were a matter, of course, was unmatched even by professionals. That Berry's cooking skills are incomparably better than Krische. Elvina was skeptical about it, and the fact that she knew the amount of work involved in taking care of an estate when doing it alone made her think that it's a dubious tale, but it was Krische who was talking about it, so it was probably true. What Elvina imagined was a superhuman person who even exceeded Krische. What kind of person would make the superhuman Krische praised so unreservedly? The Berry in Elvina's image was Krische, ver. Big. Berry said she loved Krische, and so the conversation turned to an innocent love-bragging story that made Elvina, who was listening to it, blush. Around this time Elvina started to regret starting the subject, but that didn't stop Krische from talking. Watching Krische talk so shyly about how really loved her, and so on, Elvina's mischievous spirit was tickled. She, however, restrained herself and just nodded along. As she listened to him, Elvina unknowingly hit upon the truth that the reason she was unmoved by the kiss the other day was probably due to the fact that such behavior was more of a routine for her than because of her innocence. Krische's story was truly that of a child. She didn't make any logical sense of, nor was there any pause in between her story. A narrative tone led around by her emotion as if to simply pour out her feeling about what had happened. The only thing that comes across was that she liked Berry and that her life at the estate was filled with happiness. It was not interesting, and rather than fun, it was rather boring. The story was so poorly told that in some ways she might have enjoyed it more when Roland had bragged. That said how great Berry was, how much Krische cares about her. But the way she happily talked about it from beginning to end was so lovely and heartwarming. Just listening to her generated a warm feeling in her heart, and Elvina patted Krische's head, occasionally giving a nod. She has had guests whispering their love to her. She also remembers her feelings at that time, which she had ignored with her mind that had realized the reality and resigned. But how would it feel to be whispered with unadorned love like this by this girl who looked so frighteningly lovely? Berry-sama sure is fortune, to receive that much feeling from Krische-sama. Surely, it was the happiest thing to be thought of like that. Without thinking deeply, Elvina's words simply came to mind. Is that right? Krische reacted to that, and Elvina tilted her head. Is there something? No. Krische just hoped that's true. Krische fell silent as if the fire had been extinguished as soon as she said that. Was there something she's worried about even after bragging so much, about spouse-lover-love's affair? Elvina thought for a moment and said, Fufu, I am sure there is no one who wouldn't be pleased to receive such a favor from Krische-sama. In truth, that was not necessarily the case. However, if it's her, it's not like anyone would be annoyed by being told that she liked them. And there was no room for doubt if it was the woman named Berry who was so loved by her. Well, if Krische-sama told me that she likes me like that, I'm confident that I'll be happy my whole life. I'm sure Berry-sama is the same. Somehow, Krische feels like Elvina is exaggerating a lot. That's probably because Krische-sama is underestimating herself. Giggle, she smiled and caressed Krische's cheek. After the battle is over, you'll understand if you ask directly. Surely, no, I'm absolutely sure Berry-sama thinks of Krische-sama like that. Will it continue to be like that from now on too? Yes, of course. She chuckled and looked at her well-groomed face, wondering why she had no self-confidence in herself. She's so pretty and can do anything, but she's helplessly clumsy, such a gap. It was a funny, weird feeling. Because Krische, not normal. And hearing her say that, she was convinced she knew some of the rumors that have cut out just one side of her. Maybe she was told something when she was on the battlefield. As enemies, they would probably say some heartless words to each other. What should I say? Elvina stared at the purple eyes and told her. Everyone has a good side and a bad side. Just as Krische-sama recognizes that being not normal is her flaw, so do I, Nei-san, and I'm sure Berry-sama also has such flaw. Krische's eyes widened in surprise. Let's see. Elvina grabbed a lock of her shoulder-length hair. The curl was just a little bit inward when it's short, it didn't bother her, but when it's long, the curl intensifies and gets tangled up. For example, I really dislike the way my hair curls loosely like this, and I think it's one of my faults. How does Krische-sama feel about it? No, it's not strange at all. Fufu, that's right. Other people don't care about your shortcomings more than you think they do. If it's someone like Krische-sama, it's even more so. Of course, there is some degree to it. That said, it's a problem if you don't care about your own flaws, but it's the same with Krische-sama, said Elvina. According to the book, to like someone is to find the good part in others, and to accept their bad part is love, affection. A long time ago, Nei-san told me that this hair, which I disliked, was cute. I was so happy. She smiled and gently stroked Krische's head. Her hair was so smooth and beautiful that she admired it. It's a little different, but it's similar. I think Berisama thinks that Krische-sama's unusual side is very endearing. I'm sure she'll accept that and still love Krische-sama. Krische blinked her eyes for a moment. Then she lowered her eyes and pressed her face happily. Ehehe, after all, Elvina is similar to Berry. What Elvina say is also somewhat similar to Berry's. Krische feels like Berry would say something like that. If you think about such things by yourself, you will generally end up thinking in the wrong direction. If you talked about it, it will turn out to be no big deal. Elvina said as if she was mocking herself. Because I was like that too. Nei-san must have already forgotten about the me, thinking about such things by myself, deciding it was that way by myself, giving up. But Nei-san always thought of me and desperately looked for me. Then she hugged Krische and pressed her face into Krische's hair. It's rude and stupid of me to think that way to Nei-san, who was doing her best. I think it's much more painful and sad for Berisama for Krische-sama to be worried like that, to be doubted. Thinking of the worse. Does Krische-sama always doubt the Berisama whom you love so much every time you are alone? That's my advice to Krische-sama, who was worried and thinking about silly things like me. She laughed mischievously and continued. If you're worried, me who is by Krische-sama's side, or someone else. There may be people who hate Krische-sama, but there are also many people who love Krische-sama. They will all say the same thing as me. It's just a simple worry that will be blown away by just that. Yes, thank you. It's the Berry who Krische-sama loves so much. That kind of worry will disappear as soon as you two meet again. So please rest assured. Krische nodded and hugged. She smiled a small smile as if savoring the words she had just heard. After a while, he looked up at Elvina as if troubled. Elvina. Krische feels a little relieved, then. Fufu, yes. Shall we go back to bed again? I'll wake Krische-sama up in the morning, so take it easy until then. Yes. She smiled wryly at Krische, who hugged her like she was spoiled, and picked up her small body. Krische'll finish it quickly and go see Berry. Yes. For that, Krische-sama has to take a good rest. In her arms, Krische smiled as if he had an idea. Once the battle is over, Krische'll give Elvina a rest for a while. Krische will also give it to Kaluwa and the others, so you can relax together. Krische will give the Century an allowance and have them come to Royal Capital, so you can look for a home randomly. Royal Capital. It's the Royal Capital. Since Crescent is here, we have to move out of Kristan's estate. At those words, Elvina tilted her head for a moment and remembered the name of the princess. And now she understands the fact that Krische used to be royalty. From now on she will serve a girl who called the princess by name. It was quite the promotion starting from being a slave, so much that it didn't really sink in yet. Krische has a lot of things to do, and it's tough. Let's finish today quickly, and then. As she yawned, her delicate body was warm with drowsiness. Elvina chuckled and stroked her head. Yes. I pray for Krische-sama's safe return. Krische won't get hurt, so it's okay. While looking at Krische, who immediately fell asleep, she stayed just like that. Elvina looked at Krische like that until the sun rose. Chapter 102, Storm and Beast. As the morning sun rose, the second day of battle began. The soldiers defending the royal prince, Guildenstein, were confronted by Varaich's army First Corps, led by the great wolf Granmeld Varkas. Its military fame and the Howling Wolf banner alone had the power to intimidate those facing them. On the other hand, many of Guildenstein's soldiers were just mishmashed together. However, the front of the main camp was naturally fortified with veteran and experienced soldiers, showing that they would not back down a single step even against the valiant Granmeld. Guildenstein was on the left wing and Keithreton on the right. They were positioned so as to widely surround the Vereyich army, which was stationed on a gentle hill. Guildenstein divided the 9 corps into 2, 5 for himself and 4 for Keithreton, each as a general of one army. He must have been concerned that commanding the 2 wings as a single army, which were too far apart, would create a delay in command. Their aim was the center of Vereyich's army. Guildenstein's right wing and Keithreton's left wing were each lined up vertically with 2 corps, giving them double the thickness of the enemy's line. They were aiming to break through the center of Vereyich's army due to the difference in numbers. This formation that seems to purposely show its aim, there was a meaning here. Because the soldiers of the Vereyich army were stationed on a hill with good visibility, the state of the enemy was clearly visible to each of Vereyich's soldiers. No matter how superior the quality of Vereyich's soldiers was, the fatigue of battle would consume even Krische. Anticipating the uninterrupted enemy offensive even after killing numerous enemies would have a great impact on the morale of the soldiers. The advantage goes to the one who takes the high ground. Many blindly believe this, but in reality, taking the high ground does not always bring an advantage. When we look at war, we tend to look only at its violent struggle, the physical energy, but the war's essence was much more spiritual and psychological. It was not merely killing each other, but a battle among tens of thousands of people. What decides victory or defeat is morale, control, and organized fighting ability, not the number of dead. The morale of the central Vereyich forces, positioned on the hill and observing the enemy lineup from above, was lowered by the blatant enemy lineup. Visual effects can't be underestimated. Not many soldiers want to find themselves in a tight spot in a life-or-death battle. Everyone wanted an honorable life, not an honorable death. Knowing one's superiority boosts one's morale while knowing one's inferiority lowers it. It's a natural providence, and the commander must skillfully manipulate the information that is conveyed to the soldiers. In that sense, the information given to the soldiers by the good vantage point of the hill, and the negative impact of this information, is too great to be ignored in this situation of number inferiority. Guildenstein forces were aware of this and intentionally concentrated their forces to crush that fighting spirit even before the fight. The Vereyich army on top of the hill has the advantage of being able to use its potential energy. However, considering the psychological pressure on the center, while it couldn't be said to be a disadvantage, it was also hard to say that it was an advantage. The 2 sides were evenly matched in terms of battle formation. The center and the left wing of Guildenstein's main camp need only prevent the enemy's right flank from flanking and breaking through. Guildenstein's right wing, and Keithreton's left wing. Their role was to defend against the enemy's offensive until the central breakthrough was completed. In front of the Great Wolf who led the right wing of the Vereyich army, Granmeld Varkas, the reason why they were showing an undisturbed stance against the famous wolf's pack was because of that sense of security. However, a girl who appeared in front of them changed the atmosphere. A man wearing a wolf helmet and carrying an iron club larger than an ordinary man's height appeared as if splitting the waves of soldiers. Appearing from behind Granmeld was a girl who was out of place on the battlefield. She had silver hair, a cloak, and countless white spears in her hands. That was all they could see from a distance, but, cursed child. Someone muttered in horror, and even those who did not know who it was recalled the gossip they had heard. The head hunter of Bernaik, Kristan's monster. It didn't matter to her whether you were a skilled soldier or a renowned general of an army. That abnormality wielded a barbaric sword and tore the necks of the most famous and fierce men as if she were cutting the grass. Yes, next it was said that she had a morbid fondness for cutting off heads and smiled while looking at her collection of heads of those she had killed. The voice of the centurion flies out, telling them to be quiet. The girl throws the spears she had been carrying. The spears flew through the air. It drew a parabolic line as if to show the way forward. The spears, which seemed to be thrown at random, were lined up directly in front of them, and all of them stood, piercing the earth. What was she going to do? Until that moment, no one could understand. From a distance that even the arrows of both sides couldn't reach each other, the girl danced alone. Her initial velocity surpassed even that of a horse. The girl that sprinted and grabbed the spear seemed even faster than flying arrows. Then, her body turned and spun around. 8. The spear shot from her hand and pierced the wind with a thunderous roar, ripping apart countless pieces of flesh. Looking at the enemy headquarters from the top of the hill, a man in black armor, Granmeld, who was next to her, asked, "A spear?" "Yes, it is good for creating an entry point. Krische wants to disrupt the wall of heavy infantry in the enemy's front line." She was holding 8.6 Shaku, 1.818 m, spears in her hands. Granmeld held out his hand in amazement, but Krische said she was fine and continued walking. 8 spears were too much baggage for the small Krische, and somehow, she also looked not fine carrying it. Compared to ordinary people, she has far more physical strength, but there was still a limit due to her physique. Although she said she was fine, in reality, it was a big load for Krische to carry. "Keith, I left woof woofs to you." "Yes, leave it to me." She told Keith, the 3rd Battalion commander, that, and went to the front. She slowly made her way down the hill. The soldiers looked back to see what was going on when they saw Krische's luggage, but Krische didn't really care. Granmeld leads the way, making sure her spear doesn't get caught or stuck on other soldiers, and made way through the soldiers. He wondered if 8 spears would be enough, but he was convinced that if Krische was fine with it, he could leave it to her. Throwing javelins were originally used just before they rushed in. Only by throwing all at once on command, it would be effective. As a commander, he thought it was meaningless, but as a warrior, Granmeld had strong confidence in Krische's words. Against the line of battle that has been set up, he wanted to see her javelin, which she said was effective even against an army. In the battle against Hilkintos, Granmeld had missed it. "Okay, move. Our princess is on her way." As they came out to the front of the line, Granmeld went to the front row along with Krische. A battle line with no gaps between the archers deployed in front and the enemy soldiers lined up in the back. A shiver runs up his spine. The fear of death was what always stirred Granmeld's fighting spirit. "So, are you really going to run alone?" "Yes. Krische will disturb them appropriately, randomly, so please follow me appropriately, randomly, and pry it open." Untying the strings that bind the spear, Krische had no shred of fear. Facing the front row against 10,000 enemies, while intending to rush in first. Crazy, Granmeld smiled. Even Granmeld, who boasted that he was a natural battle fanatic, seems impure in front of this girl. As if walking through the encampment, she was unaffected by the current situation and behaved as she normally would. Absolute confidence. She has something that cannot be measured by Granmeld's standards. He had seen many stalwarts and fearless warriors, but he didn't know a single person who was as confident as she was. Woof woof makes the way, Krische takes his highness's head, and it's over. Ha, plain and simple is good. Yes, that way Krische doesn't have to hold back. Simple is best. Saying this, Krische threw the spears. From far away, gradually closer. The spears that drew a parabola mysteriously pierced the earth at the same time. Well then, Krische ran as if tearing the wind. She lowered her posture one step, and by the second step, she was already at top speed. The acceleration was spectacular, but that's not the point. Her body, which had accelerated and leaned forward excessively, as if applying a sudden brake, she turned her upper body and kicked the ground in front of her with her heel. Her knees softly received the impact that could have blown her whole body away, and her rampaging upper body forward. The spear that was set up was shot from far behind along her body with a roaring sound. Even arrows fired from a strong bow cannot keep up with the speed of this spear. It was so fast that even was left behind. After a beat, the melee spear bullet that caught everyone's eye pierced the line of archers from a distance that even arrows could not reach. And further behind, crushing the heavy infantry along with the large shield they were holding, creating a hole in the massive front ranks. Granmeld, who was watching from up close, was stunned. Since she was saying that far, she must be able to fire a spear stronger than me. That was the extent of his thinking, but Krische's spear throw was enough to take on an army literally. T was more than enough to take on an army. It was truly an extreme individual skill, far beyond his imagination. Despite her broken balance and inertia, Krische put her hands on the ground and spun like a cat. Reaching for the next spear, she accelerates again, then brakes sharply, easily unleashes an insane battering spear. Slightly to the left of the previous point, crushing the wall of flesh. What resounded on the battlefield were the screams of the enemy that shook the air, and the loud cheers from the top of the hill. From an overall perspective, a single shot would have only killed a mere dozen to 2 or 3 dozen. Even if she fired all of them, the number of enemies she would kill would not reach 200. From the total 45,000 troops, the damage she would inflict would be negligible. However, it was only one person, a mere individual, achieving that results on the battlefield being shown to all soldiers. Its morale-boosting effect was already comparable to that of 10,000 soldiers. Even the soldiers in the central formation, who were frightened by the large army in front of them, burned into their eyes. The spectacle that had occurred on the right wing from the top of the hill and screamed with joy with their whole bodies. On the contrary, what it gives to the opponent was fear toward the aberrant transcendence. The fear of having their strong vanguard crushed by a single girl, without a moment's thought. It was not anyone's instruction, but as if by mutual consent. Countless arrows rained down on the dancing girl. The countless bows that should have been aimed at the army were simply aimed at the charging Krische and fired. A storm of arrows covered her sky in black and aimed at the girl, but the girl walked in front of her as if nothing had happened. She accelerates through the rain of arrows as if it were natural. She weaves through the gaps with minimal movement. To those who fired their bows, it looked as if even the arrows were frightened of her, as if they were deflected away from her. When she grabbed the third spear, they were even more terrified. The air on the battlefield changes in a moment due to a single individual. The corps commander, the battalion commander, and even Northern Verage, who were watching from the top of the hill, couldn't help but laugh at the individual warrior outside their normal logic. The girl embodied the old savage Vela, the prototype of the warrior, who should have died before control, battle lines, and organization. Now there she was, the figure of a matchless hero who has become a fictional story. Surely there's no longer any need for my order here. And Granmeld, who saw it up close, raised his voice with the frenzy that ran up his spine. I'm going. You guys follow me. Show them who's behind that crazy princess, show them. A third roar echoed, and before Krische could grab the fourth, Granmeld advanced. Sprinting without worrying about keeping pace with his subordinates, Granmeld turned into a beast. But no one cares about it. Wolves, all they knew from the beginning was to follow the back of their leader and eat the flesh of their enemies. Among the veterans, the one who possesses the fastest magic power followed Granmeld's sprint. The slow ones bring the soldiers left behind under their command by brutal means. It was not unusual for their chief to leap out like this. A suicide attack with abandon, an offensive without leadership. By eating the flesh and blood of their enemies, wringing out their lives, and going through hell many times, they had become Kristan's strongest. The name of the wolf pack has been known to the surrounding countries. They had already lost their hesitation, and their morale had swept over the top. The commander of the Gildenstein archers understood the situation and raised his voice. But his men were unaware that they are about to be crushed by a pack of wolves, and they continue to aim at the prominent symbol of fear, the silver monster. If you don't kill, you'll be killed. That kind of mass hysteria has swallowed them up. The power of the spears fired completely shattered their common sense and rationality. As soldiers, they had changed from an organizational part of the army to mere pitiful individuals. The spear of destruction is released, and the girl grabbed the next one. The girl's lovely appearance made them lose their sense of reality. The archers on the edge were quicker to realize the presence of the enemy forces closing in on them and recovered their spirit, but the center, targeted by the out-of-the-ordinary spears, was out of control. Bass, Tar Road. The situation was exacerbated by Krische that cut down the commander as she passed by. She spun her body and dodged, her movements more like a dance than a sword fight. Krische danced into the line of archers. Blood smoke swirls and screams echo through the air. As if slithering on the ground, she disappeared from sight and closed the gap like a snuggling cat. Everyone was wary of her, yet they lost sight of her and only recognized her presence when the blood blooms. The corpses were all fierce men who had not lost their reason in this situation, and all of them were dead, their necks ripped open from the middle. Their hell would not end even after she passed by. What resounded was a dull roar that could not have been caused by humans. A helmet that looks like a wolf stands tall in the crowd. Holding high in the sky with one hand was a large iron staff of 6 shaku and 7 sun, 2m, that ordinary people cannot even hold. Dancing in the air was an allied archer, a distorted mass of flesh. Great wolf Granmeld Varkas. And behind him, like him, were fierce men who almost surpassed the realm of humans. The wolves, who have passed through countless battlefields and hells, now stopped the fleeing archers and advanced through the line. And behind them was a further army. The central archers were completely demoralized. They have lost any sign of control. Krische no longer saw them and grabbed the last spear. The effect of releasing so much in such a short time is not small. Her body felt tired. Her breathing was ragged. Her muscles, being stretched in a strange way, hurt, and she frowned a little, but that was not worth Krische's attention. No matter how tired or sore she was, as long as she did not lose consciousness, she could function. She could fight just as usual. The pain and fatigue she felt were not important to her. What Krische seeks and protects, this was the battle for it. She was always willing to go to great lengths if it is for the sake of someone else. Same as before. She simply puts the kinetic energy that could blow her away into the spear in her hand. The spear was released and dove into the enemy's front line, which had already collapsed, ending the countless lives that were there. Fleshes were crushed, gouged, and popped off, and the surviving soldiers looked at her with frightened eyes. Krische didn't care. Other than that has always been unimportant to her. Originally, most things in the world didn't matter to Krische. She would only do her best for the few precious things that were important to her. Like pulling weeds out of a flower bed. Like brushing the dust off her clothes. She just cleaned up what was in front of her eyes without any emotion. Ha ha ha. I've finally caught up. From Krische's right side, the outgoing Granmeld wielded an iron club. A dozen others soon followed. It's the best assault. I might get addicted to it. That's good then. Granmeld laughed at Krische, who seemed a little tired, and told her to leave it to them. I've been set up for this much. Just take a break until we've reached it. From here on, my core will be enough. NN. Krische will take woof woof word for it. Krische glanced at the frightened crowd of enemies and retreated from the front into the middle. Instead, the pack of wolves rushed out, the most elite of them. The quality of Granmeld's subordinates was higher than that of the Black Century. The way they used to being on the front line was different. If they were in the Black Century, they would all be top of the line. There were dozens of them. Krische was impressed that Granmeld's army was still of good quality. In terms of breakthrough power and offensive power, the Black Century was inferior if they fight with the same number. They are outstanding in terms of the military prowess of their individual soldiers. Seeing that even the battalion commander, who had abandoned his command, was mixed in with the group, it was only natural, but even so, there was no doubt that they were very strong. Thank you very much, Princess. Please be careful. When the neck of the enemy who was approaching the soldier was cut shallowly, he said so and returned to the center. Krische looked at the surroundings. However, there were still some bad aspects in terms of coordination and defense. They charge in and kill the enemy without regard for their allies. Morale is high, and as a result, they have overwhelming offensive power, but because they do not emphasize coordination, they have a problem in terms of staying power. If all the members are of the Granmeld class, they might be able to handle it, but otherwise, the magic possessors are just soldiers who are better than the average person. Their fragile bodies that die if stabbed or cut, their attrition rate is bound to be higher than that of the Black Century. Rear ranks. To the front. Granmeld's voice echoed next to her, and Krische covered her ears. Along with the voice, the following people increased their speed and replaced the mana possessor who was in the lead. There are almost no magical power holders in the rear. However, in exchange, they were very good soldiers as light infantry. In this melee, a certain degree of control was established, and individual skill was also excellent. And in place of the magic possessors who had been replaced. Hi. Squash. The sound was the distorted meat drum played by Granmeld. Swinging it left and right, the enemy's bones and armor shattered left and right, and flesh scattered. The handling of the iron club was rough and forceful, but it seemed very efficient when dealing with mere soldiers. If you let the magic possessor to the front, Granmeld would rest and will come forward when they rest. As a result, the impact of the charge was not lost, giving the enemy no time to rest and regroup. Krische was a little impressed, thinking, so they are not completely foolhardy. The army of the powerful Granmeld was surprisingly adhering to a fine rhythm and pacing of attack. Using himself and those who possess magical power as a spear, and using a soldier who does not as a shield, he used them well. Krische jumped lightly, checked her surroundings, and dove into the sea of people. What she saw was the corps commander, and the next thing that surfaced was Agi. When she cut off a neck. As she cut the neck of the adjutant, Granmeld quickly caught up and lifted the corners of his mouth. I'd be happy if you could leave some for me too. If you want the credit, Krische can pretend that Woof Woof killed him. Krische doesn't mind. Haha, it's not like that. Well, Krische-sama won't understand it. Kicking off a nearby soldier, and that's it. It was less than half a koku after the war started. Krische, Krystand and Granmeld Varkas dealt with them single-handedly. They overwhelmed and devoured the soldiers in front of the enemy's main camp. Dancing out of the line of soldiers was the enemy's main camp. The royal banner of Guildenstein, the royal prince, could be seen. Krische was ahead of everyone else, followed by Granmeld. The soldiers who saw this, and in the back, Guildenstein, who was on horseback, jumped off his horse. Krische calmly stepped forward, tinged with cold emotion. She plunged head first into the line of cavalry that was running in, killing and crushing its first 3 riders and toppling the rest. Everything around her, all movement seemed to stop for Krische. She snatched the spear from the cavalryman's hand, then to the front. She pierced the obstacle that formed a wall with the spear. Krische stepped forward, heedless of the shattered pieces of flesh. There was nothing but pure killing intent. Everything she faced was stared at by her inorganic purple, leaving them speechless, and their fighting spirit froze. She was a storm of violence. Clothed in thunder and storm, she ripped and devoured everything in her path. She charged in and left the wind behind. Even the consciousness of those watching her looked at nothing. Only those skilled enough to barely keep track of her can catch the flash emitted by the blade. The blade was less than 2 shaku long, a blade that was too small to handle on the battlefield. The blade bent on the side of the blade looked like a polished machete, and yet the blade's range seemed equal to that of a spear. It was as if her arm itself was a sickle or something, and her human head was a red flower. Each time the blade was swung, it scattered afterglow and blood rain around. It wasn't a fight. The girl flashed her sword, which was barely held in place by a skilled swordsman, as if slipping through. And so, one hero's life comes to an abrupt end. Whether one was a young amateur or a master who had spent decades with the sword, all were equal. The girl's blade was beyond human reach. The wall in front of the girl, it was a lump of human flesh that broke it further. Just by force, Granmeld threw the corpse he had grabbed onto the battle line. Make way. His physique looked exceptionally large at that place. Was it the vortex of magical power bursting out making it so? Just with his grip strength, he crushes the soldier's skull along with his helmet and laughed maniacally. A pack of mad wolves followed behind. He was the great wolf. Before them, a soldier was only an obstacle that could scream. They forced their way through, overwhelming tactics and everything in their path. And then, it is the end. The girl with 2 shaking tails thrust the stolen sword into the blackened lion armor Guildenstein's heart. Everyone was a bystander to the scene, and there was nothing to stop her rampage. However, again, like this, anger seethed in her beauty, which had remained calm at the front line. She irritatedly stepped through the corpse's armor, crumpling its torso and snapping a rib. Granmeld noticed the situation and looked around. Fear and relief on the faces of the soldiers. Even after all this, you're using a body double, piece of shit. Granmeld shouted while smashing the skull of a nearby enemy soldier. The royal prince, Guildenstein, was frightened of us and ran away. Behold, the deception that you worshipped as your king. Grabbing the corpse of the body double that Krische killed, he easily ripped off its head and raised it above his head. Whatever the case may be, if they haven't achieved their goal, they will just continue until they achieved it. Now that the enemy has been cut in half, the left wing of the Guildenstein army, there was no way for the 10,000 to survive. Krische-sama, it can't be helped. We're going to crush the enemy's left wing with our right wing. Wait a minute, please. Krische clenched her fists at the end of her thoughts. Why did he go out of his way to show his face to Krische and provoke Krische like that? So that's how it is. Yesterday's battle was scheduled for noon. The day before yesterday, when it was reported that the army had been divided, the distance between them was 120 ri, 48 kilometers, as of this morning. The army could march 80 ri, 32 kilometers, if it had time to spare. Therefore, it was expected that the two armies would meet before noon at the earliest, or afternoon at the latest. However, as a result, Guildenstein arrived well past noon and near evening. Considering the fatigue of the soldiers, they avoided collisions upon arrival. They had even more leeway because Krische and the others did not move southward, but instead took up positions at their present location. This was how they thought of their actions. But then, they could have delayed the time further, even at night. Because it's up to them to choose the timing of the battle. Why did he bother to show his face that evening? It was also thought that he wanted to measure the difference in power between both sides and to let the hodgepodge of soldiers get a taste of the battlefield atmosphere, but that's not the case. He purposely waited until evening to show his face so that she wouldn't notice until morning. To reassure Krische that Guildenstein was here. He never intended to fight Krische from the beginning. Within the night of his appearance, Guildenstein moved and joined Nakaris Feliza's corps as reinforcements. Naturally, the aim was Celine. Krische gripped the hilt of her sword painfully and muttered to herself. The next day, Dorval Plain. So it really was His Royal Highness. Christ and army main camp. Celine Christ and looked at the man who broke through their defense. I've given it some thought, but fighting that thing is a risk. I thought about what I should do to make it docile, and I decided that I should follow my principles and exploit its weakness. He was not wearing black lion armor, but dull armor that had been bathed in a great deal of blood. A lightweight half-plate that protected important points. He looked like a mere captain, but he carries a war axe over his shoulder. Most of the ones he brought with him were held back by their defenses, but the few around him were the elite. Don't worry, I won't kill you. It won't make sense to do that to a hostage. I have a tentative promise about that as well. So here's a proposal. Guildenstein smiled and indicated the situation around him. Kolkis had cut deep into the enemy's right wing. Elieger was in front. He was aware of the situation, but Guildenstein's checks were working. As the commander of this army, I ask you to surrender. If you comply, Guildenstein Kalnaros vel Sarkarinia Alberin, swear by this name, swear by the blood of the kingdom, this civil war. Pledge to show it as the final bloodshed. You don't want to cause unnecessary deaths, do you? I appreciate your words, Your Royal Highness. However, she continued. She drew her sword and thrusts it. It was Bogan's long sword. However, as a general of an army, one who has sacrificed so much blood, and as a patriarch who protects the family, I cannot nod my head at your invitation. Blue eyes unwavering, to the core. Celine stared at Guildenstein. Guildenstein just laughed happily. Stubborn, aren't you? Cuckoo, I like it. I can even make you the queen. If you can, that is. Also, Your Highness is misunderstanding one thing. Celine also had a faint smile on her beautiful face under her helmet. The result, that is your death, is still left in this place. The line of soldiers was split. The shadow that jumped out swung its blade. Naturally, Guildenstein blocked it. He quickly distances himself. Countless shadows leap out at the spot where he was. They weren't wearing black armor, but they were all magic possessor. The woman who slashed at him, her black hair swinging from under her helmet, stood in front of Celine as if to protect her. And dozens of soldiers followed suit. What was hoisted in the sky was the Crescent skull-shaped Centurion flag. It takes a certain amount of ordeal to kidnap a princess, Your Highness. Didn't you know that? I see. That unit, the Black Century, was it? Cuckoo, said Guildenstein, laughing, raising his battle axe. Is it your idea or is it the cursed child's idea? That's a nice idea. Not bad for closing a battle. All right. Just like when he faced the hero Bogan Christ, and I will toku you on, small fries. A huge amount of magical power erupted from his entire body. Chapter 103, obsession with life. The right wing of the Crescent army was the second corps led by Crescent, 7,000 strong. And on the left wing was the third corps led by Terius, 6,000 strong. Selene leads the 5,000 on the central rear and sets up camp. In contrast, Salva Caldera's army was 12,000 on the left wing against Crescent's, 8,000 in the center and 10,000 on the right wing. The main line of 5,000 was positioned near the right wing and headed for Selene. From the position of the enemy's main camp, Crescent army judged that the enemy's attack would be made mainly on the right wing and in the center. Salva knew the Crescent army. Crescent led a small group of 7,000 out of 12,000, but he knew that more than half of them were veteran fighters who have passed through numerous battlefields. Naturally, the Crescent army thought that he would not make the foolish mistake of aiming for a frontal attack here. The 12,000 were led by two corps commanders, one of which was Grana Grand. It is reasonable to assume that they are bait to nail Crescent, which in turn means that the enemy was forced to stick 12,000 troops to the 7,000 Crescent's corps. It's not a bad story. Selene and the others accepted the enemy's invitation. As a result, the enemy's losses were about 5,000, while their losses were about 2,000. If this battle was considered as a battle to maintain the front line until Varaich's army defeated the enemy, the current situation was favorable. This was the night of the day when Krische's assault succeeded and decapitated the body double. It happened at a meeting. Nacurus for Liza. In this situation, an increase of 5,000 high-quality troops is painful. It's my responsibility. If I had made a breakthrough today, the situation would have changed. My decision was slow. It's not your fault. And the result is satisfying. A messenger from Nozan informed them of enemy reinforcements this afternoon. At least, the situation was not a problem if only defense was considered. And Selene, who was wondering whether to go on the offensive or go on the defensive, decided to attack based on the report. She ordered the right wing and center Crescent and Eluga to counterattack. Nonetheless, the enemy must have expected that they would counterattack like this while they were on the offensive. The enemy was rather poised to take a mobile defense as if inviting them. They wanted to lure them in and take out Crescent. In the end, without much time left, just cutting down on the enemy's protruding military force was the best they could achieve judging from the flow of the enemy's movements. It was safe to assume that the enemy's reinforcements had been planned from the beginning. And they had read how the Crescent would respond to their reinforcements. It was troublesome. Many of the current problems were due to the existence of Salva, the former adjutant of Terius, the commander of the Third Corps, and Gran, Crescent's son. The two were originally close to each other, so they know Terius and Crescent's moves, and they also have a deep knowledge of Crescent's tactics. Phew. Selene sipped on the strong black soybean tea, its bitterness relaxing her mind. Strong black soybean tea. The tea was made by Anne, who was careful because it is nighttime, but it was still very strong even for waking up from sleep. It was quite a hardship to drink it, but it was the only drink in front of Selene. After finishing the drink, Anne immediately poured another glass into the empty cup. Naturally, it was thick. The drink's refill speed felt half like harassment, but Selene interpreted it very favorably, thinking that it was not bad because it had a punch to wake her up from sleepiness. Gallen, next to her, drank the thick black bean tea with a completely calm face and even nodded to Anne as if he was impressed by her thoughtfulness. Anne was also Anne, her cheeks blushed as if embarrassed, and seeing her like that, it was quite difficult to ask her to change the tea. Sighing, Selene moved on to the main subject. I wonder, what is the reason for moving the 5,000 to me instead of General Varaich? First and foremost, to disturb General Varaich, and maybe if they were lucky, Varaich will send some of his force over here as reinforcements. Eluga folded his arms and stroked his chin. However, considering today's movements, it might be better to assume that we're the target from the beginning. Today's defense was not improvised, it was well thought out. The enemy was in a mobile defensive posture, deliberately opening holes in the middle guard, rather than simply blocking their offensive. The mobile defense was an offensive defense that intentionally creates holes in the defense to lure in and strike back at the enemy, the same tactic that Krische had used in the retreat from Bernaic. Eluga, who had noticed this, immediately sent a message to Crescent not to pursue too far during the attack, and Kolkis, who had also felt a sense of unease, quickly switched tactics and escaped the situation by cutting down the enemy's troops instead of breaking through. The mobile defense, if successful, would inflict the greatest damage on the opponent, but since it intentionally created a hole, if it was red, the vanguard would simply be isolated, and the defender would suffer tremendous damage. It was only because Eluga, who was skilled in tactics and had a broader vision than anyone else, that he was able to notice the situation at the last minute, but even so, if they had made a mistake, they would have suffered a major blow. The enemy's tricks were that clever. Blindly going offensive, I thought it was just incompetence on their part, but the enemy must have been luring us to let our guard down and counterattack. That we're going to counterattack after receiving a report of reinforcements, they must have read that and prepared meticulously. Do you think so too? Though, I also thought it was going too well. Eluga nodded. Terius, commander of the 3rd Corps, made a frown and said, "The policy for tomorrow should be decided based on that. Offense or defense? Or retreat?" It was Galen who said that. The Corps commander and their adjutant, most of the eyes in the room turned to him. It's not just a retreat. After going to the west within today, we'll see the movement of the enemy again after passing Kielzaren. Galen, are you going to let them tear up the rear? Depending on the situation. Let's keep the distance at most 40 RI, 16 kilometers, half a day. Gorlan pointed with his finger to the hill where Krische and the others were stationed. The whole point of this battle is to hold out until General Verlick wins. We don't need to cross blades for nothing, we just need to keep a reasonable distance and buy time. Even if the enemy raids the rear, it's not like they're another country's army. If they loot, they will lose their just cause, so they will keep it in moderation. Garen's eyes sharpened as he manipulated the pawns that marked his army and the enemy's. If the enemy is aiming our rear, we can keep them at a distance where they cannot have complete freedom, and let them follow them around our tail. The purpose is to seal the enemy army. Then the 5,000 reinforcements would also be meaningless. In that case, His Highness's army will just be wasting their 5,000 soldiers. And General Verage can face the enemy in a better situation than expected. What if they chase after us, Galandono? When Aruga asked, Galen replied that it was the same. We will use that place as a place for a rematch. If we move at night, the soldiers will be able to endure it. We can let them rest until the enemy arrives. Whatever the case may be, it will give us half a day's time without crossing blades with the enemy, even if they are chasing us. That's a nostalgic tactic. Kolkis laughed. The idea was to lure a portion of the enemy, draw them away, and then attack the main target with the main attack. It was a guerrilla tactic in the woods with small units of 100 to a few hundred men, but it was something Galen used to do when he was leading his unit. At that time, Galen was mainly responsible for attracting the enemy, and Bogan was responsible for the main attack. Galen, as a commander, focused on avoiding unnecessary battles. Whatever the enemy is thinking, they suffered a painful blow today because of the failure of their plan. They will not be in a state of mind to make a night pursuit without waiting for reinforcements. They will definitely be wary of our movement as a trap. So you're saying that it's fine to grab the supply when we're near Kielzaren? Eluga examined Galen's proposal and sipped his black bean tea. The idea was more of a combat technique than a military strategy or tactic, but it was too good to just dismiss with a laugh. Galen was a trained soldier with no experience in commanding large armies, and while there were points where he was unsure of how to judge his abilities, his thinking was surprisingly flexible. Moving a unit is very different from moving an army. However, Galen understood the difference and managed his army to operate in a unit that he was good at. A centurion to whom Bogan has the utmost respect, a step grandfather to whom Krische held dear. As an individual, Eluga felt a sense of camaraderie for him who doted on the same girl, but he once again recognized that Galen was an excellent soldier. In that case, shall I act as the rear? If they're going to chase, then I will just lure them and openly show the trap that the other side will be worried about. I don't think Galen's suggestion is a bad one either. Well, I'm not sure I'd like the idea of showing our ass to that brat, but Kolkis folded his arms and said, if I had to say one thing, it also wouldn't be a bad idea to go out and just attack like this. If we can receive the same kind of support from Corps Commander Ferren tomorrow, We can easily break through the right wing. Enemy reinforcements are at most 1 corps. If we attack before they can gather their pace, there is a good chance that this battle will end. If anything, I agree with that. After the enemy flunked their plan and received a heavy blow, they should be busy regrouping themselves right now. Now is also the chance. Terius agreed with Kolkis. Both plans had their merits, and the place was divided between Gallen and Eluga, and Kolkis and Terius. Speaking of when the chance to annihilate the enemy, they can't miss tomorrow morning. That said, they were to retreat. There was no way they could miss today. Celine, who had been pondering her options, leaned back against the backrest. She raised her hands and stretched gracefully. Perhaps because she has spent so much time sitting these days, her hips quickly become stiff. Corps Commander Farron, how's the reinforcement for Liza? He's a bore. That said, his ability is certain. If the enemy's target is Celine Sama, then it's better to regard the unit he leads as the elite. That's so. On top of that, Commander Agrand, what are the chances if the enemy sends the reinforcements to the left wing? It will be difficult to break through. If I can get reinforcements from the main camp, then I can aim for Farizel's head. We have met on the battlefield several times. If we fight head-on, I can kill him. In terms of the quality of the troops, my corps will have no problem with that. The possession of magical power beyond a certain realm, no matter how large or small, could sway the battlefield. If they're going to fight, they'll have to get rid of the well-known Faliza as soon as possible. And conversely, it was absolutely necessary to avoid a situation in which Kolkis would be defeated. Kolkis might appear to be a simple man, but he had the ability to calmly assess the difference in power between his opponent and himself. Otherwise, Bogan Krystand, who was a complete meritocrat, would not have entrusted the corps to him. She had a certain amount of faith in his words. Then what about you? I don't have the confidence of General Agrand. I can't boast that I can go out and aim for Felisa's head. In the center was the strategist Eluga, and in the rear was the main camp of 5,000. It was unlikely that the enemy would target this area. In that case, it would be the 3rd Corps of the left wing. Terius traced his eagle nose and said, "However, there should be no problem if it is just to stop the breakthrough. Until Commander Agrand penetrates the enemy, it is possible to stop them even if the enemy concentrates their force here. Your former adjutant is the enemy, you know? In that case, the Corps Commander Farron in the center will support Corps Commander Agrand, so please think that I'm the only one you can rely on. I see a certain amount of leeway. Please rest assured." Those powerful words. Kolkis and Terius. The biggest problem was that these two might be too enthusiastic about this battle. A son and a former adjutant, if those two were to be opponents, they would definitely put their minds to it. The problem was whether the two of them have calmness and composure. Naturally, if they could defeat the enemy here, then that's fine. That's the best answer, and the best result that Celine wanted. If it was Krische, she would surely choose that without even having to think about it. Krische was so talented and can do anything. She thinks Krische's more adorable than anyone else, but at the same time, she's a rival to compete with. Krische would fight. She didn't even have to think about it. She wanted to catch up with her. Then, what should Serene do? The desired result with the best possible result, but was Celine Kristan's current ability worthy of being evaluated to the extent that she can make the same choice as Krische? If the person sitting here is Krische, she will surely choose to counterattack without even thinking about it. The worry that I think of, no matter the worst-case scenarios I imagine, I'm sure Krische would be able to handle them without any problem at all. That the enemy's objective was here, and the reinforcements were sent with every conceivable elite to take her head. Furthermore, that the information that Guildenstein was over there was wrong and that he was actually here. If she assumed the worst, then the worry and anxiety would be endless. "Mia, why are you here?" "Why yes." Mia, who had turned into a stone statue at the edge of the tent due to the situation where she couldn't intervene, jumped and saluted at the sudden words. Kalua, who was standing next to her, looked down, wanting to laugh but unable to. In case of emergency, protect the general." What kind of situation is it? The situation is such that a larger-than-expected force is heading toward us, making it impossible to maintain our defense. I was ordered to always consider the possibility that His Highness would go this way, and to not leave the general's side. They didn't think the information that the messenger conveyed was a lie. Over there at the time of separation from Felisa, the figure of Guildenstein walking with Felworth Keithreton certainly existed over there. However, information is always delayed. The information they have now was from the night before yesterday. Militaries always focused on hunting each other's messengers. Especially in the current situation where the enemy is sandwiched, it was necessary for the messenger to bypass it to run a long distance. In terms of a straight line distance, the distance was about 100 ri. The distance would have taken half a day if the messenger had been on foot, but a whole day was taken up by the detour. There have been no reports since then, but it was not clear whether he was still over there, or whether a messenger was in the process of running here. It was not certain at this time. Information is always worth considering, but there was nothing more foolish than to rest on one's laurels and be reassured by a delayed information. Doubt your power, Celine. What can you do and what can you not do? Whether or not you can win a bet, and even if you lose, whether or not you can make up for it. Always spend time questioning everything you are capable of. A general can never be overconfident or careless. Do you understand? A war is not a duel. If you can win by running away, don't be ashamed to turn your back on the enemy. It is not a glorious and honorable defeat that we should seek, but a humiliating and unsightly victory. I've been told that so many times by my father that my ears are breaking. Celine muttered her father's words and sighed. If it's Krische, she would fight here. Even her father might do the same. She turned her blue eyes toward the ceiling and picked up a tuft of her flowing golden hair. She let it spill from her palm. Here is golden hair, different from Krische's. Celine, what will you do? She asked herself and pulled out her answer. I'm still inexperienced, and I'm still dependent on all of you. I am a general in name only, and I am too weak to help you both if something unforeseen should happen. She was still being carried, yes, to them and to Krische. She took a breath and looked at the 3 corps commanders. They all looked Celine in the eye. If it had been Krische here, or father, they might have chosen to fight. But I am a coward, and I am not as capable as the 2 of them. She wanted to live up to their expectations. She wanted to say that Shivi got their backs and that they can rest easy. To them, to Krische too. But she was still too inexperienced to tell them that. As Garin suggested, if possible, I would like to buy time without fighting, even if it is half a day. What do you think? What she should seek now was not the best result. Just survive until Krische's victory, such a miserable, minimal result. Aruga smiled wryly and nodded, and Kolkis laughed. Haha, I, who served a hero, can assure you that Celine-sama is a more splendid general than anyone else. I have nothing to say about Celine-sama's decision. Terius made a reluctant face, but then relaxed and smiled softly. Celine-sama must have her reasons for concern as well. Compared to me, Celine-sama thinks about this battle much more calmly. I'm sorry. However, if they come here after half a day, I personally think it's more likely that the enemy will come towards us rather than aiming at the rear. He came to target me because he thought he couldn't beat my little sister. Serene smiled like a little girl, a smile like that of a big sister. I trust clichés as much as I believe I'm immature. I'd rather bet on her winning than on me going head-on and winning here. Please protect me until then. I'm sorry for relying on you all the time. Yes, I have no objection. Terius smiled wryly, and Galen clapped his hands. Seems it's settled. If we move, the sooner the better. Yes. As I have said, I'll be the rear. If something happens to the general, I won't be able to face Krische-sama. Fufu, I'm counting on you. Guess I have to tell Krische that Corps Commander Farron worked very hard. Cuckoo, then I have to make an effort not to make that a lie. He lifted the corner of his mouth. Countless wrinkles were carved deeply, and Mia, who had been watching from afar, slowly stepped back. Anne, who was also frightened by Eluga's evil appearance, quietly swelled with a mysterious sense of camaraderie seeing Mia like that. Eluga stood up and placed his hand on Serene's shoulder as he walked to her side. In a place like this, There aren't many people who can say that clearly without being overwhelmed by the situation or being dazzled by honor. I think that cowardice is yours is a virtue that should be cherished above all else. I wonder if father would be laughing if he was watching? Haha, he might be laughing, but that would be a laugh of pride, boasting about his daughter. He had a scary face, but it's understandable why Krische like him. Celine nodded and said thank you. I'll leave it to you, Corps Commander Farron. Of course. Leave it to me. And Galen Dono. What is it, Corps Commander Farron? Eluga told Galen, who was looking at him with a good-natured look on his face. I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time, actually. After the war is over and have calmed down a bit, perhaps we could have a drink together. Haha, that's a very welcome invitation. Corps Commander Farron has been kind to Krische. I wanted to thank you once again. I will gladly accept it. Yeah, we've got plenty of side dishes to go with the sake. Let's do our best as fellow old people to not lose to the youngster. Aruga, who was close to 100, and Garin, who was about 60. There was an age difference of about 40 years, but there was no difference in appearance from Eluga, who possessed magical power. Looking at his wrinkled hands, Galen smiles wryly. It was a trivial thing. There have been many things that were more than enough to make him feel his age. Certainly. There are enough sake dishes. It seems that the day when I become a side dish for sake is still a long way off. Galen nodded, smiling sadly and nostalgically. Chapter 104, Obsession with Honor. Note, 1U equals 10 shaku, about 3 meters. Grana Grand respected his father. Crescent, the strongest in the kingdom, and his father was one of its corps commanders. His father, who went through numerous battlefields as one of the hero's trusted companions, was more brave than anyone else and was truly a warrior. Too slow. Do you think the enemy will just laugh and wait for you? I'm sorry, father. Don't apologize. If you have time to apologize, then point your spear instead. The training was harsh. However, that severity was for himself when he went out to the battlefield someday. It was with this in mind that he continued his effort. Day in and day out, he practiced with his sword and spear. He opened books to learn tactics. As the eldest son of Kolkiza Grand, in order to become himself without shame. Although he was not blessed with a good physique, he still strove for excellence. He honed his skills and accumulated knowledge. In order to win over his father someday, to be recognized. I want to take you to the next battle. Your mother says you are not ready, but I was on the battlefield when I was younger than you. I think you're smarter and more capable than I was back then. What do you think? I'll leave the decision to you. That's why he was more than happy to be recognized by his respected father. Persuading his dissenting mother, Gran thus entered the battlefield. He had no fear. He was a Gran's successor. He had put in the effort to match it and had built up the strength to do so. All he had to obtain was an opportunity, and the honor that only arises there. But Gran was swallowed by the atmosphere of the battlefield. It was a battle with the kingdom of Elderland in the west. It was when the Crescent headed west as reinforcements for Oregon Hilkintos. The terrain was a deep forest. If he had to make an excuse, it was that too many bad things happened. He was the adjutant of the 4th Battalion, in his father's 2nd Corps. Gran, who entered the battlefield in such a position, achieved passable results there. Gran, who was recognized for his abilities, was then entrusted with a detached force of 500 soldiers and advanced through the forest. It was a special attack unit with the purpose of bypassing the enemy's right flank, launching a surprise attack on the flank, and assisting the main force in breaking through the right flank. It was a big responsibility, but the honor that would come with it was unparalleled. Gran prepared carefully, just to be recognized by his father. The day he left, it was raining heavily. Using all the knowledge he had accumulated up to that point, Gran cleared out the enemy sentry and moved forward in poor visibility. There was a risk of going the wrong way, but the rain was drowning out the sound, and the visibility was just as bad as the enemy. They reached the flank, albeit with quite a detour, and were making good progress up to the halfway point. Should I go further and aim at the rear, or should I launch a surprise attack from the flank? That was what he was thinking while on a short break. The one who attacked the unit was Suiko, written with green plus tiger, a magical beast. A jaw that cuts through a person's torso together with its armor. Claws that tear through leather armor and break bones with ease. Its shoulder height easily exceeded the height of a person, and its body length was more than 2 u. His strong body was strengthened with magical power, making him a being of a different dimension compared to a mere tiger. It snapped trees and leapt about in all directions, easily taking the lives of soldiers along with their armor from overhead. The black and green hair of its body blocked slashes like wires. They were tigers mutated by magic power, just as some humans possess a large amount of magic power. In addition to their original physical abilities, their magical power was even greater than that of humans. The force and spring generated while they were using it were incomparable to humans. The unit naturally fell into chaos. It was only after dozens of soldiers had been killed that he was informed that the opponent was Suiko. It happened in the blink of an eye. There were rumors that a Suiko would appear in the forest, but it was extremely rare to encounter a magical beast with a small population. It can only be said that it's bad luck that it appeared at the worst possible time. In the worst visibility of the torrential rain, Gran was forced to make a decision. Should he abandon the attacked century and fulfill his original goal? Or should he give priority to saving them first? And so, he chose the latter. Unwilling to abandon his soldiers, Gran decides to move to hunt the Suiko. With a difficult opponent and low visibility, Gran regained control. However, what appeared there was an enemy detachment that seemed to be thinking of a detour as well. Gran realized at that moment that he had failed completely and decided to retreat, retrieving the survivors. He couldn't bring the Suiko to the main force, so he prioritized leaving the scene. He spent a whole day wandering in the forest, and the Suiko attacked twice after that. On the third attack, they succeeded in driving it away, but in the end, the number of casualties was close to 200. About 50 men got lost along the way and were taken prisoner by the enemy. With no support from Gran for the main force, the breakthrough on the right flank naturally had to be done by force. While Kolkis succeeded in forcing his way through, he was angry with Gran when he returned. The enemy's detachment, as Gran judged from his subordinate's report, was not a detachment, but simply a reconnaissance platoon. In the confusion, the soldiers had misidentified it. The enemy was a force that the unit Gran had led would naturally have been able to destroy and break through. A misidentification of enemy forces due to confusion? The visibility was poor due to the heavy rain. Is that your excuse? I'm sorry, Father. Whatever the reason, the result was that there were no results. Gran couldn't even defeat the Suiko, causing unnecessary damage and running away. Sorry is it? I think you've made enough excuses. Father. Shut up. What you did was let a skilled soldier die in vain, and then you ran away from Suiko with your tail between your legs. That's it, right? And on top of that you came back when it was all over. Enno, however. Shut up. His father yelled as if howling. You have nothing but excuses. Your powerlessness made you unable to abandon your troops to achieve your goal, and all you could do was run around causing more damage. The best result was to defeat Suiko and accomplish the surprise attack. The next best result was abandoning the soldiers and accomplishing the objective. The minimum was to defeat the Suiko to prevent an attack on the main force while they were on the run. Kolkis was furious that Gran had been unable to accomplish anything. Kolkis, who lost a lot of soldiers due to the unsupported frontal breakthrough, must have been frustrated. I misjudged you, Gran. I believed you could do it, and trusting it to you, bringing you along was a mistake. The words were spoken as if being wrung out. At that moment, Gran felt that his father had abandoned him. The Suiko that Gran failed to subdue was later hunted by Kolkis himself. There were more than a dozen wounded, but they were all minor injuries, and no one died. He only showed Gran the results, and his father said nothing to him. The frontline command was a heavy burden for Gran. Kolkis told Bogan that, and Gran was then to work as Bogan's messenger, but he knew what he meant. He implied that he was unfit to follow in his footsteps. It is not good to be cowardly. Isn't it said that Krische-sama easily killed more than a dozen thieves? And he was compared to Krische, who should be called a genius. Celine and Krische succeeded in penetrating the mountains, killed a general adjutant and his aide, and captured an aide to the general alive. How long will you continue to stay like that? Celine, a young lady who began to make her mark at a young age. Kolkis compared Gran to the two of them. The General Staff Department has a vacancy that the General has in mind. I'm thinking of having you go there soon. Either way, you're good with your head. Just the person the General seeks. Father, give me one more chance. In the next battlefield, I'll be sure to. Stop. I've thought it over and made my decision. You are better suited to this than to wield the spear with the army. If you disagree with me, go out there and show me your results. Since that blunder, he had made more bloody efforts than ever before. He spent every waking moment wielding his spear and sword. However, those words were a sign of resignation towards Gran. Gran Agrand respected his father. And as the successor of Kolkis Agrand, for him to be a son who wouldn't bring shame, Gran, sorry to bother you at this time of night, but I need to talk to you. Adjutant Caldera? It was around that time that he was approached by Silva. Permission to pursue. If it's now, it's pointless. Naturally, the enemy is prepared for it. Dismissing Gran's words, Guildenstein took off his disguised messenger's armor and sat down on the seat of honor in the tent. Knight Kristan's army prepared to retreat from this place. Our soldiers are inferior in quality. They're a hodgepodge. If the sun is out, the number of soldiers can be deceived, but if it's a night battle, the difference will be noticeable. But Gran, stop. Putting aside if it's a normal enemy, it's difficult to pursue the Christend army. It's not like you don't know how many enemies you've trapped with camouflaged retreats. Silva interjected. In today's battle, they were pushed by the enemy. The morale of the soldiers was not high. Pursuing with exhausted and demoralized soldiers. It's one thing if the opponent was an average opponent, but the risk was too great against the Christend army. If it was only 5,000 units that came as reinforcements, it would not be impossible to move them. In that case, it may be possible to bite the enemy's buttocks, but this army corps was the trump card. There was no sense in cutting the winning ticket here. Calm down a little. Don't lose your calm. Silva looked at Gran. Gran was excellent. He entrusted one corps not only as bait against Kolkis but also because he thought he had enough capability. But he was still young, and there were still many aspects of him that were mentally immature. The enemy was stronger than expected, that's all. Yes, sir. Reading that Christend would go on the offensive after learning of the reinforcements, today he used a plan that Gran had been working on for some time in order to lure Kolkis and take his head. A mobile defense that deliberately opened holes in the defense and lured them in. However, the enemy noticed it and it ended in failure, and Gran was desperate to make up for that mistake. It was not Gran's fault. It was just that the enemy was better. He would have done well enough against another army, and the camouflage itself was not bad, even from Silva's point of view, and the odds of success were good. He may have succeeded with just one timing. This way of taking failure too seriously was common among young people. Do you consider this an invitation, Your Highness? No. Retreating at this timing despite them having the advantage. It's to buy time. Perhaps they realized that they were the true target. It's not impossible. Even so, that decisiveness is impressive. Bogan's daughter isn't too bad. Guildenstein laughed, his beautiful face distorted. He brushes back his golden hair. You and Gran, a former adjutant and a son. I thought Agrand and Melchikos would get hot-headed and wanted to fight you too. It had all been thought out from the beginning. That was the reason why Silva and Gran were placed here. Kolkis, commander of the 2nd Corps, and Terius, commander of the 3rd Corps, were two of the proudest commanders of the Christend army. Disturb them and prompt their thoughts to a decisive battle. Though Celine was a brilliant general, it hadn't been long since she became a general, and at only 15, she was too young. She wouldn't be able to be independent in the presence of a seasoned corps commander. Being swept away by the two men, who were naturally reluctant to flee, she would be forced into a head-on collision tomorrow morning. This reinforcement was a corps of 5,000 selected elites. He would lead an army that had readied all the cards they could muster, and by tomorrow the battle would be over. That was the plan, but here the schedule went awry. Celine's retreat was unexpected. They shouldn't be expecting that I'm here. There was no way she could have gotten word that Guildenstern was here. They were putting even more effort into blocking messengers than usual this time. Their messenger was forced to make a big detour considering the time. It was doubtful that they even had received the information that he had shown his face. It's not a complete retreat after all. They just want to increase the distance and buy time for a head-on collision. The enemy thought Guildenstern was in the south. Considering the possibility that they were the target, they just needed to open up the distance. The Crescent army realized that if they retreated completely, a thorough delay tactic would be carried out in the south, and his army would ravage the rear. The original purpose of the Crescent army here to prevent them from bypassing them and preventing them from disrupting the rear cannot be abandoned. It's troublesome to buy time. Tomorrow we will move before dawn. Yes, sir. How do you plan to attack tomorrow? If you think about which corps to defeat, the most troublesome is old Marferens, who was stationed in the center. He's an old man with one foot stuck in a coffin, but I'm sure he won't hand over his head easily on the battlefield. If both sides take the same formation, there is also support from both wings, out. In that respect, a Grand is easier to kill because he comes forward, but... Gran reacted, but Guildenstern only gave a wry smile. However, his soldier. Even if we kill a Grand, they won't be crushed. Rather, it's highly likely that it will raise morale and cause trouble. It's a process of elimination. Then, the third corps, we will kill Melchikos. Gran, I'll leave your father to you. Gran gasped at those words and saluted. As for me, I want to finish it before the cursed child arrives. If it's a monster, I know a few people who are capable enough to be called monsters and monstrosities, but that thing is a literal monster. He held out his hands in exasperation and looked at Gran. I won't think about defense this time. I won't leave any reserves. I will just do my best to break through the third corps. Hit the second corps on your own. Torval, Giska, you guys too. The other man on the left and the corps commander in the center also saluted. This battle is simple. Either my head falls off, or I kidnap the enemy princess. All you guys have to do is stick to the enemy. Nakiris, isn't it fun? Ha ha ha, indeed. Taller than Guildenstern, taller than even the large-build Kolkis, at 7 shaku. Arms like logs and a face like a rock. With his beard growing messily, Nakiris Feliza was the kind of man who looked like a bandit. But I certainly wouldn't want to be on the other side of that thing. Even Walter Zagan couldn't buy us any time. It's a painful loss. The dragons more Krische surprise attack, which came running up the cliff. At that place, there were high-ranking officers, including a famous centurion commander, battalion commander, and corps commander. The 10 or so men we lost when we killed Bogan, he considered this an unavoidable loss for the result, but the ones killed by Krische were still regrettable. Walter was the one he trusted the most. He was the heir to the Zarin style of swordsmanship and the royal family's instructor in swordsmanship. As a single swordsman, he did not seek advancement in the world, so he remained in the position of corps commander, but he was a powerful general. If he had been here, he would have felt more secure. However, it was a matter of perspective. It was precisely because Walter was killed so easily that Guildenstern was able to immediately understand Krische's ability and jump behind. If you think about it, you can say it was a sacrifice that couldn't be helped. Well, it's no use regretting what is already over. Time only flows forward, Guildenstern said, looking around. We'll get it all done before the sun goes down from its zenith. Fight with that in mind. Crescent took a course to the west, crossing Kielzaren. As Guildenstern read, they just kept their distance. It was not difficult to catch up with them, as they had advanced about 40 ri, 16 kilometers, to the west. The reason was that Crescent had set up camp on the spot and did not move, nor did they move any further distance. As Gran looked at the enemy line, he thought of the face of the commander. Golden hair, a beautiful young lady. Celine Crescent was born with everything. Beauty, family background, and talent, something that could be called charisma. She never backed down even against those older than her, and she had been ahead of the pack in tactical class since she was a child. She took up the sword alongside the adults and stood up with tears in her eyes no matter how many times she was struck down. She never became arrogant or conceited since birth. As a woman, she was never spoiled, never giving up. If only she was not a woman, she shoved aside the voices of those who said that and showed her ability. She worked hard to become the successor to the general and had her achievements recognized by those around her. Everyone admired her. Gran was once one of them, but at some point, he felt a dark emotion toward her as she continued to advance in front of him. Me too. If only I hadn't made that mistake, I would be like this. He stood still and she moved forward. At some point, the gap between the two would surely be so great that it would be impossible to close. Even though he understood that it was just jealousy, it never went away, and it tortured him. And so now she was in front of him as a general, leading an army. The morale of the Crescent army was high. The General Serene Crescent was the daughter of a hero, and as a young hero, she was loved by her soldiers more than anyone else. Even after losing her father, she still had the strength of mind to pick up a sword and show herself on the battlefield with dignity, which was more than that of a 15-year-old girl. That's why her soldiers respected her. A tragic heroine who lost her father. And yet she stood up for herself. That was a heroic tale there that the soldiers liked, and they valued that kind of story. As fate guided her, the human heart was swallowed up in its flow. Such a story will never lead him, a traitor, forever. Gran understood this and closed his eyes. Corps Commander, the deployment is ready. Understood. The enemy will think about breaking through. That's what we will be aiming for. His current self was the army commander of traitors. The girl who was once at his feet, now he needed to look up to look at her. The difference was clear. However, this was not the end of the story. Traitor, he needed the results and the power to overthrow that word. I can do it. I will show them. Gran clenched his fist and turned his gaze from the center of the enemy line to the front. The coat of arms of a Grand, the shape of a tiger. His father's flag was there. Gran knew about Kolkis's tactics more than anyone else. It had strengths, weaknesses, everything. He had always admired all of it. That's why he pointed the blade at his father, and that's how it all began. Everything that had stopped inside him. Only move when the enemy has charged in. Tell everyone to wait for the signal. Yes, sir. This was the first step that came too late. Cavalry, I'll lead the way. Follow me when we move. Victory lies ahead that path. To seize the honor that he lost again. Chapter 105, Father and Child. The dawn had ended, and the sun rose illuminating the earth. Pure white clouds high in the sky dotted the blue sky. Crescent's army maintained the same formation as the day before, and so did Silver Caldera's. The only difference was the presence of reinforcements on the right wing of the Caldera army. Nakiris Feliza's corps of 5,000. Selene sent 4,000 of the 5,000 under her command to the left wing, to Terius, the commander of the 3rd Corps, which was to oppose the enemy's right wing. The marching banner was waved, the trumpets sounded. And both armies began to move at the same time, as if it were a mirror. Both sides moved their right wings, then the center, and then the left wing. Advance with one wing as the main attack, and delay contact with the other wing. It was an oblique formation. However, there was a clear difference in the skill level of the soldiers. The diagonal march, where the timing is different from the one next to you, is especially difficult, and the quality of the corporal and corporal, in addition to the training period up to that point, is what counts. Compared to the Crescent army, which drew a perfect oblique line with no gaps, the Caldera forces line was distorted in many places. Considering that the distortions that occurred became clear gaps and created vulnerable points, it was not a tactic that the Caldera army should have chosen. That's an unsettling move. Kolkis-sama, Kolkis, who was on the right wing, murmured when he saw the enemy's left wing movement from his horse. A comical oblique, diagonal, formation. It was as if they were asking him to break through. It was hard to believe that the prudent Silver would make such a move without any measures. He had expected that the other side would concentrate its strength on one of the two wings, but Kolkis stroked his chin as he watched the soldiers from Selene's main camp move toward the left wing. There was a danger that the enemy would concentrate an extreme force on our left flank. It was highly likely that the enemy was thinking of a short-term battle. As expected of Corps Commander Farron. He moves quickly. The central fourth corps undulated the advancing vanguard formation in the oblique line, creating a convex on the left wing and gathering the archers there. The moment he realized that the enemy would not be concentrated in the center, he set up an improvised firing position on the convex part he had created, and changed the formation so that he could cover the targeted left wing. Elugaferen trained his men, emphasizing control and coordination above all else. As a result, it becomes possible to transform the formation into an irregular, acrobatic formation. While honestly praising the speed of his decision, he was aware that the blatant move also contained a message to Kolkis. Don't expect any cover. Eluga sensed the danger on the left wing and decided to concentrate his efforts there. The irregular formation naturally created a weakness. The protruding convex would be an easy target, and Eluga would have to focus on defending it. It was better to assume that there wouldn't be any cover for the right wing, where Kolkis was located. However, Corps Commander Farron Shaw is unreasonable. Though it doesn't feel bad if I think that he trusts me. Haha, but don't these situations make your blood boil? Ah, certainly. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be a problem. Kolkis turned his attention to the front. It's about time they will be within range of the enemy archers. Since the archers were concentrated in the center and left wing from the beginning, they wouldn't be conducting shooting at the approaching enemy. Considering the damage, should we take full readiness to defend, or should we close the gap at once? The enemy was poised for a short battle. It was obvious. We will charge, I will also go. The enemy is in a stupid slanted line of fire, it will be easy to break through. Ignore the fool's gran, charge through and take their back. The objective was to get near the center of the enemy's left flank. The disorder there was the greatest. It was probably the joint between the two corps that separated the enemy's left wing and center. Take the head of the corps commander of the inner left wing near the center and divide them. After that, a detachment unit would be formed to target the enemy's main camp or the rear of the right wing. There was no tactical value in a gran who was divided from the center. Just pin him down and leave him alone. The important thing was the enemy's offensive against the left wing, Terrius. I'll head for the left flank then. I'll leave Gran to you. Yes, sir. Gran closed his eyes for a moment when he saw Kolki's movement. Then he gave the order. The enemy has moved, let's go. Follow me. There was no figure of his father charging straight to him. He was in the lead, aiming at the seam of the army. He had the slightest bit of hope that his father would point his spear at him directly. Gran commanded the cavalry and took the lead. The light infantrymen, who were the most capable among the ragtag of the corps, were given large shields and pulled behind, and they advanced from the far left wing. On Kolkis's rightmost wing were pikemen. As the flank defense against cavalry, Kolkis always had long spearmen in reserve and on the right flank. And it was the same today. It was the same father. He knew the same troop deployment as usual. When one thinks about the corps commander named Kolkis Agrand, what was the best thing about him? It was not Kolkis's own military prowess, but his skill in military drill. Kolkis's rigorous combat training turned even amateurs who had never held a sword and spear into valiant warriors in a matter of months. And with the strength of his soldiers, he easily accomplished otherwise unsuccessful assaults and defenses. The reason Kolkis did not use complex tactics is that he always prioritizes simple and clear orders that maximize the strength of his trained soldiers. The only thing they understand is to move and stop. No matter how much we twist and turn our brains to develop tactics, the soldiers cannot understand a single piece of it. In the end, tactics are nothing more than the art of creating decoys and disturbing the opponent. The soldiers who are used as decoys are not happy and their morale will lessen. Kolkis's battlefield philosophy that he was told as a child. He had not forgotten it, word for word. Rather than that, move forward and defeat the enemy, protect this place and take revenge. These orders are easy to understand. The orders given to everyone, and the situation are equal. That's why you can compete with other squads and boost morale. And that's how I teach them. It's not tactics, but strategy, Kolkis said. Train your men to be the best warriors, and then build your army with the best warriors. In every age, it is the superiority of force that determines victory or defeat. If you build an army that can overwhelm the enemy head-on no matter the tactic, then the battle will be over. Tactics are superficial techniques. It's natural to know it, and it's not the essence of fighting. Don't rely on it too much and neglect the basics. He read through all of his father's battle records. His father's fight was always plain and simple. He confronted the enemy head-on, succeeded in making a breakthrough that could be called reckless, and repeatedly avoided hopeless situations against the opponent's offensive. Gran, who was vaguely aware that his father was strong, was first surprised by Kolkhi's words, and then understood the true nature of his strength and eagerly learned his tactics. Once he learned that sword and spear weren't everything, he even kept his sleep to a minimum. Just like his father. Just to follow his back. Gran's life has been like that all his life. There was no other opportunity to overtake him other than now. Yes, this is the first and last time. He mounted his horse and galloped to the enemy flank. The number of cavalrymen he led was 300. The enemy's far right wing stops and thrusts its long spear here in preparation for the cavalry charge. Their reaction was quick. From this vantage point, he could see most of the battlefield. A rain of arrows dyes the sky black. The unbroken line of battle far in the distance. A resounding roar and then a collision of flesh, a metallic sound, and a scream. Those sounds increased in number over time, swelled up, and the battlefield music began to play across the vast plain as far as the eye could see. With each sound, human lives scattered like a flower, signaling the end of life. It was not a life that should have been valued. The battlefield, filled with madness, there was only one truth: everything was working to win the war. On this battlefield, one's own life was trivial. If you face it, you will be overwhelmed. Even his father's army, with such pressure, was a small world from the perspective of the entire battlefield. All Gran had to do was to win a small victory in that small world. His heart was calm. The fear in his body disappeared, and the blood in his head, which was threatening to boil, finally began to circulate throughout his body. The enemy cavalry and reserve pikemen appeared from the front. It was a detachment to block their detour. Then he turned his horse to the left. Then he pointed the spear at the infantry that followed. The way to victory has been created. That's where we should aim. The cavalry led by Gran caused the enemy's rightmost wing to take stance with their pike, and the result was a slight gap between them and the advancing vanguard. In order to create this gap, Gran had led the advance. The light infantry following behind changed direction. They run up to the enemy's flanks with large shields. Then they throw their javelin and slam their body into the disordered pikemen. Following them, led by the lightly infantry, were approximately 4,000 men, almost the entire force of Gran's army. Assuming that Kolkhi's would break through, they would charge into the second corps from the flank with all their strength, splitting it into front and back. This was Gran's plan, putting everything on the line, equals throw away plus body. Kolkhi's second corps could never be beaten in terms of the quality of its soldiers. If they went head-to-head, they would lose. Because that army was the strongest army created by Kolkhi's, whom Gran respects more than anyone else. He won't win with the quality of the soldiers. However, no matter how strong the army was, it was vulnerable to attacks from the flank. Completely deprives the pikemen of combat ability with a saturated attack and cuts deep into them. Literally throwing himself away. If he failed, there's no after for him. But he was sure of its success. That was because Kolkhi's ignored Gran and charged towards the center. As a result, the vanguard of the Second Corps missed their attack against Gran's corps and was completely flanked and hit in the back. Gran smiles a smile of satisfaction. But it was not over yet. The enemy cavalry was closing in on them. They were heading toward them with desperate expressions on their faces to prevent them from rushing in. At this stage, a charge from their flank would have ruined everything. Naturally, Kolkhi's rightmost pikemen skilled soldiers were in charge of that. It takes some time to get through it completely, and in order to earn that time, their cavalry must be stopped. Once again, Gran reversed and turned to face the enemy cavalry. Then he sprints with his spear at the ready. All men, follow me. A head-on collision. The opponent who noticed it flinched slightly, and Gran lifted his cheek. With his horse galloping, Gran swung his spear. Compared to Kolkhi's, it was short and thin. But it is a large spear with a steel core. It was powerful enough. With all the strength in his body, he twisted his upper body and slammed the belly of the spear into the lead cavalryman. The enemy cavalryman tried to parry it, but their quality was different. The enemy cavalryman's spear was snapped, the steel of his breastplate cracked, and Gran's great spear shattered his armor and his bones, killing the enemy cavalryman. The body was blown off, disrupting the horses that followed. With that blow, Gran dissipated the opponent's momentum and took down the disordered cavalry. The cavalry who had stopped wouldn't be a problem no matter their number. He smashed their skulls, pierced their hearts and necks. There was no one there who could stop him. And the following soldiers shouted in glee and followed Gran. "I'll leave the rest to you. Bonnets, follow me." "Yes, sir." After half destroying the enemy cavalry with a single exchange, he leaves the rest to him and leads 100 cavalries to the enemy line. Meanwhile, the enemy pikemen were sufficiently disorganized that they no longer had the strength to prevent a cavalry charge. Surely there are no idiots who wanted to be speared here. Let's go. Yes. All hands charge. The horse ran. His horse was in good condition. It was exciting, but calm. He looked at the enemy in front of him. They didn't have their spear. Even those that had readied it have a look of fear on their faces. A spear without proper stance will not take the life of a horse. The distance between us rapidly shortened, and they were crushed. What ran through them was an impact. Since the birth of the saddle and stirrup, the cavalryman, even if unarmed, was itself a deadly weapon. With a mass nearly 10 times that of a man, its entire body was covered with tough muscular armor. As they galloped, their entire bodies converted all of their kinetic energy into impact. A human body would be crushed like a twig. If 100 of them were to join together, the impact would ripple through 1,000 soldiers, paralyzing their control for a moment. Countless dull sounds echoed, breaking the bones of the recumbent soldiers. Gran takes a moment to look at his beloved horse. The horse had countless wounds. He had made it do something reckless. This battlefield would probably be its last. But even now, his beloved horse continues to run forward, kicking enemy soldiers, to respond to its owner's desire to move forward. It was a good horse, perhaps the best horse he had ever met. This horse's temperament was a gentle one, but in this place that his master wanted, it was demonstrating its best power as a cavalry horse. He swung the spear as if responding to the voice of his beloved horse. The horse kicked away the enemies that clung to him and moved forward. If this beloved horse survives, even if it can no longer run, I will definitely take care of him until he dies. He looked behind. The cavalry that followed was desperately chasing them. To his right side were his soldiers who were charging toward the enemy. His father's, the mightiest Second Corps, had bite off toward its middle. After dividing them, they will defeat the isolated frontward group, Kolkis. It was a breakneck march. The Second Corps, all of its soldiers were valiant. Even after being cut down so much, they did not collapse, and they were heading toward them even though they were being cut into pieces. Every single one of them was a warrior. What arose was a sense of awe for his father, who trained the soldiers to such an extent. Gran led the way as long as he could, switching several times. His cavalry was already cut down by half, but they followed after Gran. They looked respectfully at their commander, the brave Gran, who was always in the lead, and pushed his body forward. A look that had not been there before the battle. At least at this moment, the eyes of disdain for Gran, who betrayed his master, did not exist. As he leads the infantry, as he cuts open the way. And so, Gran splits the enemy line diagonally, and there was not an army of allies. It was a spear aimed at himself. He immediately jumped off his horse and rolled over. The neck of his beloved horse was snapped off, and fell to the ground without even a scream. A heroic armor in the shape of a tiger. His large, muscular frame almost ripped the armor from the inside, and the spear he held in his hand was a heavy spear 8 Shaku 3 Sun, 2 5M, made entirely of steel. The tip of the spear resembles a thick small sword, and the butt end would even easily crush rocks. The heavy armor was not meant to protect him. It was a weight to wield the extraordinary spear. Just by walking, his feet would leave deep imprints on the earth. He was probably the best spearman in the kingdom, both in name and in reality. Kolki's Naktra Rinia a Grand. As an extraordinary enemy. You're sure energetic. I think I underestimated you too much, Gran. That's quite a fast advance. Father. Gran looked to his right to his allies who were supposed to have charged to the left wing with him. It was already in a state of falling apart. Then he understood. Cholkes, after breaking through the left wing, sensed his intentions from Gran's movement who was piercing through the army's flank. Then he decided to turn back immediately, and then, taking advantage of the opportunity, pierced the remaining left wing from the rear and twisted it into a pulp. He was confident that Gran would not intervene. It was the best side attack Gran could think of. It was ideal, without anything amiss, and it took only a fraction of the time. There was no way Father could have returned in such a short time. After destroying a whole corps at that. Hey. Yes, sir. At Cholkes' signal, the soldier next to him threw something. What rolled in front of Gran's eyes was a head. It belonged to Torval, the corps commander who was supposed to be in command of the left wing. However, the fact that we were able to break through was the reason for your defeat. Did you think that I would have trouble with the opponent who would turn their back, Gran? Did you think you could handle my army with your ragtag group and little tricks? One step closer. Cholkes' feet sunk into the ground. To Gran, the figure of his father in front of him looked like a giant. And now your feet have stopped. What will begin here is not a tactical comparison, but simply a contest of strength. Gran, don't cause your father any more grief. Gh. He avoided the swinging spear just in time. A roar echoed through the air that was hard to believe it was caused by a spear. Like tearing the wind, that word was not even enough to describe it. It was a blow that crushed and squashed the space in front of him. Before he knew it, the soldiers around him were backing away and forming a circle. Father and child. Cholkes and Gran. There were only two people inside it. The soldiers he had brought with him had lost their will to fight at the sight of Cholkes. Realizing their clear defeat, they have lost the high spirits they had earlier. It was as if they realized what was about to happen. Do you have the luxury of worrying about your surroundings? Ua. The spear pierced far backward as it thrusts out. The blow could easily pierce armor, pierce flesh, and shatter bone. It was an extraordinary blow, yet it was merely a check. Each and every one of the countless thrusts, even calling each of them a killing blow, was still lacking. The spear, with its extraordinary weight, was like a mere hand spear in his hand. The center of gravity was stable, and the core of the body was always maintained. Only the spear moved with a fluid motion that defied gravity, cutting away Gran's lifespan and heart. The tip of the spear bisected Gran in two. The steel handle crushed bones along with Gran's armor. The butt end of the spear shattered it just by grazing it. Gran's steel spear, even that spear that ordinary people couldn't wield, seemed like a twig in front of the Cholkes' spear. Even those watching could not utter a single word. The roar of Cholkes' spear, the wind pressure. How many spears swung in the blink of an eye? Gran, who continued to dodge it, also wasn't an ordinary warrior, but he already knew the result. Even in this fight, Cholkes was holding back. Swinging the hilt up, Cholkes broke Gran's spear, who had no choice but to receive the strike. Blown away and rolled over, Gran quickly rises to his feet, draws his sword, and closes in again. Not yet, Gran shouted. He stepped forward into a leap that seemed to bite into his prey's neck. Still, Cholkes' spear was faster. Gritting his teeth, but without mercy, Cholkes snapped his sword. The sword that Cholkes had once given to Gran for his first battle. Gran's body was flung away and rolled again. The sword was less powerful, but his arms and ribs were also broken. Unable to get up this time, Gran only raised his face to look at Cholkes. Cholkes' face was filled with emotion. I'm sorry for being such a worthless father. No matter how it is. I feel sad. Ah. Cholkes then thrust his spear through Gran's armor, then pulled it out. Cholkes was petrified for a moment in front of the corpse. He remembers the feeling when he held him when he was a baby. Your corps commander, Riva Torval Granagrand, is killed by this Cholkes Grand. He then shouted, as if roaring. On top of that, if there is anyone who wishes to be killed by this spear, then come forward. I will tear them to pieces, no matter who they are. It shook the atmosphere and echoed through the earth. Many lowered their swords at the sound of his voice. But then, a voice broke through the ranks. "Corps Commander, the flag of the main camp." Kolkis turned his attention to it. There were 6 yellow flags facing them from the right, and 1 red-black-red on the far left. Only the generals, battalion commanders, flag-bearers, and some of the messengers in the army knew what it meant. They were supposed to do so, considering it could lower the soldiers' morale. "Corps Commander Melchiko's is." Kolkis widened his eyes and clenched his fists. It was the flag announcing the loss of the left-wing corps commander, the death of Terius Melchikos. Chapter 106, Obsession with Victory. 15 years ago in the East. A fierce battle was fought there. The objective was to invade the western part of the Holy Empire of Urslan, led by Guildenstein. While the kingdom was advancing at a breakneck pace, the Holy Empire was implementing a scorched earth strategy. After the empire completely cut off its western part and accumulated strength, they launched a simultaneous counteroffensive. The kingdom's northern general, who had participated in the battle, was killed, and the kingdom was pushed back at once, leaving the eastern invasion force in a temporary predicament. The Holy Empire broke through the north side, and to the eastern force, it became a form of being attacked on the side and back. There, Terius Melchikos was on the verge of death. "Why did you save me, Crescent? If you didn't come to rescue us, you would have been able to withdraw your troops without any problems." To the southeast from the great sea of trees that spreads to the northeast of the kingdom, the corps commander who was defending the fort built on the edge of the mountain range Terius was left behind as his allies retreated. The message ordering the retreat was delayed and then intercepted by the enemy. "And you should have been under His Highness's command, at the center. Why are you out there like this?" "Of course, it is for your rescue, Corps Commander Melchikos." Bogan Crescent. He was an upstart, born to a poor noble family. Perhaps he was reluctant to buy new armor. The armor he wore was full of scratches, only the leather and metal fittings that held it together were new. It had no carvings, and although it sounded good when it was said to be simple and robust armor, it was just a scrap. The gauntlet was also noticeably slightly off in size, so it was probably not even custom-made armor, but rather second-hand items that had been modified and used. Even though he had risen through the ranks and become a corps commander, he was not ashamed to expose his poverty-stricken appearance that showed just how much of an upstart he was. He hasn't liked him since the first time he met him. The first time Terius saw him was when he was a battalion commander, when he saw Bogan being called out as a centurion for his achievements. When Terius became an adjutant to a corps commander, Bogan had been promoted to battalion commander under Eligoferen's command, and he saw him being praised by the general at the time for his war achievements. Whenever Terius saw him, Bogan was being praised. In contrast to Terius, who achieved steady military results, Bogan was a man who achieved spectacular results. However, such a person always disturbs the place. In each case, the results were achieved by using one's own judgment and doing something close to violating an order. It could be said that it would be good if it produced results, but if not, that would have resulted in beheading. Selfish movements would put others in danger. Eventually, he would no longer see his face. That's what he thought, but when he saw him again in this battle, Bogan had become a corps commander and had been promoted to the same position as Terius. "I don't like it. You are here to protect His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness seems determined to turn the tables from here, no matter what. Did he get blinded by his previous achievement? The other day, in the retreat, Guildenstein himself took the head of the commander of the enemy pursuit force. Together with this man. He is not that kind of person. At least as a general, I feel that he is a respectable general who is clear-headed, has excellent decisiveness, and has the strength to take the lead. Regardless of the rumors, as a soldier, he greedily seeks victory even if it's a victory covered in mud. He is only reckless. He is drunk on blood and glory. That's enough. How are you going to get out of this predicament? The enemy has 15,000 men facing us, and they have more cavalry than we have. Even if we run now, it's a gamble whether we can survive." Terius crossed his arms and thought for a moment before telling him. Personally, he didn't like him, but he came to the rescue of the now abandoned Terius. The favor needs to be repaid. "I will return the debt." I'll take care of the rear here. Silver, I'm sorry, but you may have to die with me. Is that all right? Yes, sir. I will go with you. Silver smiled and saluted. He had a good, determined look on his face. Krische, if any of my men have survived, please take care of them. Haha, what are you misunderstanding? Our purpose is not behind. Bogan said with a laugh. I and your army, both of us, will lure the enemy to the mountain and destroy it. Then we will break through here and strike the enemy general who is positioned in front of His Highness. As I said, our aim is to reverse the situation from here. And I have come to you like this to ask you to help me with that. Are you insane? Haha, I'm perfectly sane. My men are all strong. You and your men are not demoralized by this situation. They are all prepared to die good soldiers and commanders. If we are all going to be dead soldiers, there is nothing we can't do. Bogan laughed like a beast. The enemy is now certain of victory, and their mind is already far from the battlefield. Thinking about post-war rewards, their heart is far away and cowardice prevails. That's why we should aim at this timing when we are in a predicament. As I thought, you're crazy, aren't you? It's a battlefield, and you can't do it without being a little crazy. How about it? If you're going to be crazy, I think it's more fun to be crazy with blood and victory than with fear. He didn't like this man from the start. But when confronted like this, the temptation gives off a powerful heat that makes his blood boil. All right. Anyway, since the situation is like this, I'll go along with your recklessness. After that, as a fellow corps commander, there will be a sermon later for us, so don't run away. Haha, I want to listen to that sermon while getting drunk on the sake of victory. Nostalgic, Terius recalled the old days. On the battlefield, blood and iron danced, and the air was filled with screams and hard metallic sounds. The enemy force of 5,000 was positioned in the front. In addition to that, 5,000 reinforcements from Nakiris Feliza and the main enemy unit. 5,000 from former Adjutant Silver. The enemy was clearly moving to overtake Terius and was moving to decide the outcome. Of the 4,000 entrusted to him by Serene, 3,000 were to be used to stop the detour, and 1,000 were to be used as a reserve against a breakthrough. He had no fear of the enemy. He was grateful that his anger had not dulled his thoughts, and that he was able to remain calm in this situation. I'd rather bet on her winning than on me going head-on and winning here. Please protect me until then. I'm sorry for relying on you all the time. It was Celine who gave it to him. She, who should have wanted to avenge Bogan more than anyone else, was only aiming at victory rather than being swung around by her personal feelings. She said she's inexperienced, a word that could be taken as a weakness in a sense. It must have taken a lot of courage to say that at that moment. Come to think of it, whether it was Kolkis, Terius, or Eluga who succeeded Bogan and took command of the Chaistand army, anyone would do. Nevertheless, they unanimously recognized the still young Serene as the commander and recommended her because they all recognized her personality. She was not conceited, was not prideful, and was a dedicated hard worker. Although inexperienced, she made up for it only by hard work and performed her military duties vigorously, showing that she quickly recovered from her father's death. That was how the 15-year-old girl showed herself to them. In that case, they cannot allow themselves to be swept away by personal grudges and emotions. She was the symbol of Crescent and was asked to play the role of stopping many rampages, including Kolkis and Tereus. But even though he understood this, he had almost lost my composure after meeting Silver again. Her words were also an admonition to him. Tereus recalled that and smiled wryly. She was just a child. And he was reprimanded by that child. How pathetic, even after reaching this age. Corps Commander. Celine only had as much military knowledge as a 15-year-old girl could gain. As a general, she was still lacking. As a Corps Commander, she barely qualified. She was still very excellent for a 15-year-old girl, but she was not worthy of comparison to Krische, who has the power to take out great generals without a second thought and solve everything forcefully, and compared to the commander of Kristan's army, her inexperience and weakness in the battlefield were a hindrance, and she was far behind in actual combat ability. But she's more fit for general than anyone else here. She clearly admitted that her own abilities were immature, and on top of that, She was not conceited of her position, nor was she overly humble, and could rely on and use her surroundings with dignity. It was a talent of sorts, something that a young person would not normally be able to do. That said, even among seasoned military personnel, not many could do it. Everyone has pride in their abilities, and the more talented they are, the more likely it is to do so. The most obvious example of this was Krische, who was an undeniable genius, whose behavior sometimes could be called arrogant. However, while Serene's talent blossomed, as a commander she did the exact opposite of her sister. Fame and honor abound. Even after she started being called a hero, even though she had more power than anyone else, she was never conceited and kept her own discipline, just like Bogan. She was Bogan's successor after all. Feliza seems to be aiming for our right wing, the scene with Corps Commander Farron. Yes sir, it looks that way. Tell Corps Commander Farron that we leave that one to him. Will that be fine? The burden on the center. Farron's Corps Commander is skillful at handling such people. Even in this situation, it's enough. Just as he was about to say something, a messenger with a red flag ran towards him. Message from Corps Commander Melchikos and Corps Commander Farron. Leave the boars to us and focus on the front. Cuckoo, see. Any objections, Nertus? No. Flag bearers put the flag Roger in the center. Laughing at his new adjutant's stunned expression, Terius looked to the front. With this, in the front was 10,000. He needed to say thank you to Aruga later, he said, moistening his throat with water and thrusting out his sword. Left wing prepares to charge. Break their formation. That old man. What a nuisance. The center of Kristan's army maintained its oblique line and then made a curvature in the line of battle. The archers were placed on the convex part of the line, and countless arrows rained down on Sulva Guildenstein army's flank. Even though the arrows from the front could be defended to some extent, the addition of arrows raining down from the side would increase the loss of men at an accelerated rate. Your Highness, what should we do? We'll just ram it in. We'll pull Terius from the front. There's no other chance of victory, and you and I did everything we could to do that. Isn't that right? Yes. Don't worry, if you die, then that's it. Just take it easy. He's crazy. Sulva looks at Guildenstein, who was laughing at this situation. This assault will literally be the first and the last. Guildenstein said so. Throwing out all safety measures, break through the enemy or die, that's what this assault is about. The walls of the Third Corps are thick. Sulva knows that better than anyone else. To him, Guildenstein's action seems more reckless than daring, but the man assures him that it was possible. Ah, Sulva remembered. If there is one thing Sulva lacked, it was the insanity to give up everything for victory. They would sacrifice thousands or tens of thousands of men for victory, and if that were not enough, they would even offer their own life as a bargaining chip. And after making that decision, they could calmly laugh. Bogan, Nozen, Kolkis, Terius, Eluga. It was the same for everyone in the Crescent army. Although he dreamed of his career advancement, he reluctantly settled as an adjutant because he knew he was lacking. He was not incompetent, but rather excellent, but there were others who he couldn't match. He always had undeniable respect for them. No matter how brave you are, how much of a trash you are, how resentful, how passionate you are, if you die, that's the end of it. In a way, isn't death even refreshing? Not so for many, I suppose, but I've also been thinking like that lately. Sulva answered while parrying off the raining arrows. Even if they win, the stigma and dishonor will follow him for the rest of his life. Whether he was right or wrong, he will continue to wonder about it until he dies. Such was the future that lay ahead. In a sense, death was salvation, and he was not inclined to deny it. This world is like a pit of manure. If you are born, you will sink into filth, even if it is a jewel. Everyone is surrounded by ugly shit. Everyone is covered in ugly shit, and they compare and compete with each other to see who is dirtier. There are things that make me laugh when I look at it. How comical. I gradually came to enjoy the Dungfest, but when it's over, and that's a good thing. It is said that before he went mad, Guildenstein had everything that was required of him as a member of the royal family at a young age. His older brother, Prince Shavaza, was by no means incompetent and well qualified as heir to the throne, but none shined as brightly as his younger brother, Guildenstein. Guildenstein, not his older brother Shavaza, was the one who was more suitable for the throne. It was secretly reported that the reason why Guildenstein started playing out of the ordinary was because of the commotion that took place in the royal palace. Things in the royal palace. Sulva, who was young at the time and a soldier, didn't know much about it. For most nobles, the royal court and royalty were things above the clouds. It was only after the betrayal was brought up that they had a proper conversation. Even then he doubted that Guildenstein was as crazy as rumored. He was certainly an unruly villain and someone he could not respect. However, if you say that all of him was a villain, then he didn't think that's true. I don't know what you are talking about. However, a treasure is still a treasure even if it is in a cesspool of manure. At least that's part of the reason I'm here now as a military man. Guildenstein looked at Sulva suspiciously. He had thrown away his royal armor, which had been custom-made for him, and was now unreservedly wearing a simple armor of Sulva's adjutant. If you call it cowardly, it was cowardly. If you call it despicable, it was despicable. The appearance of Guildenstein, who had no pride as a royal family, and was covered in vanity, but even so, what this man sought was a victory. There was something about that pureness that appealed to him as a soldier. Your Highness, isn't that so? Well, I wonder. Well, it doesn't matter either way. At least in this place, I've decided to be your shield and sword and live and die together. Guildenstein twisted the corners of his mouth in amusement. Cuckoo, I see. You're a better weapon than I thought. If you don't break after the battle, I will use it for a long time. I might point my blade at my master someday, if that's all right. That's what the legendary cursed sword is like. I longed for it when I was a kid. He smiled and looked ahead. The enemy has moved the leftmost wing. What do you think? They are planning to stop the spear and surround it. In this case, it is safe to assume that the leftmost flank is skilled. It would be impossible for our rightmost wing to stop it. In other words, we will break through the thick wall in front of us with all our strength. That is the simplest and best way. If His Highness doesn't get through, you'll just die. Ha, you sure say it. I will go, Sulva. Just pray that the soldiers will follow in this rain of arrows. And then, at the moment of contact, Guildenstein stepped forward. In front of him was a pikeman. The wall of spears was a symbol of death for the soldiers on the front line, who could not escape. More than half of the front line would surely be killed by them. The dense formation of long spears always demands an enormous amount of blood against the enemy in front of them. Only a long spear can face a long spear head-on. Even so, Guildenstein had sword soldiers with large shields in the front ranks. The skill level of the pikemen was the key to their collective action. The long spear is a powerful weapon because of its unwavering control. If they were to clash head-on with a mishmash of untrained soldiers, they would be the ones who would lose, and a clash with pikemen would waste a great deal of time. This must be avoided. Time, because everything had to be settled before Kolchis finished eating his own son. Kolchis, the corps commander of the 2nd Corps, was a solid warrior. If they went head-to-head, even if they were in perfect condition, even if it wouldn't be a complete defeat, it wouldn't be able to be called a victory either. And once such a battle was fought, it would mean Guildenstein's defeat. The 3rd Corps in front of them was an unquestionably formidable foe, and Guildenstein believed that it would be impossible to overtake it without putting everything he had into it. As a result, this attack was a desperate assault using even the main reserve. The fact that the center and left wing would be destroyed by Aruga and Kolchis had already been factored in. Both were planned to be discarded from the beginning. If they failed to grab Selene, it would be impossible for them to regain their footing. That's why it's time. Guildenstein just had to do everything in his power to achieve his goals. In the name of victory, he passed the soldiers in the front row and danced to the front of the line. Strangely enough, he stood in front of 10,000 enemies and charged, just like the one-man show Krische did. Get out of the way, you miscreants! To show off to his own soldiers behind him. On the verge of crashing into his foe, he swung his great war axe with all his might. A heavy axe with a steel core poised, swung, and fired with all his might. The deadly weapon, which had left his hands, roared and flew away with the wind in its wake. The storm of steel snaps the long spear, shattering it, and punches a hole in the enemy's line of battle. The great war axe released all of the energy given to itself for destruction. Then Guildenstern drew his sword and charged in immediately, a sword stance that thrusts the great sword high into the sky. It was the exact image of the kingdom's coat of arms. He drew a spiral with his body and swung it sideways. The armor of tanned leather was no different from a naked body in front of Guildenstern's mighty sword. Wielding, transmitting, and swinging the power of the whole body is the fastest the king's sword. Using technique to target gaps in the enemy and pierce it, but these are not the essence of the sword. To overwhelm by force to overwhelm. That is Guildenstern. It was the blade wielded by a king. Guildenstern swung his blade as if to widen the entry point, as if to disrupt the enemy's spear wall. A battle cry mixed with cheers roared out, crushing everything in its place. Go forward. Victory lies ahead. Raising his voice, Guildenstern laughed. He sheathed his sword, still covered in blood, and grabbed the great war axe lying on the ground in his hand. What he had to do was the same. Once they break through the pikemen and get out, sword soldiers were assigned there. Soldiers specializing in melee battles with small swords and medium shields. But they were not Guildenstern's a king's match. Remind those who stand in front of him. He crushed them. Made them realize that they were no match for this man, and feared him. Take control. The important thing was to become the ruler of the place. He would pick up one of his emotions or rationalizations and demonstrate his position by law, by word, and by violence. King is not something that is simply shaped by political power. It is always built by power, and it is a word that indicates the possession of such power to take control of everything around them. His honorable older brother King Shavaza was killed by Crescent, but deep in his heart, he did not resent her. His brother was too kind-hearted and too weak to stand as king. Being killed is the responsibility of the killed, nothing more. And Crescent moved and acted to become king herself. She found her pawn, Krische, and, confident of victory, she challenged Guildenstern to a match. The formula was simple and clear. What they have here was such a match. Which of the two was more fit to be king? This was a contest between two royal families, a contest for their very existence. There's no such thing as deception, trickery, or cowardice. When challenged to a match, they will act only in pursuit of victory. Power, emotion, will, and ability, the strength of all of these factors will bring about results and make a king. Crescent used Bogan and his army. His pawn, Hilkintos, was easily defeated, and as a result, his side was at a disadvantage. That one surpassed Guildenstern in terms of ability, but it's not over yet. The match would continue until one of them no longer able to move, and the result would not be known until then. Adjutant Dono, please stand back. We will pave the way for you. The nameless centurion who had caught up with him shouted. Adjutant, he must have judged it from the armor that Guildenstern was wearing. Time is of the essence. If you want me to stand back, then go ahead on your own. Yes, sir. Did you hear that? Groups 1 to 7 will move forward and cut from the right. Group 10 and Group 12 behind. He was just a commoner, not a magic possessor. Even though he was approaching old age, his voice was full of tension and spirit. He had the air of someone who has devoted decades of his life to the battlefield. Quite a good warrior. What is your name? I'm Clarius, a centurion who belongs to the 2nd Battalion under the direct command of the General, Adjutant. I see. Don't die, Clarius. If you survive, I'll prepare a reward, enough for you to play around for the rest of your life. Haha, thank you very much for your kind words, but you sure say something difficult. He stabs the enemy in front of him with his sword, as if he were to strike him with his entire body. When he saw that it was impossible to pull out his sword, he pulled out the sword at his opponent's waist. His skill and judgment are good, but the enemy is just as good, or close to it. I don't think I have time to think about the future in this situation. I see, that's for sure. However, your work ends here. To the left is the gap created by them charging to the right. He looked behind him. There was Sulva, and he was seeing the same thing as Guildenstern. Yes, sir. It was Sulva who answered Guildenstern's gaze and charged in. The base was wide, and the further it went, the sharper and thinner it became. The center of gravity was in the hand while remaining robust, a long sword suitable for piercing, while still maintaining its sturdiness. When he stepped forward and swung it, it pierced through a gap in the enemy's armor and took his life. And following in line with him are the elite of the general's guards. He looked in that direction, smiled, and told Clariers, "The general is facing the front. We will continue on like this and flank the enemy corps commander. To cover the general. It doesn't matter. The enemy's attention will be drawn that way. All you have to do is to advance through the disorganized enemy lines in the meantime and greatly disturb them. I will lead the way, follow me." Once past the first wall, the pikemen reappeared at a distance. Archers danced through the gaps in the line, firing from the flanks without a pause. It was like attacking a fortress. If they broke through the pikemen in a hail of arrows, sword soldiers would be waiting for them inside. In addition, a salvo of archers, albeit few in number, awaits them from the flank. Terius Melchikos, commander of the 3rd Corps of the Crescent army. This man is a master of field fortifications, and even in mere field battles, he uses human flesh to build fortifications in places where there was nothing. He would break the enemy's hearts and minds by making them run in a path called gap, creating a killing zone, and then rounding up the fiercest of the fighters who slipped through. His skill in building a 2-tiered or 3-tiered defense wall while leaning heavily in an oblique line formation was so impressive that most enemies will lose their will to fight when they break through pikemen and then face pikemen again and arrow from the flanks. There was not a single incompetent person among the Crescent army commanders. That's why Crescent had become known as the strongest in the kingdom, a matchless army led by a hero. More than 10 years have passed since Bogan was appointed as a general. Guildenstein had heard many times at the royal palace about the successes of Bogan and the army he led. Over and over again. Maybe if he had been a mere noble instead of royalty, would he have been able to think nothing of it and just be like a sword? For example, like Bogan. "Get out of my way." With his great war axe, he cuts down both long spears in front of him. Shattering and snapping the spear, he disrupts it and moves forward, feeding on the flesh and blood of the frightened enemy. At least for now, he could go on without thinking. "Adjutant Dono, you are being reckless. I'm in a good mood. I'm really enjoying myself. Haha, I didn't know there was such a brave person among General Caldera's adjutants. I didn't study enough. What's your name?" "It's Guildenstein, Clarius." There was no longer any distance to escape. There is no need to hide it. "I'll give you the honor of fighting beside the king. I'll leave my back to you." The centurion stiffened for a moment and immediately understood the situation. The royal Prince Guildenstein the Black Lion wielded a great battle axe. Everyone knows that much. "Yes, sir." "Understood." He shattered the long spear and flipped off the heavily armed infantry behind him. Salva was already confronting Terius. And so, Guildenstein caught the commander of the 3rd Corps at a distance. "I can't say I was surprised. It wouldn't be strange if you were able to break through, right?" A sculpture that resembled a fortress. Wearing shining, polished armor, Terius dismounted, drew his twin swords, said that to Salva, who appeared in front of him. His breathing was heavy, blood staining the polished, uncarved plate mail. But certainly, there he stood, confronting Terius. 2 layers of pikemen and 3 layers of heavy infantry. By creating a space between them and interlocking the archers, they lure in the enemies who have broken through and destroy them. Like a fortress that narrows the road, forces the enemy to run, and kills them with a hail of arrows and traps, the fortress of flesh that Terius builds, not many people can break through it. However, Salva divided his squad into 2 squads and used one as a decoy to hinder the interlocking of the archers. Amazingly, he had pulled through the triple barrier and arrived here. Terius praised him honestly. Salva, who had been an adjutant by his side for a long time, considering the fact that he was going up against it, he had adjusted the details of the formation. Salva wouldn't be able to break through, they wouldn't confront each other like this. However, that judgment was probably a result of his own conceit. Salva was a calm, a rather passive person. He is not the type of person who would take the initiative and split the ranks. Surprisingly, he also felt happy about it. Somewhere in his heart, he also wanted Salva to appear in front of him like this. Now that I think about it, it's been a long relationship. But this is the end, Salva. Are you prepared? Sensing that the enemy were breaking through, Tereus immediately gathered an army to kill Salva, who had just rushed in. At most 500 were with Salva, while he had 1,000 here. Salva and his men were exhausted. This was the end. I will not forget the years I fought as your adjutant. It's you who threw it away. It's a pity, Archer. Salva, having broken through a salvo of archers, greeted him. But, Corps Commander, the enemy. Just before that, another great war axe appeared. A decoy because it was a small unit of around 100 people that he thought so. Everyone, forward. Corps Commander Tereus Melchikosa's head is right in front of us. When Salva shouted, the archers fired. However, the enemy, who had appeared from the left flank, was completely out of position. Tereus quickly turned to face it and realized what was happening. Your Highness, it's been a long time, Melchikos. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have you die. He carried a great war axe and laughed under his helmet. Guildenstein narrowed his eyes. I'll kill you myself. Chapter 107, Old Soldier. Note: 1 ken equals 6 shaku equals approximately 1/8 m. He shred the earth, causing a sandstorm overwhelming everything with his strong arms. The opponent was the Black Lion Guildenstein. It was certain that Tereus was no match for him. You're pretty good at dodging, aren't you? Even though I can't win, I can't just die. Even with a sword as a shield, it was impossible to receive a single blow from Guildenstein. If he did that, Guildenstein's great war axe would easily bisect Tereus along with his sword. All Tereus could do was dodge. He had no chance of winning, but he cannot escape. If he escaped, the left wing would collapse, and the entire army led by Guildenstein would avalanche into Selene's position. To prevent that from happening, Tereus had to buy as much time as possible. He had to buy time for Kolkis to notice and come back. But that would no longer be possible. Goo. Failing to dodge, his left arm was cut in two along with his sword, and flew through the air. Severe pain that almost made him faint, he clenched his teeth to endure it and stood up. There was no way to buy much time from this point on. The men defending Tereus were reduced and whittled down before Guildenstein's blade. There was no leeway left. It is over. Surrender and your life will be spared, Tereus. This is the end of this war. If you think about what happens after the war, you are a peace I want to keep. Haha, thank you for your kind words, but... Dripping blood and shaking his head, Tereus shouted to the heavens. My valiant Third Corps, without being perturbed by my death, continue to fight back. If you buy time, we will have a chance to win. Do not give up, exert all your strength. The Royal Prince Guildenstein, the head of the enemy general, is here. Tereus let out a howl and laughed. He heard the roar of the soldiers as a response and looked at Guildenstein. This is the answer, Your Highness. Even if you kill me, the soldiers I have left will not disappear. How troubling. That I have to kill a man like you, he said boredly and readied himself again. Tereus, too, readied himself with one arm. This is the last one. He would be cut down without even scratching him. But he must not die a vain death. A soldier should avoid meaningless deaths. Your Highness. He stepped forward, ran, and a large single swing. Guildenstein, who responded only after seeing it, was faster and quicker. Skill, strength, talent, in none of them could he beat Guildenstein. However, entering the great war axe range, Tereus threw his sword even as his torso was split halfway. The blade that was thrown shallowly cut through Guildenstein's thigh. What appeared on Tereus's face was a satisfied smile. And that was the end. Tereus' body that was bisected flew through the air, scattering his organs. The graceful armor of the fortress shattered. Bogan, you have a good set of pieces, he said, happily. Guildenstein lightly pressed the wound on his thigh. It was Guildenstein's great war axe that hit Tereus first. Tereus' sword changed its trajectory because of it and only lightly cut his thigh. There was pain and a fair amount of bleeding, but not so much that he couldn't move. Your Highness. The wound. No need, it's just a scratch. There, Sulva finally got through Terius' guard. He approached Guildenstein and exclaimed, seeing his wound, but Guildenstein waved his hand, saying there was no need to treat it. Time was too precious for that. They're good soldiers. It may be meaningless, but tell them about his death just in case. Yes, sir. Sulva turned his attention to the gruesome corpse of Terius and offered a moment of silent prayer. Then he raised his voice. Your commander of the 3rd Corps of the Crescent Army, Terius Saza-Rinia Melchikos, has been slain by the royal prince, Guildenstein Alberon. There is no longer any need to resist. Throw away your sword and surrender. Know that it is the kingdom that you pointed your swords at. Guildenstein raised his voice as soon as he saw the situation. We will immediately continue. How many have slipped through? It's probably around 1,500. While Guildenstein was dealing with Terius, Sulva was expanding the breakthrough. 500. Their military strength, which was about 600 combined with Guildenstein, has increased by another 1,000 men. From this point on, it was possible to further increase the number of men if they waited, but it's troublesome if the old man in the center comes after us. We'll go right away. Yes, sir. Everyone, the target is the enemy general, Selene Crescent. Leave everything behind and immediately head for the enemy headquarters. It was hard to believe that Eluga Farron in the center would allow them such a leisurely action. In the worst case, until Kolkis returned, they would be forced to waste their time stuck with the 3rd Corps. The commanders of all the corps and even the battalion commanders in Crescent were excellent. The speed with which they were able to regroup was unmatched by ordinary armies, and there was no other way for them other than to aim for a momentary paralysis. Luckily, the enemy main camp was short on men because of the reinforcements sent to Terius. It was possible to get through enough men. Advance and overwhelm. The road beyond Guildenstein had only been there since the beginning. Then they advanced to the enemy main camp. So it really was you, Your Highness. Confronting Selene Crescent, the enemy general who would decide all victories and defeats. Because the bigger the weapon, the bigger the opening. To kill someone, you only need to wound them a little, so a small one is better. When asked if she would really go into battle with such a small sword, Krische responded with those words. Krische is confident that she can use a weapon that's as heavy as Krische's body, but the weapon's centrifugal force Krische wielding will pull around Krische's body, and Krische will end up being swept away. If Krische moves using centrifugal force to use it efficiently, this time Krische move will be more predictable. Standing in front of a mirror, Krische pointed her blade at her reflection. When Krische confronts Krische, Krische thinks about which one is the strongest. Krische still thinks a sword like this one is just right. Deliberately deviating the center of gravity and wielding a large weapon gives it more power, but Krische thinks it's too much to kill people. A sword that fits Krische's body and is light enough to keep Krische's center of gravity stable is the best. But even so, Krische using that sword was too anxious for her. Selene was worried, but Krische did exactly what she said and did everything with just that sword. Not with a spear or an axe, but with that sword she easily cut down soldiers wearing full armor. Krische's logic was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. A superhuman technique that allows her to aim at gaps in armored opponents using a single small sword overwhelming power. It was a logic that was based on that, and it was a realm that Selene couldn't understand. Even though she gave up understanding her logic, the words remained stuck in her head. When surrounded by multiple people, Krische thinks that the gap created is greater than anything else. It's only when the opponents are fleeing enemies that you're strong by wielding a big weapon. The opponent who doesn't run away will definitely target that gap, so balance is important. When Krische deals with multiple opponents, Krische makes sure not to be surrounded. And now she finally understood the logic she was talking about. In front of Selene's eyes, there was the figure of Guildenstein surrounded by the Black Century. The great war axe wielded caused a roaring sound, kept the skilled century at bay. Its range and power are terrifying, and it's difficult to get close to it, as even just a scratch can cause fatal injuries. Guildenstein was strong. At least compared to Selene, it was overwhelming. But he's not invincible. The sound of the wind made by the great battle axe. The power of the axe pulling your attention makes your body stiffen, causing one to lose their composure. However, if you look at it calmly, you can see something. By skillfully shifting his center of gravity, Guildenstein aligned his body with the mass of the swung great battle axe. But each time he swung, his body was swept away by the centrifugal force generated by the tip of the massive axe. Guildenstein's body seemed to glide across the meadow. No, he actually did. Guildenstein's great war axe. Its whole body was steel, and at the tip was a heavy axe. If you just look at it in terms of weight, it would be heavier than Krische. Therefore, to some extent, he leans on its centrifugal force and moves his legs without defying the inertia. Guildenstein's body was physically unable to withstand the centrifugal force generated by the great war axe. There is a gap. Kolkhi's heavy armor also served as a weight. It was not uncommon for magic possessors to prefer a combination of heavy armor and heavy weapons. Magic possessors have the potential to wield weapons that ordinary people cannot handle, but their bodies were too light to wield them. Many of them wear built-up muscle and wear armor of steel to keep their center of gravity forcibly at the core. Perhaps the same was true of the Black Lion armor that Guildenstein wore, but now Guildenstein was not wearing that armor. Guildenstein was clearly not heavy enough to wield the great war axe. Even so, the way he easily wielded the great battle axe without losing his stance was magnificent. He was not an opponent to be taken lightly, but if you look closely, you will see the lore. Guildenstein's opponent was the Black Century. Most of them were moving to stop Guildenstein's guards, and they had only 3 squads, but they did not lose their cool in this situation. They were not in a hurry, and they did not take advantage of the invitation. They were the best of the best among the century. Thanks to this, they could afford to observe Guildenstein's movements for a long time. Kahlua. Roger. Kahlua charged in. Guildenstein's reaction to it was sharp. He twisted his entire body and performed a horizontal sweep toward Kahlua, who was approaching from directly behind him. It was a move that made it seem as if he had eyes behind his back as well, though he probably didn't actually see it. By remembering the placement of all the enemies in his memory and predicting their movement, he was able to accurately handle attacks from behind which should have been defenseless. Talent, experience on the battlefield, brains, and ability. All of these things are combined to produce a super reflex. Even if Selene were to go head-on, she would be no match for him. If it were simple power, Guildenstein was at a far higher level than Selene. However, in this situation, she was not alone. She had the strongest unit left by her little sister. Kahlua immediately leaps backward to avoid Guildenstein's great war axe. However, Guildenstein cannot stop the propulsion of the great war axe being swung. The direction in which the body flows a point where a gap appeared. Stepping in time to react, Selene aims her sword at that point. TCH. Guildenstein clicked his tongue. The chainmail on his shoulder was ripped shallowly with the tip of the sword. But she didn't stop there, she wouldn't let it. She stepped in further. Guildenstein lost his balance, she aimed for his flank. It was the gap in his breastplate. Guildenstein twisted his hip. Dodged. Third slash. A side cleave to the thigh. Dodged. Fourth slash. A thrust to the neck. Dodged. Fifth flash. Slash to the upper arm. It cut the flesh shallowly. No stagnation, without stopping. Not as skillful as Krische. Not as fast. Not as observant. Still, she learned the sword Krische. Krische was never on the defensive. If the opponent swings their sword, she swings it at the same time to finish them off first. Dodging it, making the opponent miss. If the distance was too far and she was at a disadvantage, she would rearrange them to create a pace and rhythm that was to her advantage. When viewed as a magic possessor, the only thing that set Krische apart from the pack was her acceleration and stepping in. There were many opponents who were stronger than her in terms of strength. There were many opponents who are faster than her in terms of maximum speed. Her reach would be counted from the bottom of the list. There was a limit to her small body and physical ability. Even so, the reason why she was so dominant was because she always thought only of maintaining her own advantage. She abruptly closed the distance, and in one breath the enemy was already within her range. She minimized the time it took to cut the gap by taking advantage of her unusual stepping speed. If there was danger, she would not step in and lure the opponent's sword. With her right hand, left hand, foot, fist, or projectile. She changed her stance according to her opponent's movement and posture, and always attacked in a way that the enemy cannot respond. Without allowing a counterattack, the opponent was forced into a defensive position. Never letting the opponent attack her, she just attacked and kept attacking. She admired the infinite variety, senpen banka, of Krische's sword. It was smooth, beautiful like a dance, and vibrant. If she had such talent, she could have finished off Guildenstein in an instant. Celine doesn't have that kind of talent, but it's enough. She wasn't alone, she had the Black Century with her. 3 slashes swung aiming for an opening. Guildenstein barely avoided it. But behind him. The end. Kahlua swung a divine speed slash. A curved sword like an axe approached his body as if licking the earth. I got him the moment she thought so. Guildenstein, who had let go of the great axe, grabbed Kahlua's arm just in time. Unexpected movement. Celine's sword was also mistimed and swung through the empty air, and Guildenstein swung Kahlua's body around and slammed her into Celine. Shock ran through her body. The human body that was swung around was itself a lethal weapon. Celine's body is blown away by Kahlua for more than 3 ken, 5.5 m, and she coughed without being able to yukimi, technique how to take a fall safely, e.g. rolling, etc. Before she had time to regain her footing, she saw Guildenstein in front of her. He was raising his fist, which was encased in a gauntlet. It's the end! Exclamation point. Guildenstein had no intention of killing Celine. His purpose was to take Celine hostage. But that one blow was enough to knock Celine unconscious. The sword she swung at once was in a bad position and was caught by the blade butt. TCH, getting in my way. Guildenstein took a big leap backward. The place where his body had been was pierced by the sound of the wind. It was an arrow fired by Galen. Celine, retreat. Why yes. Kahlua. Celine leapt, grabbing Kahlua by the waist, who wobbled, perhaps with a concussion. Guildenstein couldn't close in. Arrows were shot one after another to restrain his movement. Salva, kill that old man over there. Yes, sir. Willets, lead some of the fast guys. The opponent is the general's adjutant. A voice responded the price of making Guildenstein go back to square one. There was a gap in front of Galen's watchtower, which was disturbed to make the line of fire. 5 magic possessors headed there in response to Salva's voice. At this rate, they would reach Galen without colliding with his guards. Celine immediately tried to run to him. Celine, go. Leave this to me. Yes. Galen's voice stopped her. And Galen knocked the next arrow. He was old. His instincts have not dulled. Faster than a cavalry assault, the 5 people heading his way seemed to be skilled magic possessors. However, without being frightened, his heart was calm as if it was frozen. The bow that was being drawn felt endlessly heavy, a strong bow that should have been easy to draw in the past. His eyes, which once boasted that he was as strong as a hawk, were blurred and distorted. But he had not lost the sense that had become ingrained in him. His arm, which could even shoot down a bird flying in the sky, was still alive. The string sounded, and the arrow was released into the opponent's neck as if they were sucked in. Shoot and kill the first person, then start again. The opponents were 5 magic possessors. The distance between them was 20 ken, 36 m. And in his hand was a bow. In that case, it would be natural to win against all 5 of them. What was the purpose of him being here? If he thought about it, he wouldn't miss it. Commander, I truly believe that being able to fight under the commander's side is the greatest honor. You will soon overtake me. You can even become a general. Haha, as for me, I would like Commander to be the general, and me working under Commander, as your assistant. Commander is the one who fits the title of general. Bogan had gone first, leaving behind many. Geez, father, why don't you leave your job in Gorka soon and do some field work? You're already old, and if you get hurt then Krische will be sad. Gorka is still a greenhorn if you ask me. It's dangerous, I'm worried, so I want to continue watching after him for another 5 years at least. It would be a problem if Gorka were to do something stupid and make Krische sad. Though father said that, father will just continue working, right? both his beloved daughter and her husband, who he put his hope on. Both died young. Ahahe, Krische got some pumpkins from Obasan, so Krische made pumpkin soup today. Also, Obasan taught Krische how to make pie. Leaving the young Krische, not the already old Gallen, but the one who had to live, died. What role did he have left to play? He quit the army and returned to his village. If he hadn't let his skill rust, neither the bandits nor Guildenstein would be able to take it away from me. When he was young, he joined the army because he wanted the power to protect what was important to him. The reason he returned to the military even after he was old was to never let anything be stolen again. If so, what he had to do here had already been decided. I won't miss even one shot, you little bastards. Shoot. Then knocked the next arrow. He did not even turn his awareness to the fact that he had killed one more person. He indifferently aimed at his next prey. A distance of 20 ken, he killed 3 people advancing toward him, and pierced the leg of a man holding a shield. Once the distance was closed, he threw away his bow. His body still remembered everything on the battlefield. He had not forgotten all the humiliation and regret. His long white hair shook. He drew his small sword without hesitation and stepped forward. Magic possessors. What they possess was overwhelming physical ability. Their body was fundamentally different from the old Gallen. When they charged in, their athletic ability was several times greater than his own, just like the galloping beast. But even after factoring that in, he was convinced that he could still do it. The soldier whose leg pierced was knocked down, and the remaining one brandished his longsword in fury. The speed of the man was probably 3 times his own, but that said, not many could use that speed at will. Acceleration that exceeded the human range disturbs their posture and created an opening. The opponent's swing was slightly large, and his torso was open. Do not get in my way. He dropped to his hip and stepped into the swinging blade. The sword hit Gallen's back, the leather armor. A sword that missed its trajectory has no power. Just like that, he grabbed the man's waist and got up, and flipped the body far behind. Against those who possess magical power, use their power to crush them. This was the fighting style of the have-nots. Without looking at the opponent who had been blasted backward, he turned toward the man who had been knocked out of his stance. The blade that was swung panicked had no power, and when the blade passed right in front of his eyes, he kicked the man in the jaw. To Gallen, it was like taking candy from a baby. Most magic possessors were not good at and were not accustomed to unrefined fights. To avoid losing their athleticism and dominance in a battle where both sides had magic possessors. Aside from being a genius like Krische, just because someone possessed magical power didn't mean they can always use that magical power in a stable manner. Strengthening the body required a certain level of composure and concentration. There were not many people who can fully handle their magical power in the midst of a tangle of battles and chaos. That was why everyone feared and disliked losing their advantage, and naturally insisted on a clean fight that maintained a certain distance. A clear difference in awareness. Inevitably, their reactions to the sudden attacks would slow down. What he had was an old body. Gallen would have been killed if the man had chosen to grapple with him. But the man chose to keep his distance with his sword. He subconsciously chose to keep his distance, avoiding the entangled melee. Therefore, the man died. He thrust his small sword into the neck of the man who had rolled and struggled and looked behind him again. The man, who had braced himself with Yukimi, immediately turned to Gallen. His face showed confusion at being thrown and having everyone else being killed abruptly. However, he didn't even have time to recover his disturbed mind and was heading toward Gallen. He was still young and probably lacked experience. Gallen pulled a sword from the corpse, threw it at it, and charged toward him. The man's legs stopped as it was hit by the sword, and Gallen stabbed him through the body with his small sword as if to slam him. The seam of the armor going through the gap between the ribs from the side. Don't underestimate me just because I'm an old soldier, little bastard. Did you think I couldn't get past this level of fight? Spitting out with a voice that seemed to crawl from the bottom of the earth, Gallen took up the bow again. If his life was to end here, what did he have to survive for? Why was he still here even after so many young and promising lives were lost? Not one to be easily killed, Gallen returned his prime, even as he breathed unevenly. Though he was old, his soul has not dulled. If you want to kill me, then send 10 times the men. This life isn't cheap. An old soldier with no magical powers, Gallen roared. The sight of the old soldier who killed 5 people in a blink of an eye caused the surroundings to roar and cheered. Nakle, turn your squad around from the left. The third corps has not crumbled. Cut off the rest and isolate His Highness. Yes. Gallen Dono. Sulva looked back at Gallen, who was holding up his bow as if chewing something bitter. Surrounding Sulva mixed with regular soldiers, Krische soldiers, the Black Century. The one that he was able to send at that timing was the best he could do. The opponent was a single old soldier who could not even handle magic. 5 magic possessors were sent there. He had thought there was no chance of failing. Bogan Krystand, Nozen Vereich, and Kolki Granmeld Varkas. The old soldier, Gallen, was originally a centurion who led such monsters. He knew he was smart and strong, and he had heard of his former fame. However, that was in the past, during his golden days as a centurion, and his war record was that of leading a group of talented men who could be called monsters. He had never imagined that even in his old age, he would have the ability to defeat multiple magic possessors. Bogan Krystand was an absolute meritocrat, and he did not give position or status to those who were not capable. He had no intention of underestimating, nor did he think that the old soldier was stationed as an adjutant because of connection. However, even while aware of that, Sulva must have underestimated him. Despite having no magical powers, the old soldier, Gallen, was an existence that those monsters looked up to. His arrows were accurate and unmatched. Sulva dodged. The soldier behind him was pierced. From a distance of 20 ken, Gallen's arrow easily pierced the life of a soldier who was in disorder. On top of that, he took control of the surrounding soldiers and masterfully manipulated everything in this turbulent field. He was never outspoken in strategy meetings and never interrupted any strategy or tactics. He was not a man who stood out, and he had no glamour. Yet, Gallen's presence in this place felt like a more powerful adversary than anyone else. Gallen, the old soldier who led the heroes, the forgotten hero. Sulva felt an unpleasant sweat on his back in the presence of this unexpected foe. He shouldn't be left alone. This chaotic melee was exactly where the centurion would be able to demonstrate his true abilities. But with ordinary soldiers, it would only be a repeat of the previous battle. If he was to go, Slava had no choice but to go himself, and since Guildenstein was aiming for Selene, Sulva had to do his utmost to command the situation. Squads 4 to 7. Circle around from the right, 12 to 15 to the left. The rest are in the current vanguard and retreat. Inferiority. Krische century that he was dealing with was very strong. A unit composed entirely of magic possessors. They were not mere soldiers, but their mobility and strength were far beyond the standard of ordinary soldiers. Despite that, the female commander was using their abilities to perfection. For a commander, there was nothing more difficult than leading a melee. Instructions were drowned out by the surrounding noise. In the midst of a mix of friend and foe, it was difficult to grasp the position of the enemy. On top of that, her outstanding ability that could make use of the superhumans, the magic possessors, at will. He had seen her face before. She was an inexperienced girl from a village. She was the century's adjutant chosen by Krische. He had been puzzled by the appointment of such a girl, but here she was, as a frontline commander that was not lacking anything. He knew that was not directly related to ability, but even knowing this, he was still amazed by her appearance. Cure Marcellus. Oragorn Hilkintos. Gertz whirling. He thought about the 3 armies that were crushed by Krische. From the Dragon's Maw, they must have been on the front line with Krische. The rich experience can turn even a village girl into a warrior. In this case, he had no choice but to exert himself to the utmost of my strength. From the looks of it, her skill with the sword was inexperienced. He looked from a distance for an opportunity, looking around. Looks like I made it in time, Salvadonna. And then, a giant appeared on the scene, his whole body wet with blood and holding a great axe in both hands. Raising his cheek like a wild beast and carrying his right-hand great axe upon his shoulder. I'm glad you're safe. Now, give me instructions. It was the strong-armed Nacurus Feliza. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 108, Battlefield Maiden. The main camp of the Crescent army was in chaos. Breaking through the Third Corps on the left wings were 1,500 led by Guildenstein and Sulva. On the other hand, Selene had a battalion of 1,000, cavalry of 100, and the Black Century. Selene immediately deployed a battalion against Guildenstein, who had broken through from the left wing. She had them form up, but Guildenstein quickly succeeded in breaking through the main camp's defense. However, since only breaking through was given priority, at most 100 people succeeded in breaking into the main camp. Blocked by Galen, they couldn't chase after Selene, and the Black Century guarded Selene again. The 100 soldiers brought by Guildenstein were all excellent soldiers, but as expected, they were at disadvantage against the Black Hundreds, and they had trouble capturing the important Selene, and the Selene side managed to get the situation under control, albeit in a delicate situation. However, 300 new soldiers led by Nacurus Feliza appeared there. Using almost all of his 5,000 troops as a bargaining chip, he ignored the 4th Corps commander, Eluga, and made a forceful breakthrough. Against the forces that appeared through the gap between the center and left wing, Selene dispatched the 100 cavalry. Cavalrymen with a longer training period than the rest. Among them, the quality of the cavalry escorting the general was high, and they were strong enough to easily crush ordinary soldiers, but they were up against a strong-armed Nacurus Feliza. They were not enough to stop his advance. Thus, the situation tilted heavily toward Guildenstein's side. So stubborn. Why don't you give up, Selene? That's quite a tantalizing offer. In response to his words, Selene tried hard to smile while breathing heavily. Guildenstein's breathing was only slightly disturbed. He was still calm. There were countless wounds on his body, but they were all shallow. In fact, the wear and tear on their side was more severe than Guildenstein. Although they avoided fatal wounds, the 14 members of the 3 squads guarding Selene exhaustion was at their limit. Mia, who was a little further away and commanding the other members of the Century, was also doing well, but thanks to dealing with elites including Sulva, there were many dead over there. On top of that, Nacurus Feliza broke through Eluga. They were busy dealing with that and couldn't spare any more hands. Neither Mia nor Galen could bear any more burden. We've come this far, and we're being cornered one-sidedly. It will be a while before Corps Commander Agrand arrives. I guess you could call it a dead end. Selene laughed. For herself and for those around her. Her body had a dull ache from the bruise from being hit by Kalua's body. Her left arm was in a bit of bad shape. It might have been cracked. It was a fortune that Kalua next to her was not hurt. The previous concussion was brief. She might be pushing herself too hard, but her eyes were not dead yet. The others were the same. That was exactly why this would be the time to call it quit. Therefore, I would like to follow the example of His Highness, whom I respect and admire. NN. Selene smiled broadly, running away from strong enemies. At the same time as she spoke, she turned her back. Mia. Selene has gone. Galen voice. Yes. Everyone, don't let His Highness follow him. Mia looked at Selene for a moment. They were headed to the front line to Eluga, who was in the center. Corps Commander Feliza, this place is fine. Go protect His Highness. I know, but TCH. Mia commanded the sentry in front of Feliza, who was about to run. We're going to buy some time until Corps Commander Agrand arrives. Okay. I understand, Commander Mia. Roger, leave it to us, Commander. There were 53 men. About 20 of them were either too badly wounded to move or dead. She didn't know how long they could hold out from here. This was the critical moment. If this attack is their real aim, if they came all the way here for me, I think their only goal is to take me alive. If things take a turn for the worse, I'll buy myself some time by running away. If they are coming after me, they will do everything in their power to finish the job in a short time. There is a high possibility that it will be a big, uncontrolled battle. Shortly before the start of the war, Selene gathered the corps commanders and some of the battalion commanders. At that time, I will abandon the main camp and escape to the corps that still maintains control. I'll leave the main camp to Galen. For the corps commander who I will run away to, please protect the miserable general with all your might. Well, if you can do it, of course, it's fine if you manage to kill His Highness here. Then I can later say that it was not an escape, but a plan. In front of the brave commanders who had passed through countless battlefields, she spoke these words. Bravely, proudly, without shame, similar to the pompous gestures that Krische often makes. Naturally, the words she spoke should have seemed pathetic, but Mia thinks she looked cool. She admits her own weakness and immaturity, and yet she did so in an unabashedly joking manner. Celine Crescent was truly a general to be admired. No one spoke ill of her. Everyone spoke of her as a lord who should be protected. Crescent was famous even in neighboring countries. She didn't have much of a track record compared to the commanders there, and she was 15 years old, much younger than Mia. Yet everyone recognized and accepted her as her general. She thought that she was amazing. Mia honestly respected her. She almost compared herself, but shook her head and told everyone. I remember when the corps commander said, "Your order is for you to protect Celine without dying." Corps commander is strict, and violations of orders are sure to be severely punished. So, I'd be happy if you guys could make sure the corps commander doesn't get mad at me. As she was saying this, she received a questioning look, and Mia couldn't bear it, so her tone weakened. Those who saw this burst into laughter, which spread throughout the room. One person shouted, "That's right. In exchange, if she play an active role and survive, Captain Mia, who has escaped punishment, will be given a kiss as a reward," she said. Wait, she didn't. The surrounding soldiers whistled and cheered. You, Mia groaned, then her face still red she shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. I'll leave General Caldera to Adjutant Galen. You guys will take care of the reinforcements. Got it?" After replying Roger while laughing, they charged. They too were fatigued. Many will die, that's for sure. After giving the order, she closed her eyes for a moment and switched. The instructions are the same as before. Everyone charges. Nakurus Feliza's eyes narrowed. This enemy was no mere elite. At the very least, they could be counted among the best Nakurus had ever dealt with. The individual abilities of the magic possessors were of a medium level. None of them were that outstanding. However, because they are all composed of only magic possessors, and because they are a unit based on such a premise, they were able to form a well-coordinated combat cooperation. For the enemy, there is nothing more frightening than this. Even though he might have an advantage over small army soldiers who cannot use magic, he lost the advantage of his physical abilities when he was fighting against other magic possessors. The basic principle of combat was to send a magic possessor against another magic possessor in order to keep them from wreaking havoc, and those magic possessors who are out of step with their surroundings inevitably find themselves repeatedly engaged in pseudo one-on-one combat. Which of the two will outperform the other in terms of cultivated combat skills? Usually the battle was won or lost on the basis of differences in individual skills, creating the flow of the battle. However, this unit was made up of only magic possessors. By completely eliminating impurities that do not match, the purity was enhanced, and what became possible was a unique, high-speed coordination. The soldiers who cannot handle magic power were no match for them, and the isolated magic possessors on their side lost the advantage of physical ability, and were forced to fight 2 against 1 or 3 against 1. The skillful people he brought him in were targeted intensively, and in that way they were defeated one by one. This unit was specialized only for hunting magic possessors. A unit under the direct control of Krische Crescent, composed only of magic possessor. He had heard about the Black Century. He had a vague idea that they were strong. But only when he saw them in front of him could he truly understand how terrifying they really were. "Salvadorno, I can't go to His Highness' place unless I clean this up. I'll crush this first." "Understood. Paralyze it temporarily. Then get out." The obnoxious little girl who seemed to be the commander. There was no other way out in this place other than to crush her and move forward. Otherwise, the damage would only increase. "Belor, brace yourself. Don't let my ass be taken." "Yes, sir," he told his adjutant, and then, clutching both axes, he charged in. It was not impossible to pull it off. At least if they fight head-on, There was no opponent here who can stand against Nacurus. The only problem was focusing only on that and being attacked from the side. Allowing the enemy to do so would be fatal even for Nacurus. Get out of my way. Swinging the axe in his right hand, he cuts the enemy soldier from his shoulder to the torso. Skill, ability, experience. From the front, there was no way Nacurus could lose. The feeling of the flesh, bone, and armor being cut. The feeling of a life to be honored being shredded like a piece of paper. Nacurus lifted his cheek. He held an axe in each hand because he fought on the assumption that he would be surrounded. He was always at the front of the line. Enemies in the range of sight. From there he could deal with any attack coming to him. Slash his left hand great axe horizontally, widening the distance between him and his foe, and use the recoil. With the momentum, he struck the axe in his right hand, and then his left again. Its centrifugal force lifted his gigantic body and eliminated the gaps unique to heavy weapons. Taking full advantage of his 7 shaku frame, he did not allow his opponent to step into the area of the blade as if to widen it. Nacurus's unique great axe technique was designed to be used against a large number of opponents. Snapping swords and breaking bones. Once he had his sights set on a target, he would not stop. He would advance as if sinking his foot into the earth. The soldiers would cover his flanks so as not to be targeted, while desperately chasing after him. Exclamation point. The shadow of the enemy looms from the edge of his field of vision as he cuts his torso in two from right to left. He uses his left axe for checking and shifting his weight, and his right axe for attacking. He must have been watching Nacurus move. The opponent seemed to be one of the best even in the squad. But of course, it was a bait. In front of the approaching man who raised his sword, he let go of the axe in his right hand. A momentary gap appeared. He cut his torso up with his left axe. Nacurus' dominant arm was his left arm. It was faster, sharper, and more powerful than the axe swung by his right arm. He used his right arm mainly as bait to strike back at the enemy's skilled fighters when he saw an opportunity. Experience and skill in the battlefield. In all of these, his own skill surpassed his opponent's. There was no element of defeat. There was no way he could lose. Get out of here, you small fry. Don't get in my way. If one was to describe him, he would either be a huge boar or a raging bull. Advance forward. A mass of armed forces specialized for that purpose. I looked into the eyes of the chestnut-haired Commander Mia, who looked far away. And Mia, too, looked into Nacurus' eyes. Exclamation point. Nacural's choice was a head-on breakthrough. The speed of the attack was extraordinary. The timing of the pincer attacks of the teams divided into 2 wings slipped, allowing a complete breakthrough without even breaking through the enemy soldiers who had strengthened Nacurus' flanks. Okay, Mia. Double flank siege is a great tactic, but looking at the records, there are a lot of idiots who stick to it and pass the center. Mia is also pretty stupid. So make sure you understand your strength and your opponent's strength so that it doesn't happen like that. A misjudgment, Mia thought. She was truly an idiot, as Krische said. She had misjudged Nacural's ability to break through. This was the moment she should have hardened the troops. Her legs trembled and she took a step back. But she didn't take a further step back and gripped her sword. Well, whatever the case, I'll leave the squad to you. I thought I could trust you because you're you. Will you do it? Here was an army entrusted to her, a battlefield entrusted to her. When she came to the army, she had no intention of fighting on the battlefield. She never imagined it. There were many things and times she wondered why this happened, but she was entrusted with it. Yes, Commander. Whatever the case, Mia agreed, and here she was. She must not run away from it. She thought about Kalua just a little bit. She wondered if she was okay, if she managed to escape. Her only regret was that she couldn't confirm that. But, then I will wield my sword for the Corps Commander and for you. She won't forget her promise. It's not too late yet. The enemy was in an arrowhead formation. A centralized type, with the powerful Corps Commander at the tip. Was there a force that could oppose it? There was none in the current unit. It cannot be countered in melee combat and can only be responded to by siege or ranged attacks. There are 4 groups on each of the 2 wings. These 8 groups will continue to attack. 7 squads were at hand, 3 of which were about to be breached. 2nd, 9th, 11th Squad retreat, pick up the fallen weapons. 8th Squad, to the front. Take position just before contact. Roger. Encirclement was impossible, and the enemy's breakthrough power was high. She will assemble with the basis that the enemy's breakthrough couldn't be prevented. What should she do if the enemy's central breakthrough cannot be prevented? Krische would leave some archers behind from the beginning. The effort of a frontal breakthrough is always great. Unless you do a very poor job, the enemy will be fatigued and distracted. Put the pikemen in front of the point where they will break through, attract the attention of the opponent, and strike with archers from the side. Breaking through the enemy. Although the Black Sentry's abilities stood out from the rest, breaking through the enemy's walls was still hard work. If you cut your way into a crowd of enemies, your mind would only think going forward and forward. Being surrounded by enemies was terrifying. So they moved forward to get out of it. The slight sense of relief they get when they break through. Everyone wanted it. It's always important to put yourself in the other person's shoes, Mia. Berry also said to stand in the other person's shoes and think about what you would hate the most if it were you. No, in this case it's like the opposite. It's kind of different. Well, whatever. Anyway, that's how it is. She recalled that, and chuckled. Mia didn't think she could understand that giant man's feelings, but she could imagine it. The giant man Nakiris's side and behind was firmly guarded by soldiers. Even that ferocious man was afraid to be surrounded by this unit. The reason the enemy was making breakthrough a top priority was not because it was easy. It was because they are that much threatened by this century. He thought they must force a breakthrough, finish them off himself, and destroy this century squad. 1 squad was placed in front of the enemy, who had broken through, to make them pay attention to that squad. The remaining 3 squad were to throw weapons in their hands from the side. If they stop moving for a moment, then, Nikela, even a little bit is fine, become an archer. Yes, sir. Galen's voice made her look in that direction. Several archers nearby were responding to Mia's movement. He must have been looking at their situation while taking command of the entire main camp. The breadth of his vision was completely unmatched. Mia had her hands full just with this century. She had nothing but gratitude. For more people were killed by the great axe in front of her. Everyone in the century knew each other. Some people even knew their faces, their names, their hobbies, their lovers, even their daughter's name. But they were dead. A noble sacrifice, or maybe, if it was Dagra, it might have been a little less. How many times had she failed today, and how many times had she been helped? Seeing the figure of the large man who came out, she ordered, 8th Squad disperse. Spread out. The 8th Squad leapt backward just before contact. As if on cue, swords and spears were thrown from the side. The speed and power of the projectiles were on a different level from those thrown by ordinary soldiers. TCH. He swung both axes and swatted them away. The strong-armed Nakiris Feliza. The nickname given was not false. He swings his huge axes as if he was wielding a small sword, repelling and smashing the flying weapons. But after all, he only had 2 arms. It's impossible to knock down all the flying objects that can reach 20 combined with the arrows. The shoulder, arm, and leg are gouged, shaved, and thrust forward. Even with armor, it is impossible to defend against all the arrows and projectiles thrown by a magic possessor at close range. He stopped moving. Mia was convinced of this. TCH, don't underestimate me, but Nakiris roared and still went on. He was spewing blood and magic power from all over his body, but he was still moving forward, toward Mia. One of the people who came to stop him was cut in 2. Even in this state, his will to fight did not wane. He was still willing to fight. Status, honor, or something Mia did not understand. That's what drove him forward. Her legs trembled at the prospect of death. She would probably die from this. Everyone, aim for this man's back. Don't let him go to Kalua's place. She raised her voice. Put strength into her leg. Mia. That's an order. If I die, the acting commander will be the second team's second squad leader, Koza. The target is the commander herself. No matter what happens, I won't let him go. Even if I die, I can't let him go. Otherwise, I won't be able to face anyone. It was not the position she wanted to be in, nor was it what she wanted to do. But only the responsibility she accepted was hers. A man like a giant. She had never imagined in her ordinary life that she would ever have to deal with such a man. But she had to do it. At least, even if it's just a little bit of time. With that thought, she charged in with trembling feet. The giant raised his axe. Overhead. The distance was still too far. Why? Ah! Immediately after, he swung his arm with a roaring sound. The great axe was in front of Mia's eyes. It cannot be avoided. Mia stepped forward with all her might. She immediately puts her sword in front of her. It's no good. The whole sword would be cut in half. It's like a twig in front of a big axe like that. I'm used to the pain, but will this literally hurt like death? At the very least, a beautiful way to die, no, if possible, a painless one. For a moment, she thought about that. Stupid. The great axe that was approaching her eyes disappeared with a metallic sound. Hum. Instead, in front of her face, was a pair of brown boots reinforced with steel. She could see the skirt that you didn't often see on the battlefield, and the black cloak fluttered. 2 silver strands swayed from side to side, long hair, like a tail. Really, this is why Mia. Krische will give you a sermon later. Everyone there looked at the little girl. Suddenly, a cheer resounded. Mia's vision also blurred. You, Corps Commander. In front of Mia was the commander of the 1st Corps of the Crescent Army, the Black Century's Sword Princess. Please don't give Krische too much trouble. Krische is busy. It was Krische Crescent. Chapter 109, One Who Flutter and Dance. Note, 1 shaku is about 30 centimeters, 1 ken equals 6 shaku, about 1.8 meters, 1 ri equals about 400 m. Veraich's army concentrated its forces, Krische and Gran Meld, on the right wing. They defeated Guildenstein's body double and cut off nearly 10,000 of the enemy's right wing on the first day. The central Veraich army, which was the problem, saw Krische one-man show, and their morale was at its peak. It shows desperate resistance without collapsing against the fierce attacks of the enemy who was double their number. The problem was the left wing. Hearing the success of the right wing, they too launched a fierce attack, but their momentum was killed by the old general, Felworth Keithreton, and they suffered a painful blow. Veraich's army of 37,000 was reduced to 30,000. Guildenstein's, or rather Keithreton's army, were reduced from 45,000 to 32,000. They cut each other down in the center and both sides won on each wing, but overall, the Veraich army had the upper hand. The enemy's losses were 13,000 while theirs was 7,000. The difference in troop numbers was 2,000. Although the Keithreton's forces still had the advantage in terms of the number of troops, Veraich's forces were superior in terms of the quality of their troops. If the gap narrowed, it was the Veraich army that would inevitably overwhelm them. At the night military meeting, everyone, including Nozen, praised Krische and Gran Meld for their success. The two of them made a brilliant breakthrough through the center of the enemy line. Krische's single-handed performance boosted morale in the center of the battle, and in some respects, it made the center fight on even ground. The results of the battle were 2 corps commanders and a body double the acting general. Krische's military deeds today would surely be etched in history. Thank you, but it was Woof Woof who did the hard work. Krische only helped the breakthrough. However, the person in question seemed troubled. I'm troubled if Krische-sama said that, but it is true that it was my corps that came forward, but it was thanks to Krische-sama that we were able to break through so easily. You can say it's only a help to break through, but Krische-sama is the only person in this world who can help like that. Gran Meld replied exasperated, and Krische pouted her lips. Because, unlike Woof Woof, Krische didn't achieve her goal. However, no matter what words they said, Krische had no interest. She was indifferent, only lightly thanking her. The great results she achieved for Krische, it was the bare minimum, nothing more. The fact that the original goal of defeating Guildenstein was not achieved, it was not something that was praiseworthy by Krisch standards. Krische is a little worried about Celine, and they still didn't know where Guildenstein was. Krische shook in her chair restlessly, her eyes downcast. I understand how Krische-sama feels, but we have no choice but to wait for the report. I know. Even Celine should already have a proper contingency. Granmeld also crossed his arms as if he was thinking about the battle results, instead of showing a happy expression, concerned about Krische's condition. It would be important if Guildenstein ran to Celine's side, but they can't let that sway them. It was more than possible that he was hiding here under the guise of doing so. Krische remained here to await the report. Nozen was cunning. Guildenstein's army, which recruits soldiers regardless of their origin and who doesn't mind money, has many spies, ranging from logistic personnel to individual soldiers. At least by this evening, they will bring highly reliable information. But it was half out of a concern for Krische that Nozen was holding her back in this way. 30,000 versus 32,000. The gap had narrowed considerably, and Nozen could see victory. Even if Guildenstein had remained hidden, he was confident that he would no longer lose. In truth, there was no need for her to stay behind. The results she has achieved today have been so sufficient. Her power as an individual had reached its extremes. If you look at her individual performance this time in terms of her influence on the battlefield, she alone would rival a mighty corps like the Wolf Pack. She was, literally, a monster beyond measure. But of course, in proportion to her successes, the burden on her body was certainly true. Together with Granmeld, she ran around the battlefield without much rest. The absence of the Black Century, a unit under her direct control that she could work with, must have taken a toll on her as well. Even on her expressionless face, she could not hide her fatigue. The reason why he told Krische, who wanted to run to Celine, was to wait for the report from the spy to give her rest. I know it's pathetic, but please take care of that girl's health. She looks like a superhuman, but her body is just a normal girl. She's good with magic, so she can fake it, but she doesn't have as much physical strength as you guys. She's stupid, so she just goes through the motions with a nonchalant expression on her face. Haha, does Celine-sama always talk about Krische-sana here and there like that? Should I call it overprotective? It's a beautiful family love. Shut up. It's okay, it's about my little sister after all. Krische's first battle, the battle against the Holy Empire the other day, showed tremendous success. He knew that after that, Krische developed a high fever and was sent back by Bogan, who took that seriously. A person who possesses magical power manipulates the magical power in their body. Although they are stronger than ordinary people, in the end, it was their bodies that formed the basis. There are various reasons why people train their muscles and train their bodies, even if they could use magic power, but one of them was to maintain their health. It could also be used to store energy. In terms of weight, she probably weighs less than half of Nozen's weight. She was thin and not tall, and her body was not meant to withstand the battlefield. Without the use of magic, it would be difficult for her to even handle a long sword wielded by a soldier. That she could achieve the impossible was only established by her resourcefulness and magical power. The same Granmeld, who was also running around on the front lines and fighting wielding a great war cudgel, had more stamina to spare. The degree of perfection of the body was too different compared to Granmeld, who had fought through the battlefield for many years. There was no doubt that she was more heavily fatigued than she appeared. At least she was the kind of person to put herself second, and it seemed that she would run to Celine without even eating or resting if she was allowed to. He had no doubts about Krische's ability, but he did have some concerns when she was not feeling well. He should have let her rest a little and let her calm down. He couldn't let her go on this condition. Taking care of one's health is the basics. This was something that a soldier should learn first and foremost. In that respect, Krische was still a child after all. She was incredibly strong, yet dangerous, unreliable when it comes to herself, and he couldn't help but think she's a strange girl. I don't have any major problems with tomorrow's policy. In Krische-sama's case, it would be better for Krische-sama to recover your strength first. Take a rest for today. I will report tomorrow morning. Anyway, Krische-sama will only leave here after that. Yes. Keith, if Krische goes out, Krische will order you to be acting corps commander. Keep that in mind. Yes, Understood. Nozen nodded and told Keith. You can stay like this. We will work out the details. Yes, sir. Well then, Krische-sama. Yes. Thank you, General Vereich. Krische said so and stood up from her seat and left the tent. After seeing her off, Granmeld said, I've seen her fight and charge side by side. Seeing her like that, I couldn't believe she's the same person. How should I say, it's out of tune. She was rather gentle in temperament, you know. Rather that side of her is how she normally is. Nozen said, mocking himself. And we had that child carry us on her backs. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be doing so well from the Dragon's Maw to here. It's something to be ashamed of. Certainly. I can't show any more pitiful side after having the situation being set up like this. My corps can move tomorrow. Keith, how is yours? Yes, sir. Our first corps has minor damage and little fatigue. There is no problem even if we put it in the front. Granmeld grinned and bared his teeth like a wolf. Good, that's what I'm talking about. General, give us the main attack again. We'll surprise that old man. It's not an old man, it's General Keithreton. Even though he's an enemy, watch your mouth, Granmeld. That said, fine, we'll use you again tomorrow. If you go with the intent to settle it. Yes, of course. I've grasped the quality of the soldiers today. I'll show them. The next morning, Krische received a report. Krische prepared herself and put on her cloak even before dawn. After a night's rest, Krische had somewhat recovered from her fatigue. She had a slight fever, probably from fighting without rest yesterday. She was feeling a bit languid, but there was nothing to worry about. The slight irritation and anxiety that had been present during the rough period had calmed down considerably. Her thoughts were clear. There was no end to her anxiety, but she also thought that no matter what happens, Celine wouldn't be killed. Guildenstein's relentless pursuit of Celine was intended to take her hostage against Krische. Guildenstein was an unpleasant man, but at least he was not a fool and seemed to be a practical man who thinks in terms of profit and loss just like Krische and Crescent. He takes profit over just cause. He was a man who uses a just cause for profit. There was no advantage for Guildenstein to kill Celine, only disadvantage, so that man wouldn't kill Celine. If it is too late, then, the war Krische will give up on Celine's and Crescent's dream. She will hide and let the flow take its course and rescue Celine. Takes Berry and Crescent and runs away to a mountain somewhere. It might be inconvenient for a while, but that's okay. They could do whatever they wanted to do after that. That thought calmed Krische's mind. Krische told Nozen that she's heading to Celine's place, and showed her face at Keith's place for a moment. She then borrowed one of the First Corps large horses and strapped on a light baggage. Most of the luggage had been prepared last night. Well then, Elvina. It's dangerous, so don't move around too much. Yes, Krische-sama. Krische-sama too, please take care. I will pray for your fortune. After a brief exchange of words, Krische mounted her horse and started to run. She was faster than the horse, but it was still 120 ri, 48 kilometers. Her stamina was not infinite. If she were to sprint at full speed, Krische's fatigue would be great. So she decided to use a horse with the intention of abandoning it halfway through the ride. The horse's saddle was covered with plenty of cushioning to prevent pain in the buttocks. The short, open-hemmed skirt made it easy to straddle the horse. With everything ready to go, Krische galloped across the meadow. Her figure galloping in the morning glow looked like a painting that was how it was supposed to be, but then she ran into trouble. The wind was making her skirt flap around in a bizarre manner. Ooh, geez. The wind was blowing hard, and the fact that she was wearing a short skirt was probably also a problem. With one hand, she held the skirt that flapped up and fixed her sit down on the horse again and again. She looked like a fool, but she was a girl who aims to be a well-behaved lady. Her aesthetic would not allow her to run with not only her thighs bare but also her underwear exposed. In the meadow, even if no one was watching, Krische was watching. If so, then, she will not compromise. While letting the horse run at its maximum pace, Krische desperately grappled with the fluttering skirt. Short and wide at the bottom the way the skirts for riding horses run wild, it was as if that they existed here to show off her underwear. For a moment, she thought of the riding pants she had left behind at the fort. Just take them with you in case, already. Though I know you don't like it. Krische will go on a long-distance trip, so it's better to have less luggage, and Krische doesn't ride horses, so it's fine. And it's scratchy between the thighs. Trousers are for men to wear. Geez. Whatever, just do as you want. You're so stubborn in the most trivial places, I won't care if you regret it. Krische won't regret not wearing trousers. Remembering the exchange, Krische shakes her head. She had no regrets, she told herself. A stack of cushions. She realized halfway through that this was affecting her hip height and making the wind worse, but this was her lifeline for Krische. Riding on horseback for Krische, her biggest enemy was the impact on her buttocks that have thin flesh. She couldn't throw away her cushions when she rode a horse. Still, running around with her underwear exposed was not a good idea either. It can't be helped, let's abandon the horse as soon as possible. That was the conclusion. She didn't really like horses. Let the horse run further to the limit and then abandon it. A little fatigue was just a little fatigue. She wanted to run from the beginning. Once the distance was gained to some extent, the horse's role should have ended, but you're doing your best, aren't you? The problem was the horse. Horses are tough, but they are still not more than living creatures. They can run 200 or even 300 ri, 80 to 120 kilometers, a day, but if they were to run at full speed, they would run out of strength in less than 10 ri, 4 kilometers. Therefore, it was normal to make the horses run at a gallop and occasionally rest at a brisk pace or at a walk so as not to tire them out. However, Krische, who was determined to ride the horse to exhaustion, forced the horse to run at top speed, make the horse gallop and rest at canter pace, a practice that lacked any compassion for the horse. At best, it should be about 1/5 of the distance. She thought that if the horse ran that much, it didn't matter if the horse's leg broke or it died, but the horse that Krische randomly selected was a rare and excellent horse. Its stamina that seems to be inexhaustible. If she tried to abandon it because she thought it was at its limit, it would run like the wind through the grassland as if to say that it still has a long way to go. Krische's skirt fluttered violently against the resistance of the wind. Perhaps, harassing Krische was its objective. The horse was so tough and excellent that Krische could have been fooled into thinking like that. She was half the weight of a man, or even less. The horse was a very strong horse, and it was a very good runner. No matter if the horse said it can run, she couldn't get off just because the skirt was turned up. For the purpose of preserving physical strength, the horse had put in more than enough effort. And so the battle between the horse and the wind and the fluttering skirt continued for a long time. The end of the battle was in sight when she heard the sound of a sword fight. In the distance, she could see their side Celine's messenger. Attacking the messenger were cavalrymen from Guildenstein's side. There were 2 enemy cavalrymen, probably scattered to hunt for the messenger. The messenger was alone. Now that she had seen them, she could not just leave the messenger behind. Krische rode her horse in that direction, jumped down, and cut the cavalryman's neck. After disposing of the 2 men, the messenger thanked Krische for saving him. According to the story, Celine's army was moving westward from its original position. Seeing that the enemy army also moved west along with it, he went straight through, but unfortunately he was caught by the messenger-hunting cavalry scattered in this grassland. Krische understands the situation. Then it seems that Krische has quite gone to the east. Celine and the others had originally been fighting in the east of Kielzaren, so she was running toward that direction, but their current position was directly opposite, on the west side. However, if she had not run to the east, she would not have met the messenger here. Considering that it was a waste of time after all, it could be said that it was good to notice it early. Yes, the road is. It's fine. Krische remembered. Oh, that's right. Krische looked at the horse she had brought. Its breathing was rough, and it must have used all its strength. But there was still power in its eyes. Please take this child back, too. Krische doesn't know much about horses, but he seems to be a very good horse. She had planned to ride it until exhaustion, death, but horses are very expensive. She thought it would be a waste to ride a horse that could run that much to exhaustion. Okay, but Krische-sama. Krische will run. Your report is not that important to this side either. You can take it slow from here. It was mainly regarding military movement and logistics. The messenger's report was of no immediate importance now that Krische had arrived. It was just a good opportunity to bring back the tired horses. She was fed up with grappling with the skirts, so she suggested that he should take it along with him. But, yes, thank you very much. But, I can't let Krische run. Please use my horse. Krische is fine with running. Even though the start of the battle was delayed, the battle will have already started by the time Krische arrived. Considering Krische fatigue, it will be better this way. His point is quite valid. Krische had a bit of a fever, too. But she didn't want to ride horses anymore. She felt like she had already ridden for a lifetime. She thought of a counter-argument and looked at the horse. The saddle of the horse had a family crest on it. The man was a noble of some sort, and the horse was his personal property, not the property of the army. She came up with a brilliant idea and clapped her hands. Oh, that's right, Krische is running a horse with the intention of riding it to exhaustion, death. Putting aside if it's an army property, riding your precious horses. No, don't worry about it. The soldiers will be very excited when they hear that Krische has arrived. If it is for Krische, to this horse, Fernars, there's no greater honor than that. It pains me to know that I can do nothing for Krische after you saved my life in this way. So please use him. With a serious look, the man held out the reins and said that to Krische. Krishe's eyes swam around. The second horse, Fernars, also ran very well. She forgot to replace the cushion and had a dull ache in her buttocks. Thinking that she would never ride a horse again, she abandoned Fernars, which had reached its limit, and ran for a while. Fortunately, it was not even noon. The time could be considered morning. It shouldn't have been that long since the battlefield began to cross swords, but when she got close to the battlefield, she could see the chaos. The situation is progressing too fast. How early did the fight start? At least Guildenstein would have moved during the night, regardless of the fatigue of his soldiers. Krische approaches from the east, the left wing of the Crescent army. The Third Corps on the left wing had been overtaken by the enemy. However, it had not lost its organized fighting ability and was holding back the following forces. Probably the corps commander, Terrius, was still alive. It was definitely Guildenstein who broke through, ignoring Terrius. The flag of the main camp had not fallen, but the enemy's flag was also visible. Celine was safe, but she was in a dangerous situation. She increased her speed. Coming this far, she didn't have to worry about her physical strength. Krische. A soldier noticed and shouted, but Krische moved forward without care. The Third Corps was right in front of her. The soldiers of the main camp seemed to be coming this way to reinforce the Third Corps. Probably one battalion, about 1,000 men, was left in the main camp. Such a large-scale rearrangement of positions, there was no doubt that Celine and the others had realized that the enemy were aiming for a concentrated breakthrough of the Third Corps even before contact was made. It could not have been a complete surprise attack. Some sort of contingency must have been taken. Right wing, Kolkhi's flag was deep in enemy lines. They were aware of the attack on the headquarters, but they haven't returned yet, or were they on their way back? Whatever the case, the battle continues. Guildenstein has not been able to capture Celine, and Celine has not finished off Guildenstein either. In this situation, Guildenstein was devoting all his energy to capturing Celine. It was such a desperate attack, throwing his life. If Guildenstein died, the army would be finished, the man's survival was certain. In the way, Guildenstein army had just passed through the Third Corps, and was facing away from her. She jumped to a soldier's shoulder and leapt. It was too dense to cut through. It would be faster to get through from above, and it would also be more convenient for her to check the situation. Ojisama. The first thing she saw was Galen standing on top of the command tower, holding a bow and giving orders. Then it was Mia who was fighting a big man. Encircled him from both wings using the sentry, but the big man was quick on his feet and was about to break through the center. She must have misjudged the strength of her enemy. Idiot Krische frowned. Mia, who seems to have realized her mistake, has her soldiers pick up weapons, aiming to concentrate firepower on the big man. Celine is. Krische looked from side to side, searching for Celine. Celine's armor, she could see her back. Celine was running towards the center, to Eluga. Kalua and the others were by her side, but behind them was a tall man with a great war axe. It was Guildenstein. And over there was, first, Mia. Returning her gaze from Celine's place, Krische ran to Mia. The big man raised his axe, and seeing the distance, Krische accelerated. She could even afford to cut through the gaps and decapitate a few enemies along the way. The great axe was released just before it reached the dumb-faced Mia. She kicked the belly of the spinning blade away with her reinforced heel. Stupid. Then, with a sigh, HSE continued. Really, this is why Mia. Krische will give you a sermon later. Silence all around. A short pause, and then cheers erupted from those who saw her. She frowned at the loud noise and looked at the big man. Krishe's sudden appearance made everyone around her forget about the battle, as if time had stopped. The same goes for the big man Nacurus, who was covered in scars. He stopped his steps when he saw Krische, as if he had seen someone he could not believe. You, Corps Commander, please don't give Krische too much trouble. Krische is busy. But I too tried my best. Stupid. Ouch. With her gauntlet, Krische slammed her hand to Mia's helmet, then turned to Nacurus. Nacurus gasped and readied himself. Krische, remember you. You're the one next to His Highness at that time. Yeah, it's the second time I've met you. But it doesn't seem like there will be a third time. Nacurus laughs and holds the remaining great axe in his hands. The moment he saw her, the moment she lightly kicked his deadly great axe, he understood. The skirt flutters on the battlefield, and the blood-soaked curved sword dangles without tension and without posture. Despite her carelessness and gaps, the purple peeking out from her silver hair was endlessly inorganic, and she looked at Nacurus as if she could see through everything. He imagined him slashing at her. He imagined him being killed. He couldn't picture himself triumphing over the girl. He would not be able to go to Guildenstein again. It was certain that he would die here. That was why he prepared himself to throw himself away, and on top of that, Nacurus laughed. Just one of her arms, one of her legs, or at least even one scar was fine. Without hesitation, Nacurus decided to dedicate his life to that end. That's true. We won't see each other again. At the same time as she spoke, Krische prepared to charge. Earlier than that, Nacurus kicked the ground. What? But it was an invitation. It was after that Krische moved. She reached for Nacurus' great axe, which sticks into the earth, and pulled it out. Then, with the momentum of pulling it out, she bent her body and threw it at Nacurus. A desperate charge with throwing his life. He could no longer change direction. The great axe was right in front of him. Even as Krische rolled to kill the recoil, she had already completed the jump. There was a cold glint in her purple eyes. It was as if she had read that Nacurus was going to approach her with abandon. No, it was not like she had read it, she had read it. After seeing through all of Nacurus' movements and intentions, he took measures to ensure her safety, taking into account the overwhelming difference in ability between the two, in order to take away even the 1 in a million chance. The girl in front of him was cool-headed all the way through. It is possible to catch the great axe, but if he received it with the great axe, he would definitely be killed by this monster. This was a projectile aimed at that. In that case, there is only one answer. With the great axe in his left hand, he thrust out his right arm. The flying great axe severed his arm along with the armor. The pain was so intense that Nacurus felt as if he was about to faint. His eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth. The great axe trajectory changes, and at least he avoided a fatal wound. But Krische was still calm. Far from being surprised that he had sacrificed his arm to prevent it, her expression didn't change at all. The distance was 4 ken, 7 m, still too far. Nacurus twisted his waist and swung his left great axe with all his strength. The distance was 3 ken, 5 m, still far. But that's okay. He swings the great axe sideways and throws it. The target was her leg. With a roaring wind noise, the released great axe approached Krishe's feet. He didn't dream of such convenience, that this blow would sever her leg. The monster in front of him would easily avoid the great axe, which was fired from a distance of only 2 ken, 2.6 m. In the chasm between life and death, in the depths of his being, Nakile's intuition, like a premonition of the future, was at work. However, the blade was released in a horizontal spiral. The aim was at the ground. It was impossible to dive for it or avoid it sideways at this distance. If she wanted to make it through unscathed, all she could do was leap upward. And in the air, there is only so much you can do, no matter how strong you are or how skilled you are. Slam this left fist into her. That was all Nakiris thought. She lowered her posture and appeared to take a leaping stance. She grabbed the handle of the axe, which was spinning at high speed, as if it was only natural. She didn't go against the centrifugal force, and her petite body was swung around like a toy. But she slides on the earth, dances, flutters, takes control and dominates everything. She neither catches nor kills the attack that Nakiris put his whole body and spirit into, just to use them. She created a whirlwind. The dance was instantaneous. The return was the roar of the wind cutting through the air. When he noticed the axe was in front of him, he could feel the wind pressure on his skin. Quickly, he reached out with his remaining left hand. It was severed. And now, the torso too. ADH. Ahead of his gaze as he fell, he saw his lower body that used to be his own. There was no feeling from the waist down. Both of his arms no longer existed. Goodbye. Before he knew it, the girl was standing beside him. Looking down on Nakiris with her violet eyes, she casually swung down her curved blade. His neck was cut. She moved away from it as if she abhorred even its blood, and cut off her gaze as if she had lost interest. The ferocious man who had dominated this place for a time was thus transformed into a mere lump of meat. Regardless of friend or foe, everyone understood and was in awe of the Nakiris ability in this place. A monster that overwhelmed the superhuman century with only his savage bravery and rushed forward even while receiving arrows and speared with his body. Nakiris was undoubtedly the one who had dominated this place until just now. Such a fierce man was abruptly killed, seeing the one-sided battle. Even those who were relieved at Krische's arrival were stunned. Nakiris was wounded. Krische was strong. But even so, everyone thought there would be some degree of even fight between the two. Even if Krische won in the end, they still thought it would be a good fight. But when they looked, what existed between her and Nakiris could not be expressed in words such as a difference in ability. What happened there wasn't even a battle, just a one-sided massacre. Cursed child Krische, headhunter of Bernaik. Warriors, brave men, and heroes were irrelevant to the girl. Monsters, Kaibutsu, and monsters, Bakemono. She easily eats even those who are capable of being called so. She will put an end to them. Regardless of any effort, tactics, skill, or will, she makes everything worthless. She was the embodiment of unstoppable violence, crushing everything that stands in her way. It was an absolute being in the form of a girl. The girl who stood there without a drop of blood on her face, not even looking at the corpse of the fierce man whom everyone feared. She looked around lightly and opened her mouth. The battle is over. What resounded was a sweet voice like those of a bell. She did not raise her voice. However, in this place where silence had fallen, the voice carried well. Emotionless purple eye her gaze ran through their neck. Some were frightened by her gaze and dropped their sword. The battle was over. As she said, before this girl, the battle ceases to be a battle. That was what they understood. There was no one who could beat this monster. The miserable corpses of the great warriors lying on the ground showed this more than anything else. All life in this place was in the hands of that little girl. Bastard, how dare you? Was it Nakiris adjutant who shouted with a great sword in his hand? The well-built man raises his voice and shows murderous intent to Krische. Just as he was about to step in, the man was decapitated before he could take that first step. The smooth and distorted curved sword was small, but it cut flesh without any resistance. Krische kicked the corpse's torso so that she didn't get soaked in blood. The corpse of the fierce second-in-command blows up, rolls over, and sprayed blood a beat later. That was the last time anyone defied her. There was no one brave enough to follow in his footsteps. Silence returns again. As if time had stopped, no one could move. Only one person, only the girl who was allowed to do so, walks calmly. Mia, the rest is up to you, randomly. It's dangerous, so please send someone go to Ojisama's place. Krische told Mia and looked around again. At least things have calmed down. This is the main camp, they have the upper hand. No problem. Why yes. She was almost killed, and then her opponent was cruelly murdered. Her situation changed at a dizzying pace, and Mia, who was half stiffened around her, regained her composure by the voice that was speaking to her. Also, Krische'll give you a sermon later. So please stay alive, okay? In her big sister's tone, Krische pointed her finger at Mia's eyes. The usual exchange. A sermon. The end of a hopelessly hellish time. She wiped her tears. Yes, and answered her with a smile. Chapter 110, One Who Obstructed. Celine fled from the main camp, and Guildenstein chased after her. However, Celine was still unable to join up with the Fourth Corps. Somehow some of the soldiers brought by Nakiris recognized them and moved ahead of them, even though they were in melee. 3 fast-footed magic possessors and 15 cavalrymen. Celine and the others changed direction heading to the right wing, but the soldiers of the Fourth Corps who were heading for the rescue here were also swung around by it. The Fourth Corps archers were already in firing position and waiting, but Celine and Guildenstein were too close for them to provide cover. Hey, 10th Squad, you ready? Anytime, squad leader. The squad members answered. Celine understood the meaning of the question and made a frown. You guys. I don't feel comfortable with only the 10th Squad. Kells, how about it? Ah, okay. First Squad, Kells answered Adol's voice. Kahlua and Bargu glared at them. It's a division of roles. I'm not going to die. We're just going to take that crazy son of a bitch's head with us. The 3rd Squad, who still have some physical strength left, and Kahlua, can just continue running around while watching us take the glory. Isn't that so, Keenitz? Ah, of course. That's how it is, General. Your permission. Celine clenched her fists as she ran. Everyone listened to the proposal with the same face as Celine. Although they were interrupted, it was almost a 15-to-1 fight. Even so, they were unable to finish off Wildenstein, and realizing their disadvantage, they were running away. Just half of them were certainly no match, and death was inevitable. Understood. Thank you. She thanked them. Celine couldn't think of anything else to say. Bargu, you know right, don't you dare steal a march on me, TCH, bastard. I know. Bargu shouted, trying to hide his tears. Kahlua's eyes were downcast and she laughed. If you come back alive, I'll at least give you a kiss on the cheek. You're a terrible woman until the end. I leave General to you. Yeah. Let's go. Adol and Kells leave at the sound of Keenitz's voice. And immediately, Adol shouted. 4th Corps archers, don't worry about us, shoot. Adol and his partner, Kells, followed the 10th Corps. His heart was calmer than he had imagined. He looked at Kells next to him. Kells was also looking at him with a somewhat calm look. It seems like a long but also a short relationship. They met by chance when they were escorting a merchant and hit it off at a bar. For several years after that, they formed a pair and worked together. Thinking that they could earn a living with their skills, they volunteered for the army. 2nd and 3rd from the front are black. It's nice to have a lot of black today. And joined the Black Century, directly under the command of the Adjutant Corps Commander, the Special Century Untai. Laughing that this was a good start, they could see success in life. But here was the ending. Honor and just cause didn't matter. Money. They should have laughed together, saying that it would be fine if they could earn money, but why was this happening? He didn't understand himself. It was a wonder that he was so calm. If you survive this situation, I'll give you a kiss, she said. What a stingy woman. I would have changed my mind if she had offered me a night, but that being the reward, right? Kells smiled and answered. I don't feel like going back, I'll go first, Adol. Ah, I'll be right there. Adol also laughed and nodded. The close encounter, Guildenstein was in front of them. 7 men directly in front of him. Even so, he didn't feel like they could win. Running up from the right-hand side were cavalrymen and magic possessors. Both were elite and would get in the way. Hey Keenitz. I know. Lando, Rackle, right. Understood. 2 men from the 10th squad jumped out and headed that way. 3 magic possessors. 15 cavalrymen. The 2 of them were ordered to stall the enemies with the premise of their death. However, it was the same for all of them. Everyone here was a dead soldier. Behind them the 4th Corps archers were drawing their bows. To buy a moment for it to be released, but they will collide with Guildenstein before it. Get out of the way. It was a voice that sounded like it echoed from the depths of the earth. Guildenstein didn't raise his voice, but it resounded well. Command, execute, coerce. The intimidating ambition of the king makes his voice resound in their gut. In response to their side who stepped forward, Guildenstein held his great war axe with a big swing. TCH. Keenitz. The next moment he felt this, he was swung out of the way. The 10th squad's leader torso was split in 2, and Guildenstein passed through the gap. The reason they were able to even fight against this man was because they were in a 15-to-1 situation. It was because they maintained their coordination without forcing themselves to buy time. In this situation where that situation had collapsed, he understood once again that there wasn't even 1 in a million chance of winning. 1st squad, 3rd squad, 10th squad. They were not chosen at random. The top 5 of the 20 squads in the Black Century were chosen. In addition, Kahlua, who was even better than the rest, and Selene, who was on the same level as Kahlua. They thought they could kill him if they were lucky, but their calculation was naive. Those who possessed magical power that crossed a certain line had a power that separated them from the rest. They created an atmosphere in which they are at the top. They alone can change the flow of the battlefield and pull those around them. They create a raging storm on the spot. He was aware that they had been stalling for time earlier, and his heart had been grinded all the while. How many times had he almost died? His heart was exhausted, leading his body to the easy road. He thought that it would be easier if he just let that storm take him down and killed him. If Selene had not decided to escape, it would not have taken him long to fall prey to that temptation. Anyway, he was relieved that he was able to avoid a vain death. A little further away, he heard strings being plucked all at once, and countless wind noises echoed in his ears, and he yelled out, "Kells!" Oh, Kells from Guildenstein's left hand. And before his best friend's sword could reach Guildenstein, the great war axe roared. A sound like a popping tomato, the body split in 2. He understood what the sound was. He also understood who had become it. But he didn't pay attention to it. He'll be there soon. Throwing the sword he was holding, he stepped in and headed straight ahead. As Guildenstein swung his great war axe, the thrown sword was dodged. When he judged that it would work, GG'd. At that moment, a sharp pain ran down his leg. The hilt of the great war axe had swept off both legs. His posture collapsed. There was no strength in his legs. It was broken. But still he reached out and grabbed Guildenstein's leg. He held on with all his might and stopped his movement. Now there was no way to avoid the hail of arrows. TCH. He was gone from the waist down. He didn't even know what happened. Perhaps he was torn off by that great battle axe. But even so, Adol clings on, stopping his movement. He was barely conscious anymore, and yet, at least until these arrows rained down. The sound of strings being plucked, all at once the sound of wind. Selene and the others turned their backs while listening to it. Moments later, countless arrows pierced the earth and screams echoed. They didn't know how many of it were theirs. But thanks to them, they can keep their distance. Stop them. His Highness is still alive. Countless spears were thrown in front of Selene and the others. Look ahead to their left. The one who shouted was a centurion of light infantry. Dozens of cavalrymen. There was no doubt that they would collide before they could join up with the 4th Corps. Can't outrun them. I'll go through from the front on the left. It's better than being flanked. Roger. Leave the front to me. Charge. Move forward. It was also physically exhausting. But if she did not run, their earlier sacrifice would be in vain. They couldn't afford to take too much time. With a jerk, Kahlua's head disappeared and went even deeper. Kahlua, who was standing next to him, accelerated in a posture as if she was scraping her chin on the ground. Bargu followed first, followed by Celine and the others. The contact was instantaneous. Kahlua charged in from a low posture at once, cuts the horseman's legs with her great curved sword. Beyond that was a spear aimed at Kahlua. A knife fired by Bargu killed its wielder. "Ha, I was worried about being thrown away, but you're doing fine, aren't you?" "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Kahlua said, then swung the sword sideways. First, the cavalry robbed them of their momentum. Once she broke the lead and clumped up the ranks, the cavalry would cease to be a threat. She turned her attention away from the men who had become the rear, cutting in and advancing. That was all she could do, and that was all she had to do. Side cleave. Cutting off the horse's head. Cutting off the soldier in front of her, she grabbed the neck of the man who was about to roll off the horse with her left hand. Crushing is as it is. The flesh of his neck was crushed, and the resistance was lost. She slammed the lump of flesh back down to the enemy in front of her, who was holding up his spear. The corpse pierced the tip of the spear and the enemy stopped moving. Kahlua let her body sink. Before the corpse hits the ground, he dives under it and cuts up. Then return. Kill them both and move forward. She grabbed the enemy soldier's face and used it as a shield against sword. The flesh shield screams and turns into a corpse. Blood splatters. Splattering on her face. It didn't matter. She slammed it down as it was. The sound of bones breaking, killing one more. The ironclad rule of the Black 100 is coordination. But she was more used to this way. Risking one's own life to kill multiple opponents. She had been doing that for a long time. "You're too forward, idiot." The enemy next to her died. The one that took his life was a small sword. Bargu's. "I don't want to be called an idiot by an idiot." The large, curved sword swung sideways. Heavy and sharp, it can cut through armor. It was easy to use to swing around. Adol and Kells had gone ahead. "What are we doing if we're not going first?" "Really, you make me fall in love with you. Like I said before, I won't fall in love with you, you know? It's not my thing." "You." Bargu sighed in amazement and hunted down the enemy that approached Kahlua. Bargu was the man who tried to force himself on Kahlua on the third day of his enlistment and was beaten up. Bargu, who had just started working a dirty job, then changed his mind and set his sights on trying to win over Kahlua. That was the running joke story of the squad with Half-Truth. "Well, you'll notice my charm eventually. I think you should look in the mirror before you say that. A man is what you look like on the inside." Kahlua snorted and stepped forward. In first squad, Kahlua and Bargu were the advance group, while Adol and Kells were Mia's guards. It was Bargu's role to support Kahlua, who was reckless, and if Kahlua advances, Bargu will guard her side. Bargu's ability to skillfully wield two short swords was one of the best. He has a wide field of vision, which was one of his greatest strengths. Despite what she said, she trusted him. Kahlua stepped in and slashed down. A slash that emphasized power and speed, specializing in killing even more than before. Bargu's blade thrusted into the neck of an enemy, who was aiming for that opening. They were in harmony, intentionally creating a gap where the enemy's skill can be aimed at, let herself be targeted and let the Bargu take care of them. The duo of the first squad could not be stopped by ordinary soldiers. But even so, they had too much momentum this time. The deaths of Adol and Kells. Kahlua's sword was sharper than usual, and she took a half-step deeper, while maintaining a calm demeanor. It was a bad acceleration. Bug looked back, concerned about being isolated. "You should watch your back a little, Kahlua." Then Bargu pushed Kahlua away. Before she could complain, though, his body blew up. The top and bottom of his torso split in two, and rolled. And the enemy soldier in front of her was also shredded to death as collateral damage. What went through was a steel Great War axe. The rolling Kahlua paused for a moment and looked back. There were countless arrows in his arms and legs as he breathed heavily. Though he was bleeding profusely, he pulled out the great sword from his waist and killed one person on Celine's side. She looked at Bargu's corpse, who had been talking energetically earlier. Understanding what's happening, she pushed all of her emotions to the back of her mind. Fortunately, The Great War Axe killed Bagu along with the enemy soldiers. Seeing that the enemy was also confused, Kaluuya took advantage of the situation and returned to the rear. She went next to Selene, who had distanced herself from Guildenstein. No matter how it plays out, this is where it's going to end up. Guildenstein holds up the royal greatsword. Without waiting for a response, the sword shook. Before one more person had time to react, his torso was ripped open. From the left shoulder to the right flank, cutting bone and leather armor like butter. The sword that Guildenstein held in the middle was still the king's sword. It was the fastest sword that could easily take the life of an opponent who held a sword without giving them a chance to swing it, and it was a violent sword technique that tore the opponent along with their armor. He was wrapped in simple armor that was far removed from nobility, and his whole body was covered with wounds that were overflowing with blood. Even so, he still had a spirit and a glint in his eye that awed the opponent before him. Disperse! Kaluuya yelled. Everyone released from their shock and jumped, opening up the distance. Guildenstein's sword was still alive. They all take their trained positions around him. Kaluuya in front, but Guildenstein charged in anyway and wielded his sword without a care. The sound of the wind roaring. The roar. The pressure of the sword. How much power was put into the sword? It could cut her in half from the head and the helmet and down to the groin, and still not stop. It was a flash that she couldn't imagine coming from an injured person. She quickly leapt backwards to avoid it. An impact was felt in the side of her body. What? It was Selene who kicked Kaluuya. Her body drifted sideways, and a shadow passed in its place. Have you lost your mind, Farron? Ha, this old man has a promise to keep, and thus I come before you. Same as Guildenstein, he wore armor that even looked simple, and smiled with his wicked face that made his bones stand out. Eluga Farron stood with a long sword in his hand. Do you think the like of you can buy time against me? It's impossible, isn't it? My hands were shaking just after one exchange. Maybe it's been a long time since I ran, so my bones are starting to creak. Kakaka, he laughed and waved his arm. Fast and sharp. Although it was a surprise attack, it was a blow that Guildenstein had no choice but to receive. It was a long time ago that he was able to swing it fully. Eluga had no second chance. Even knowing that, Eluga laughed. But His Highness, too, that injury, doesn't seem to see the situation. I had already bought us enough time. And his finger points to the main camp. There were cheers in that direction. Guildenstein turned his attention for a moment. Exclamation point. He leapt. From the exact opposite of the direction he turned his attention to. What came flying was a white soldier spear from the ranks of Eluga's 4th Corps. It pierced the earth where Guildenstein had been, and at the same time, a man of large stature broke out of the line of soldiers. Blood-stained silver armor in the shape of a tiger. What he held in his hand was a full-body steel Great War spear that ordinary people cannot wield. He dips his feet into the ground as he sprints and comes in front of them. My, it looks like I made it in time. If I couldn't make it, I wouldn't be able to face the general either. Kolki Zagrand smiled broadly. Selene breathes a sigh of relief and steps back. You're too slow, Kolkis. I'm not very good at running, I'm stuck in the ground because of my armor. Well, but don't worry, Kristan's watchdog will drive away its master's danger. Fufu, that's reassuring. Selene laughed and narrowed her eyes. There was Guildenstein, still holding his sword and still ready to fight. He was wounded by arrows, and his body was bleeding, reminding her of her father's corpse. There were countless scars. Probably her father too. The hero Bogan Christ and must have fought while being covered in wounds like this. This is already over, Your Highness. Surrender. No matter how strong you are, Commander Agrand has appeared, and you are injured. There is no chance of winning in this situation. Serene asked for a token surrender. She knew that he would not nod. Even as he spouted blood, he didn't give up and picked up his sword. Was the reason pride or something else? I would not be able to face your father if I surrendered with just this level of wounds and circumstances. At least, in front of her was a warrior. That was a good fight. You can be proud, your father was a true hero, a warrior. At the very least, her father must have fought this man as a warrior. That's why, in the end, Those eyes looked like they were smiling without any regrets. Your Highness. The one running toward them was the battered sentry who had blocked them before. Kalua and the others quickly took up a position in that direction. That's fine, Clarius. Guildenstein held his hand toward them, stilling them. You guys are the witnesses. I said that I would prepare a reward, enough for you to play around for the rest of your life if you survived, but I don't think I can fulfill that promise. Just think that you're lucky to be able to keep your life. Your Highness. Guildenstein chuckled and carried the great sword on his shoulder. Kolkis takes a step forward with a serious face. The general's enemy, that man's final moment was not unsightly. From the bottom of my heart I am glad for that. I will be your opponent, Your Highness. Guildenstein looked at Kolkis, and Kolkis thrust the tip of his spear at him. Everyone on the spot held their breath. But you're not a good enough actor for me, Agrand. What? On the battlefield, there is only one thing, victory. You are not the one who stopped me from achieving that goal. As my greatest enemy, you are not the one standing who obstructed me. Guildenstein looked up at the sky and squinted at the sun approaching its zenith and continued. In the wintry sky there was a heat, and the hot wind caressed his body. The cheers I just heard. I wondered what it was like. Guildenstein continued as he reached for that sun. If Nacurus succeeds in breaking through, the outcome of this situation is still unknown. I still have my eyes on victory. But that's your main camp. Nacurus brought a small group. His breakthrough won't raise that much cheer. Even if that were the case, he should have already been here. He clenched his fist, as if trying to catch the sun. That's to say, Nacurus is dead. Guildenstein said so. But Nacurus is a man I trust. At the very least, I don't think he'll be killed in that situation. He'll come crawling if he has to. That is unless there is another reason. Then his cheeks contorted. No way, I didn't think you were already here yesterday, but did you already defeat my body double on the first day? I certainly never underestimated you, but a shadow dances out from the main camp. Without wearing any armor, the silver hair and cloak swayed. It ran through the distance to here in a flash and stopped. Guildenstein looked back. He was determined to win. Once he had struck Bogan in the Dragon's Maw, victory was his. With the palace in his grasp and soldiers and generals in his hands, victory was already in sight. But Cure Marcellus could not stall for time. The undefeated General Oragorn Hilkintos was defeated. The Dragon's Maw, which he had risked his life to obtain, was lost in a short time. And today, he was slowed down by the centurions she made, eating up a deadly amount of time. That's why this girl, Krische, Christ and stood here as the one who obstructed Guildenstein. The girl, her skirt swinging, tilted her head slightly, frowned, and looked at Celine. Celine, is he surrendering? No. He wants a duel with you. Duel? More and more incomprehensible and mysterious. Krische narrowed her purple eyes coldly and fixed her gaze on Guildenstein. It's a bit surprising after running around for so long. Krische didn't think you were that kind of person who stuck to such puzzling aesthetics. She spun the curved sword in her hand and smiled. But don't worry, Krische will properly keep her word. No matter what you planned, what kind of person you are, Krische will kill you. Her inorganic eyes shone. Even though she smiled, her eyes didn't smile. Only cold-blooded murderous intent oozed out. That's fine. If you fight, you will win. Even so, you are the opponent I should bet my life on in this place. Laughing, Guildenstein drew his sword. Seishu, at the exact middle center of body, Segan, pointing sword to opponent's eye, kendo stance. His hands on the hilt of the great sword. A phantasmagoric sword trajectory. The right hand that manipulated it was heaven. The hilt that becomes the axis and the foundation. The left hand, which brings harmony to the sword, was earth. Segan, which can respond to any attack, was the sword against all enemies. The king's sword was based on the concept of containing all of heaven and earth in its sword. Guildenstein's stance was stunningly beautiful, and could be called the stance of a king. I see. If you don't run away, it's best. Krische is already tired of this fight. Krische, on the other hand, held her sword in her right hand, but did not take a stance. The heavens and earth that he creates, a natural stance against the world. She was innocent and formless against the king's sword that rules the heavens and the earth. Her sword was a sword that couldn't be caught by anything. It was outside the principle of the heaven and earth created by Guildenstern, the person called king. She was void. She was not mastering a technique. She did not have power in her hands. She transcends all swordsmanship and brings forth the best move in the moment. Formlessness, that way of being itself, is her principle. If Krische kills you, it's all over, and then all will be fine. Her steps were smooth, as if she was sinking into the earth. The space between the two was 5 ken, 9 m. It was already within Krische's reach. An ordinary swordsman would have had his head chopped off by the time he realized it. Her steps were not wild, but simply tranquil. The change from stillness to motion seemed non-existent, and even though she was moving, she did not seem to be moving. Slipping through the gap of his perception, it was as if the distance between him and her, the space itself, was shrinking. However, Guildenstern, on the other hand, could barely see it. A feeling of time being stretched out. A body that feels heavy as if he was in water. He had wounds all over his body, was exhausted, and was probably in the worst possible condition. But that was why he was able to abandon the rest of his life and focus all his attention on this situation to the utmost limit. No sound was heard, and his vision seemed to fade. His body, all the abilities he had cultivated so far, were directed solely toward Krische's movements. His reaction to Krische's smooth step was delayed, but he quickly realized. It was not a fatal delay. With one step, Krische closed the gap of 3 ken, 5.4 m. If she had wanted to, he could have easily closed a distance of 5 ken. The reason she stepped in until there was in order to be able to respond to any of Guildenstern's attack. That's how Guildenstern understood that she was always ahead of him. She was directly in front of Guildenstern, and there, on the ground, was her left foot. Guildenstern swung the tip of his sword to the right, and Krische instantly reacted. The destination was the left side of Guildenstern, but it was a feint. As she positions herself to step onto Guildenstern's left side, then reversed. Guildenstern tilted his sword to the left. She was on her left foot. In that state, her center of gravity was tilted to the right. There was no more escape to the left. Guildenstern put all his might and soul into horizontal slash. It was the shortest and fastest, putting everything he has cultivated up to this point into it. A blow she should not be able to avoid. She had no choice but to receive it with her sword, but then she leapt. Without touching the ground with her right foot, she jumped with her left foot. And she used Guildenstern's great sword, which was swinging toward her, as her foothold. The belly of the sword, which was slashed horizontally, was pointed upward. She stepped down as if to slam her right foot there. Guildenstern tried to endure with his superhuman strength. Krische's weight was light. He should be able to hold on. But Krische had always learned how to use everything to the maximum. The force applied to the leap was minimal, just enough to bring her to a height where she could step on the sword. She concentrated all of her weight on one point on her right foot. Guildenstern's sword dug into the earth, and she stepped on her sword with her left foot. She saw the king's sword as the earth, as a foothold, to convey the full power to the curved sword she held. Before he knew it, there was no sword in her right hand. The sword in her left hand was sharp and ran its blade through Guildenstern. The twist of her waist, the spiral of the blade drawn by it. The beautiful trajectory of death was drawn on the blade without any loss in the blade. Their gazes met. The inorganic purple color of her eyes widened and captured all of Guildenstern, as if she could see through it all. The blade touched his neck, cutting through it. The faraway kingdom's banner was reflected in his eyes. The crest of a sword thrusting toward the heavens. However, Guildenstern's sword was not in the heavens, it was in the earth. The girl in front of him stood on his sword, as if to trample it. For the first and last time since his birth. It was a moment of such defeat. Before his head was cut and his consciousness faded away, he looked at everything in the world and laughed. What should be, just as it was. Everything he believed in, everything he was betrayed by, everything, fades from his mind. Only in the midst of it all, he looked at the one who killed him. She was precisely the child of God, the cursed child named Alberon, the founder of the distorted and mad royal family, its rightful heir. The girl cut his head and jumped. Guildenstern kneeled down and just smiled silently. The figure of the girl who tilts her head looking at his smiling self was infinitely beautiful. She was enchanting, innocent, and devilish. Since he met her in the Dragon's Maw, he had risked everything to challenge her. To win against this girl, he had to give up everything else. But even that wasn't enough. For the sake of her own desire, she would overthrow everything that stood in her way. A king is power. If it's this girl, she'll even thrust her sword into the heavens. He just laughed at himself that was a mere imitation, and then let go of his consciousness. Celine saw the momentary fight that took place in front of her, and closed her eyelids. Silence filled the place. The ending that seemed obvious. Much too abrupt, too easily the enemy who had tormented Celine fell to the ground. Ahahe, it's over, Celine. Krische jumped on Celine, not caring about the corpse. She pinched Krische's cheeks as if to scold her, and looked around. Karlua stared blankly at Guildenstern's corpse, clenching her fists. Her mouth tightens and her face down. One person patted her on the trembling shoulder. Kolkis picked up Guildenstern's sword. Even in this situation, Guildenstern is the Archduke of the kingdom. He is the royal prince. He was a member of the royal family, and it was not permissible for members of the same kingdom to expose his neck. Eluga was quietly urging the dejected surrounding enemy soldiers to lay down their weapons. Thinking of her father, she closed her eyes. Celine called out to Kolkis while stroking Klische's head. Kolkis. Yes. When she called out to him, Krische instantly stopped hugging her and covered her ears. Kolkis' voice echoed through the air. After a legitimate duel, the head of the royal prince was taken by the daughter of the hero Bogan Christ, and the first corps commander of the Crescent army, Krische Christand, took revenge with her own hand. Note any subsequent battles will be an insult to the two of them who have decided the battle in a dignified duel. From now on, all further fighting is forbidden. Both sides are to put down their swords and cease fighting immediately. Then, after a short pause, he shouted, "This battle is a victory for Her Royal Highness the First Princess of Alberon and us the Crescent army." At that voice, cheers shook the earth. Chapter 111, The Sensation of the End. Galen took a deep breath, and so did Sulva on the other side. A cheer was heard. Krische must have struck down Guildenstern. Galen softened his face and lowered his sword. It's a pointless fight beyond this. Surrender. Mia did not let her guard down, and she set up a perimeter. Sulva's military strength was small, and victory and defeat were already obvious. There was no way or reason for them to regroup from this point on. It seems so. At these words, Sulva lowered his sword. He then took off his helmet and kneeled down, placing his hands on his thighs. Either way, I'm not just a rebel, but a traitor, and I'm guilty of the death penalty. If it's possible, I'd like to be killed by you as a warrior on the battlefield. Galen heard those words and replied with "I see." Then he approached Sulva. As an enemy in the final battle, I am honored to have fought you. I understand why General Christ and called you commander. Galen remembered the dead Bogan, then looked at Sulva in front of him and sighed. Enemy, ally, good men, regardless of their beliefs, are lost. Year after year, I feel suffocated with so much piled on my shoulders. This is why I don't like war. Sorry for taking up your time. No, this too is my duty, and that is what I am destined to do. He took Sulva's sword. Galen's small sword was light enough to cut off a man's head. Do you have any last words? If possible, let the blame be mine alone. My family was only caught up in their father's folly. Sulva bowed his head and exposed his neck. Thank you. Ah. Galen swung his sword up and down. The blade passes through a gap between bones and the head rolled. The soldier at his side hands him a cloth, and Galen wrapped his neck in it. Raise the banner of victory. The war is over. Yes, sir. Galen approaches Mia and taps her on the shoulder. No matter what anyone says, you are the ones who deserve the most honor in this battle. You did a great job. You can rest. Yes. Mia trembled, but clenched her fists and began to give out instructions. Dusk Keithraton's main army camp. Let's go, Carlos. Leave the right side to Keith's corps. You're behind me. Yes, sir. At the sound of Granmeld's voice, the 1st Battalion made a breakthrough. The enemy's main camp, the last defense. There was no one left to stop Granmeld, who had broken through the enemy vanguard. With a swing of his great iron club, he knocked down all obstacles in his way. The wolf pack follows in his footsteps. And then, should I say, as expected, this army was too bad against Vereich. To think it didn't even last a day. Well, I feel sorry for you. To think you're stuck with my corps with soldiers of this level. That said, this is a battle, there's no excuse. I'll have you die here. Against the wolf is silver armor that represents a dragon. The old General Felworth Keithraton stroked his long white beard and nodded with a calm and satisfied look. Haha, that's what a warrior is all about. You guys won this fight. Ha! Does that mean you're going to surrender? At the very least, our reason for fighting seems to have disappeared. Look. Granmeld frowned and looked at the hill. The main camp on the hill, there are 3 blue flags demanding a halt to the battle. It is used when one wishes to negotiate based on the Holy Spirit Covenant in this case. It seems that His Royal Highness has been defeated. The Christ and lost Bogan, but they didn't lose their strength. The significance of the battle disappeared. It was to let them know that the fight at Celine's side had settled. Flag bearers, send out the blue flags too. We accept the ceasefire. Yes, sir. Granmeld sighed in frustration and dropped his shoulders. TCH, even though I've finally made it to the main camp, it doesn't feel right. Cuckoo, it seems you were too late. It seems that this old man's neck is protected by the goddess protection. Ha! I don't even know I was doing. Rally. Carlos, be careful not to let my soldiers kill. Calm them down. Yes, sir. Totally, it's a disaster, isn't it? Ah, I feel like I want to pay back Krische later for this. And so the battle on the Vereich's side comes to an end. The Alboran War of Kingship, which resulted in tens of thousands of casualties and the loss of many generals. The battle ended with the death of the royal prince, Guildenstein, and the victory of the first princess, Crescenta Fana Vera Alboran. The Christian side served wine to the defeated soldiers and held a grand banquet. Although they were allies and enemies, they were all citizens of the same kingdom. Although the flags were different, there was no sin there, and the chaos was kept to a minimum. The same was true for the commanders, who were very lenient in their treatment of the rebels. This was in the name of mercy of Her Highness, but the kingdom had lost so much in the civil war. They wanted to avoid further losses. The kingdom could not afford to inflict a just, proper punishment. It had been agreed in advance that punishment would be kept to a minimum, and they followed this policy. Just when I wondered where you had gone. What are you doing, Kalua? Oh, Mia, nothing. I just wanted to have a quiet drink. When Mia entered the tent, Kalua was sitting on a barrel instead of a chair, sipping her drink alone. Kalua's face was red, as if she had already drunk a considerable amount. Unusually, she was quite drunk. A feast to celebrate the victory and to send off the dead. Tomorrow, the corpses collected would be burned together. Krische joined in, and the banquet was surprisingly cheerful. Everyone was laughing while pushing themselves. The main topics of conversation were the dead and Krische. It was probably out of concern for keeping the mood from becoming too somber. Everyone praised Krische for her achievement. Perhaps it was because they thought of their own helplessness. They had suffered so many deaths, were at the mercy of Nacurus, and were unable to defeat Guildenstein. There was no one who could boast of their achievements while surviving that many deadly battles. However, Krische was just helping out a little at the end. At that situation, even without Krische, the situation was at our advantage, and that was because of the work of this unit. You guys did your best to fulfill Krische's order to protect Serene. Krische said so. It's a pity that Krische can't tell that to the one that died. They ignored Krische's order and died after all, even though Krische wanted to praise and scold them. Idiot. She continued. She tilted the sake, which was closer to juice than alcohol, and lowered her eyes. Expressionless as usual, but no one misunderstood the meaning of the word idiot. Mia also finally realized the true meaning of the word idiot that she said. Krische was apparently not feeling well. Kaluuya, who had noticed this, took her out with her exasperated look and told her that she was taking her to the general's tent. Kaluuya did not come back even while Mia was being teased here and there about her reward, Chu. Mia noticed it on the way and came back to the tent looking for her so that she could escape from the place. Kaluuya poured and stirred the sake. There were several empty sake bottles on the floor. No matter how one looked at it, she was drinking too much. Mia grabbed the bottles and put them out of Kaluuya's reach. "What are you doing? You'll break your body if you drink that much. That's why I confiscated it. One day is fine. I want to sleep soundly. You've had enough." "Not enough." Mia glared at Kaluuya, grabbed the bottle of liquor, and tilted it all at once. She drank the entire bottle, emptying it with just a few spilled, and set it down in front of Kaluuya, slamming it down on the keg that served as a table. "This is the end." "Ha, what are you getting so worked up about?" Kaluuya said dumbfoundedly, and Mia looked back at her. "I'm upset because I'm worried about Kaluuya." Kaluuya paused for a moment and looked away from Mia. It was the gesture of an angry child. The opposite of usual. "Talk to me," Mia said, kneeling down. Kaluuya said nothing for a moment. The report she made to Mia after the battle was a simple one, just a business report. Mia didn't even know what happened. After a while, Kaluuya opened her mouth as if she had given up. Adol and Kells, together with Keenitz and the others, died trying to stop Guildenstein, telling the archers to shoot them together. "It's a cool way to die, isn't it?" Kaluuya said in a tone that suggested she didn't think so at all. "They have been working together ever since they formed the squad. Losing such a friend in front of her eyes, there was no way she can be calm. It went well, but it looks like they couldn't finish him off. Even though he was covered in wounds, he was still chasing after us, and Bagu protected me, who couldn't see my surroundings, and was bisected. If you're in love with me, then he should have survived and showed me his cool side." She smiled bitterly and lowered her eyes. After that, the Skeleton Corps commander came, followed by a Grand Corps commander. Usagi-chan easily killed Guildenstein. The end. That's all of it. "That's not what I want to hear." "What more do you want to hear?" "What Kaluuya is holding back," Mia said, and then she held Kaluuya's head. A solid swordsman's body, but now she felt it was somehow fragile. "What? Revenge for the usual? Do you want to make me cry?" "I want to make you cry." "Is that strange?" "Strange." Kaluuya giggled and put her hand on Mia's back. "If you will comfort me anyway, I'd rather you have a little more cushion on your chest. My face hurts a little because it's flat." "Shut up. Don't complain. Fufu, it can't be helped since it's Mia," Kaluuya said happily, and she took a deep breath. "Honestly, I thought I could do more, so it's frustrating. I didn't even think that I would end up running around with 15 people against a single opponent." "I see. I knew he was strong. I also thought I wouldn't be able to win alone. But the general is there, and even the century was gathered together, and I was there too. I can't beat Usagi-chan, but I thought I could do better." She stroked the slightly damaged but beautiful black hair. Kaluuya's hand gripped her back. The strength on her hand was strong. Usagi-chan came and Guildenstein was killed easily. When it was over, she laughed like a child and hugged the general. She said help, but it was really that easy for Usagi-chan. She laughed and continued, "She's in bed with a fever right now, though. We weren't a match at all, and against the opponent that we sacrificed our comrade and ran away from, that easily. Usagi-chan would easily win even against such a monster. If Usagi-chan was there instead of me, I knew we would have won without anyone dying. Yes. I wondered just what was I doing. Even if it wasn't like Usagi-chan, if at least I had the power to stand up to Guildenstein, at least no one there would have died." Her face was pressed against her and something seeps into her chest. The trembling shoulders looked small. She hugged her tightly. "It's not Kaluuya's fault. Don't comfort." "No. It was my failure," Mia said in a strong tone. "I should have sent one more team to Kaluuya, but I couldn't. I could have at least until the enemy, Nakurus was it, the big guy, came. I'm sure the commander Dagra-san would have been able to do it." Then we could have finished the whole thing without needing the Corps commander saving us. That, just hindsight. Yes, hindsight. But the moment we struggled with Guildenstein, I should have made that judgment. I had some leeway at that time. I had my priorities wrong. I should have prioritized General and Kahlua over everything else in that situation. Understand? Mia continued. I am the commander. I am responsible for all those who died. My responsibility in directing the fight. It was definitely not your responsibility as a soldier. Don't say things that's so unlike yourself. It's Kahlua who always puts the blame on me, isn't it? I can't even remember how many times I've been hit on the head by the commander and Corps commander because of Kahlua. Mia smiled and tightened her hand. Only in times like this, it's sly. Kahlua's the one who isn't herself. Troubling me, put the blame on me. Kahlua is fine just like that. Is Mia a pervert? Shut up, you. At that point, the strength left her hand, and Mia slumped as it was. Her face was bright red and her eyes were moist. Even though you're not strong, you drunk it all at once. Because. Guess can't help it, geez. Kahlua wipes her eyes and picked her up. She carried her to a simple bed with just a blanket on it, and she gently set her down. Which one is causing trouble now? Ahehe, do you want me to sleep with you? Mia hugged Kahlua while saying that. Kahlua smiled wryly and stroked her soft brown hair. Really, Mia has a habit of hugging when she gets drunk. Wani-san worried about you. There's no such thing. Are you going to sleep? Not sleep. Yes, I understand. As Kahlua lay down, Mia relaxed her cheeks and smiled happily. Kahlua, just making fun of me like that is fine. Do you know what you're saying? Maybe I don't understand. Anyway, that's fine. Kahlua smiled wryly and pressed Mia's lips. Mia nodded and pulled her face close to Kahlua's after she told her exasperatedly to stop talking and go to bed. Good night. She said so softly and closed her eyes. Kahlua's face turned bright red, holding her mouth tight and glaring at Mia, who was in her sleep. After she looked at her sleeping face for a while she sighed. I have to make sure Mia doesn't drink alcohol from now on. Kahlua also closed her eyes, poking Mia's forehead as she slept with a carefree face. 2 days later, in Celine's tent. Really? Even though the fever has just subsided. Wait a little longer, they're heading this way after all. We haven't seen each other in a long time. You're overreacting. It's only been a month. It's already been a month. Krische's lips pouted, and Celine pinched her cheek and pulled it. Do you really want to go? Leaving me busy and having a hard time. Krische go because she wanted to be spoiled by Berry? I know, even though you said this and that, in the end rather than me, Krische like Berry more after all, right? In truth Krische hated me, right? And no. Her gaze instantly drifted and she began to hesitate. Celine chuckled, stroking her head. Just kidding. Krische has done more than enough. Take care of your health and go. Celine. Let's meet again in the royal capital. Please tell Berry and Crescent that I'm doing well. Yes. Krische stretched and kissed her, her cheeks relaxed, and she smiled. Serene did the same, stroking her silver hair regretfully. She was sad to see him go, but she still had a lot of work to do. Before Crescent arrived, she needed to get the palace in some semblance of order. I leave the Corps to Keith. If anything happens, Keith will take care of it. Yes. Speaking of which, what about Elvina? Elvina is getting Krische's stuff ready. Elvina is going to rest for a while to along with Kahlua's. The Black Sentry's vacation, so until then, use her at Celine's place. The Black Sentry lost nearly half of their man they were operating here. Although it was already originally planned, she would like to give them a short break. When things calmed down a bit, I'll come back and say thank you again later. I think I was saved a lot, or if it wasn't for that squad, I would have lost. Yes. Even though it was the worst-case scenario Krische had imagined, Krische had forced them to push themselves too hard. Considering the situation she heard, the Black Sentry were working more than expected. Nevertheless, while making sacrifices, a number of familiar faces have disappeared, and she had an indescribable feeling. She could thought as much as she wanted about the consequences of what she should have done, but that was a gamble in that situation. In the end, the lack of options forced them to choose safety measures, and naturally damage was done. As a result of each of us doing our best, we have no choice but to conclude that it can't be helped to some extent. The loss of General Melchikos is painful, but... Celine sighed. The third corps continued to resist. Krische judged that Terius was still alive, but apparently he had been killed. A corps commander who supported Crescent for a long time. The impact of his death was by no means small. Krische is glad Oja-sama didn't die. Really. Galan-sama also helped me a lot. I've been saved all the time. Krische also went to see how he is, right? Yes, and more or less worked hard for the time being. Galen must have pushed himself too hard, and just like Krische, he got a little sick. Anne, who was strangely motivated, was taking care of his personal belongings, saying leaving it to me. She kept saying that. And said, leave it to me, but Krische is a little worried that she's causing trouble for Oja-sama. Galen-sama seems to like Anne a lot, so I think you'll be fine. Galen sees only the virtue in and who did her best no matter what she did, and he praised her as a well-behaved girl. He had seen Krische and Berry, who were too good for their own good, so he was more able to easily got along with an ordinary girl like Anne. Galen had no interest in food or drink other than alcohol, and since Krische's mother, Grace, was clumsy, Galen's standard for normal is a low one. Naturally, and was very attached to such a Galen. Having grown up watching a servant named Berry all the time, Celine, who was discerning, was not without some exasperation against Anne, but if the person she was taking care of was satisfied, then it was fine. Well, it should be fine. Anyway, you're not going to walk, are you? Krische is going to borrow a horse to carry the luggage, but Krische is tired of riding a horse. Using a carriage for personal business is also a problem. If you're avoiding it like that, so no matter how long it takes, you get used to it. It hurt at first, but it's fine once you get used to it. Krische doesn't want it to hurt until Krische gets used to it. What an obstinate child. She pinched Krische's cheek, and she groaned you. A person who would become a soldier would normally get injured many times and become stronger in pain, but Krische never gets injured during training. That probably had an effect. Krische never got used to pain, and she was only good at holding it in. She was also stubborn and did not like to put up with pain unless she had to, which was probably one of her cute faults. Krische-sama, it's ready. Ah, yes. Elvina's voice came from outside the tent. She also heard the horses snorting and left the tent with Celine. Krische then stopped in her tracks. The one pulling the horse and saluting was a familiar man. It was the messenger who she had saved the other day. And that well-built horse also looks familiar. Thank you for your help the other day. I heard Krische-sama is looking for a horse, so please take the horse from the other day. No really, it seems that the horse was famous as an uncontrollable rampaging horse. It was really hard to bring him back. Is that so? The other day, Krische-sama come in a brilliant ride and was really dashing. I can still see it in my mind. The horse was really excited just a few minutes ago, but when it saw its master like this, it immediately calmed down. Krische turned her gaze away from the horse as the man spoke heartily. Krische is not the owner of that horse. Ha ha ha, no need to be humble. To be recognized by a horse like this is a natural talent. The horse stepped in front of the reluctant Krische and showed its flank. Then, with a heavy snort, he pointed to the saddle on his back with his neck. For the time being, I imitated the cushion that was laid in front previously. I've heard that it's only used for transporting goods, but that would be a waste, so if it's this horse, you should definitely bring it with you on your trip. The reins was pushed out. She was somewhat tempted to take another horse, but with the luggage strapped to it, she couldn't say no. After reluctantly accepting it, Celine asked he. The size is a little different, but should I lend you a trouser? It's okay, Krische won't ride it after all. As if understanding the language, the horse lurched and showed the saddle. Then, he leaned forward. Krische not going to ride it. Krische glared at the horse and said so. After that, Krische yielded to the horse, who repeatedly appealed as though Krische was slow to walk. Krische ended up riding it sideways. After that, a few more days. Passing beside Burgash Fortress was a marching column that seemed to reach the horizon. The Imperial State Army, a column formed by 40,000. In that column, in a box carriage surrounded by soldiers and cavalry in black armor. It's boring. It's almost noon, so why don't Crescent-sama take a rest? I'm tired from sleeping too much. There was the first princess, Crescenta, puffing out her cheeks and flapping her legs. She gripped her red and shimmering gold hair with both hands and glared at Berry sullenly. In contrast, Berry, the red-headed servant, looks down happily and moved her hands. It was a muffler sewn with woolen thread. Each one was carefully dyed and shaped. Then how about this Crescenta-sama? I don't like it, it's troublesome. You can buy something like a muffler. I like the troublesome of it. It's self-satisfaction, but I'm carefully thinking about the feelings of the person who will wears it. Fufu, it's getting colder, and I think the white muffler will surely suit Krische-sama. How many are you planning to make? It's going to be cold. With that reason Berry had already knitted several scarves. She said grays, browns, greens, everything looked good on her. She seemed like she could cover most of color if left unchecked. You just want to earn points for Wani-sama, don't you? Is it strange to earn points to please the one you love? Crescenta glared at Berry more and more displeased, and Berry smiled happily. Berry poked Crescenta's puffed cheeks with her fingers and said while smiling, "Don't do that. Your face is ruined. Smile, smile. You sure are having fun. You looked gloomy the whole time, but as soon as you found out that Wani-sama won, you smiled the whole time. I wonder if I should have told Argan-sama to keep it a secret. My, saying something so mean. This about it. Lift up the scarf, unfold it, and make sure there are no loose ends. It is not particularly patterned, just laced at both ends. It was simple and sturdy. Krische prefers simple, practical things, so she thought it would be better like this than to be overly concerned with decoration. Nodding at the result, Berry turned her attention to the window, which she had left closed. Is something wrong? No. She just looked that way for some reason. However, after a while, a horse's voice echoed, the surroundings became noisy, and the soldiers raised their voices. The voice contained a little girl's name. Geez, Barurun, stay still for a moment. It's been a while. Killick, please take care of Barurun for a bit. Yes, Barurun is, that's the horse's name. It was inconvenient to call it without a name, so Krische named it. Berry hugged the muffler tightly to that voice. Then she opened the carriage door. Krische was just about to hand over the reins to the escort squad leader. And when she recognized Berry, she smiles like a flower. Without even a run-up, she jumped up into Berry's chest. The force of the leap made Berry sat on the chair, Crescenta's thighs causing her to scream. Berry, how are you? Yes. Krische-sama, are they injured? Hey, Krische is fine. Gyu, Berry put strength into her hand and embraced Krische's delicate body. It's painful, but she smiled happily. The people around them who saw it also realized the victory of the civil war, and laughed at each other. Only Crescenta, who was crushed by Berry's buttocks and back, raised a voice of agony. From now on, we will be together forever. Krische want to cook a lot? Yes, of course. Fufu, while Krische-sama was not here, I learned various imperial dishes, together with Crescenta-sama. When Berry finally noticed, she sat up and found Crescenta there, her face red with anger. Why you, as a servant, to put your butt on me? Come to think of it, it's been a while, Crescenta. Come to think of it. Crescenta stiffened and her eyes watered. Krische didn't show any sign of caring about it. Oh Wani-sama, just how much does Wani-sama think I? What are you angry about? Geez, that's no food. Krische said, closing the door and kissing Crescenta. She stroked her head as she straddled Berry's lap. Good girl, good girl. I won't be happy with just that. Even though she said that, half of her anger had already disappeared. Crescenta looked at Krische's hand as she stroked her head with upturned eyes and red cheeks. I am sorry, I didn't notice. Realizing what she had done, Berry, her cheeks flushed, apologized. Do you think you'll be forgiven just by saying that? Crescent glared at Berry. Crescent. Krische tells her with a sideways glance. Crescent fell silent. As if she just remembered, Krische pulled out a candy from a small bag around her neck. Properly, Krische brought it back to Berry. Yes, I've been waiting for Krische-sama for a long time. Then pressed it against Berry's lips. With a chuckle, Krische put it in her mouth and wrapped the completed scarf around Krische's neck. Krische confirmed the strange feeling with her hand, put it on her cheek, and smiled happily. It's warm. She pressed her face against Berry's chest. I'm home. Then, after a short pause, she continued, leaning back. Berry's eyes welled up at these words, and looked down and wiped the tears that were about to spill out. She nodded and raised Krische's body, and put her hand on her cheek and smiled. Yes. Welcome home, Krische-sama. She closed her eyelids, her long lashes fluttering, and slowly moved her face closer to hers. The kiss was long, as if to show that there was no falseness in her words. The honey of the blotted candy smelled sweet. The kiss, sweeter than any fruit, was special and full of love. For Krische, it felt like the end of a long war. End of Volume 5.